This episode is sponsored by husbands who actually put the toilet seat down. They want you to know that they don't like doing it, but they're willing to put in the most minimal effort sometimes. Husbands who put the toilet seat down. Now all they have to do is work on their aim.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Was it a betrayal for you?
My whole world gets turned upside down. It was like watching my own funeral. I know who the anonymous source was.
Thong, yeah!
You can't eat that because it tastes like boogers. And I just bawled and prayed.
Have you been able to forgive? Happy New Year, everybody, and welcome to the Kim Gravel Show. I am your host, Kim Gravel. Happy New Year, Zach.
Happy New Year, Kim.
New year, right?
New
it's
year.
2024.
But we're back.
We're back, and it's 2024, and we're starting the new year off right. I'm telling you, each year has just gotten better and better with our, content, with our guest. And today is no exception. Way to start off the Kim Gravel Show in 2024, right? Should we just tell everybody who it is?
Yeah, definitely. Let's do it. Who do we have, Kim?
Julie Chen Moonves. From Big Brother, from The Talk. She's on the show today. She's going to talk to us about her spiritual awakening. Oh, and one more thing. Did you know that we put outtakes at the end of every episode? And let me just tell you, the outtakes sometimes are better than actual episodes. So if you want to see me suffer and mispronounce words, then don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to the end of the episode. But first, we have Julie Chen Moonves.
Julie Chen Moonves.
You created my own intro.
We give you a theme song.
I need that when I walk around. And maybe a wind machine. And a light.
And a diva ring light. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for having me on your show. It's a real privilege.
The privilege is mine, but I just want to tell you, Julie, let's just get into it because I'm a real talk type of person. We're down here in Georgia, hot Atlanta, the Hollywood of the South down here. And I have watched you, been a fan of you. I used to watch the Talk got me through raising my two boys. Okay. Watching The Talk, watching you on The Talk. And, Big Brother, I always thought I would be a good Big Brother contestant, right? And you know what? You don't think I would? Okay.
I'm shaking my head.
All right.
No, I don't think you would.
Okay.
Or Real Housewife of Atlanta.
That's
girl,
more Kim's speed. For sure.
That's way too much shade for me to throw tonight while we're talking to you about your book. But Julie, I was so amazed. First of all, I wasn't shocked that you were writing a book about your faith. What I was shocked about was when you say you found the Lord at 48 years old. I'm shocked. Can you tell us how that happened? Like what was your spiritual, journey or your faith journey?
Yes. So I grew up in Queens, New York, and I'm the youngest of three girls. And my parents are Chinese immigrants. And my dad wore a cross. He actually came to America thanks to this monk who sponsored him. This church sponsored him and one of his brothers. And my mom, she wore a crucifix around her neck, and she decided at age 17 she wanted to be a Catholic, even though her mother was Buddhist. So my parents didn't try and choose our faith for us. My mom wanted, since my mom chose at age 17, what path she wanted to go down, she wanted each of her daughters to do the same. So, did I pray growing up? Yes. It was because I saw it on Little House on the Prairie. Let's be honest.
I love it.
And so, and I always had the same prayers, and it was by rote. It was like, I prayed for, grandma, grandpa, my parents, me, my sisters, please let us be healthy, wealthy, and wise. It was the same thing every night. And then I went to a Catholic high school, but that was more out of, that wasn't a faith decision. That was because I didn't get into the Bronx High School of Science, which is where my two older sisters went. And my mother said, instead of having you go to the public school you're zoned to, a lot of your friends have gone to St. Francis Prep. Let's apply. But even then, I wasn't listening to the Lord. I wasn't trying to get to know Jesus. I wasn't, I was being a teenager. My work and my career, that was my false idol that I prayed to. That came number one. above everything. Even after I had a son, like raising my child, I would outsource raising him just so I could be at the studio at work. But then I turned 48 and my whole world gets turned upside down. For me personally, I had been at the Talk for 8 years, and I'm on the eve of launching the 9th season of it. And I unexpectedly lose my job there. But, to save face, it's always they allow the person who's leaving to say it's their choice. So
sure,
I lied. And I said that I was leaving to spend more time at home. And I was still doing Big Brother, but Big Brother was getting ready to wrap up, as it always does, typically in September. And my whole life as I knew it just got turned upside down. The Talk was a big part of how that was my identity, because I was on daily, and I was been on some sort of daily broadcast. Prior to that, it was the morning news at CBS. And there were a lot of reports about me and my family that were just simply, not true, lies. And when you're wounded, people who have any reason to want to attack you can say anything, and it can go to print. And there was like a ridiculous story about me at the Talk, like standing on a chair in a big meeting and telling everyone, you make me want to vomit. It was, no one even corroborated the story. And then one anonymous source, who I know who the anonymous source was, went to a reporter. So there was a lot of, I had never suffered that kind of press or scrutiny or judgment.
But Julie, let me ask you something. Have you ever suffered that kind of betrayal? Because the Talk, the image that was portrayed to us, like I said, I raised my kids watching you guys, daily on the Talk, and you all seem so close and such good friends, and is it a dog eat dog world out there? And was it a betrayal for you?
It was a betrayal, but I shouldn't have been so naive, because season 1 of the Talk, I went on vacation, and when I came back from vacation, I found out that the other 4 ladies were saying how much nicer it was with me gone, because they thought that I wasn't one of the girls, that I was always trying to produce them and produce the show. And they kind of ran the place. They didn't have me saying, no, you can't say that because we'll get sued. And I was the only one from a news background. And I remember,
right, which is truth. Yeah, you can't say. There's things you can't say. Yeah,
I was like, you can't. I was like, you could say, in my opinion, she's guilty of murdering her daughter, but you can't say, she did it. Like, we'll get sued. You can't.
Allegedly,
so, right? Yeah, allegedly, or I believe. In my opinion, I don't believe that she's innocent. Something. So, so season 1, there was a movement underway to like get rid of me. All 4 of my co-hosts talked about it. 2 of them actually took it a step further and went to the network and said, her or us. If she stays, we go. And we were all only under a 1-year contract, because we didn't even know if the show was going to be a success. So when they posed that question, those 2 didn't get their contracts picked up for season 2. So we, hired 2 other people to take those slots, and then everything was going great. So when you saw us, like even season 1, up until that point, like, and these 2 women who left the show, like, I went on vacation with them, like with their husbands. We did like Vegas weekends. So that camaraderie was real, but there was a lot more going on behind the scenes. So that's why it felt like a betrayal, because season 9, as we're about to launch it, my husband had left the network, so he wasn't running CBS anymore. So that's when 2 of the 4 co-hosts went and said, we don't want Julie to be part of the season premiere, because on the season premiere, they were going to talk about my husband's exit from CBS. And they said, we don't feel comfortable talking in front of Julie. So the head of CBS Daytime said, please stay home. You know, she said, I know them. If you show up, they'll call in sick and I can't have that. So please just stay home. So I stayed home and I turned on the show that day. When I watched it, it was like watching my own funeral. And
Yes.
2 of the 4 people just totally buried me. And they made it by what they said, they made it impossible for me to ever pull up my chair to that table again. So that afternoon, I had a long heart-to-heart talk with the head of CBS Daytime. She cried, I cried, and I said, you know, the only way this show is going to be able to go forward is without me there. And then we figured out how I was going to announce it, and very few people knew. And I recorded my departure message from the set of Big Brother. And I came in early that morning to record it before the talk went live. And then they ran the recording through the control room of the talk, and it went out live on the air. And I was very hurt, angry, frustrated, bitter, like every negative emotion. I was angry. And suddenly I had a lot of time in my hands, and I kept thinking, like, I'm going to go pray to God for answers and for justice and, you know, just for guidance and direct. But, you know, it really was very self-serving, my intentions in the beginning.
Sure.
Like, God, you see what happened? Like, help me. You know,
I love it though. That's how he woos us. You know, sometimes he works all things together for the good of those, you know, and so he can use, that's so God's economy. I love it. I love it. You're going, get him, God.
I was so foolish. I was so foolish in knowing who God is that I was like, you'll get my revenge for me, right? Like,
right. You got him, right? Yeah.
Right.
Take him out.
So vengeful, you know, and I was coming from a place of
I get it.
hate. So, even though I thought about going to church, I just didn't. And then one morning, right after Thanksgiving of 2018, I got an email from my favorite aunt. And I
love this part of the book.
Thank you. She and my uncle, her husband, they became born again Christians in the 90s after my uncle survived cancer. And then he's also a 9/11 survivor. He was in the North Tower when it got hit. She emails me and she says, my good friend from our church in New Jersey, Angela, is a prayer warrior, and she's been praying for you and your husband, your whole family. And she called me and she said that Holy Spirit moved her and touched her and told her that you need to hear about Jesus from me. You need to be, you know, told the gospel. And my aunt said, you know, you've noticed I've never been pushy about my faith. We come from a very big family. And that's all true. But seeing the email from my aunt and a woman who I've never even met, like praying for me and being touched and caring that much to like call my aunt, she doesn't know me, everything. I said, you know what? I'm going to go to church this morning. And it was a Thursday morning, and I dropped off my son at school, and I just drove to one of these 3 churches right by my house that I had driven past a million times. Now, I don't know how common it is that on a Thursday morning at like 8:20, 8:30, whatever it was, that the doors would be open. But the doors were open, and I walked in, and I was by myself. There were a few candles burning, and I got into a pew, and I got on my knees, and I just bawled and prayed and let it all out. And I asked God, you know, why over and over again, and help me, please help me, pick me up and put me on a path. Like nothing made sense. And then when it started, but I was still like a newborn. I was like a baby that needed to be swaddled and carried. Like I still didn't know so much. I didn't know what I didn't know. So I went to church services that Sunday at that church. The sermon didn't resonate with me. I couldn't understand it. It may have been in Latin. It may as well have been. It might have been. I didn't understand anything. But I thought, okay, there's 2 other churches on this same street. They're all lined up. And I went church shopping, and I ended up finding my church home. The last one, it was like Goldilocks. This one is just right.
Yeah.
And now I'm yoked with like at least 5, maybe 6 churches. Thanks to Zoom services, I can Zoom on to my friend's church.
So you're just consuming. You're just in it. And would you call it the honeymoon phase, or you're sold out. You're sold out. You know what I'm saying for him?
Sold out for Christ. I'm on fire
me too.
for him. The
too,
honeymoon phase was when I was like collecting.
Yes. Isn't it great? It's such a great feeling. Yeah.
It still feels like my first year of marriage. It still feels fresh and new.
I can kind of remember that.
So I'm still there, and I just love it. And I'm 53 now, so I am more mature in Christ. But I also know that I'm never going to stop growing, and I'm never going to stop learning. And even the day I, leave and I go home, I'm going to be, like head over heels, just like blown over with awe, and like, who knew?
And awe. It's a good word.
Mm-hmm.
Awe is a good word. I would think, because I've never lived in the Hollywood culture. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are in the business, and it's such a great business in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, it can be a little scary and a little, like you said, cutthroat, what you've experienced, a little cutthroat and a little dark. But I know there are believers out in that field as well. Do you regret, like, tell us about your experience in the celebrity culture? Because you said earlier that you kind of idolized your position, or that was what you were, looking to for your identity. And can I just tell you, Julie, there's so many people doing the same thing with social media and post and likes. And I think we all experience it now.
Yeah, I think COVID really had a lot of people have their come to Jesus moment, right? It really, God put the world on pause, the entire world, and you had time to reflect and see, like, how am I living? Like, what am I so busy with that I don't have time for God? It wasn't even like he was last on the list. He wasn't even on the list. He wasn't even a thought.
Right.
And in Hollywood, I do think that COVID helped people, come out of the woodwork a little bit, because it would be something that, right or wrong, Hollywood never felt very welcoming to faith, because look what typically sells, like horror,
sex,
drugs, darkness, right?
Right.
So, but then you'll see some of these like amazing faith-based films, like I love Jesus Revolution, and that's
me too, girl.
So good, and that or even like a series like The Chosen. That was crowdfunded,
love that.
And it keeps getting picked up, like Netflix, CW. It's like, if it's God's will. God will guide it if it's meant to be.
What you experienced with your girls at the talk, I'm a girl's girl at heart, and so I know how that had to feel like. Are you kidding me? We've done life together, and this is what's happening. Have you been able to forgive? And have you done it? Have you told them? Have you talked to them and told them, I love you, I forgive you? Have you shared this faith-based message with them? Have you shared your journey?
I didn't say the words, I forgive you, because sometimes I feel like people are like, well, what did I do? Like, they get defensive.
I got it.
I don't know if they think they did anything wrong, but my olive branch was texting one of them. I saw a picture of this person's daughter who looked great and healthy. And I reached out and I was like, hey, so-and-so looks beautiful, so healthy. That's fantastic. How are you? Like, and it came from a genuine space of love, because I did love these women. I did have amazing times laughing with them. Like, we went through a lot together. Births, near divorces, like cheating scandals, all that. So I chose to remember the good, and like, maybe it was a power play. I don't know, the purpose. I don't know what was behind that move. And it's not for me to know. It happened, but it was also a blessing in disguise because as that happened, I found God. I got salvation. I got the greatest gift ever. So, I texted one of them because I don't really run into her. And the other one I would tend to run into because of our kids being, near the same age, and we went to the same school and the same piano teacher. So
wow.
I would see her, and it was always, with, in the beginning, it was like a hi, like just kind of polite, but not with love and no warmth. And then afterwards, I had an opportunity to show like laughter and humor, like as if nothing had happened. I had to forgive in my heart because I wasn't hurting anyone but myself, harboring, like hate or anger or any negative feelings towards them. They weren't thinking about me, and that
you know what? But that's why your book. I mean, but first, God. It's like when you put him first, when you put that relationship, which is the most important relationship we can ever have. It's funny how you see people through his eyes.
He loves
you.
them.
Love people. Yeah.
He loves them. He
loves them.
He loves them. All of them.
Yeah.
And in the beginning, I was so naive. I'm like, but you don't know what I know, God. What I feel.
But did you see this? Did you see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So, that was a lesson I remember hearing at one of my church services at my home church here, which was the pastor said, yeah, that person you can't stand, God loves that person. God loves them. I'm so glad that Factor is sponsoring this episode. When you support our sponsors, you're also supporting our show and helping me and Zach share this message. So head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 to use code Kim50 to get 50% off. Get started on your resolutions with Factor. With over 35 meals to choose from every single week, you can choose options like keto, calorie smart, vegan, veggie, and more. Plus, over 55 weekly add-ons. Yeah, you've got tons of nutritious and flavorful options to kickstart your resolutions. So stress less over mealtime in the new year. Factor's no prep, no mess meals, free up time. Otherwise, you're going to spend a lot of time shopping, cooking, and cleaning up. And I ain't got time for that. So no more wasting time in the kitchen, y'all. It's time to get our Factor on. Head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off. That's Kim50, Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to get my Factor on. It's a new year, y'all. Let's do it together. This episode is sponsored by ZocDoc, where you can find and book a top doctor for free. Check them out at ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the app for free. Because when you support our sponsors, you're supporting this show. And y'all, when it comes to your health, you can't make any compromises. Like right now, I'm dealing with Bell's palsy on the left side of my face. And when something like this happens, it's so important to get the care you need. But y'all, it's hard to find good doctors out there. I mean, who has referrals? This is the perfect place to come and get the referral you need in your location. It's easy as putting in your zip code and what you're dealing with your health needs. And that's why I'm so glad ZocDoc is our sponsor, because if you're dealing with your own medical issue, then ZocDoc can help you. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly, y'all, book your appointments with them online. I went to ZocDoc.com/Kim and it is so easy. I put in Bell's palsy and my zip code, and then it showed me over 100 top doctors with verified reviews. And it even showed me their appointment calendar so I could just make the appointment right away. My first search took 10 seconds and they didn't even ask me for any personal information.
information to do the search. So don't settle when it comes to your health. Go for the best and find the right doctor for you. With ZocDoc, you can book your appointment immediately with a doctor that you can trust because all of the ratings are from real verified patients. You can even filter for your doctors who take your insurance and for specialists who treat your condition. I've tried ZocDoc and you should too. Go to ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc, ZocDoc.com/Kim, ZocDoc.com/Kim, and get the doctor and the health care you need. So let me say this though, to me, Julie, I think you're just getting started because, I'm getting emotional talking about it, but, God wastes nothing. You know that. And I know that as believers, we know he's always working all things together for the good of those who love him. And you've got this show on Instagram. Tell us about that a little bit and where people can find that. Because, Julie, you got a lot to talk about, girl. You got a lot to share with all of us.
So on my Instagram account, which is Julie Chen Moonves, I post every Sunday morning a 15-minute or less panel talk show. For example, we are going to this Sunday, the episode is about the greatest gift ever. Christmas isn't about, tangible presents because we already got the greatest gift ever. We got salvation.
Yes, we do.
So God 101 really started as I thought, well, what do I know how to do? I know how to lead a panel talk show, but I want to only do things in the faith space. An episode on the sin of pride. I didn't know pride was a sin until I started my walk with Jesus, and that's what got Lucifer kicked out of heaven, and pride.
That's why he's no longer welcome, right?
No. And I just love that. He was supposed to be this beautiful angel and now he's disgusting, right?
Yes. He's seeking. And Julie, don't you think, I could talk to you all night, honest to God. So, just shut me up. But he's seeking whom he may devour. Can you see it? Now that the blinders have been taken off, Julie, really just me and you, girl, right here. Can't you just see him moving in people? It's almost like you can't hate someone or even be angry at someone because it's really not them. He is in everything and doing everything. Do you see it?
I see it. I see it in music. He
I
was
do too.
a worship director, right? He was.
Yes.
So it is so easy. And I will pray often. I haven't done it in a few days, but I will pray often because my son is 14 that
mine too.
Oh my gosh. The music and the lyrics that he listens to. And when you listen to a song, that song will latch onto your soul. It doesn't need to
in your spirit.
It's just in there, right? And you wake up.
It's an invitation.
Yeah. So, I do see him lurking, waiting just to devour, and
now, Julie, I want to ask you this too. I'm sorry to interrupt. Now, and you don't have to go into this if you don't want to. Is your husband and your son, have they A, see a change in you, and B, are they curious, interested, or involved in their own journey with faith? I'm curious.
Oh yeah. Whether they will acknowledge it or not, we all are on our own faith journey, right? Whether we realize it or not. But my husband started going to church with me. And it started because I said to my son, when I started to go to church, I said, you need to start coming with me. And suddenly my son, my husband is Jewish, right? But he's Jewish culturally. He's not religious at all. So suddenly my son at that point says, well, I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish.
Right. I'm the Jewish people are God's chosen people. I truly believe that. So
I'm Jewish too. So
Zach is Jewish too. They're God's chosen people. But anyway, go ahead. I digress. Go ahead, Julie.
Yes. And our whole Christianity is steeped in,
Jesus was a Jew. Yeah.
The most important Jew ever born. So I'm like, why can't you acknowledge him as God? And my husband was like,
right.
I just wasn't taught that. I said, well, that's a reasonable answer. You don't believe it because you weren't taught it. I said, but is it possible? He goes, yes.
Yes.
Right?
They're open. Oh, Julie. Oh. Oh,
So my son, so I said to my husband, I said, listen, Charlie won't come with me to church because he says he's Jewish. You know, you gotta come. So he'll come. And sure enough, that's next Sunday morning.
it's fantastic.
My husband put on his shoes and goes, come on, Charlie, we're all going to church. And when I tell you, we walked into church and we open up our hymn books. My husband is singing louder than anyone and doesn't have to look at the words. And I look at him, I said, how do you know?
How
this
do you know these hymns?
And he goes, oh, this is a Thanksgiving song. He goes, we sang this in school growing up.
Right.
And I said, I don't even know this song.
Yeah, a lot of crossover there. A lot of crossover.
Then that day, the sermon, the pastor preached on his friend who was accused of something that he was not guilty of.
Oh,
Preached on betrayal. And I was like, and I just saw my husband's heart open up. And he was, you know, when he's shushing Charlie so he can hear the sermon, I'm like, thank you.
God is up to something. Yes.
Always.
And Julie, I'm going to tell you, God is up to something still with you. I'm getting emotional talking about it just because you give me hope, girl, that in that world of Hollywood, that there are people out there sharing the gospel and loving people into a faith that is everlasting, right? Like
Yes.
you and I are going to be friends forever, girl.
Ever and in eternity.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Like we're sisters.
We are
We're
sisters. in
sisters.
Christ. Yes.
That's right.
Yeah. And it's, you know, I have seen hearts soften in Hollywood.
Me too.
Because I will start a meeting in prayer and people are like, oh, I've never done that before, you know? And then afterwards, they're like, that was really nice. And then I'll end a meeting in prayer. And then people who didn't want to speak at the beginning say, I'll say something, you know? And they go, that was so nice. Like, I wish I could start
Right.
every meeting this way, you know? And
Couldn't hurt. Yeah.
No way. Can only help. So
All right, y'all. You've got to go get you've got to go get Julie's book. Got to download it on audio. But first, God, this is just. I mean, we could talk about. I mean, we could talk about so much more here.
Yes.
We could do part 2, 3, and 4. But it's in the book. It is going to move you if you are even just curious about, right, Julie? Even the people who are just even curious about what this God thing's all about. Your audiobook is the perfect first step.
Thank
It
you.
really is.
Thank you. He's a God of miracles. I mean,
Amen.
he gave me back my hearing. I talk about that too.
That's in the book. Yeah. Y'all got to get it. I know. Well, and this is what I always say. Some people say to me all the time because they say, Kim, well, I don't believe in God. I'm like, that's okay because he believes in you.
Right. Right.
He believes in you. Julie, I'm telling you, please come back. Can you come back and tell us more?
Can you come on one-on-one on God 101? where
Oh,
you tell us
girl, look.
who Jesus
I missed
is
my
to
calling.
you?
I should have been a preacher. Please have me on. I would love to I would love it. I've been walking with the Lord since I was 7 years old, up and down, all around. And Julie, I'm just telling you, he's just good. He's just good.
Always has our back. Yes.
Always. Oh my gosh, I feel like I've got a new best friend. Okay, listen, before we go, we end with a fun thing called rapid fire questions. And I said to Zach, Zach, we've got to do this with Julie. The woman knows how to do live TV. She's quick-witted. She's brilliant. We're doing this. So just the first thing that pops into your mind, Julie, answer. You don't think about it. Just go for it. Okay, here we go.
Rapid fire questions.
First question. Who would you love to sit next to on a long flight?
Well, Jesus.
Okay, girl.
There you go.
In first class. Thank you. Okay, here we go. And what is your favorite TV show of all time? Like it could be childhood, now, whatever. Favorite TV show.
Well, it's probably a tie between, this is before I knew Christ, okay?
Yeah.
Melrose Place.
Ooh, I love
Oh.
Melrose Place, okay?
Heather Locklear. Remember? Oh my God. Melrose Place.
Here's everything.
Okay.
When they canceled it, I wanted to throw my television out the window.
Me
And-
too.
Okay, Ted Lasso. I'm going to go with Ted Lasso. That's my favorite.
Ted Lasso's fantastic. Ted
Yes.
Lasso's fantastic. And I Melrose, though, you got me there. Okay. What is one piece of advice you wish you could give your younger self?
Oh, uh, probably not to go out on a date with someone I went out on a date with in college and became obsessed with. And it was just, I think it's probably good because like I learned what it was like to date a scoundrel, you know? But
Ooh, the bad boy. You had the bad boy
I was a
syndrome.
scoundrel. Yeah.
Mhm.
Just no.
You had the bad boy syndrome. We all had, everybody, all of us strong, career driven girls have always gone a little bad boy every now and then. So I can't judge you for that.
You want the opposite of what you are. You're like, ooh, that's so intriguing.
It's so intriguing. Yeah. Until you have to date them. Okay. What is one thing that would surprise us to know about you that no one knows? Okay. Spill some tea, Julie.
I am
yourself.
a very good mimic. And I
Really?
I don't really do that anymore because it's not glorifying God, right? But I used to think I could do.
Well, it could be comedy.
Julie, can you do a Southern accent? Like, just
Oh.
in honor of Kim.
You can mimic me. I see it as an honor. Mhm.
But you don't really. But see, you don't really have. I don't know if I can do a Southern drawl. I just I can't do accents. I typically I reckon I don't do accents. So I don't know.
That was good. That was really good.
I don't even know if that
Why
makes
did she
sense.
sound? Why did she sound smarter at me being more in Southern? Whatever. We'll have to let the people decide that. All right. What is the worst gift you've ever been given?
I'm sure this isn't the worst, but I remember, but it was well intentioned. I got a keychain from my college boyfriend.
Oh,
It's actually so cute. It was a keychain that said "Born to Shop," and it was so cheesy. And I
a little
thought
cheesy.
it was very cheesy. But the intention was, and I'm like, I thought, who do you think you're
That's-
dating? Like,
Yeah, but I think that he bought that at the 7-Eleven on the way to your place.
I think so. I think so. That was just like cheesy, but we were,
Yeah,
18, 19.
that was wah. That's right. I love it. All right. What's your guilty pleasure food? What's your favorite junk food?
Oh my gosh, anything fried.
Yeah,
Anything fried. Anything
Anything
fried.
fried.
Fried calamari, French fries. I could
Anything.
order like a healthy meal, then I'm like a side of fries, please.
Yeah. And honey mustard to dip it in or some kind of dip. Absolutely.
Mayonnaise, dip it in mayonnaise and
Ooh.
good
That's very
spaghetti and
European.
meatballs. Yes, it
Those
is.
sp-
very
spaghetti
fried.
and meat. Like, do you do like any fast food like Mickey D's, BK, Crystal? Do you go that
I-
low?
My son has recently discovered Mickey D's because when he was growing up, I used to tell him that, you can't eat that because it tastes like boogers, Can't tell him it's delicious. Can't tell him it's delicious. So he will come home with like a Big Mac. And I'm like, but I'm a fish fillet girl. Fillet of fish
I love
girl.
the fish fillet.
The fish fillet. This was my
Julie.
thing growing up. The fish fillet, small fries, and that orange drink, that chemically
Yes.
orange drink. Loved
That
it.
this just flat out chemical. I don't even think they sell it anymore. I don't think they even make it anymore. Yeah,
So,
that was my go-to. Fish fillet, girl. Okay, I
the
think we could.
Western Star at Carl's Jr., the Western Star, I ate that every day, every like Wednesday in college, right after a certain journalism class, because they had one on campus. That was the one with the onion rings in it. Delicious.
Oh, girl. I mean, yeah, you've got taste.
Filet.
You've got taste. You've got good taste. All right,
Yeah.
who's your celebrity crush? And I'm sure it's like really, you could really give us your celebrity crush could be just absolutely real because you're right there in Hollywood. Who's your celebrity crush?
My producer one time said that before I was married. She's like, "Who's your celebrity crush?" Because it could happen. I said, and I said, "Do you know Lenny Kravitz?"
Ooh,
That's a good one.
I just saw him on a
He's
commercial
hot.
for like some cologne, and I was with my mom. I'm like,
he's hot.
he was my big celebrity crush. And then we met him at a party, and someone said, "Oh, let me get a picture of you guys," meaning my husband with
Right.
Lenny Kravitz. And my husband goes, "Gladly," and like squeezes me out. Like I wasn't really kind of in that conversation. And you just see like my eyebrow behind their shoulders, like trying to get
Really?
it. Yeah,
Photo
like that.
bomb. You're trying to photo bomb. Yeah, Lenny Kravitz is a good one. He's hot. He's hot.
Yeah.
Okay, couple more.
Yeah.
You're coming up good. The whole fish fillet just had me at hello. What is your most memorable TV moment, and what is your most embarrassing TV moment?
My most memorable TV moment was when I lost my composure. I was moderating the talk, and we had to deliver the verdict of the Casey Anthony trial.
Yes, I remember that.
Was dumbfounded that it was not guilty, and I felt like the blood drain from my face, and I couldn't finish talking. I had to push the copy to my co-host and have her finish speaking for me, because I physically couldn't speak, because if I opened my mouth, it was just going to be sobbing. That was probably my most memorable TV moment. And what was the other one? My best TV moment?
Yeah. Your most embarrassing.
Oh, most embarrassing. I don't think we were rolling tape, because we were doing a concert when I did the morning news, and it was with Cisco, who sang that thong song. And I went on stage,
song. Yeah.
And it was drizzling, and I slipped, and like legs went like scissors, and like boom, like right on my bum. That was probably my most embarrassing.
That's good. Just like a quick producer aside, as a professional producer, like we say we're not rolling, we're always rolling.
Sorry, it's out there somewhere.
I want to see it.
Julie, it's out there. It's out there somewhere.
I want it.
It's going to surface.
And he couldn't stop laughing. He was helping me, but he was dying.
Well, he's adorable. He's adorable.
adorable.
Okay, so what's next for you? This is our last question. What is next for Julie?
What is next for Julie? Well, God willing, well, there is another season of Big Brother during the summer. Continuing with, my God 101 show, maybe hopefully selling it. And
I think so.
Selling that show so we can reach, a wider audience. I don't even know if it's a wider audience on broadcast anymore, right? Because everyone has social media for that to reach more people. And I don't know, I have thought about going to seminary school. Who knows?
Oh, Julie.
Or at least like speaking at some of the colleges, at least, speaking about my faith journey, at like Pepperdine.
It's coming.
It's
coming, girl. It's coming. Yeah. In theology. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
I come from a long line, Julie, of preachers. I say all that my family is tobacco farmers and preachers. So my roots are in the dirt and in the church. So when I saw that you were willing to come on and talk about this, I'm telling you, God has such amazing, your reach, your testimony, your transformation, your book. Y'all go get it, because it is absolutely fantastic. But first, God, by Julie Chen Moonves. And I'm telling you, watch her show, God 101 on Instagram. Follow her on Instagram. It's her name, Julie Chen Moonves. It just spelled out. Her audiobook is called But First God, and you can find it everywhere audiobooks are sold. Julie, we love you.
Kim,
we have to keep in touch.
Yes.
We have to keep in touch.
And you're going to come on one-on-one on God 101.
Absolutely. Please.
One-on-one, interviews with people. Usually it's former Big Brother house guests about their faith journey, because I want to hear about how you got to know Christ starting at age 7,
at
being
age 7
from a family of pastors. So that makes sense.
But I mean, there was a moment where my faith became my own. We all have that moment like you did. And I love it because we're all family.
Yes, exactly.
That's how I look at it. Yeah. We're all family.
We are all family. We are all his children.
I'm just your distant Southern cousin once removed. That's it.
Finally,
I'm just your distant Southern cousin.
We met. Yes, you are. Not so distant. Not so distant.
Not so distant anymore. No. I love you, Julie. Thank you for coming. Have me on 101. I'll be there.
Okay, we will.
Thanks, Julie.
Our producer will reach out. Zach, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Bye.
All right, y'all. We love you. Until next time, I'm Kim.
I'm Zach.
This is the Kim Gravel Show. Bye. All right, you have your Riz meter is going down, down, down. Your Riz is on the freaking.
I'm starting to think you don't know what that means.
You think that I have Riz?
Yes.
Do you have Riz?
You know I do. What are you talking about?
What about Amy? Does Amy have Riz?
Is she there?
No, she's not here. She's not here. All right, we love you. I love you. I love you, babe.
We? Who you talking
to? You just got recorded on the podcast. We'll talk to you later, babe. I love you.
Don't put that on.
If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love. Y'all, this ad was paid for by leaf blowers. The leaf blower. It's kind of like the French horn of suburban streets. Open any window in America at any time of day, and you'll probably hear this angelic sound of at least 6 leaf blowers. Do your neighbors love loud noises? Then maybe a leaf blower is for you. So get a leaf blower. And if you're feeling really frisky, make it a gas one.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
This is going to be one of the most personal episodes I've ever shared. It hurts to smile.
Show us your smile.
Okay. To be honest with you, Travis was really concerned, and it was just overwhelming.
You said that you were almost glad that this happened to you.
Hey, y'all. Kim Gravel here, and welcome to the Kim Gravel Show. I got to tell you, this is going to be one of the most personal episodes I've ever shared. Like, well, honestly, Zach, there's nothing that I won't share. We know that.
We know that. You're ready to overshare all the time.
Sometimes I overshare, but I just want to tell everybody that's either watching on video or listening, and I have this like weird kind of thing going on with my voice. I didn't just have dental work or dental surgery. Didn't just have a root canal. I am, dealing with Bell's palsy. Because you can tell by my B's, my B's. Did you just do a hand clap for that?
I meant to do this. Wait, ready?
Yeah.
Say Bell's palsy again.
I am dealing with Bell's palsy.
Palsy.
Right. That's what I'm dealing with. Everybody hear me. I'm getting better. I'm seeking wonderful medical care. All is well. I don't know how long it's going to last, but they have reassured me there's no nerve damage. There's none of that. It will come back. But it's brought on by stress and overwork or just anything. And when I woke up and I said, what is going on? And then I began to research. I called my doctor. He's like, look, this happens, all of that. But it's tough. It hurts. Everything pulls to the other side, my neck. I've never had that before. So I instantly empathize with anybody going through something like this. So if you're listening to this show and you've got something you're dealing with, it doesn't even have to be medical. It's anything that's this thing that my mom calls it a thorn in your side, something that you always have to live with.
Yeah.
And live a life of joy despite, the thorn in your side. This is it. This is definitely it. And so many people have reached out because I did a live on my social media and I said, my dad used to always say, you're either going into a storm, you're in it, or you're coming out of one.
Yeah.
And so I said that, and I can't tell you the people that have just responded, Kim, I've dealt with Bell's palsy, or Kim, my husband just left me, or I'm in the storm right now. Or I had one woman say, I'm coming out of the storm. I had breast cancer and I had a double mastectomy and I'm feeling alive. I feel the best I've ever felt in a long, long time. So we're all there in that in one of those three spots. You know what I'm saying? Every one of us are there.
And you're totally right. Your dad was a smart guy, it turns out. Kim, show us, before we get too into this, show us your smile.
Okay. Let me do it again.
I don't need to laugh.
So let me say this. Can I say this? I texted Amy, my best friend, the other day, and I was feeling kind of low. I was in the bed, and because the doctor says rest. I've had people, refer me to acupuncturist, all of that.
But I was sitting in the bed the other night and I was crying. I'll be honest with you. And I'm going to get emotional talking about it right now because it was, you start to feel a little down and be quite frank with you, a little sorry for yourself. And I texted Amy and I said, whoa. I said, it hurts to smile. Hold on. I said, it hurts. Kim. It hurts so much to smile. And I said, and I miss my smile. I took it for granted. And so I think there's something to that. It hurts to smile. Is that you? Do you feel that way too? And I mean that you who's listening to me. I could not, when I said that, it was such a deeper meaning than just, I have Bell's palsy. It was such a deep rooted thing that I thought a lot of us today, it hurts to smile for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about this happening, Zach, was that, we've been building this brand launch called Love Who You Are, LWYA, for like a year and a half. We've been building up and building up and building up. And it launches, a week from now. A couple of days from now, actually. It launches a couple of days from now. And I was so on fire about it. And I'd lost all my weight. I'm thinking, okay, girlfriend size 8, she gonna work it. I'm gonna put on my, And then I wake up with this 15 days before the launch. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm launching a new beauty brand called Love Who You Are. And I have Bell's palsy. And I heard this still small voice, and it's God. And he said, yeah, time to practice what you preach, sis. Because you know what? God talks to me like I talk, which is like sassy Southerner with a little twang. That's how God talks to me. People think God says, well, hello, Zach. Welcome to the kingdom, But to me, he said, look, girl, practice what you preach. And I said, oh gosh, what am I going to do? Because like Zach, for 2 weeks, I took 2 weeks off at Christmas and the holidays from, QVC. And then I had to sit out another week because this happened. And I was so like, oh my God, I can't go on air with this. I can't show up and, people are going to say, what's going on? And so, but as a business owner, I couldn't continue just to say, I'm taking off. Right. So I remember the moment that I decided that I was going to go on air. It was a Wednesday morning. And I was scared. I was a little like, oh my gosh, I felt, as a female, Zach, you might not understand this, but as all these women, if you're listening and you hear my voice, our looks, a lot of our, I don't want to say identity, but a lot of the importance is how, to us, is how we look, and how when we look in the mirror, what we see. And so I was like, how am I going to get on air and do this? And that morning, I remember I called Amy and my husband like, girl, you're going to be great. You're going to be fine. A lot of people are going to connect with this. And then Amy's like, she felt bad for me. She felt a little nervous for me because she would feel nervous if she had to do this. And Zach, I went on air and it was just overwhelming, the love and support that came pouring down. But what really, really got me was everybody has a Bell's palsy moment. That's what blew my mind.
Everyone was chiming in saying like, I have this, or I have this, or I have this medical problem, or
they were just saying, this is how I feel. Like I had one woman say, I'm divorced. My husband left me. I'm staying in bed all day. I feel so bad about myself. And I thought, oh my gosh, all these messages about what people are struggling with. And here's this message of this movement that we're trying to launch called Love Who You Are. And then I added a little tagline onto it, right where you are.
Yeah.
Love who you are, right where you are. That's what God was saying to me. Practice what you preach. Mm-hmm. And to me, I am leaning into this in a big way, although I'm hoping and praying that it's temporary, and I'm told by doctors it is. But even if it isn't, I'm going to practice what I preach. I'm going to love who I am right where I'm at. And that's really, honestly, what gets me excited, because the storm is a redirect. The storm is a focus. The storm is, for lack of a better word, a blessing. That's why we even did this show, Zach, is that we wanted people to level up their lives, embrace their confidence, collect it, live out it, but also to love their life. Because life is hard. It's hard. And a lot of times, these little annoyances, whether it be a medical or financial or relational, whatever your Bell's palsy moment is, it comes to distract. It comes to rob, steal, and kill and destroy. It comes to wear you down. But if we look at it through the lens of loving our life, it is really a redirect. It's a focusing tool. It's something that in spite of, we can love, or if we lean into it, we can use it as an opportunity not only to strengthen ourselves, because things like this make you stronger. I always say, like when I got on air that Wednesday, it was a very vulnerable moment for me. And look, I'm an open book. I'm loud and proud. I say what I mean to say. You would think there would be no hesitation, just people looking out from the outside at my personality. But it was a very vulnerable moment for me. It's a very vulnerable moment for me to sit here in front of you right now and look this way and not be, not being able to smile. I mean, look, y'all, that's my smile. And it's not pretty, but it's mine. And it's where I'm at. And I can't control it. And I can't change it. And maybe where you're at, and I didn't cause it, maybe where you're at, you didn't cause it, you can't change it, and you can't control it. But you can lean into it, and you can love where you're at this moment, despite of it. Despite it. So 2024 is going to be a different kind of year for me. I mean, I was so looking forward to 2024 about December 15th. Now, 2024, I'm not looking forward to it. I'm ready to take and conquer it. I'm ready to lean into 2024 and own it and love my life. I am not going to waste one single minute of my life. And I don't want you to either. If you are dealing, and I'm not going to say if, you are dealing with something. Everybody is, Zach. I mean, and it can be as small as your kids acting up, your grandchildren, being tailholes. It can be, it could be you having a problem in your marriage. It could be you're lonely and want to be married. It can be that you're financially struggling because Lord knows, that's where a lot of people are at today. It could be you're dealing with a medical diagnosis that's disappointing, shocking, or not even promising, right? But this year, join me and a slew of other strong, fierce, amazing, beautiful women, and join our community, and let's love who we are right where we're at. Right? It's time. We can't hold back anymore. We can't say when I get better or when I have more money or when I lose weight or, whatever that is, fill in the blank. Let's not wait anymore. Let's start living and loving the life that we have. And love is not always, hearts and roses and chocolate candies. Sometimes love is a little painful.
It's work.
It's work. It's work. But if you're willing, I know I am. I'm doing it right now. I mean, to be honest with you, Travis was really concerned. Travis was really scared. I've never seen him kind of nervous. Not because my face is, but I've always been so strong. I've always been so present, so there. I've always been so like, suck it up, buttercup. We can do this. You know what I'm saying? And for once, I was, not like wanting to participate in the holidays with my family. I would just sit in my room and, I was then watching nothing. The TV just would be on and I would just be sitting there going, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? So to all my strong women out there that are always having to hold it down for everybody, you are a shero and I love you, but you've got to take care of yourself. I had to learn that the hard way, and I would just lay there in my bed and I just wanted to say, I give up, Uncle. I just wanted to call Uncle and just say, I give up. I'm out. And in a way, I did that. And it was the best thing I could do. So I decided to put on my makeup, put on my lip gloss with a crooked smile and all, and get back in the game. And so whatever your Bell's palsy moment is, get back in the game. Get back in the game. Yeah. Zach, it's been a game changer for me. I had to make the choice, though. I had to make the choice to decide to love who I am right where I'm at. Let's take a break. But after the break, we're going to be talking about how I'm making this mess into my message.
Y'all, I have a new health obsession. I started drinking AG1 every morning and I'm feeling a new boost of energy. AG1 makes me feel more focused because it supports my mental clarity and helps me improve my concentration. If you want to try it for yourself and support the show, then go check out drinkag1.com/KGS to get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Seriously, y'all, I gave AG1 a try and I can totally feel the difference. AG1 supports healthy aging, healthy skin, and healthier hair and nails. I'm laying the groundwork for long-term health. AG1 delivers a daily dose of vitamins, minerals, pre- and probiotics. I drink AG1 every single morning. I just take 1 scoop of AG1, I mix it in my water, and I'm building a powerful, healthy habit that is so simple. AG1 is the supplement I trust to provide the support my body needs every single day. And that's why I'm excited to welcome them as a new partner. If you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase exclusively at drinkag1.com/KGS. That's drinkag1.com/KGS. Y'all check it out, because a healthier you is right around the corner. I absolutely love my Factor meals. And when you support our sponsors like Factor, you're supporting the show so we can keep growing this community of powerful women. Visit factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box. And this is new, y'all. You also get 2 free wellness shots per box while your subscription is active. Factor's delicious, ready-to-eat meals make it easy to eat better every single day. And y'all know I'm busier than a one-armed paper hanger, and I used to go through the drive-thrus almost every day to get a fast meal. But now, Factor's chef-crafted yummy meals have changed the way I eat completely. Factor has made me healthier, and their calorie-smart meals are helping me keep my weight off. And they only take 2 minutes to heat up. And I have restaurant-quality food that's delicious and dietitian-approved. So head on over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off your first box and 2 free wellness shots per box while your subscription is active.
You said something in your live stream the other day that really took me aback, and it was that you said that you were almost glad that this happened to you. Can you talk to that, speak to that?
Well, the word almost is key. Okay. I mean, I ain't some like spiritual arrived person. I'm telling y'all, I'm so not arrived. It's not even funny. Like, I'm so like, I'm lost as an Easter egg 99% of the time. People don't believe that about me, but it's the truth. People say, oh, Kim's got it together. I ain't got nothing together. So when I'm saying almost glad, almost is emphasized all caps. Because the reason I say that is because it's made me stop and slow down. I had a friend call me this morning. He's a dear friend. His name's Lawrence Therian. And he called me and said, this is God telling you to take a beat. And I said, yeah, you're completely right. Because I was working myself to death. And a lot of us are doing that. And a lot of us are, I'm a workaholic. Zach, you're a workaholic.
Oh, yeah.
I come from a long line of workaholic. Hello, I'm Jim Gravel, and I'm a workaholic. A lot of us are recovering workaholics in busy bees. A lot of people don't want to be bored, or they don't want to take time to just stop and smell the roses. And that's me. Full disclosure, that's me. But this forced slowdown is what I'm glad for. Thursday, I sat in bed, and I only sat at my desk for 3 hours. It was so amazing. And I took 2 naps, and I didn't go to my son's basketball game because they have 5,000 a week. And I said, you know what, Travis, I'm going to skip this one. I'm going to stay at home and rest. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. Now, we won the game, and I'm glad the kids won the game. But honestly, I didn't really miss it. It was nice just to take an evening and just read a book alone. So when I say I'm almost glad this happened, I'm not glad and happy about how it's painful, and it's really altered my smile, because I do miss smiling. I do. But I'm glad that it has made me present and understand that it's just but a vapor. We're here for a short amount of time. And sometimes, whatever your slowdown is, some people might need to pick up the pace. You know what I'm saying? Some people need to push. Some people need to slow down. Some people need to stand up. Some people need to cut it off. Ooh, some people need to cut something off. A relationship, a habit, whatever. I used to love my fast food, Zach. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I love me some Chick-fil-A. Do you drive through a lot? Did you ever drive through a lot?
A lot. When I was working in TV,
right,
all the time. Yeah, especially on the road. You don't eat well on the road. Are you don't kidding me?
You can't. No. You can't. But you start saying, some people have to cut some things off. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, whatever that almost glad thing you've got going on, that thorn in your side, maybe it's speaking to you. The challenges we're going through don't have to tear us down. They can be the stepping stones to take us higher. Not only is it a lesson through this struggle, but there's a blessing on the other side of it. So if you're ready to join me on this journey in 2024 of loving who you are right where you're at, and some of you might say, Kim, I'm not ready. But do you think you could learn to love who you are right where you're at? Some people are like, I'm ready, Freddie. Uncle, let's go. I got you, Kim. I'm there with you. And some people are like, I don't know. This sounds like a bunch of little hot hocus pocus nonsense. Like, oh, girl, you're just trying to be positive. I'm not talking about not recognizing the struggle. I'm talking about the struggle being your friend. And some of you might be saying, Kim, I can't say I'm there yet, but I'm willing to learn to love who I am right where I'm at. If that is you, you are in the right place. And you know what I love? I want to hear what your Bell's palsy moment is. Maybe, Zach, when I tell you I have gotten hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people commenting what their Bell's palsy moment is. It's to the point where I'm like, does everybody have something? We all got something. We all got something, Zach.
Yep. Every single person's got something.
We got something.
So send us an email, leave us a voicemail, go to our
please.
website, kimgravelshow.com, send us a message, tell us. And maybe we'll talk about it on the show, because that's what we're doing this season, right? This season is all about loving who you are. It's all about living that message.
As the season goes on, we will be talking about how to do that and what that looks like. I'm not talking about a bunch of narcissists, okay? And let me tell you something, people. This is what Bell's palsy. Let me tell you something, people. The world is full of people who are obsessed with themselves. But let me tell you something. Sometimes you can celebrate the struggle a little bit too much too. See, to me, the Bell's palsy is not important. I don't focus on that anymore and how I look. I focus on who it touches now. I did not realize there was such power in the problem.
Yeah, power in the problem. I like that, Kim.
But it's true, right? There's such power in our problems because it connects us. It draws us together. Really, like, okay, let me give you an example. Like, you might not have the same faith I have, or you might not have the same ethnicity as I have, or you might not live in the same region as I have, or you might not think the way I think. But what we all have in common is struggle. We all got that. Struggle unites us. See, that's what we can relate to each other on. There's where your connection comes in. None of us have it together. None of us are absent of struggle. And every struggle matters. Pain is pain. It don't matter what it is. I mean, I had one young woman. This is great. I love this. I had one young woman reach out. Says, Miss Kim, she was young. She was in college. She was like, I saw your live and I'm praying for you about your Bell's palsy, but I failed my final in college. There was an English final or a lit class she had, and she failed her final. And she said, I've got to retake the class now, because I didn't notice that. But sometimes these college classes, all you have is one test at the end of the semester. Yep. Did you know that?
I've had classes like that. I've had a class where 100% of the grade was one test at the end, and that was it.
Oh,
it was terrible.
You know, and I thought to myself, gosh, we're all struggling with something. All of us. And that's what unites us. So this is what this community, the Love Who You Are community, is all about. We're here to lift each other up. We're here to struggle together, and we're here to love who we are right where we're at. So y'all buckle up, because we're going to do it this season. Bell's palsy and all. Zach, this might not come back. The doctor said it would, but don't start Googling all your ailments online, because if you do that, I was like, oh my God, this could last right. Kim MD.
Don't do Kim MD. I don't think Kim MD is a very good idea.
I'll take a bit.
Not that you wouldn't be a good MD.
I would be an awful MD. You do not want me doing your medical stuff. Now, if you want me to beat your face and put some makeup on you and you lip gloss, that I could do.
There you go. You could do. That you could do.
I could do.
No, just don't look up your medical stuff online. Kim, can I ask you a question? Yeah. How much did was there like a voice inside your head, like that negative voice inside your head that started coming up and getting really loud when this happened?
Yeah. Well, it gets loud all the time, anytime. So, but I mean, I guess what really hit me was like, this is my career. This is my livelihood. And I started seeing everything slip away and go away. The fear was speaking louder than the faith.
Yeah.
It's so funny how fear is a liar. Fear is nothing but a big fat liar. And liars don't tell the truth, and they distract from what's the truth. And that's exactly what fear does.
Yeah.
And so anytime I start getting fearful that my face won't come back, I start really thinking of the things that I love about my life, which is I do miss my smile, but I can still laugh. I still can make people laugh. Even with the crooked smile. That's got to make some people laugh, me just doing that. So, I mean, there's a
Feel
lot that's, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot there's a lot to be grateful for. So in fear and gratefulness, anxiety and gratefulness, depression and gratefulness cannot coexist. So I have to start thinking, gosh, I'm grateful that kid come and be and do my job on TV. It's with Bell's palsy. But not only that, I'm grateful that people connect with the message and that people are saying, Kim, this is what I'm struggling with. Like, I'm so grateful the connection is still there. And it really has nothing to do with my faith and everything to do with my heart.
This episode is sponsored by ZocDoc, where you can find and book a top doctor for free. Check them out at ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the app for free. Because when you support our sponsors, you're supporting this show. And y'all, when it comes to your health, you can't make any compromises. Like right now, I'm dealing with Bell's palsy on the left side of my face. And when something like this happens, it's so important to get the care you need. But y'all, it's hard to find good doctors out there. I mean, who has referrals? This is the perfect place to come and get the referral you need in your location. It's easy as putting in your zip code and what you're dealing with your health needs. And that's why I'm so glad ZocDoc is our sponsor, because if you're dealing with your own medical issue, then ZocDoc can help you. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly, y'all, book your appointments with them online. I went to ZocDoc.com/Kim and it is so easy. I put in Bell's palsy and my zip code, and then it showed me over 100 top doctors with verified reviews. And it even showed me their appointment calendar so I could just make the appointment right away. My first search took 10 seconds and they didn't even ask me for any personal information to do the search. So don't settle when it comes to your health. Go for the best and find the right doctor for you. With ZocDoc, you can book your appointment immediately with a doctor that you can trust, because all of the ratings are from real verified patients. You can even filter for your doctors who take your insurance and for specialists who treat your condition. I've tried ZocDoc and you should too. Go to ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc, ZocDoc.com/Kim, ZocDoc.com/Kim, and get the doctor and the health care you need.
Do you think that you would have been able to go on TV with Bell's palsy, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, before we were sort of in this moment of social media where we sort of relate to people on a different way and we see people's struggles a little more publicly?
I don't know. I don't know, Zach. That's a good question. I don't know if it's I think the timing is right, but I don't know why it's happened now, but I don't think I would have done it if I hadn't been forced to get on TV and do it. Like, I had no choice.
Right.
You know, and I will say that sometimes a lot of us don't have a choice. I mean, if you've been diagnosed with breast cancer, you don't have a choice. You have to soldier through. You have to, really find your way through the struggle. You're in the weeds and you got to find your way out. But the great thing about it is there are lessons of loving who you are through the whole process. Again, I'm going to go back to what, that still small voice God whispered to my spirit. He said, girl, you got to practice what you preach. It's easy to say, love who you are, girl, when you seemingly have everything all together. Which none of us do, but, this has put a kink in it. And I truly can say I do love who I am, but I'm having to do it right where I'm at. And that can be a little bit more challenging.
Yeah.
See, that's great. The whole time we were developing the line, and I was like, love who you are. You said, love yourself. Love who you are. And me in my little flamboyant rick-rack way. I was like, girl, love who you are. But when you add on right where you're at, that's when it gets hard. The right where you're at part came when the Bell's palsy came. I never said right where you at until this happened to me.
That's the realness.
Right?
That's the moment that you were forced to live it. Right. Yeah.
it's easy to say, love who you are and be positive. But when you say right where you're at, that's where that's where the metal hits the pedal hits the metal. What is that called? The metal hits the pedal. What is that?
Where the rubber hits the road?
The rubber hits the road.
Kim, I want to show you something. I want your take on something. Now that we're talking about this, we're talking about your smile. There's a famous smile that I've been thinking about a lot, and I want to get your take. And I want to know, do you think that the Mona Lisa maybe had Bell's palsy?
I don't know. She looks pretty even to me.
I don't know. She's
pretty though. Isn't she pretty?
She's pretty.
Was she a real person, or was that just a made up? Like, I
think it was a real person. Yeah.
Okay. Or that was his fantasy woman or something. So she's a real person. Okay.
I think so.
She looked like she had Bell's palsy. She looked like she's like, let me tell you something. These boys don't clean their house and flush the toilets and do what they're supposed to do. They do the homework. I'm out of here.
Oh my gosh. I'm coughing because I just recovered from COVID. We've had it rough this year so far, Kim. It's been a hard 2024 so far.
I don't know. I'm telling you, 2024 has been like this. But we're going to get there, y'all. We're going to do it together. We're going to do it together.
Just tell me, because I know everyone's curious, what's coming up with Love Who You Are? I know, we're talking about that message a lot this season on the podcast, but you have this new brand. What's coming up for the brand? What can people look forward to?
Love Who You Are is a lifestyle brand, y'all, and it's going to have podcasts, inspirational books. We've got a home line launching, a holiday line launching, a lot of different lifestyle elements. But the message to me is what's the most important, because with this limited amount of time we have, and it is limited. I was sitting with my mom and dad Friday at breakfast, and my dad said, I've just been thinking a lot. I hope I'm here to see, his youngest grandson, Brantley, graduate. And, that's like 8 years from now. And he's 78. And I thought to myself, wow. And he leaned over and he goes, I don't know where the time went, Kim. And I thought, that's how short it is. It goes by so fast not to love it. And we have to remind ourselves to love it.
Yeah. Because
we're living it every day. And we get in that monotonous and that grind. And some of us are in the struggles. All of us are really. We're in those struggles and we're focusing on the struggle. But we've got to focus on what we love about our lives more. Because like my dad said, I hope I have it. I hope I have another 7 or 8 years. Because it goes like that. So why not have fun? Why not love it? All love it. Right where we're at.
Give me some tunes, honey. Give me some music, Bobo Kitty.
You got deep there, Kim.
Well, look, let's close it with this.
This episode is sponsored by your slow and steady friend, Gravity. In 2024, it seems like everyone is trying to go to space. And Gravity wants you to know that it is here for you. And in 2024, choose Earth. Stay right here. So all your lady parts can slowly sag to the floor, just like the rest of us.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
How do you find your creativity?
You're finally seeing the peace of God that lies in you and lies in all people.
So many people listening can relate to this.
I never have to be in another room again where somebody is mistreating me.
Brene Brown, she just as great as I think she is.
Mom, you're on with Kim Gravel.
Oh my God. This has affected my bowel movements. I'm not trying to have no scary clown. That's the biggest honking lie.
This is my favorite thing I've ever done in my life.
Welcome to the Kim Gravel Show. I am so glad you are here. We have a fantastic show for you today. We have the award-winning podcaster and musician, Lauren LoGrasso. She's here to talk to us about creativity and how you can achieve your creative goals, because we've all got them. So let's welcome Lauren.
Lauren LoGrasso.
Oh my gosh. That is the best thing.
We spare no expense.
The production value. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was walking into an incredible Grammy Award-winning studio. Hello. Welcome to me.
Yes. Only the best
I mean,
for
if
you.
we could win a
Don't you need
Grammy, that would be great, Lauren. Can we speak that into the world?
Yes,
I
we're
don't even
speaking
know if
it.
We're
calling it
category,
down.
But yeah.
Listen, Zach, we can win a Grammy just for our introductions, right? Like the best introduction in a podcast goes to, right? There we go.
I'm not kidding you. They do have awards like that. You should really think of submitting. I've never seen anyone else who does that before, by the way. And I've seen a lot.
And Lauren, that's saying a lot coming from you, because you've seen a lot of podcasts. I mean, you produce a lot of great podcasts. Can I ask you a personal question, Lauren?
Please.
Do you like the producer's hat? That's not a fair question. Is the producer's hat a permanent place for you? Or do you think it's a stepping stone, babe, to what's coming for you?
I think it's a stepping stone. The part of the producer's hat that I like is seeing people. So that's the part that feels really true to me.
The connection. Yeah.
The connection, seeing people, helping them see themselves. I love holding a mirror up to people so that they can just see their innate goodness and beauty.
Come on.
That's what I love about it. I fell into producing. Like I wanted to be a host, and then producing kind of just took off because I do love connecting with people. I love seeing people. I always have these ideas coming down. And so it was natural to share them. And I'm truly obsessed with audio. Like I just think it is the greatest way to connect, because
it
allows, yeah, right, Kim? It allows the listener to become part of the creative process, because they're envisioning, oh, I could be like the fourth person in the room. I could be in there with Lauren, Kim, and Zach. And so, but no, like you're an incredibly intuitive human being. You picked up on the fact that it's a step, but I don't think it's the ultimate final step for me.
Right. Because you'd mentioned that you'd had some big realizations, right? Because your podcast is you've got to go listen to Lauren's podcast, download it, listen to it, every episode that drops, because you had some big realizations about self-respect and self-love as of late. And really coincides with this Unleash Your Creativity. Can you share a little bit about that? Because there's so many people that I want that. I want self-love and self-respect.
Well, I've been taking this amazing course with a woman named Victoria Song. I don't know. I've had her on my podcast. She's incredible. And she helps people build their businesses, not through like, here's 10 tips you need to build your business. She helps them build their businesses through healing. And so I've been taking a course with her. It's actually a course about loving yourself and like having a better relationship with your body, which I know you've been on a journey with that too, Kim, as have I this past year. And it's interesting how everything involves everything all the time. Like nothing is just one thing. It's all connected.
It's all connected. Yeah.
So through this course, we've been doing a lot of healing of trauma. And something I've realized is how many rooms that I have been in where either somebody else, like I was a younger person and somebody else allowed me to be, and I'm using this word like liberally, but like abused, like emotionally, or in a toxic environment, or with a bully, and normalized it. Or in my adulthood, how many times I've been in a room with somebody else who has been that person to me, and I have silenced myself and just said, it's okay. And what I've realized through this course is I never have to be in another room again where somebody doesn't stand up for me if somebody is mistreating me, because I can always be my own advocate. And
Absolutely.
I never, ever again have to be in a room, and because somebody has a little piece of good to them, normalize them treating me badly. And so that's the piece of self-respect. And I also don't ever have to treat myself badly again. There's no like glory in that. I think there was a long time where I thought if I am self-critical and I'm bad to myself, then I'm going to grow more. I actually don't respond to that technique.
No one does. Lauren, no one does. We're not built to. We're not built to.
Right.
We endure it, but we don't. Can I just say, too, that I love this because so many people listening can relate to this. You remember that phrase, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me? That's the biggest honking lie saying I have ever heard. Words hurt. I'd rather be plummeted by a stone than someone calling me out of my name.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because, and this is the thing, anybody listening, Lauren, I hope people are really listening to you right now with this realization that you've just had, because if you can't control what people say to you, but you can control what gets down inside of you. And you can clap back. And I don't mean that in an angry way, but I remember there was a time where my very best friend, Amy, there was a guy coming at her, like really talking down to her. We were all sitting, it was in a studio situation. And she just looked at him with this deadpan face. And she says, point duly noted, move on. And I thought, dang girl, because let me tell you something, sucker. I would have gone, a different route that would have been a little bit more volatile. But like, we can always say that to people who are talking down to us, Lauren. Point duly noted, move on.
Right. Yeah, that is 100. I mean, good on Amy. So true. And
so true.
Another thing I've really been thinking about lately is if I can't love myself and love this other person at the same time, then that is not a place for me. That is not a room for me to be in. That is not a relationship for me to be in. If loving this person, whatever that relationship is, sacrifices my love and respect for myself, then that is not a partnership that I can be in.
Mm-mm. Oh, okay, girl. You said that everyone has a life thesis statement. Love that. What is that?
For me, or what is a life thesis statement?
Just everything. So you, that, this, us. I love that so much. And I agree with you.
I think it's what you call purpose, Kim, and finding your why. I just call it a life thesis statement because I always liked that, phraseology from English class. But to me, the life thesis is one thing that everything in your life runs through. And that is, what you would call the why, what I'd call the life thesis or your creative thesis. And it makes it a lot easier to figure out what the right next step is when you have that one thesis that everything in your life, every decision, every relationship, every business partnership you go into has to run through. And then you have a very easy yes or no.
Yeah. And to me, don't you think that's the crux of don't you think that's the big get is to have that thesis statement, to know your why?
For sure. And when I coach people on it, I usually ask them, I specifically say it in regard to podcasting, but it really works for any sort of purpose you're trying to find. I believe it's usually the midpoint between your greatest pain and your greatest joy.
Amen. That's hands up and an amen right there. Abso-freaking-lutely. And it sits right there in that sweet spot for sure. Okay. So life thesis statement, but I like what you talk about creativity let me ask you this first.
Yeah.
Is everybody creative?
Yes. Creativity is our birthright.
Ooh. So when people say, I'm not creative, that they're lying to themselves, right?
Well, I think that our society defines creativity so narrowly. The way I define creativity is anytime you see nothing and you create something. So you have a vision in your mind's eye and then you make it come to be in the world. So creativity could be coming up with a recipe. Creativity could be parenting your children in a new way that was different from the way that your parents parented you. It's not defining it so narrowly. And this is an interesting thing because I know you're a woman of faith. Back in the day, they used to think it was like sacrilegious to call yourself creative because God was supposed to be the only one that was creative. But if you really believe that we are made in the image of God, then we are all creative because we come from a creative source. So It really is, to me, creativity is calling in your own divinity. And to say I am creative or I am a creative means that you're finally seeing the peace of God that lies in you and lies in all people.
And why is that such a powerful force?
Because everything that exists was once imagined. So, and that's a Wayne Dyer quote, but it's something I really live by. Because we come from it. Like if we can't claim our creativity, we can't really embrace our full selves. We can't really love ourselves, trust ourselves, and know ourselves. Like I think one hand washes the other. The more we love, trust, and know ourselves, the more creative we'll be. And the more we admit we're creative and know that we are innately a creative being, the more we'll love, trust, and know ourselves. So to me, it's just this innate part of life that if we're denying, we're missing out on so much of who we are and so much of the beauty around us.
And so much of the value that we add.
Yes.
Because creativity has its own DNA. It's not like what you can create, Lauren, and what I can create, although it might seem similar with our podcast, but it's so completely different. It has completely different DNA. That's the beauty. It's what I'm trying to say is creativity is an endless well. You're always drawing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we think sometimes that my husband says this so great. Because my kids play team sports and they play basketball, and their situation that they are with some of their coaches, they're pitting the boys up against each other. They don't even know they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's just that competitive.
Yeah.
And it's such a waste because the team is so good. And if they played as a team and each of them stood in their own creativity and in their own talents working together, they would be, state champs. But my husband says this so brilliantly. He says, they follow the one blessing rule where there's only enough spaces. There are only enough seats at the table. There's only that one blessing where in reality, the blessings are pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Is that how you look at creativity too, Lauren?
Yes, because we all have something to offer. And to your point, Kim, like even if you and I had the exact same thesis statement, we're not going to live it in the same way because we are different people. And creativity is beautiful because it also, that's why I do believe it's connected to self-love, self-trust, and self-knowledge. The authenticity that I bring through my creativity is different than the authenticity that you'll bring through your creativity. And that's why two people can do the exact same thing, maybe even say almost the same things, but it's not the same thing because you're bringing your own unique humanity through it. And that's why we need every single person to claim their creativity, because we need some creative solutions to the problems of the world.
Amen, honey. And I would say, how do you come to that place for yourself? Like, how do you find your creativity? Because, we're in this new year and I know people are like, what's next? We always get to these resolutions, which I hate. I hate the resolutions, but I love making them now. I love me some little journaling and vision boards. I'm all into it. But how do we call forth our creativity inside of us, ourselves? How do we do that, Lauren?
I think number one is just knowing that you have a right to. So, very
permission.
Boldly saying, I believe I'm creative. Creativity is my birthright. And actually believing that, like letting that settle in your body. And then there's some tactical things you can do. I mean, journaling honestly is a really good one. I love it too. I'm trying to reframe journaling from something that like I have to do to a devotional practice. And that has really helped me because there's something called the morning pages. Julia Cameron is someone I've had on my show 3 times. I'm going to have her on a 4th time this January. And she does this thing called the morning pages, which helps just kind of unlock and bring the creativity through you. And that is so helpful. But a lot of times I can look at that like a job. So instead of looking at it like that, I'm trying to look at it as a devotion, as something that I do to allow myself to get quiet, to hear the voices, and so I can be more myself. Another thing that really helps is tracing the lines back to when you were a little kid. Like, what did you do naturally that people at that point were encouraging before you had any conditioning on you, before you had any limitations on you? What were you called to? Maybe it won't be that exact thing, but it's the foundation of whatever that thing was. Like, Kim, I know you talk about how you went about the talent show and how you figured out from that, what was the foundation of what my purpose would be and what my creativity would be. So looking back to when you were a little kid, how were you on the playground? How did you interact with people? What did you love? What did you do that nobody told you to do that you did just because you loved it? These are
That's
the
right.
clues that you can start to see to start to unleash your creative and your creative life.
And it's threaded through your entire life. I mean, it's always calling you. I say it's so funny, like the call is coming from inside the house, like those horror movies. Right. It's always like inside. It's been haunting you for your whole entire life. It truly has. Your calling is always this. For lack of a better word, it's this nagging. Hey, hello, remember me? Always. Y'all, I have a new health obsession. I started drinking AG1 every morning, and I'm feeling a new boost of energy. AG1 makes me feel more focused because it supports my mental clarity and helps me improve my concentration. If you want to try it for yourself and support the show, then go check out drinkag1.com/KGS to get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Seriously, y'all, I gave AG1 a try and I can totally feel the difference. AG1 supports healthy aging, healthy skin, and healthier hair and nails. I'm laying the groundwork for long-term health. AG1 delivers a daily dose of vitamins, minerals, pre- and probiotics. I drink AG1 every single morning. I just take 1 scoop of AG1, I mix it in my water, and I'm building a powerful, healthy habit that is so simple. AG1 is the supplement I trust to provide the support my body needs every single day. And that's why I'm excited to welcome them as a new partner. If you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase exclusively at drinkag1.com/KGS. That's drinkag1.com/KGS. Y'all check it out, because a healthier you is right around the corner. You produce so many powerhouse women. Brené Brown, girl, I love her. Is she just as great as I think she is?
She really is. And I feel like she would love you so much.
Oh, I already love her.
Really connect.
I think we're best friends already. I mean, in my head at least.
It's happening.
And Glennon Doyle, I mean, all these women, these powerhouse women, what is it like working with these women? Like, what have you gleaned from it? What have you learned from them? Just being their producer.
I mean, I think different things from each person. The number one thing I've gleaned from Glennon is community and building community. Yeah, she's so good at that. And it's from such an authentic place. And like, I have watched her, she would literally never put anything out that she did not feel serves her purpose, like serves her like greater life purpose and serves the community. And so that has been the number one takeaway from her. From Brené, just like total authenticity in all areas. Like just see, and this is true with both of them and everyone I've worked with, but being the same everywhere. I mean, it's the same with you, Kim. Like the person that was on like with me before we started recording was the same person that was on with me once we started recording.
Oh yeah.
And I think these people that make it and have staying power, it's that they're not different in different areas. Like it's not
they're
like
who they are.
They're who they are across all areas. So what I've really learned is authenticity is key, treating people really well. You can have high standards and still be very kind, and also how to build community.
Oh, hello, that's that's your book. The path to success. Those are the ways to go. Okay. So before we got on this podcast, you sent me an email with some photos. Zach, can you pull these photos up? This made my whole flipping month. Okay, pull them up.
I'm so
pull
happy.
Up these photos, people. Lauren and I are close, and we didn't even know it. Let me show you why. Oh, girl, that's the Aloha top. Who is that gorgeous diva?
This gorgeous diva would be my mother, Joanne Roboto.
I knew that was your mother.
She is, sporting her Aloha top in front of our white Christmas tree. This is a Christmas tree in the family room, just so you know. We do have a green one in the living room. I know you were concerned.
Okay, this tree is everything.
Love this tree. Like,
is this recently?
This is Kim, this is yesterday. By the way, I want you to know, last night I'm preparing for the interview. So I interviewed Kim on my show this morning, and then we did, we're doing a podcast swap because we want to bring our people to each other because we think they deserve each other because they're wonderful humans. And so my mom has, first of all, never been more excited about anything I've done in my life than interviewing you and being interviewed by you. Like, she was all in. She sent me 15 text messages. By the way, I didn't even tell you this. She sent me videos that she took on her phone of you on QVC. So I could watch you on QVC, like iPhone videos. So I have about 17 videos of you from your 5 most recent QVC appearances. And then 6 or 7 photos of her in different tops, all in different poses in different parts of the house.
Oh, so, my gosh. She did a modeling photo shoot.
She did a photo shoot. Actually, she had her sister over, and her sister came and Karen.
She's got the pose.
Karen took
this is a model pose.
She is gorgeous.
Right
no, but look
I
at this
taught her
woman.
How to do this, the arm pose.
Lauren, the hair. This woman's hair should. I want her hair.
I need you to know this was the second text that came out after it. She goes, "The top is Belle by Kim Gravel, woven aloha poncho. I also have her peak scalloped 5-inch shorts. I have her triple luxe pet denim straight leg jeans. I have several of her maxi dresses in coral black leopard. I have multiples of all of them." And then just
I love the accent.
thousands of text messages.
She's getting ready to get a big old box of Belle. Okay. So I need to get her address when we get off of this.
Oh my gosh. She's going to be thrilled. Like, that is the best gift ever.
And her sister.
Oh my gosh. Karen too. This will be wonderful.
Yeah, Karen too.
Lauren,
Karen, I'm hooking you up.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
We've been doing a lot of phone calls on this show. Do you think we could try to call your mom right now?
Honestly, I would love that. Let me get her on. Let me get Joanna. She's going to be like, "Hello, how'd it go?" She's so excited.
Oh my gosh, I love this so much.
Mom, you're on with Kim Gravel.
You what?
You're on with Kim Gravel and Zach.
Oh my gosh. Is this Kim and Zach? This is Kim Gravel, Zach? Oh my gosh. I'm so excited.
Yes,
girl. What an honor. Oh my gosh. I am thrilled. Oh my gosh. That's so sweet. I can't believe you called me. Oh my gosh. Kim, I love you. I love you. I love you. You're amazing. You know that I tape all of your shows just if I know I'm not going to be home. I tape them and watch them later. Not only to buy your clothes, but also just because you're just so entertaining and you lift me up and you make me feel better and happy. And honestly, you are just such a joy to watch. I'm going to let you talk.
Okay, let me just tell you, first of all, your daughter is phenomenal. Like, big things for this girl. I don't even know. You should be so proud. But can I just tell you what's more important? Your hair, lady. These pictures, you have the best hair.
Oh my gosh. I do. Thank you. Well, you know, it's colored. I color it, you know.
Mom, I think we're all in that camp here.
In fact,
maybe not Zach.
Kim, I think you look beautiful. Every time I see you, your hair looks great. You look beautiful. You're always picture perfect. And I love
I'm lucky.
Go ahead.
I was going to tell you, I'm lucky to have a bra on right now. I'm lucky to have my bra on right now. So I will take whatever you can give me. Thank you.
You look beautiful all the time. And I thank you for the compliments for Lauren. You know, I thank God every day for letting me be her mom. You know, she is, just has always, since the time, such a beautiful heart and soul. And thank you so much for, seeing her and recognizing it, acknowledging that. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And she was so excited to do your, have you on her podcast today and vice versa. And I was so excited. I was jumping up and down when she told me. Oh my God.
Mom, I told Kim this might be the most excited you've been about anything I've done in my entire career. This is a big moment for you.
That is the truth. I mean, I think you are completely amazing, Kim.
Well, the feeling is mutual.
And Zach, I hear wonderful, wonderful things about you as well.
Oh, thank you. I want to ask a question now. Just change the subject a little bit. We're all amazing, and we all know that.
Yeah,
but
we've got great taste.
I would be charged with a crime if I didn't have someone's mother on the show and not ask them for an embarrassing story about
Agreed, Zach.
our guest. So do you have anything like from Lauren's childhood that might embarrass her that we can talk about in the show?
Mom, don't
Oh my
worry. You're
God.
off the hook. I won't be mad at you, but just don't do anything gross. That's all I ask.
I don't know if this is embarrassing, but it was so cute when she was like 3.5 years old and my cousin had a dance studio. On stage, Lauren was sort of like doing it like her own way. And it was the cutest thing. It was
Well,
so
they said
cute
that
and so
everybody
funny.
else was like in tandem doing the dance moves. And then I was off on the other side of the stage doing my own interpretive
As you
dance.
should. As you should. That's perfect because she's still standing out like that. I'm telling you, this girl has got big things ahead of her. But now I know why, because I'm talking to her mother, who is a legend.
She
not
is.
only do you have good hair,
Oh.
you can talk, girl. You know how to communicate.
I always say my
my
mom is
God.
the true star of the family. We're just here to support her and maybe do a few things in the meantime. But she's my cash cow. I'm trying to be like the anti-stage mom. I'm trying to be a stage daughter. I'm trying to see if I can make her a star and then
You
ride
can.
her coattails.
You can.
I
You
love
can
that.
totally
That's my
ride her
goal.
coattails. And I'm going to tell you, woman, I'm sending you a box full of Bell. You and your sister is coming your way. Make sure I get your address before we hang up.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I love your
I'm
clothes,
not kidding
Kim.
you.
God bless you. I love your clothes so much. Not only are they beautiful and they make me look younger, but you know what? They're so comfortable. I love
Comfortable.
everything
Yeah.
you do is so amazing. And that's so incredibly kind and generous. And thank you.
When we get off, I'll make sure you got to text Zach or me or somebody your size, your sister's size, and I got to pack it up, baby.
That is so sweet. Well, I'm trying to lose weight, but I mean, honestly, your
We
clothes,
all are.
I've got a couple different sizes, and they all everything just fits and looks so beautiful. I mean, you're amazing. You're completely
thing.
amazing.
Like,
You're
when you can-
gorgeous.
When you can make somebody feel good at any weight, at any body size, that is
That's it.
so incredible.
It's a
And I
blessing.
know
It's a
that's
blessing.
what I said, Mom. I'm like, you are not one to just like voluntarily pose for a photo. So I know the power
No.
of what Kim's clothes do for people. It's not that they're just
Mm.
beautiful clothes. They are. But it's what you endow women with when they put them
Mm.
on. That is the true power of what you do.
Well,
Yeah.
y'all need to come back and be on.
that's-
Y'all making me feel good.
They make me feel so good. Thank you. That you're so kind and you're so sweet and you lift me up and God bless you. And when I wear your clothes, I feel better about myself. I feel more beautiful. I feel, younger. I feel like cool.
Oh my gosh.
So-
No, that's the best. Did you hear that, Lauren? We are cool.
Hi, Kim
I
Gravel.
am cool.
You'll feel cool.
I just want to give your mom
Uh-oh.
a round of applause.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh,
We love you,
thank
girl.
you. I love you. God bless you, Zach. God bless you, Kim.
Love
See
you,
you later.
Mommy. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. God bless you all. Love you. Thank you so
Love
much.
you, baby.
Love you.
Bye.
All
Bye.
right, bye. Okay. Your mom,
Right?
That was
is my
everything.
new best
That was
friend.
everything.
Lauren, I know where you get it from, girl.
I mean, learn from the best. Truly.
I don't
She's the
know.
best
We
in
might
the
have to
biz.
hire her, Zach. We might have to hire her.
Yeah.
I'm not
And
kidding
honestly-
you. She would be a great brand ambassador for you because when she believes in something, as you can hear, she just can't stop. Like it's a limitless flood of, oh my gosh, you need this in your life. And if you don't have this in your life, your
I
life
mean,
won't be that great because
that's
you
the
need this in
QVC.
your life.
She should be a QVC presenter. That sounds to me.
Y'all,
like,
I'm giving this. She is going to have 2 boxes of clothes and makeup and stuff, and it's on like Donkey Kong. Don't ever think things can't happen on flip on a dime. It's happening. All right, y'all, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to play a game of agree or disagree with Lauren. I mean, should we call your mom again too? Maybe so. Stay tuned.
Y'all, I'm 52 years old and I've tried a lot of anti-aging products that don't deliver. And that's why I'm glad OneSkin is sponsoring the show this week, because they are the real deal Holyfield, y'all. I use OneSkin on my body and it really, really works. It's so easy to use. My skin feels great and it looks amazing. For a limited time, our listeners will get an exclusive 15% off their first OneSkin purchase by using the code Kim at oneskin.co. OneSkin works because it's backed by science. It uses a proprietary OS1 peptide, and y'all, peptides are so good for the skin. That's been proven to help reduce the buildup of cells that contribute to skin aging. So if you want healthier, younger-looking skin with fewer lines and wrinkles and reduced age spots, then you'll need to try this and try it right now. OneSkin is more than skincare. It's about skin longevity. OneSkin targets the root causes of aging to help you look and feel your best at every single age. Get started today with 15% off using code Kim at oneskin.co. That's 15% off of oneskin.co with the code Kim. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. So support our show and tell them I sent you. And it's time to expect more from your skincare routine. Invest in your health and your skin with OneSkin. It's changed mine.
Okay, Lauren, we do a little game at the end. I could talk to you forever, but, your mom dropped mic. It's over. I mean, there's nothing more to say.
What can you do? Couldn't top that.
Can't do anything. So we're just going to play a game. So This is agree or disagree. So I'm going to read a statement and you tell me if you agree or disagree. Okay?
Okay.
Don't think about it. Just whatever comes up, comes out.
All right.
I've already broke my New Year's resolutions.
Agree.
Okay. Dogs are better than cats.
Agree.
Ooh, okay. A little shade
That was
there.
quick. That was fast.
That was a quick.
No
that was not even no
thinking about
thinking. Mm-mm.
I don't like that cats make you work for their affection. Like, I
They
would
are
rather
very
have
high
somebody who
maintenance.
just loves me as I am and doesn't make me have to prove myself.
I don't have time for that either.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. I own too many pairs of shoes.
Disagree. I actually need more shoes. I wear the same boots like every day.
Okay.
I at least need a couple different pairs of boots.
Do you wear those boots for comfort or because you just is lack of fashion and you don't have enough fashionable shoes?
It's for comfort. So
Okay,
I think I
so
need more shoes that are comfortable and cute. I do have a lot of shoes, but they're not in the rotation very much.
Should
So I think I need a
should that
couple
be my
more.
next brand? I think that should be my next brand. We'll call it the
Yes.
Lauren. Okay, here we go. Is it okay to wear socks with sandals? Agree or disagree?
I wish it was, but disagree. It's not. I love socks. So I really wish it was, but it's not. Disagree.
It's not. My kids do it
Yeah.
though. The kids are doing it.
I do it.
The
I
kids are doing
know.
it.
I know. I used to do it when I was a kid too. I actually like have a lot of
Yeah.
horrifying pictures of myself in Birkenstocks with sandals and capri pants. If you can envision that, like a little poor baby 10-year-old Lauren, just capri pants, socks, and Birkenstocks.
Got it.
But because those images are singed into my head and I'm so horrified by them, I just can't get behind the socks with sandals thing.
It's the trauma. It's the trauma.
The
of it all.
trauma. It's a real trigger for me.
Okay. I still consider Pluto a planet. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
I have firm beliefs on this. I totally agree.
Agree.
What is
You
wrong?
can't just
You
take
can't just
a planet away.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. Who the heck said it was not a planet
100%
anymore?
Agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
mean,
like you're just
that
going to
is-
make that the headline? This is no longer a planet? I'm sorry.
I
I
grew
learned the
up with
song.
Pluto.
There are 9 moving planets in our solar system: Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Tiny, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus, Neptune, tiny Pluto, and a galaxy of stars. Meet the planets. You're going to tell me we're going to take out tiny Pluto from that? Absolutely not.
What about Uranus? Is Uranus still a planet?
Absolutely.
It is.
I think so. I haven't heard any breaking headlines on that. Did they say
I just
it's not?
wanted to say Uranus 4 times. That's all.
Yeah, Uranus is a planet.
Uranus. And I get so tickled my kids would learn their Uranus. Okay, here we go. Agree or disagree? This is a good one. There are aliens in the universe.
Agree. 100% agree.
Do you? Okay. So my dad says there is, but I don't know.
Okay. Well,
It's hard for me to get behind that. Not that I have to have proof or anything, but I'm just like, really?
Can I wait?
Where are they?
I
and
think,
if they're
can I
so
put this in a
advanced,
way,
why
I
can't
think-
we see them? Okay, yeah, go ahead, Zach.
Maybe we
Wait,
can.
I have something. I have an idea on this. Okay, because I was thinking
Okay.
about this a lot. Do you think God would waste that much space, Kim?
I don't know, but is space really space? Like, are there like many time frames? I mean, just saying, like
A lot of people
okay.
say that. I don't know. I just
Look,
think there's so much
I'm
in the
open.
world. Yeah. I firmly believe that there are aliens. From a young age, like I was obsessed with ET when I was 3. I would tell my mom like ET visited me in my closet. So I'm like,
love
maybe
it.
he did.
Maybe
Maybe he did. Maybe he was there.
Maybe
But
he
also,
did.
to me, it's an encouraging thought. Like the fact that
Yeah.
there could be these beings like millions of light years away who are there and also wondering, do we exist? And to me,
See-
that thought is encouraging. That like,
It gets exciting. It's exciting for sure.
it gives me hope. Like, what else could be true? That's exciting to me. So I choose to believe in aliens because it encourages my optimism.
Okay, that's our next podcast. I believe in aliens. Here we go. Agree or disagree? AI is going to destroy the world.
Disagree.
Me too. I love AI so
Yeah.
much. Is that so bad for
think-
me to admit that, Lauren?
No, I think it's
I
actually
love it.
smart. I think when we look at history, every single technology that has ever come out has been said that it will destroy the
gonna
world.
destroy
Just
the
the
earth.
same way we talk about how, these kids these days. Well, they were saying that about us too. So I think we have to learn to use it for good, to teach it as much as we need to teach it, not so that it can outsmart us, but so that it can actually aid us to be more creative. Because actually, Kim, part of the reason why I started Unleash Your Inner Creative is because AI cannot replicate creativity. It
No,
can't it can't do creativity. It can only learn human creativity and then like do a version of that, but it can't be creative.
Can't be creative. So let's
as
use it to
long
our
as-
advantage.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I don't think it's going to destroy
Okay.
us.
Is TV better than movies?
Yes, agree.
Agree or disagree? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think so. Because my attention span can handle a TV show.
Yeah. But at the
Sometimes I
same
don't
time,
got time to
Kim,
do a whole movie.
here's what I think. Listen, movies, great, whatever. I have a couple issues with movies. Number one, I
Okay.
think people who like movies can be a bit arrogant about it. Like, oh, did
It's
you
naughty.
see the most recent film? It's like, yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you want to? Sorry, Zach.
What
And-
are
Like, do you
thoughts
want a
there?
gold star
That's
for
fine. I'm
that?
okay with that. I'm a movie snob, and I like that. That's okay.
And then the other thing is, I kind of feel like movie people actually don't know how to commit to a relationship. Because for me, if I commit
True.
to a TV show, I'm
Babe, you're
committing to 8
in.
seasons of that. I'm in.
Mhm.
I know how to do a long-term relationship. I go through the curves. I'm
You
willing
go
to
with it.
sit
Ups
through the
and
bad
downs.
seasons. Ups
Because you
and
know,
downs.
second season's always crappy. Always
Yeah, second
crappy.
se-
It's
you just
that
got to
third
push
season.
through.
Push through. Push
Mhm.
through. That's what I've been doing for 20-something years with Travis. So I totally get that.
There you go.
Okay.
That's why you get it.
Agree or disagree? Going out is better than staying home. Ooh.
Ooh, you know what? In the past, I would have said agree, but today, post-pandemic, I would say disagree.
Disagree completely.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
trying to
find
do
a lot
all
of
of that.
peace.
Me
Yeah.
too.
A lot of peace in
too.
being at home and like cultivating a space that feels good.
The best way being at home is in my bed because my bed, I feel like I got the perfect mattress. Like I have found the perfect mattress for me. I have a Christmas red furry duvet cover. I don't know why I'm telling you this, Lauren, but I feel like you will appreciate this.
Actually, I'm looking for
And-
a new comforter, so this is very helpful
Girl,
information.
This thing is insane. And then I have found, just FYI for everybody listening, but especially for you, Lauren, they are these milk chocolate covered almonds that has a peanut butter layer and some powdered sugar. Why did I
Okay.
just sit over a week and eat the whole thing? You get them at Target. So don't tell me staying in is not better than going out. Just saying.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
club do they have those little almonds at? Tell me that.
It's at,
Riddle me this.
it's at
Besides
Target.
Target. Target's the only club.
That's the only club I need, honey.
Yeah.
That and the big red. Okay,
Take
here we
me
go.
out.
Agree or disagree? The number 13 is unlucky.
I'm going to go with my gut. Agree.
Okay.
That it's unlucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know what?
What
I
about
don't
7?
really
What about
believe that.
7?
Lucky. So lucky.
So lucky. 7 is lucky. Okay. I think we agree on that. You and I agree.
Yeah.
13, no. 7, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Agree or disagree? Clowns are scary. It's going to tell me a
Agree.
lot about who you are as a person. I know, right? I'm
Yeah.
not trying to have no scary clown.
No. You know, scary clowns are actually like my first memory because my first birthday party, my Aunt Karen, who you're going to be sending the clothes to, and my cousin dressed up as a clown. And I remember being terrified. So it's like my first memory. So I can't get on board with clowns, unfortunately.
Well,
Yeah.
or the puppets. Puppets scare me too.
Yeah.
The little ventriloquist puppet.
But
I
your
don't
mom
like that
does
either.
puppets, Kim. Your mom does
Exactly.
the puppet hour
Again,
at your
I
church.
experienced the trauma that Lauren experienced in her childhood. Yes. The church puppets going, hey girl, you going straight to hell if you don't. Yeah, that's it. I've experienced it.
Yeah.
If you don't turn from your wicked ways. Okay, here we go. Agree or disagree? Sweet is better than salty.
Disagree.
Really? Okay, you've lost me there. You're
Yeah.
a salty.
Yeah, I knew I would lose you there, but I had to stay true to myself. I used to be when I was a girl, I liked sweet better. But as I've grown, my
Okay, your
palate has
palate's
shifted,
changed.
and I think that's in
Changed.
part due to like I trained myself to like brown rice. I trained myself to think that
I
salty
like
was
brown
better than
rice.
sweet.
Okay,
I
good
do
for
now
you.
too, but actually it's harder for me to digest, so I've gone back to white. So anyway, now you know my digestion. You really know me.
This has affected my bowel movements. Okay, agree or disagree? Being rich is better than being famous. Okay, take a beat. Don't just pop off here. That's a big one.
Yeah. I actually do agree with that because, well,
I agree too. No,
yeah,
hands down.
I think that I've thought about this a lot recently, and I
Okay.
do agree with that because I've been thinking about it in regard to marketing. You know,
Yes.
like when you're an indie creator, if you don't have the money to market, it's like, you know, screaming into a cave, like no one can hear you. So if you were rich and you were an indie creator, you could market yourself very effectively and therefore make yourself at least somewhat famous as long as your product is good.
Agreed. Okay. Agree or disagree? I overuse emojis.
Agree.
I agree too. I'm an emoji freakazoid. Okay. Agree or disagree? A hot dog is a sandwich.
Disagree.
I disagree. It's not a sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah, it's its own
There's no
thing.
mayonnaise on that. There's no mayonnaise. And you don't put ketchup on sandwiches. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Totally agree.
Okay. Final question.
That's more controversial.
Agree.
That's more of a controversial statement than you know, but
Really? Do you
It's
think people
totally
are going
not.
to am I going to get canceled?
you're going to
You're not going to get canceled because if people think a hot dog is a sandwich, we really need to have them on the pod and they need to clarify because there's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
If that's your hill to die on, go off.
I have mad respect. Agree or disagree? Final question. What is the next big creative thing for you? And there is no agree or disagree. It's just a final question.
Yes.
Well, Kim, the thing that has been bringing me so much joy recently is I've been writing children's music. And
What?
yes, I've been writing children's music and I'm going to be on a children's YouTube show. And I remember when I was in college and I was like studying to be an actor, I was like, oh, I feel so bad for people who are on children's shows. They probably like really don't like, they're like, just to show you shouldn't get what you think you want when you're 22.
Correct.
This is my favorite thing I've ever done in my life is writing children's music
Lauren.
because number one, it's helped me heal my inner child. Number two, it's helped me heal my perfectionism because kids are so loving. They just
don't care.
They don't care. They want to connect. They want to have joy with you. They want to feel something. And it's really helped me get back to the love of music because, you know,
Sure.
that was one of my original passions. I've been singing from the time I could talk. And singing to that little girl inside of me and to my future child has been the most healing thing of my life. Writing music that's going to give kids tools to love themselves and trust themselves from a young age and treat other people very well has just been such a blessing. And I really can't wait to share that with the world.
I'm going to leave you with this, Lauren. I believe the children are our future, Whitney Houston. Let's go.
Yes.
That's it.
Let's
All right,
go.
let's do it. Okay, everybody. Lauren, thank you so much for being
Thank
on
you,
the pod.
Thank you, Zach.
Lauren's podcast is called Unleash Your Inner Creative, and you can find her at her website at laurenlagrasso.com, or you can find her on social media at Lauren Lagrasso. Okay, Zach, Lauren, first of all, her mother, we should have known Lauren was going to be great. When you listen to her mother, come on.
We need more moms on the show. Like,
we need
full
more
stop.
moms on the show.
I think it should be like the guest, and by the way,
and
bring your mom.
and mom, right? No, it was fantastic. But Lauren is such a deep well. Y'all need to go really check out her podcast, Unleash Your Inner Creative, because I'm telling you, she's a wealth of knowledge and such an encourager. But Zach,
and you're on it, and she interviewed you,
I'm on it. But there's something about the creativity that lies within us that I think is that this is going to be a creative year for a lot of people, don't you think?
Oh, I really do. And I think her idea about creativity is so powerful. Like, it's so powerful. The thing that you can build everything else off of. And that's so cool.
Okay. Well, look, go check Lauren out anywhere you could, her website, her social media, but also start leaning into your own creative, because you are creative. You're fearfully, wonderfully made, one of a kind. And there is a creativity inside of you that is just waiting to be unleashed. Until next time, I'm Kim.
I'm Zach.
And we love you so much. Wow. Lagrasso, right?
Lagrasso.
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 Lagrasso. Okay, here we go. I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. It's Lagrasso?
Yeah. Lagrasso.
Lagrasso.
Yeah. Like, if you were going to say it really Italian, it'd be like Lagrasso. But American is Lagrasso.
And the Southern way is Gracio. So there we go.
There you go. Perfect. We got every pronunciation down.
Grassy ass.
Lauren Lagrasso.
So close.
If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love. This episode is sponsored by your mother-in-law, who is always right. I'm just going to leave it right there, y'all. I'm telling you, that's it. Period. Drop mic. End of story. If you want an easy, smooth life, just always agree with your mother-in-law. Do what she says. Do what she needs. Do what she wants. I guess that's all there is to say. Mother-in-law is always right. Bless her heart.
This is the Kim Gravell Show.
We're talking all things Curb Your Enthusiasm, Bold Peanuts. I'm going to be flipping out.
I was like, great, I'm an unknown actress.
I'm sorry I'm telling all your business.
If anyone ever offers you a mint, you should take it.
What was the most memorable moment on the set of Curb Your Enthusiasm?
You don't know what's going to happen next.
There's a lot of women that have dreams of starting their own business.
It's a really great journey.
I always say this is a God thing.
It's a God thing.
That's what life's about, Cheryl, don't you think? Welcome to the Kim Gravell Show. I read that my guest today loves boiled peanuts. So I'm in love with her already, y'all. I've got a Southerner on today. I'm also in love because this episode will be released on Valentine's Day, the day of love. I have the beautiful and talented Cheryl Hines on the show. Y'all, she's the star of the hit TV show Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is in its 12th season on HBO Max. So she has launched a beauty brand called Hines & Young with her 19-year-old daughter, Kat. Cheryl's mission with the brand is to make affordable luxury products that are a friend to the environment. So everybody welcome the famous, wonderful, beautiful Miss Cheryl Hines. Hey, girl.
Cheryl Hines.
Oh my God. Hey, girl. Hey, how are you?
Honey, I cannot believe you love boiled peanuts.
Oh, listen, I grew up in Florida, and this was my youth, was pulling over on the side of the road at a boiled peanut stand.
Listen, now let me ask you this. Did you do this Southern thing too, Cheryl, where you would pour the salted peanuts in your Coca-Cola or your Pepsi-Cola?
I never did that. I was always afraid I would choke on the peanuts. I was afraid I would drink one. It would get stuck in my esophagus. So I was like, oh, I'm going to skip that one. I'll stick with the soft nuts.
Right, soft nuts. So boiled peanuts, yes, the peanuts and Coke. Now, I knew when I read that, I was like, oh, Cheryl and I are going to be so close. Yeah, and also, you've been on Curb Your Enthusiasm for 12 seasons, right?
Yes.
What is that like? Because you started in Florida. How did you get to Curb Your Enthusiasm, one of the most popular shows on the planet?
That's such a good question. Well, so yeah, I grew up in Florida, and then I went to beauty school. I got my cosmetology license, and then I went to college. I got a degree in television production, and a minor in acting. And then I drove my Toyota Tercel across the country, and got to LA. And then really, what made a huge difference in my life was I started taking classes at the Groundlings Theater.
Oh, wow.
LA, which is all sketch and improv comedy. And, I was grinding, doing that for a while, because just you're writing sketches, you're performing. And then Larry David was looking for an unknown actress because he was going to do a 1-hour special on HBO. And I was like, great, I'm an unknown actress and I know how to improv.
I'm hired, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm your lady. And then I went in, I auditioned with Larry, and we clicked. And then 24 years later.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, this is our final season.
Wow. And it's funny how things unfold, because you began, you say it's humble beginnings where you came. You came from a little small town in Florida, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And tell me everything.
Yeah, I would say humble beginnings for sure. And then went to Tallahassee, went to high school there. So I really I grew up with strong family, and
yes,
we kind of made our own fun because we didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, for a while, I didn't even have a TV. Remember those big TVs, the console, and if it broke, it was like a big deal. So for a while, I didn't even have a TV, and I don't know. I didn't mind it because we had the beaches and the boiled peanuts.
You know what, Cheryl? I think the humble beginnings, I love that part of your story because it teaches you so much. What is a couple of things that you glean from that your upbringing, that Southern rich family, small beginnings upbringing? Yeah.
I like that I was brought up in small communities because you really get to know people and you're involved in their lives and their families. So if I love that if somebody in our community was having a hard time, people would bring over casseroles and sit with you in the living room. And for me, I take that with me, through my life, probably like you, right? And it's probably something that I'm sure it's different growing up in a big city because people are spread out and you support each other in different ways. But I really loved that. I liked that part of it, and just, looking for the kindness and the goodness in people.
And that, there is more kindness and goodness in people than we hear about on social media and TV. Most people are good. Yeah. Most people are good.
Somebody told me once that most people are doing the best they can most of the time. And I
like that.
I believe that. Yeah.
I do too, Cheryl. So let me ask you something about the improv, because that to me, because I do live TV every week. So
I know what you're doing improv I was going
to say, is that improv?
Yeah.
Is that, okay. It's a little crazy.
It's a little crazy. Yeah. And you know better than anybody. You just have to stay in the moment, right? You're always you don't know what's going to happen next. You don't know if something's going to fall, if something's going to happen. And, a good improviser doesn't just ignore it and hope that nobody saw what just happened. They say, oh, that thing just fell, but doesn't it smell good? It just cracked open. I could smell the whole thing. Whatever that moment brings you, that's what that's what you talk about, and that's what you're living in. So in improv, it was great because they really teach you, you don't know what's going to happen next. You have to listen to other people. And it was a really good, really great, not only acting lessons for me, but life lessons.
Life. I was going to say, isn't life just living out improv every single day?
It really is.
It is.
It is. And just like, listening to the person that you're talking to, that you're doing a scene with, that you're having a conversation with. And it was a really, really good lesson for me.
Our sponsors are so important because when you support them, you are also supporting this show so that we can bring a new episode to you every single week. So visit factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box. And you can also get 2 free wellness shots per box while your subscription is active. Okay, y'all, I have a little bit of problem though. Factor is so good that my husband Travis and my kids keep eating all my Factor meals. Factor meals are chef-crafted and ready to eat, so they are fast and delicious. And with my family, if I put delicious meals in the fridge that only take 2 minutes to heat up, they're gone before I can say boo. Factor has over 35 options a week to choose from, including keto, calorie smart, vegan and veggie, and so much more. They also have snacks, smoothies, breakfast options, and over 55 nutrition-packed add-ons that make your meals even more delicious. And it's cheaper than takeout, y'all. I eat it when I need a quick meal that's healthy and yummy. And as long as my kids don't get to it first, I'm going to get me a Factor meal. So head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box. And 2 free wellness shots per box while the subscription is active. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off your first box and 2 free wellness shots per box while your subscription is active. Just keep them away from your family, y'all, or you're never going to get one.
Y'all, I'm 52 years old and I've tried a lot of anti-aging products that don't deliver. And that's why I'm glad OneSkin is sponsoring the show this week because they are the real deal Holyfield, y'all. I use OneSkin on my body and it really, really works. It's so easy to use. My skin feels great and it looks amazing. For a limited time, our listeners will get an exclusive 15% off their first OneSkin purchase by using the code Kim at oneskin.co. OneSkin works because it's backed by science. It uses a proprietary OS1 peptide, and y'all, peptides are so good for the skin. That's been proven to help reduce the buildup of cells that contribute to skin aging. So if you want healthier, younger-looking skin with fewer lines and wrinkles and reduced age spots, then you'll need to try this and try it right now. OneSkin is more than skincare. It's about skin longevity. OneSkin targets the root causes of aging to help you look and feel your best at every single age. Get started today with 15% off using code Kim at oneskin.co. That's 15% off of oneskin.co with the code Kim. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. So support our show and tell them I sent you. And it's time to expect more from your skincare routine. Invest in your health and your skin with OneSkin. It's changed mine.
I get so tickled because I have 2 boys. I have a 16-year-old son and a 14-year-old son, and I have, a husband. So that's basically 3 children, and I never sit on the clean toilet seat. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So, I never.
No,
There's
I
always.
know. Listen, I have 7 kids total now.
I was gonna say you got a Brady Bunch going on. You got a Brady Bunch
going on. I mean, they're older, but there's still the toilet seat situation happening. Let's be honest, they never grow out of it.
Well, but I always wanted a daughter. I'm a girl's girl. I'm a total women empowerment. Let's go. I come from a long line of strong women. And when I heard about your beauty brand that you launched, Heinz and Young, I thought to myself, wow, Cheryl, I got to have her on because Cheryl is doing this with her 19-year-old daughter, Kat. I was like, how did that come about? Because you sent me some products, and girl, let me tell you something.
Yes.
This stuff, y'all, when I tell you, this stuff is magic. It smells delicious. The packaging is gorgeous.
Yes.
And I don't say that about everything because I'm in the product business. But how did you get started doing this?
Well, my daughter, Kat, was getting ready to graduate from high school, which panicked me.
Why? Tell me why. I know why, but I want you to tell everybody else.
Well, it's hard because
Yeah.
you have your little person in your house for so long, and then all of a sudden you start thinking, "Oh, I'm not going to be the one making you breakfast and taking you to school," or and it really started. I started thinking, "Oh, I need to make sure I stay connected with her."
Yes.
And so I asked her if she wanted to start a company, and she said, "Yeah, that sounds great." And so we started talking about things that we love, and because I do have a background in cosmetology and beauty, if you will, we decided to make these luxury body creams and our beautiful candles. Don't they smell so good?
Oh my gosh. We'll talk about it, but I'm just saying, like, it is so yummy.
Yeah. And I will also, like you're saying, I really wanted Kat to feel empowered as a woman.
Right.
You know, there are more and more female CEOs in the world, but there could be a lot more, right? So I just thought it would be a fun, creative project to do together. And it was. And we've been, it's been really fun creating the formulas and our fragrances because we both love the beach. So we decided to, that's the center of Heinz and Young, and the feeling behind it is just a fresh, clean, like I said, fragrances. We also have fragrance free if you're not into that. But that's how it all began.
I know. I get tickled because you're talking about, you said, you didn't want her, when coming up on her graduation, you didn't, you wanted to keep that connection, and it was the empty nest thing was scaring you. For me, I have a 16-year-old, he's a junior, so he'll be graduating next year. A little bit of me goes, whoa, when is he? We got one week.
No.
But I think when I get like closer to that time where they fly the nest, I'm going to be flipping out.
Well, I understand that because, it's not easy being a mom.
It's very hard.
It's hard. It's because it's 24/7.
Well, they're always on your mind. It's like with women, we're always thinking and always,
Are you okay? Have you eaten? What are you doing? When you get home? I know.
Be careful. Don't drive too fast.
Be careful. My kids really, they actually laugh out loud when I tell them be careful.
Do you still do that?
Yeah.
So you're grown? Yeah, I do too.
My 28-year-old, and he's like, "I'm Cheryl. I'm."
She's Cheryl. Look, okay, Cheryl.
Cheryl, I get it. I hear you, and I'll do my best.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that gives me hope. Because right now I'm like, how many more years have we got until college? But I feel like I will be the same way. Okay. So you and how is it working together? Because my business is a family business. Okay. My mother works with me, my BFF, my dad's on payroll, my sister's on payroll, and I work with my family, and we are crazier than one-armed paper hangers. I mean, we're not right in the head, and we fuss and fight. How is it like working? Don't you, and your whole extended family and your business as well?
Is working.
Okay.
My brother Mike is working at our headquarters. My sister Becky, and it's actually really fun.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, it's funny because it's fun when you own the company, right? Because we'll have be listening to AC/DC really loudly, putting our gift boxes together, and telling stories, and that to me is really that's a great day at work, and then fighting over what we're going to eat for lunch and nobody can agree and all that.
Oh, I love it.
But it keeps us close, and we've always, like I said, been a close family. So it's a really great journey. Really, really.
Yeah. And what would you say like your superpower in business is, and what would you say Kat's is? Because to me, working, you're only as good as your weakest link, or you're only as good as your team. Like, what would you say? Because like you're an actress and you've done so many things, but what is your superpower in business? There's a lot of women listening to this podcast that have dreams of starting their own business or taking that step into that professional realm.
Yeah.
What would you say to her, and what is your superpower in business?
Well, I would say my superpower is connecting with people.
Yeah.
and listening. So, you know, probably like you, right? We come from humble beginnings. And then when you start getting a little more successful, then people are sending you fancy products and fancy candles. And it's so nice. But I'm always thinking, oh, where were you when I was 24? And I didn't have any money.
Right.
So for me, I've been learning along the way and paying attention to different products. And I thought, you know, I can do this and keep it at an affordable price. So most people can have luxury items. They don't have to be $100. They can be $40 and they can still be high quality products. So I think for me, that's my superpower, I guess, that I bring to it.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, I think everybody needs one in business. You've really got to know your strengths and be able to hire people who can fill the gaps that you can't fill. What's Kat's superpower? What does she bring to Heinz and Young?
Well, Kat is, you know, she's 19. So she brings her generation's point of view. So it's nice when we were deciding on packaging, you know, it's fun to hear from her, you know, where I might think, oh, well, let's put more stuff on the front of the candle. And she'll say, actually, it looks better without all the stuff. Like, I don't know why your generation went crazy with the colors, and it doesn't need to like fancy weird colors on the front. Let's just keep it calm and relaxing. And so it's good to hear her, you know, what she likes and what her friends like, and then to be able to bring that to the company. You know,
okay, Cheryl, how do you handle the social media? Okay, if you're like me, I mean, just us getting on this podcast today was a technical nightmare. Y'all should have seen us. It was like, where do I punch it? I was just like, I can't hear you. All of that.
No.
So how do you, and I can't stand it. I can't stand the technical aspect of it.
No, it's hard.
It's hard. Does she help you with social media and all of that? Like these kids today we don't give them enough credit. They're smart as whips.
No, they're really smart in that area. And she does. She really guides me because, you know, she thinks of the whole brand and the aesthetics of it and the color palette. So that's great.
There's no giftings for that from me at all.
No,
like I'm not.
Me either. I just
can't.
feel like, oh, this is a funny picture. I'll post it. And, you know, Kat, for Heinz and Young, she's like, actually, let's not do that. For the company, like do that on your own Instagram. But so, I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about it because it's so important. You know,
how long did it take to get started though, Cheryl? Like, it took a while. Like, how long did it take to actually launch the first product?
Yeah, it took probably a year and a half at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you have to find the name of your company, which isn't easy, you know, because you like everything's taken.
Right.
So every time you try to look up a copyright, they'll say, oh, it's been taken. So we decided on Heinz and Young because it's unique and it wasn't taken. And we were like, okay, that's a sign. But so you have to file for that and wait for that to go through. And then also, as you know, just start it like you're just building a house out of little brick.
From nothing.
From nothing. And I remember the day that our website went live, it was so exciting. You know,
well, you know what? You know, I'm at QVC. I'm telling you, we've got to talk offline because you've got to get this on QVC. People will love this.
I love QVC so much. I love it so much. And my friend Susan and I, we are like, wow, they have a gift. You have a gift to be able, because you connect with people. That's your whole job, you know?
Well, you know what, Cheryl? I say this all the time, and I want to see how I say we're in the people business. We're not in the product business.
That's right.
We're in the people business.
That's
and
right.
The older I get, like even with my children and my loved ones in my little community I'm here in Georgia with, in Winder, Georgia, my little small 1-horse town people.
Yeah.
That's what life's about, Cheryl. Don't you think?
I do. And I think that's why so many people are drawn to you, and because you feel a connection.
I feel
when I'm on the road and I'm, stuck in a hotel and I'm shooting a film or something, I turn on QVC and I'm like, oh, my friends.
Yeah. Well,
it's good.
You and Kat. Now tell Kat she's got to come with you when y'all come.
Listen, I'm telling you, this is a dream. That would be a dream. And I would love it so much.
Well, I'm going to make that happen. All right. Well, hold on, Cheryl. After the break, we're going to come back and we're going to do this little game we call rapid fire questions.
Okay.
We're going to put your improv to work right after this.
Okay.
We all know that there are things in life that you have to compromise on. Like for me, and my husband's a vegetarian, so I'm always compromising on the restaurants we go eat at, and like letting my kids have too much screen time just so that I can get them to clean their room. That's a definite compromise. But when it comes to your health, there should be no compromises. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly book appointments with them online. You should really check them out. Visit ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today, because supporting ZocDoc helps support this show, and it is completely free. If you want to find the best doctors, then check out ZocDoc. You can find doctors that will make you feel comfortable, that will listen to you, that will prioritize your health. And you can search by location, availability, and even insurance. So there's literally no compromise here, not one bit. You've got more options than you can even imagine. I've tried ZocDoc to find a doctor to help me with my Bell's palsy, and you should try it too. Go to ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. And then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Kim. That's ZocDoc.com/Kim, because there's no need to compromise when finding a good doctor.
All right, we're back with the one and only Cheryl Hines. We're talking all things Curb Your Enthusiasm. She's from Florida. She loves boiled peanuts. She's just come out with a new beauty brand. It's been out over a year, Hines & Young. I'm telling you, be on the lookout. This stuff smells and feels amazing. Big things, big things. It is a actual company with your 19-year-old daughter, Kat, right?
That's right. That is right. Two ladies doing it.
Two girls, two sisters doing it for themselves, right?
That's right.
That was a song.
I remember it.
Everybody listening to the podcast, Cheryl has so kindly and generously offered a code for all of you that gives you 20% off of all these great products. 20% off. It's KG20. You're just going to go to the website, right, Cheryl?
That's right. Shop Hines Young.
Okay, Shop Hines Young, and just type in at checkout KG20.
That's right.
Y'all check it out, and look, you keep your eyes out, because we're gonna get Hines & Young on QVC. Okay.
And Kim, you've been raving about this, and I'm like always like, oh man, I want to try this stuff too. Like I wish. Well,
go and buy your own. Go and buy your own with KG20.
Well, it's funny because I was talking to Cheryl's people who helped book this episode, and they were like, oh yeah, we'll send it to you, and I was like, you should send it to Kim, and then I immediately regretted it. So here I am.
Well, maybe we can send some to you. That would be nice.
Listen,
thank you,
You're
Cheryl.
not getting mine. You're not. Shameless plug there from Zach.
Shameless
no,
plug.
but it's true.
That's how I get some. I just have to beg for it. I'll beg all our guests for
It worked. It worked.
You have not, because you asked not. That's how I say.
That's
you
right.
You don't know to. It's true.
That's
true. Okay, Cheryl, every single guest that comes on the show, I just ask random questions, and I just want you to answer in your improv, so this is going to be so easy for you. First thing that comes to your mind, up and out. Okay?
Rapid fire questions.
What's the best accent you can do?
Southern.
Do it. Give me something Southern.
Hey, girl, what's going on? I got some new products going. You're going to love them. You're going to flip out when you smell this. And it is so smooth and beautiful. It feels so delicious on your skin.
Oh my God, I love it. Yep, that's a good one.
That's about it. That's how my mom talks, really.
Oh, is she still in Florida?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She grew up in Jacksonville,
Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know, the Florida accent is very different, like from the Georgia or the South Carolina.
I know.
South Carolina, okay.
South Carolina, where they really trail off at the end.
They trail off.
Yeah.
And then they say, bless your heart, and then stab you in the back.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
That's right.
Mhm. Southerners can get, don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you.
They'll be mean,
All right.
but they'll say it sweetly.
Oh yeah. It'll just, they'll like sugar. Do you think that cell phones are always listening to us?
Yes, I do.
I do too.
I mean, listen, I was talking about ponchos the other day, which I never talk about ponchos. And then the next thing I know, there are ads for ponchos on my cell phone. I'm like, whoa.
Okay. This is a true story.
Yeah.
I think they can even read your thoughts. My friend was in the shower and she had a loofah.
Yeah.
Do you think the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. She had a loofah and it was moldy.
Mm-hmm.
Amy, I'm sorry, I'm telling all your business. And so she said she just looked at the loofah and said, she didn't say out loud. She thought in her head, I need to get a antibacterial loofah.
Yep.
And she said, like an hour later, an antibacterial loofah came up on her cell phone. Just saying.
Listen, I had the same experience. I woke up one night, my legs were on fire. They were so hot. I don't know why. And I thought to myself, I didn't say it out loud, I know there are sheets out there that are supposed to like keep you cool. And then when I woke up, there were ads for like sheets. I was like,
how can that be? How can that be? Yeah.
We're already part computer and we just don't know it.
Maybe we're in the Matrix, girl. We're in the Matrix. Here we go. Well, if we are,
loving it.
If we are, I'm in love with AI. I love the Amazon Alexa mess. I love it all. So, hey,
we're doing it. No choice.
We're doing it.
Well,
we're here.
Kim,
We're doing it.
If you've got Alexa, it's already listening to you. Like, you know it's listening to you.
But you know how long it took me to revolt. You know, I was like really the last one on the ledge with that one.
Yeah. And then now you can't live without her.
Can't live without her. She is my best friend. Okay. What puts you in a good mood immediately, girl?
Music.
Okay. What kind?
Pop music.
All right. Favorite 80s song? Go.
Ooh, the 80s were so good. I mean,
weren't they?
Like a Virgin?
Touch for the very first time.
I think maybe that. I mean, I was all up in Madonna.
Do you remember when it came out on MTV and she was rolling around on the floor and my mom was like, she is going straight to hell. You know, that's what she
And we
this is ridiculous.
Yeah, we ripped our shirts and we wore the lace gloves and
bracelets. Yes,
I was like, okay,
and girl,
it's me.
Wouldn't we love at this moment just to have a little bit of Like a Virgin as opposed to some of the stuff we got today?
It was some stuff that we thought that was so racy back then,
right? And Elvis was to our parents. I love it. Okay, what was the most memorable moment on the set of Curb Your Enthusiasm? I want to hear this one. Spill the tea, honey.
Okay, girl, I'm going to spill it.
Tell it.
We did an episode, I can't remember what season it was, but where Larry David had to wear a Band-Aid on his head in the scene. And you know, when you're shooting a TV show or a film, you're shooting out of sequence, you're shooting, you know, part of the scene one day and part of it the next. Well, we shot in this theater in downtown LA. So that was already like a lot. We had a lot of background players. It was very, you know, it was a lot, especially for our little show. And I get in my car, I'm on my way home, and they said, you need to turn around because we have to shoot the whole thing again.
Oh, my word.
I said, why? And he said, because Larry wasn't wearing his Band-Aid on his head.
Oh.
And there was a lot of people pointing fingers at who faulted it. And everybody was like so mad and frustrated. And by the time I got back to the set, all of the crew members had Band-Aids on their head standing together, just like, sorry.
In solidarity.
I was like, oh my God, I love you guys. And so, what could have been a really, and I'm sure it was a tense moment for a second, but, our set, our crew, our people, that's how they dealt with it. And it just made me happy.
Are you going to miss it?
Oh my God, I'm going to miss it. I'm really going to miss it. But, at the same time, this is our 12th season over 24 years. So sometimes
that's crazy.
We would I think there were 4 years when we didn't shoot an episode at all. So I might not feel it for a few years, but yeah, I'm going to miss it.
You're going to miss it. You miss the people, probably, that connection
I'll miss
that you have with him.
Yeah. I'm really good friends with Larry. So I see him a lot.
Before you became famous, I love this question. What role did you audition for that you wish you got?
There was a film that I auditioned for really early on. It was a Coen Brothers movie. And I honestly can't even remember the name of it, but it was about divorce. It was Catherine Zeta-Jones and George Clooney. And I really, and it was to play Catherine Zeta-Jones's friend. I wanted that role so badly. I wanted it so badly. And I got to audition for the Coen Brothers. And I did a pretty good job in the audition. And then they called me back the next day for a different role. And I didn't get it. I didn't get either role. And I remember thinking, man, show business.
I know, Catherine Zeta-Jones, she was on QVC too. Like everybody in Hollywood comes through the QVC
of course.
pipeline.
Yeah. Because you guys know it's like the greatest audience, people are.
Oh yeah, best audience.
People are sitting and listening. They want to hear about the products. They want to hear about it, which is so nice.
Fantastic.
I mean, there's no other place, it's like, it's really sweet. Yeah.
It's magic. You're going to love it. Okay. What's one thing you cannot live without?
I mean, besides my Heinz & Young body cream, one thing I guess my toothbrush.
Okay.
I mean, I have.
That's very practical, Cheryl. That's very practical.
I have big teeth to begin with, and so I feel like I better take care of these guys because they are out there. So I brush my teeth probably way more than most people.
I love it. You got a good smile, girl. Your smile is good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheryl, I feel like that is 100% Larry David rubbing off on you. Like he's so obsessed with the minutia of life, right?
Well, yes. Larry David.
Is he really like in real person like that though?
Yes.
Okay.
Larry David is, it's so funny because he is really crazy about fresh breath.
Ooh.
So on our set, I mean, we just have like PAs walking around offering everybody mint. And Larry David,
I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's smart.
No, it is a good thing. And by the way, a word of advice. If anyone ever offers you a mint, you should take it.
That's a sign. That's a sign.
Just take it.
Just say thank you.
You can't
just
say no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
But,
okay.
But even, there was an episode of Curb where, because it's all improvised, our dialogue is improvised. And there was a scene where Larry was talking to my mother in the show. And for some reason, she said, do you have a mint? And he said, yeah, I do. And he goes into his pants pocket and he pulls out a mint. She said, is this a loose mint? I said, yeah. She goes, I don't want a loose mint. And then that was what the scene was about.
That's fantastic. But I agree. Nobody wants a tacky, linty, nasty loose mint.
No. But I guess
unless it's in the container. If it's in the container and that's fine.
It wasn't.
You pick the lint off of it.
Right.
And then you're
That's
good
disgusting.
If you're desperate.
Listen, or get you some spray and always have that. Okay, I love this question, and I can't wait to hear what you say. Who would be invited to your fantasy dinner party, dead or alive? That's a good one.
That is a good one. I mean, it would be fun to have Oprah, just like
Okay.
palling around.
You can't go wrong with that. You can't go
Can't
wrong
go
with
wrong
that.
with that. I mean, Mary Taylor Moore, you know,
Oh,
what a fun dinner that would be. Betty White
come on now. You better say Kim Gravel.
and Kim Gravel.
Because
that was going to be my last one.
I was going to say, you're going to have all them women and you better call me.
Yeah, you're coming.
Call me.
You're coming.
All right. What is one piece of advice you would give to your younger self, Cheryl?
When you get knocked down, when you feel
Mhm.
like I'm not going to make it, you're going to make it. And those feelings will pass. You'll get through them. That doesn't mean that they don't matter or you're going to forget about it. It doesn't mean that at all. It just means that tomorrow you're going to feel a little bit differently. And then the next day you're going to feel a little bit differently. So
Yes.
even in times of really hard times, I lost my brother and I couldn't get out of bed and I thought, I'm not going to make it. And then you realize, of course, your brother wants you to make it. Your brother doesn't want you to lie in bed and cry every day. So you're going to figure it out and you'll get through it and it'll make you stronger.
Oh, God, what a good word. Isn't that the truth, though?
It is. It's hard to know when you're in it.
It sucks when you're in it. It
Well,
sucks.
You can't even imagine feeling differently when you're just in such a low place. But you will. You'll feel differently one day.
We're so resilient. Okay, a few more and we're done. What is your favorite junk food? I mean junk food, Cheryl. Don't tell me hummus and pita bread. Okay, I want something like real.
I'll tell you, and I'm not proud of it. Flaming hot Cheetos.
Oh, now you have to have a drink coupled with that. So what is that drink of choice that you're drinking with the Flaming Hot Cheetos?
Well, I hardly ever do this, but maybe a Diet Dr. Pepper.
Oh, and you know what? Diet Dr. Pepper is so good. You know, it tastes like the real thing. But I just want to say this to you. You cannot take the Florida out of the Florida girl. Okay.
And by the way, when I get really desperate, they have boiled peanuts in cans. It's not this.
Oh, those are good. Those are good. They're like it's a vat of salt. I mean, it's just a salt lick. But
you have to be prepared to dry out for a few days after. It's worth it.
Just lay out. Yeah. Your blood pressure skyrockets, but they're delicious.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is your celebrity crush? Think hard because you know a lot of celebrities.
Woo,
but I'm just telling you, it's just somebody you think is hot, is fire. That's just, you can be totally surface here.
Okay.
Like they don't have to. Okay.
Okay.
Because you're married to a hottie. So it's hard.
I am.
Yeah, you are.
It's hard to even imagine being attracted.
Well, but if you could.
Yeah. I would say, this is a tough, listen, George Clooney, now that he's on my mind.
He's hot.
Let's be honest. Yeah.
But he's hot all the way around, like internally, externally.
I know. And I think that just elevates him.
But he married up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to believe that George Clooney could marry up, but if he did.
He did. And then
he's almost out of his league. He's almost out of his league there.
And you can't be mad about it because you're like, no, I get it.
Mad respect.
Mad respect.
Okay, this is I'm gonna leave with this because I truly believe we're gonna see you on QVC very, very soon.
Yes.
What is your personal favorite Heinz and Young product?
I would say our Capri honeymoon candle. Listen, I love all of our body creams are amazing. But when I go to bed at night, because I know you're probably the same way. Like you're hitting it hard during the day, like every minute you are going.
We are.
And so I have a little ritual and I light my Heinz and Young Capri honeymoon. And then it sort of tells my brain, okay, it's time to calm down.
It's your ritual. It's your bedtime ritual.
I got to relax and it helps because it smells so good. And it just is like, okay, Okay.
Okay, Cheryl, we got to get you on QVC. You and I are connecting after this to make that happen. Y'all, go follow Cheryl Hines on Instagram, _Cheryl Hines. Follow her at Hines and Young. That's Hines and Young, A-N-D, Young. Get 20% off at Hines and Young products with code KG20 on their website right now, and that's hinesandyoung.com. No, it's shop hinesandyoung.com. Let me get that right. Go check it out. Cheryl, this is not the last time we will meet, my love. I cannot wait.
It's not. And listen, you make me very happy.
Same.
I love talking to you. I feel like we should go to Georgia immediately and eat some boiled peanuts and just hang out.
They're on my stove right now. They're cooking right now.
I know, because you have to use raw peanuts, which is, you can't find raw peanuts at a lot of grocery stores.
You can't find them because you're in LA, right?
Right.
That's where y'all live. You're in LA. You can't find here. They're on every shelf. So come on down to Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That and grits. We're not.
And pork rinds.
Pork rinds. Not a lot in LA.
And tell Kat I can't wait to meet her, and I can't wait to just, connect everybody together.
I think I just caught a glimpse of Kat in the background. Wait, tell us where you are, Cheryl, just so we have that. Where are you?
I'm in Dallas. I'm in my daughter's apartment, and
oh, I love it.
She's like, no, you do the talking. So she's in the mood to talk, and sometimes she's in.
Well, you and Kat together on QVC talking about your family business is going to be magical. And can I just say, as a woman who's very close with my mother, I love her. She is my very best friend and my sister. What an amazing legacy you're leaving your family, and especially your daughter, Kat, because at the end of the day, Cheryl, all we got is each other.
I know.
Right?
It's so true. And by the way, I have my mom working sometimes at the Hines and Young headquarters.
How do you pay her well, or do you feed her well, or both?
I feed her well. We get well
She's
for
staffing
happy
the
hour
factory.
after.
Is she like melting the wax for the candles?
No.
she's tying some ribbons sometimes.
Yes, honey.
Yeah, she's doing
I love it. All right, girl.
All right.
We'll be in touch. Seriously, we'll reach out to your people and let's get something on the books and go ahead and get a pitch meeting.
Oh my God, Jim. This is a dream.
Cheryl, you got to come back, girl. But until then, I'll see you on QVC, maybe?
I will see. Listen, I will see you on QVC.
I love it. All right, bye, girl.
Bye, girl. Thank you.
Love you, girl.
Love you.
I always say this is a God thing.
It's a God thing.
Can you hear it now?
No.
No.
Can't hear it now.
Oh, boy. Cheryl,
okay.
I don't think we've ever had an episode with this much tech problems, so you're welcome.
So this is good. This is good sign.
It's me, not you. It's me, not you.
No.
Well, this is me. I don't know what this is. This is,
It's okay. You can fix it in post. I always say that. Just touch it up.
We're just gonna fix it in post, baby.
If you like this episode, I got one more you're gonna love.
Hey, Kim.
Hey.
I have a question for you. Before we get started, I just really want to know. So you recently recorded a TikTok live.
I did.
How did it go?
I gotta tell you something. I loved it. I thought I was gonna be like, okay, here it goes. I loved it because not that Instagram's live is great too, but that TikTok live and you've got your shop and it's a whole new group of people. I don't know. I have now just broken that fourth wall or fifth wall, whatever wall we in. I am done crossed over, Zach. I am a TikTok lover. Okay. We have a special relationship. I'm dating TikTok.
Okay, well, that's great, Kim. I'm really glad that's your position because I got all the footage. I made a little present for you. So let me roll the tape.
Tonight, in my very first TikTok live, I've got a shop that I want to share with you several things. Now,
oh, Lord.
Amy. Yes. How do I start pulling up this stuff? Because I'm not sure. Well, this technology is, somewhere was in kiss my what? Anyway, back to this. Okay, I think we can tag them. I don't want people to see I have a clean bathroom. You do have a clean bathroom. It ain't that clean. Okay, well, but I want to add it to the thing. I can't see. Okay. I don't know where to tag. Anyway, I'm just
need
going to
no
go ahead and
help.
show the stuff and you figure it out. So do y'all see that shop on car?
And they probably already all know how to use Shop TikTok. But anyway,
It's not Shop TikTok. It's TikTok Shop. Whatever. So people are answering my question. Thank you, viewers. I love you so much. Okay.
What do you think, Kim?
Let me just say this. My children are worthless. They're
Why are you-
worthless.
Why are
Because
you
they know how
bringing
to
them
do
into this?
No, because I can. That's why. That's your work. Because everybody's like, my teenage kids help me. My teenage kids don't do jack crap for me on this stuff. I called them in there and they're like, I'm busy.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
like, you're busy doing what? Scrolling TikTok?
So
Bo told me, he said, that's it. I'm not helping you anymore because you share my business. He said that. He said, you share my
Honestly, Kim,
business.
that's fair. That is totally fair. And that would be
Okay,
my
I'll give it to
position
him.
too. Do you want to change
Right.
your answer though?
And you know
mean,
what I said to him? And you know what I said to him? Well, you share my bank account, okay? I can share your business, Bo, because you share my bank account.
There you go.
Hashtag real world problem.
This is the Kim Gravell Show.
I'm here with my new best friend, the most fashionable person on daytime TV.
wait a minute, where's that sock? Where's that shoe? 10 years of hard work. And then one day, it all went away.
You had the courage to step off and leave.
My sister died in her home, and it is an unsolved murder. Hopefully, I can write this. I marched my husband into the bathroom, and it was a case of who done it. He did not jump off to try and save me. I broke up with him before we made it to land.
The best decision I made in the last 24 hours is blank.
To do this podcast with you and hang out with you.
Welcome to the Kim Gravell Show. I'm Kim Gravell, and today I have a great show for you. Y'all, the one and only Tamron Hall is here. She is an Emmy award-winning television host and executive producer of the syndicated talk show Tamron Hall. She's a veteran journalist, and she's also the best-selling author. Her new novel drops on March 12th, and it's called Watch Where They Hide, but you can pre-order it right now, and you know I got mine. We'll get to Tamron in a second. I want to give you a heads up, though, to stick around until after the interview because I have a listener voicemail and outtakes that are guaranteed to make you smile. All right, y'all, it's time. Let's welcome the most fashionable woman in daytime television, not to mention one of the smartest. Welcome.
It's Tamron Hall.
Wait a minute, did you call angels from heaven for me? Wait a minute,
I did.
That sounds beautiful.
I got a direct line, girl. I got a direct line.
I love it.
I love you. Can I just can I just celebrate you for a hot minute? I mean, your career is award-winning, decorated, but girl, the things that you've accomplished. I used to watch you back in your journalism days. You're from Texas. You're a Southern girl. Do you like boiled peanuts?
Okay, that's where the line stops. I do like pecans roasted, but boiled peanuts is the line for me. But I love peanuts.
I always ask every Southern that's on the show. No, I'm so glad that you came. You know, I read your first book. Thank you. Now you've got this second book coming out. Tell me all about you're a journalist, but you're an author too?
Oh my God.
How do you have time to do all of this?
Listen, I look at you and I ask myself the same thing. First of all, you know, I adore you and thank you. You've been so good to me and my show, and I just love you so much. And I feel so blessed and honored that you even read my book and want to talk to me about it. But I didn't know I was an author. Hello. I knew I was a journalist for 30 years. I'm trying to be a good mama, and I hope a good daughter and a good friend. But you know what? The first book I wrote in this crime series, we were locked in and global pandemic. None of us knew what was going to happen next. And I said, so many things about life we put off, right? We keep saying, we're going to get to it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And I was so bored with my husband, and I was like sitting there trapped in. And I said, I got to do something. So I was like, I'm going to take this leap of faith because we don't know truly what tomorrow is going to bring. And I started writing this character, Jordan Manning. She's kind of inspired by when I was a kid and I'd read Nancy Drew, and I used to watch Angie Dickinson as Police Lady. I'm 53. Ooh. So for anybody who doesn't know who that show is, just Google it. And so I always watched these crime dramas and read these kinds of books. And I thought, I'm going to
take some of the experiences that I've had 30 years of being a journalist, much of that as a crime reporter, and create this sassy, bold character who's a journalist by day, but she's pulled in to solve some of these cases. And the first book was out and critics loved it. I couldn't believe it because I was really just winging it. It really was this moment of vulnerability for me, Kim, because I said, you know, so many things we've been fortunate and blessed to accomplish, but there's always more. And that doesn't mean more money, that means more to this journey. And I was like, I'm going to do it. If it's bad, it's bad. And if it's good, it's great.
You know what? I love what you said that it was vulnerable because when I wrote my book, I felt the same way. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm like, that's just torture. Clearly, that's not my God-given gift. But you know what? You do what you're called to do. But I also like what you said about, you know, we put things off. And Tamron, why do we do that? Why are we always putting off the things that we really should be doing and that we have in our heart's desire? Why do you think we do? Because I do it too.
Yeah, I think it's two things. So first of all, I think we are, at some point in our life, we believe we have all the time in the world. And then you get to a certain point like me, where that Bonnie Raitt song, Scared to Run Out of Time. So you're always in the middle. You're one in when you're in your 20s or when you're 18 and you're like, I have all the time in the world. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to travel here. I'm going to try. And then for me, you wake up and suddenly you're saying, gosh, I'm 48. That's not old. That's middle of the journey, some would say. But I've got so many things I didn't get to. How is this possible? So I think we're always in these two worlds. And so for me, I found myself 49 years old, a little bit scared to run out of time, like everybody at that time in the world. And then feeling that I'm done so much, but I want to do more. And I do think if that moment of fear, you know, we're in 2019, we're all cocky swagger now. None of us was that in 2019. We're like, oh, dear God, what's going to happen with my life? And so for me, I thought, let me do this. I'd been approached to write, you know, beauty books and memoirs. And I thought there'll be time for that. But I really wanted to do something no one expected, even myself. I didn't think I could do it, which was a funny feeling, right? I got this talk show, first season. I was like, wait a minute, did they actually give me an Emmy? That didn't really happen, right? Because I'm like,
they did. And
I
yes,
was like,
they should have too. Yeah.
I'm like, did my mom sneak in some ballots? So I couldn't believe it, but I was finding my comfort zone, right? I've been doing this. And there is something satisfying, and I know you understand this, with being uncomfortable. We run from it, but stepping into discomfort can feel so, it's like that workout when you're like, I do not want to do this workout. I'm going to get on this bike. And then you get through the burn and then you get off the bike
It's a high.
It's a high.
It's a
Because
high.
getting past discomfort leaves you on this emotional high. And so for me, that book, especially being a woman at the time, almost 50 years old, was uncomfortable. I felt vulnerable. I was nervous that people wouldn't receive it. Who does she think she is? She's got a talk show. Stay in your lane, right? You know that. Stay in your lane,
right?
But
I've heard
I
it.
thought, let me just go for it and let me try it. Why not?
But you know what, Faith, I connect with you so much, Tamron, watching you on your show and watching you over the years, but also having met you and even talking to you right now. You're such a strong woman of faith. And I got to say, you know, first of all, I feel like you're my BFF because I feel like I could sit down and just talk about God, talk about faith, talk about what, you know, the future. Because, you know, with faith comes hope. But in 2017, girl, I got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Because after being on the Today Show, how long were you on the Today Show when you had left?
10 years. 10
years. I was a fan back then. You had the courage to step off and leave and start over. And so many people listening to you right now, Tamron, first of all, they might not know the story behind that. You share what you want to share from your heart.
Yeah.
The story behind it is not all the whatever, why you left or whatever. It's the courage that you had to leave, girl.
Well, you know what, Kim?
I
didn't have courage. I didn't have courage. I had faith. Because here's the deal.
That's it.
And I'm telling you the truth. So I was there for 10 years and I thought it was my dream job. In fact, on my desk was a picture of me and my mom 10 years prior, we were here to see The Color Purple, the musical on Broadway. I'd been local news in Chicago. I had a great gig there, and I wanted to treat my mom to see The Color Purple on Broadway the first time it came. And we were walking around New York with my best friend, and we walked by Radio City Music Hall. And my mom is a great woman of faith and really believes if she prays for you, it's going to happen. Like my mother's like, she's
right.
got the direct line. She's got a direct line. And so my mother stood in front of Rockefeller Center, and she said, "You're going to be working here next year." And I was like, "No way. There is no way." My mom said, "Watch, you'll see." Sure enough, a year to the date, and this is a true story, I got a call from Steve Kappas, who was the then president of news at NBC. He said to me, they were scouting different local news talents, and he called and said, "Why do you want to keep being a big fish in a little pond?" And I'm like, Chicago's a little pond, but I'm like very competitive. Right. Yeah. I'm a Texan, so don't challenge me. I was like, don't you challenge? No, wait a minute. What you talking about? And he said, "Why don't you come and go national? You have the goods, I can tell. Do you believe you have to go national?" So I go into his office that day. And again, this story is, it's one day I'll do my memoir. I had a beloved dog. Her name was Anna Mae, after Tina Turner, Anna Mae Bullock. That was her name because she had flaming red hair, this little dog. And my dog had taken ill. I didn't have any children. I wasn't even in a relationship. So this is my whole world. And she was sick. I got on the plane, and all I could think about was this dog. And I'm like, I don't even care about this job anymore because this is my pet and she's my family. I get into his office, and I said to him, "I didn't realize this, but I have this picture in my bag, my purse." I took it out and I showed him. And back then it was one of those cameras you crank, and it had the date. It had the date on the picture. Right. Yeah. I had the date, and I handed him the picture. It was 1 year exactly to the date, stamped on there with my mother pointing at that sign saying, "You're going to be working in this building." He starts to cry because he recently lost his mother. He couldn't believe that on the exact date, a year before, my mother stood in front of that building and claimed that job for me. And I said to him, as much as I want this job, my pet is sick and I have to get back because she's my family. He could not, but he was like, "Wait a minute, what is happening here?" He's like, "Can't you see there's a sign?" And I said, "But it's also a sign to me that work matters, but the things I love outside of work matter too." I got back on that plane and I got that job. I couldn't believe it. So here I am in this place that we always find ourselves, family and profession and what matters most. My mother called it. I got the job, 10 years of hard work. And then one day it all went away. I was made an offer I couldn't refuse. I went home. It was a Tuesday. I went in my closet. I prayed. And I emerged from that closet saying, I'll never come back. That there's something else for me.
It was faith.
I was full on faith.
And I love the story about your mother because I want to park it there for 2 hot seconds because I feel like something's speaking to my spirit about someone watching right now, because I will tell you, people say, "Well, how do you have faith?" Tamron, how have you developed this faith? Because I think there are signs and wonders all around. I think he's always speaking to us in that still small voice. How do you recognize? Now, of course, your mom's probably loud and say, "Hey, girl, this is where you're going to be." So you listen to that. How did you recognize those sweet whispers of faith when they come upon you?
Well, it's how I was raised. My mother was a 19-year-old single mother who on her own left Luling, Texas with a daughter and stepped out on faith. She often would tell me this story of my grandfather saying to her, "You don't need to move to Dallas, Fort Worth at the time because all the opportunities in our small town, like many small towns, had evaporated." And he said, "Just stay here. I will help you raise her." And my mother said, "I have to go. I have to see what I can build for her." And I grew up hearing this story of this 19-year-old girl who stepped out on faith. And so for me, it's been a part of everything that I am. I'm from a part of the world that people don't say, "How much do you make?" They don't ask you about the things in your home. They tell you their testimony, right? It's not what you have, it's how you got it. And the only way you get it is through faith. It's
Woo.
through faith. It's through belief. It's through knowing that God puts these challenges in front of us. I remember when I was in Chicago, and it rang true when I started this talk show. My mother said, I was having a hard time with a TV critic, and he was just writing mean things about me, just awful. I never met the man. And it was like,
Right.
what is it? And this was my first exposure. And my mother said, God is not going to move you to the next point until you can handle this one.
Come on.
And she said, you have to take yourself out of this and say, everything that you have is not because someone gave it to you. It is because you work for it, and it's because God meant it for you. So as they try to tear you down, you're impenetrable. You're impenetrable
Yes.
because you are protected by the blood of Christ. God has you, and you have to believe that. And I've watched this many points in my life, Kim, even when I went through IVF with my child. You know, I laughed because I was on the cover of People magazine and it said Tamron Miracle Baby. And it didn't even occur to me because I was so full on faith, and I was so confident in my faith. And that doesn't mean that, and let me be clear, there are many, many people who pray for the opportunity to have a child, and it does not, and that doesn't mean that my faith was stronger. I cannot say that, but it was the journey that God meant for me. And I have been allowed to share the testimony of being a late to the party parent, as I call myself. I've been able to share how in the midst of what people were calling courageous in leaving that situation at my prior job, it was truly faith. And I didn't feel angry. I didn't feel vengeful. That's why people say, oh, you handle it with such class. You never tried to, disparage where you, I didn't feel it. I knew that my wings could not be lifted if I allowed that to enter my heart. And that's not what God wanted me to do. And I know that. And I have no doubts about it because I'm here.
Well, you're here. And that's that deep, rich faith that I think, believe it or not, even though people don't even know that they long for, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
People really long for that kind of faith. Okay. Well, when we come back, we've got more with Tamron Hall after this short break. We're going to talk about faith and how that faith got her to her very own Emmy award-winning talk show right after this, y'all.
This episode is sponsored by ZocDoc, where you can find and book a top doctor for free. Check them out at ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the free app. Because when you support our sponsors, you're supporting our community of women who love who they are. You know, I'm always looking for doctors for my kids, and I want them to have the very best. Like when my kids get a cut or a sprained ankle, catches a cold, or even cracks their rib on Friday Night Lights football game. Whatever you need, whether it be a specialist or a general practitioner, ZocDoc is the place to go where you can find and book tens of thousands of top-tier doctors with all verified patient reviews. So y'all don't settle. Go for the best and find the right doctor for you. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly book your appointment with them online. That's right. Once you find the doctor you want, you can book with them immediately right on ZocDoc's site. I'm telling you, they even have specialists with verified reviews from real patients. And you can even filter for doctors who take your insurance and are located near you. I've tried ZocDoc, and you should try it too. So go to ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Kim. ZocDoc.com/Kim. And find the healthcare and the doctors you need.
All right, we are back with who Vogue called the most fashionable person on daytime TV. Okay, Tamron Hall. Do you know how fashionable you are, girl? Like, I tune in. I love to hear you, but when I see you, I'm like, girl, could I pull that off? Let me see. And then I go Google it, or I figure out who the designer was.
Listen, my Uncle Henry tells me all the time, he's like, I just turn it on to see what you got on. I'm like, Uncle Henry,
I like Uncle Henry.
I just turn it on to see what you got on.
Is that part of the perk, or is that on purpose? You know what I'm saying? Is that part of the perk?
It's intentional. Listen, it's intentional.
Okay.
I was like the women who I grew up with on a Sunday morning. You gonna know I walked in, girl, and I'm not going to be ashamed of it. Because you know what it is? You're here. You're like, I'm here, and I'm going to celebrate this moment. And we are very intentional about how we step out. I plan the whole week of wardrobe in advance. That's something I learned from my dad. My dad was in the Army for 30 years. And his rule was if you pick out your whole week's worth of clothing, that's one less thing you have to worry about. And I always tell people that because it's like, think about how many times you have an event or you need to go to work or something you need to pick. And you're like, wait a minute, where's that sock? Where's that shoe? That's at the cleaners. And then you are late to where you need to be. So part of my journey is also being present. And that allows me to be present, that I try to take care of these little things.
Was it always your dream to have a talk show, though? I mean, I know you've been a journalist.
No.
And, because a lot of times I'm not trying to, shade anybody or anything, but from journalists to talk, that's two different giftings. Would you say? Like, being able to stay in the news? Okay.
So here's what I think is the common thread. Just like you, I love people. I am.
Yeah, you do.
I love people. I love hearing your story. I love curious people. That's just, I could, like you, we could sit and talk to somebody all night long. They'd be like, okay, Kim, okay, Tamara, I got to get up out of here. You're like, no, wait a minute, let me ask you one more thing. I got to get my car, my meter ran out. I'm like, no, I have more questions. I've always been very curious about people, and I love hearing folks, their story. I'm often asked, well, who's my favorite guest? And I said, listen, I don't have a favorite guest. I have a feeling. I love when people come to talk, when they come to take off the mask that we all wear, and you strip down to who you are. That doesn't mean you're not going to protect certain things, because you do have to protect your soul. You have to protect your spirit, to protect your loved ones. I was pregnant until I was 32 weeks because I needed to enjoy that moment with my new husband. And I didn't need people like, wait, she's too old. What is this? And I needed that time. But as we rip off our masks and we're able to share who we are, I think that's the best journey. That's the best about life. So I was always very curious. So as a journalist, I was curious. And then going into this talk show, I said, well, I have to use who I am. Of course, there were many people who said, okay, do hot topics, do this. And I was like, that's not me. That's somebody else. Let me be me. And I always felt confident that the audience would come. The Tam fam would find me. So I just like to talk. My favorite restaurant is my table in my house.
Yes.
The wine is cheaper than it is at the restaurant. I can take my shoes off. Girl. I can put and just hang out. So I truly thrive off of being around and talking to people. And so it just translated to this talk show.
It is so natural, and you talked about like taking off that mask, and I had to rip my mask off recently, big time. I'm dealing with Bell's palsy. I woke up like halfway through the holidays and just the left side of my face just was not cooperating. I thought, Lord, did I have a stroke? But it is just Bell's palsy. It's getting better by the day, thank God. But I'm getting so much support from women just going on TV and being present like on QVC and having this issue. Have you had to ever like struggle with something, whatever your Bell's palsy, has been? Of course.
No.
And how did you do it? How did you do it?
First of all, another reason I love you so much is that you are so revealing, and in your revealing, you are healing. And that is so critical in somebody's journey. And for me, the closest comparison would be the loss of my sister. My sister died in her home, and it is an unsolved murder. But I didn't talk about
it was murder? That it was murder?
Yes, the cause of death is, and for me, while the case is still open and hasn't been solved, what we knew and at the time and many years before is that she was in a relationship where there was domestic violence. And going back to your taking off the mask, I just come to New York. It just started out. And when you're just starting out, they always ask you, do you want to host these different events? And half the time you don't, but you're trying to get in the good graces of the network and everybody else. So
you're trying to pay your dues.
And so they invited me to host at the last minute this event for an organization called Day One. I never heard of Day One, didn't know what it was. I get there and it's an actual organization. I'm teaching young people, particularly high school age, how to love, like that love doesn't have to be toxic, that it doesn't have to be violent, that crazy in love is not a good thing. And so I'm there and nobody really knows about it. Just started out and several young girls started to tell their stories of being survivors of abuse. And I'm talking 15, 16 young girls with horrific stories of, one child, Kim talked about her boyfriend beating her so severely. She had stitches in her head. And it was just, I couldn't believe, like, kids, these are babies, 15, 16 years old. And, in the South, we have the saying, fair exchange, no robbery. And they're telling me their truth. And they're taking off their mask in this big event, this fancy hotel to raise funds for this organization. And I'm standing off to the side. And I walked over to the microphone and I said, I don't feel right sitting here hearing your story and not telling you my story. And I shared with them that right before my sister's death, she was in a relationship and the person had been in our home, and I witnessed the violence. And I was so upset with her that she wasn't willing to leave that I stopped talking to her. Oh. And I, at the time, thought, this is what you do. You get out of this. You can do better. You don't need him. We're here
just
thinking
pick
that
yourself up. Not
knowing the things that I know now. And thank God my father called right before the holidays and said, you all need to iron this out. And we did. And soon after, she was found dead. And I told him that I lived with such shame and such guilt, and that I was telling this story because I want to help people learn how to talk and support their family members. I want to tell one of the most painful secrets of family to anyone who's willing to listen, because through my wrong, hopefully I can right this. And I started working with survivors of domestic violence, and we try to teach families and loved ones how to approach it. And the number one way is just listen. Everyone wants to be heard. Listen. And so, like with your story and your challenge here, you're willing to put yourself out there and tell. You could hide, you could take a hiatus, you could take a break, but you're saying, no, I'm not going to do that. I want you to know what's happening here. And that's what I try to do with this situation with my sister, is that not to be another celebrity with a problem. Because I was like, I don't want to tell this story because I don't want people to think, okay, here's another celebrity with, oh, look at what happened to me.
No, it's connecting, girl.
Yeah. And it's connecting. And it's connecting. And that's what you're doing. That's what we're doing in these journeys. And so for me, I've been so blessed to work with Safe Horizon, which is the largest shelter in the country helping survivors of domestic violence. I'm still an ally of day one. And it was taking off the mask and saying, here's a part of my story that I hope through this pain that I can help heal somebody else.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, you said it's all about listening. I could listen to you talk all day. Well, I do at least an hour every day.
And I talk a lot. That's why I got a talk show.
I love it. That's it. You might as well talk, honey, because you're good at it.
Because I got in trouble in school. God is always
listening.
Me too.
I could talk the hair off a monkey's butt, honey. I talk and talk and talk. And God is always listening. That's what I love too. I've heard you say that before. God is always there listening.
Yeah.
All right. I do this. I've got to let you go because I know you're a busy woman.
No.
We do this with every guest. We did a little bit different with you.
Okay.
After the break, we're going to come back and do something I called rapid fire, fill in the blank right after this.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Our sponsors are so important because when you support them, you are also supporting this show so that we can bring a new episode to you every single week. So visit factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box. And you can also get 2 free wellness shots per box while your subscription is active. Okay, y'all, I have a little bit of problem though. Factor is so good that my husband Travis and my kids keep eating all my Factor meals. Factor meals are chef-crafted and ready to eat, so they are fast and delicious. And with my family, if I put delicious meals in the fridge that only take 2 minutes to heat up, they're gone before I can say boo. Factor has over 35 options a week to choose from, including keto, calorie smart, vegan and veggie, and so much more. They also have snacks, smoothies, breakfast options, and over 55 nutrition-packed add-ons that make your meals even more delicious. And it's cheaper than takeout, y'all. I eat it when I need a quick meal that's healthy and yummy. And as long as my kids don't get to it first, I'm going to get me a Factor meal. So head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box and 2 free wellness shots per box while the subscription is active. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off your first box and 2 free wellness shots per box while your subscription is active. Just keep them away from your family, y'all, or you're never going to get one. I'm here with my new best friend, even though she might not know it yet. It's Tamron Hall.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Take it, Tamron. Call me, honey. I'll come over for dinner anytime. I'll bring the cheap wine, too.
Kim, what about me?
Listen,
what about me, Kim?
Oh, Zach. Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
I don't want to leave Zach out.
We got room for Zach because we need somebody that's going to wash the dishes, Zach. That's the rule. If I cook, you got to wash the dishes.
You know what? I'm
love
sold.
it.
I'll come over anytime,
I'm
Tamron.
sold. We're there. Okay. Every guest, we do what we call rapid fire. This time, I did rapid fire fill in the blank. So here we go. Don't think about it.
I won't.
What comes up, comes out.
Okay,
here
you.
we go.
I'm ready. Okay.
All right, here we go. I own too many blank
shoes.
I knew you were going to say shoes. Your shoe game is insane. Like, how many pairs of shoes do you have, like, at the studio and at the house?
Hundreds.
Okay.
Hundreds.
Really?
Like, I think we counted the studio the other day. We're at 360 at the studio alone. I know. I've been in TV a long time, Kim. I'm 53. I started TV at 18. I have shoes older than some of my producers.
Okay, let me ask you this though. With those shoes, have you hit your high heel threshold? I have hit mine. Can't do 4 inches.
Yes.
I can't do 3.5. So, okay.
Yes.
What's your high heel threshold, my love?
Well, it's a time limit, so I still do 4 and a half. But I got about 10 good minutes of stand time. So I walk out on the set. I call them ballet shoes or 10 minutes stand time. So I walk out my TH doors and I head straight. All I see is that chair. That looks like an oasis. I'm like, look at that chair. And Mom's like, some days it seems like it's getting further away.
Yes. Yeah.
I got 10
you're
minutes
just like
stand
a
time.
bionic woman trying to get there. I love that. 10 minutes. So it's not a heel height. It's a time limit. Okay.
It's a time limit.
My experience with Hollywood can be summed up with this one word, blank.
Dark comedy.
And keep it real. Keep it real. What'd you just say?
A dark comedy. Yeah, sometimes I feel like it's Pulp Fiction. Yes, you take it from there.
No, nothing else needs to be said. I think you're going to get a lot of amens and hallelujahs and thumbs up on that one. If I only had one day to live, I would blank.
Hug my son the entire day. I would smell his breath and his hair. I would just hug him and smell him the whole day.
And I'm going to tell you, that's going to change when they become 16. Trust me.
Listen, it's already changed a little bit. Those little stinky shoes at a 4-year-old. I was like, how do your feet smell at 4?
I don't want you to throw your husband under the bus. So you can or cannot answer this. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
I never sit on a clean toilet seat. How about you?
Oh, you know what, Kim? I just I marched my husband into the bathroom, and it was a case of who done it. I was like, I don't know if it's you. I don't know if it's you or your son, but somebody better get this, whatever this yellowness is. I was like, this is disgusting. I went from being single with a pristine white bathroom, white towels, white rug. I am clean. So over them. They're going to, honey, listen, they got to get their own bathroom. No, I'm not. They're going to get their own bathroom. They're going to get a bathroom. I'm going to get one of those padlocks that your hand has to go on. And that's the only way you can get in the bathroom. Because
It's like your what's it called? Y'all, I can't even think about it.
Yeah,
thumbprint. Thank you.
Retinal scan.
No, I'm going to get a retinal scan. They're going to have to share a bathroom because it is so crazy.
It's mad. I know.
So I'm like, and how hard is it to aim? It's a big basin. You can't, what are you doing?
I think they try to draw letters up in there and they're trying to do all of that, Tamron.
I don't. Well,
Okay,
they're
getting creative.
They're going to let her up their own bathroom because they're both to be banned in a minute for mine. You heard it here. Breaking news.
I think my grown kids would even throw Cheerios in there again just to make it happen. I really do. Just see if they can aim good. All right. The thing I love, but most people hate, is blank.
Oh,
You gotta think on that one.
I love roasted bone marrow.
Oh, girl.
Okay. You know what? I'm there with you. I'm totally there with you, Tamron. That's delicious.
I'm a carnivore.
Okay, Zach. No, you're not. Zach is not. Tell me
Zach,
why.
It's
You like
delicious.
bone marrow? It's
yeah,
delicious.
I do. It's so good.
Is it?
Oh,
I've
yeah.
never had it.
You've
I
never
got-
had
do you
it?
have
You
your-
get that?
Do you have your
I don't know,
4-year-old
but I
eating
will
bone
eat it.
marrow? My
No, he
3-year-old will eat bone marrow. It's amazing.
Oh, my Lord.
It's so good. I love roasted
Okay.
bone marrow because it gets all gelatinous and you put on bread. I'm a country kid, so I love. I eat. I'm a carnivore. I eat my meat medium rare or rare.
Okay,
I'm a carnivore.
okay.
I'm a carnivore.
Well,
I know
I'm
it's
Southern
terrible.
too. Like we put ham hocks and ham
Oh,
bones
yes.
and all that
Oh,
and
my
everything too.
God.
Okay.
Yes,
So I'm
yes.
gonna have to try that. I'm gonna have to try that.
It's
Okay.
delicious.
Well, we
Everybody
used
else
to eat
hates it. I
chicken
love it.
livers too. We used to eat livers.
I do.
Did y'all eat
I
livers?
love liver. I
Okay.
eat goose.
Okay.
I eat what they call it, foie gras. I know a lot of people may not agree with it, but I do. I eat everything.
Okay, here we go. All right, I've learned something new today. All right, the most dangerous thing I've ever done is blank.
Oh, does that count dating? No. Most dangerous thing I've ever done. I'm bungee.
Dating is dangerous.
It is dangerous. The most dangerous thing I think would probably be I parasailed in Cancun and the parasail
Oh, Lord.
broke and I flew out to sea. I literally, the thing broke. I was and this is the best part. I was engaged to the guy at the time who'd take me on the trip. He was on the boat and at the time, they parasail, they drive and you go off the boat. It snapped. He did not jump off to try and save me. I broke up with him before we made it to land. I called it off. Yes, I did.
That was God speaking to you on that one too.
Not just speaking. When my body slapped that water, that was God going, wake up, get out of this. No.
Oh my God, I would die. Anyway, okay, here we go. I am an unpaid spokesperson for blank.
Oh my gosh. That's eyelashes. Because I'm
okay.
I have no eyelash company, but because I cry on my show constantly, I'm always referring to my lashes flying up. I think I'm an unpaid spokesperson for any kind of lash company in the world.
Okay,
That's random.
I think no, it's great. Tamron's our best rapid fire yet. Okay,
Yeah.
If I could name a new holiday, it would be called blank, and it would celebrate blank.
It would
That's
be
a 2-blank.
Let Me Sleep Day. And you would be required to leave me alone to sleep a minimum of 10 hours. I don't want to hear nothing. Let me sleep day. Don't call me. Don't write me. Don't even think my name. I don't even want you to think my name on Let Me Sleep Day.
I'm with you on
That's
that
it.
one. I'm with you on that one. The best decision I made in the last 24 hours is blank.
To do this podcast with you and hang out with you.
No, I love you.
It's true. I love you. I love you. Easy decision. Best
All right.
decision.
All right. I'm going to claim that and just receive it. All right.
It's true.
Couple of more. I wash my hair every blank days.
Every 2
Ooh.
days. Every 2 days.
Okay.
Because they use a lot of product on my hair. And the fun fact, as you all know, there's a difference in black hair and other hair, And so my hair, I can't shampoo it too much because it'll make it dry. There's your cultural fact for the day. But I do it with this, Johnny does my hair. He's been my hairdresser since, hairstylist. Since he was 18, 19, he's now 44.
Lord have mercy.
I
Oh my
raised him.
gosh, Tam.
I raised
You
the
did.
only break we've ever
That's
had.
your brother.
He did Michelle Obama's hair for 8 years in the White House. It's the only breakup we ever had. She stole my hairstylist and I got him back.
Well, it's Michelle Obama. You got to let him go. You got to let him go.
If you're going to lose to somebody, lose to her.
Go to the first lady. There you go. The best thing about being a talk show host is blank.
Oh, you get to meet so many different people and no 2 days are the same.
Mm-mm. The hardest thing about being a talk show is blank.
Ooh, sometimes you got to go there and ask people questions that they don't necessarily want to talk about, but people, they want to, I respect, people's privacy. I respect a lot of things, but we've had some hard-hitting interviews where it's not always easy to ask people certain questions, but that's the job. That's the job.
My celebrity crush is blank.
Mark Anthony. Mark Anthony.
Really?
It's so random.
A good one. No, that is such a good one. You have to tell why. You have to tell why. Spill that tea.
I think he is so. When I see him sing and his body, the way he moves, he's so
sexy.
He's so sexy. He really is. He's a very sexy man. Oh my God.
That's a good one. That's a great one.
Your random fire gonna give me divorce over here.
No, it's not, honey. No, it's not.
Have you met him, Tamara?
Listen.
Have you met him?
I briefly at the Today Show many years ago. And
Mark Anthony, call Tamara. She needs you on the show, honey. Call her. Okay, here we go. My favorite fast food is blank. Okay, don't give me bone marrow. I want like churches.
Quarter pounder.
I want. Okay.
All right. Quarter pounder with cheese, no onions, a Barq's root beer. That's it.
Nice.
Yes. Yes. Now I know my friends and family are going to scream because a Whataburger is my ultimate, but because they don't have Whataburger in New York, I have to deal with other things. But on my deathbed, there will be Bluebell ice cream, cookies and cream, and a Whataburger on the side. But
now, do you like Big Mac?
No,
like
quarter pounder. I just do quarter pounder. Like if I'm gonna do, I only do quarter pounder. But Whataburger is the best fast food ever, and then a quarter pounder. Quarter pounder with cheese. I'm a burger girl. If I could eat a burger every day of my life, I would eat a burger.
I'd do it. I would do it in a heartbeat too. I'm right with you. I've been
trying to live a little longer for this baby.
All right. Things change when that happens. Okay, one last question. One last rapid fire. My faith is blank to me.
My faith is the guiding light that allows me to live this journey beyond my dreams, and it is everything to me.
And all right, y'all, you can connect with Tamron Hall at Tamron Hall on all her social media platforms. And you've got to pre-order her new book. But I would suggest going to get the first one and then going to pre-order to get that one and read it. And then pre-order this new book, Watch Where They Hide. It's available March 12th. And y'all watch her every day on the Tamron Hall show. I watch her. If I can't watch her, I do the whole little, it's not called TiVo. What's it called again? What's it called?
DVR. We call DVR.
That's it. DVR in it, honey. And I'm streaming it at night. I love you, girl. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
You're such a blessing.
Thank
you are the same. And Zach, you're not so bad yourself.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right, Tamron, call us to come up eat, and we'll bring our Dawn dishwashing sub, girl.
Done.
As many of you know, I am dealing with a little bit of this Bell's palsy thing going on, but I got to say, it has been the biggest blessing because of all of you have poured out your love, your encouragement, your prayers. I just think it's this community that we've built is so powerful. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart because it has meant so much to me. I believe it's been part of why I'm healing faster than ever. It is because of you. I want to thank you. We have a listener that called in, right, Zach?
Yeah, we have a voicemail from a listener.
Okay, I've got to hear this.
I want to play it for you, and I want to start doing this more regularly. I think at the end of every episode, I'd love to have a listener message just like about, because we're building community here on the Kim Gravel Show.
That's all we want to do, yeah.
This is all about loving who you are, and this voicemail to me just meant so much, and I want everyone to hear it.
Okay, let's hear it.
Kim Gravel, this is your friend over here in Texas. I am with you, girl. I had Bell's palsy 40 years ago. You're going to make it. You're going to make it. You are so determined. I love your personality. You're going to make it. Remember, Jesus has your hand. He's your healer. He's going to take care of you. But honey, you at the same time have to take care of Kim here on this earth. Listen to your doctor. Get rest. But keep on believing, girl. Keep on pushing. But you got to take care of that body. You've got to rest those nerves in that face, honey. I know. I've been there and I've walked in your shoes. And when I saw you, I cried. because you're my sister. You mean a lot to us. We love you. Please take care of Kim. Take care of Kim. We love you. God bless you.
No, my Lord. Y'all, that is exactly what it's about, Zach. Can I just say, I feel like after hearing that, I could just move mountains. I mean, see, that's what it's about. When you have community and you lift each other up, be a part of our community with us. I love you too, by the way. I love you too, and I'm praying for you. This is about lifting each other up. And even like now that I need the support, this means so much to me, but y'all, we all need each other. So, I want you to really think about going to lwya.com, love who you are, get on our email list, go to the Kim Gravel Show. It's called give us the information, Zach, where people can go and be a part of our community.
Yeah, go to kimgravelshow.com, sign up for our mailing list, sign up for our community. You can leave us a voicemail right on the site. You can leave us a message.
Yeah.
You can also, I had to pull this up on my phone. You can leave us a voicemail by calling 404-913-6460. Leave us a voicemail. We'll play it on the show. We love to hear from you.
Oh my gosh. And that's what we're here doing. Sisters standing together. Sisters and Zach standing together.
There you go. Sisters and Zach standing together. That's it. That's how we end.
That's how we end. Bye. And I am TikTok. Let me say what I can say. I am a TikToking. I got to be careful what I say. I'm TikTok loving.
I'm actually turning on my do not disturb, hoping and praying that my child does not burst in here.
Honey, let him burst in. He's a cutie patootie.
She's eating bone marrow, and it's like, I'm into it.
Okay. We'll talk about that another day.
Bone marrow is delicious. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about that.
It's all right. I'm out.
Okay. All right. Love you.
If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love.
This episode is brought to you by Gen Z slang. Talking to your kids can be so frustrating, annoying, and downright confusing. Y'all, I don't understand half the words that come out of my kids' mouths. But here at the Kim Gravel Show, we've spent over 1,000 hours researching cutting-edge language trends. So now you'll be able to understand what the heck your kids are talking about. I have it all right here. Slaps means cool. Riz means charisma. It's sending me is the new laugh out loud, the new LOL. Delulu means delusional. That sounds about right. And sus means suspicious. Oh, Lord, I'm confused right now. My brain isn't braining. That means I'm confused. And don't even get me started on the emojis, y'all, okay? Y'all, I find this all very sus because these kids are delulu and my brain isn't braining on any of this. So let's just start the show. And by the way, y'all are Riz.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Y'all, Jamie Kern Lima is here.
80% of women do not believe they're enough.
And I think that's low.
My self-doubt was so loud.
Tell me how you fought back those insecurities.
And when we don't believe we're enough, here's how it shows up in our lives.
You got to say that again and do it slow because that's deep.
For 40 years, I was waiting on my weight. So see, there are good things that come out of junk food. Here's what's wild, Kim. I'm going to jump out of my chair right now. This is not going to make any sense. You really want me to be really, really honest?
Total 1,000% raw. This week, I have a great show for you. I'm so excited because my dear friend, Jamie Kern Lima, is here, and she has a brand new book that just came out last week, and I cannot wait to talk about it with her. It's called Worthy: How to Believe You Are Enough and Transform Your Life. Before we get to Jamie, I want to say that it's so important to me that you, watching and listening right now, feel like you're part of the show and part of this Love Who You Are community that I'm building. Y'all, it's so powerful. So this week, I'm doing a listener rapid fire question where you'll have a chance to answer a question. I'm putting you in the hot seat. And after the interview, I have an inspiring listener voicemail that I want to share with you because I want to hear from you. So you call us. you message us and tell me about what you love about who you are. That's all I want you to do. Let me know what you love about who you are. But before we get to all that, I need to introduce my powerhouse guest. She is the founder of IT Cosmetics, a billion-dollar brand that she started in her living room. She's a New York Times bestselling author. She has a new podcast coming out, a new book coming out, and she is busier than all get up. I'm telling you, welcome to the Kim Gravel Show.
Jamie Kern Lima, Jamie Kern Lima.
I love
Okay.
it. I am so grateful to be here. Thank you so much for having me, Kim.
I am so excited. I have been waiting for this, Jamie. I think we've been trying to connect and be on this podcast for over a couple of years, and I'm so glad you're here. I'm so excited about your book. But can we, let's rewind a hot minute, because you started IT Cosmetics. I know you from IT Cosmetics because I used to watch QVC before I was even on QVC. I bought IT Cosmetics back in the day, girl. And you started in your living room. And I love this story. How did you have the confidence or the belief in yourself enough to even start it?
Oh my goodness. Well, for a long time, I didn't, right? For a long time, I had way more self-doubt than I had self-belief. And, you know, it's for anyone who is listening to you and me right now, who is like, oh, I have this idea, or maybe they want to put their art out into the world, or they want to get on the dating app, or they like, don't let your doubt yourself out of your own destiny. Because for me, Kim, like most of my life, I mean, a lot of people, maybe if they know of the story of IT Cosmetics, or if they read kind of what the press shares, which is like Denny's waitress builds billion-dollar company, it's easy to think like, oh, that person must just be so confident. It must have just been easy. But it was really what a lot of people don't know. I know you know this as my friend, but a lot of people don't know that the journey was just filled with hundreds and hundreds of no's and rejection along the way. And then for me, from the time I had the idea for IT Cosmetics, it actually started in a big season of setback and self-doubt in my life. Yeah. And what I know and believe is that so often our setbacks, even though they suck and they don't make sense at the time and they're painful and we never want to go through them, so often our setbacks are actually God's setups for, you know, right? For what we're called to do, or for some strength we're supposed to build so that we can carry the weight of our success later. But I was anchoring the news and had worked all the jobs to get there. And I thought, one day I'm going to host a talk show. That was my lifelong dream since the time I was a little girl. So I had done all the jobs, waitressing, bagging groceries, trying to, you know, make it to school, and eventually was in small market news, moved my way up, and I was anchoring the news in Portland, Oregon. And, you know, I have hereditary rosacea. I'd tried everything for it. Nothing worked, went to all the dermatologists, and I'd always been able to cover it up, and it wasn't a big deal. And there was one day on the news, I was anchoring live, and the makeup would not cover it. And nothing would work. And so I remember spending my whole paycheck at the time just trying to find anything that could work. And I remember having this gut feeling, and maybe people listening to you and me right now can relate to this. I had this moment where I was like, what if I could do this? What if I'm supposed to, you know, figure out how to, and it was almost this gut feeling, or this knowing, or this whisper, the still small voice. It's like, you know, that I had this idea. What if I could create a makeup brand that worked for me? But then, Kim, my self-doubt was so loud. My thoughts, right? All of our thoughts in our head are self-doubt. That is not who we are, but we all often have this self-doubt. And I actually talked myself out of doing it for the longest time, because even though I had this gut feeling, like, what if I should do this, right? And for everyone listening, it might be a different feeling you have about something in your life. What if I should try this? My head was like, oh, but Jamie, you got no money. You have no connections. You're not qualified. You don't know anyone in the beauty industry. And I sat in that place between my intuition or my knowing, or when I get pray and I hear God, that's where I hear it, my intuition, like telling me I should do it, but my head telling me I should not. And I almost almost doubted myself out of this too. It wasn't until one day when I had this deep kind of moment of grace where I realized that if I could launch a brand, that my whole life seeing ads for the last 40 years, I love the beauty ads I had always seen on commercials and in magazines, but they always kind of made me feel like I wasn't enough. And I never saw women that looked like me with skin challenges. And so I had this kind of moment of grace where I was like, well, maybe it's not about figuring out just how to make a good product. What if, I could do it and try to stand for something bigger? What if I could show my rosacea on TV and put women of every age and shape and size and skin tone and skin challenges models and call them beautiful and mean it? And my bigger God-sized dream was, what if I could do something to help shift the definition of beauty in the whole beauty industry for every little girl out there who's about to see those, magazine ads and start doubting herself, and every grown woman who still does. And that was the moment I decided to go for it. And didn't know how hard it was going to be. Didn't know it would be years and years and years and years and years of rejections. But that was the moment I decided to trust that knowing instead of trusting all the no's I was telling myself in my own head. So yeah, I think those are the moments that change our life when we learn how to trust ourselves. And I think especially as women, we often don't trust ourselves.
You're preaching to the choir here, because I totally can relate to everything you're saying, but I love how you have maintained, Jamie, the same messaging. You can tell this is who you are at your core, at your center, at your deepest part of who you are. Because this message of worthy that you're talking about, I read Believe It. I've got it highlighted. I've got it dog-eared, the whole 9 yards. That was such a brilliant way to talk about believing. But now you're talking about this worthiness. I think really this is going to be your biggest book ever, because I think it's been threaded throughout your entire messaging, even with It Cosmetics, is being, what does worthy mean? What do you mean by we are worthy?
Yes. Okay. So Kim, this is the thing for me. Most of my entire life, I believe the lie that if I could just achieve enough, then I would finally feel enough. Right. And I spent decades of my life thinking, right. And what I realized is that our self-worth, underneath it all, our self-worth is our ceiling. Our self-worth is our ceiling to almost everything, because in our relationships and our friendships and our businesses and our goals and dreams, like, we don't become what we want. We become what we believe we're worthy of.
I love that. Say that again, Jamie. You got to say that again and do it slow, because that's deep. That's deep, girl.
Right? Yeah, just for every person listening, in your friendships, in your relationships, in your hopes and dreams, in your businesses, in all of it, in our lives, we don't become what we want. We become what we believe we're worthy of. And when I say our self-worth is our ceiling, what that means is, and I'll just break it down for a minute, because here's what's wild, Kim. I'm going to jump out of my chair right now.
Do it. Go, girl.
If someone's listening and they're like, well, I always feel like I'm not enough, but I think I'm alone in that. 80% of women do not believe they're enough. 80%.
And I think that's low. I think that's low, Jamie.
I think you're right.
Seriously. Okay.
You think it's
I'm
higher,
serious.
right?
I think it's a lot higher than that.
It's this, when we believe we are not enough, it is a lie. It is a lie. And why I wrote Worthy is, it's not about learning all these new things. It's about, how do you unlearn the lies that lead to self-doubt and then sort of ignite those truths that wake up worthiness? Because what I learned through believing the lie, if I just get this next goal or dream, then I'll finally feel enough, and just for everyone listening to kind of put it in perspective in your own life, it's like, if you've ever had one of those big goals or dreams and thought, once I finally get that, then I'm going to be happy. Then I'm going to be fulfilled. Then I'm going to feel enough. And for some people, that might be once I get the relationship or the marriage or the kids or the white picket fence.
Oh, Lord, that's not going to happen.
the six pack abs, the goal weight, the fitness goal, the business hitting a certain threshold, the amount of fame, whatever it is, right? A certain job title or a certain dream job. And for most of us that We've worked really, really hard. And a lot of us have this experience where we actually get that thing. Maybe it took decades, but we actually get that job title or whatever it might be. We actually, and we get on television, whatever it is, hit a certain social media following, whatever it might be. We get it, and then we're happy for a minute. And before we know it, we're back to feeling like something's missing and like we're not enough. And so our solution, this was me most of my life. My solution was, I've just got to work harder. I got to achieve the next thing and the next level and the next level.
Okay.
But in that journey, I was building 3 things that are very important in life. I was building my confidence, which is so important.
So important.
So important. I was growing, which is so important. If, there's that famous saying, if we're not growing, we're dying. And growing can look like growing in your faith or growing in a new skill set. So I was growing and I was contributing to something bigger than myself. And those 3 things are great. But none of those actually build your self-worth, which is different. And our self-worth is that deep internal, just knowing and belief that we are worthy of love and belonging exactly as we are, not as our past mistakes or failures or regrets, not as whatever our current self-perceived inadequacies are, not as our successes but exactly as we are. And our self-worth is our ceiling. And so what that means is and this was me most of my life, I was achieving stuff on the outside world that looked good, but inside I did not believe I was enough. And when we don't believe we are enough, here's how it shows up in our lives. We could be crushing it in one area. We could be, super mom of the year. We could be doing great in our job. We could be so social and have a lot of friends. We could be hitting our fitness goals. But when underneath it all, we don't believe we're enough, it'll show up in certain areas of our life in usually one of 3 ways. Either we are stuck, we feel stuck in an area and we don't know why. We have we think that we want to share our story with the world and write a book. We know we have a book inside of us, but we haven't written it and we don't know why. Or we want to find a life partner, but we haven't gotten on the dating app, or we haven't gone out in public or socialized, and we tell ourselves stories like, oh, I just need more skill sets, more experience. When really, for a lot of us, the underlying thing is we deep down inside don't believe we're worthy of the thing. So we stay stuck and we don't know why. And that is a big thing.
But Jamie, let me ask you something. Do you think, because my mind is firing on all cylinders right now hearing you talk.
Up. I'm
I love it.
So
I love it. No, because I resonate with everything you say. But is it fear that holds us back of thinking we're not worthy? What is the thing that stops us from knowing? Because I think, don't you think deep down we know there's more? We got to, or we wouldn't be doubting that we were. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay.
Yes. So fear, absolutely, of the meaning we're attaching to things.
That's right.
Right.
Yes.
And we believe these lies that
we do.
I go into all of these lies in Worthy the book that I've had to unlearn in my life to learn to believe I'm worthy, right? So for anyone listening right now,
give me a couple of them. Give me a couple of them.
Yes. Here's a few. Your weight determines your worth, and I should wait on my weight to live my best life.
Okay, you just stepped on my toes.
Kim, for 40 years, I was waiting on my weight. And by the way, this is not even a chapter about weight, because it does not matter what your weight is. But so many of us, we wait, we hide in the back of the photo. We decline the invitation to the reunion. We don't wear the swimsuit. This was me most of my entire life. And I talk about how to unlearn that lie, because when we start thinking about what has waiting on our weight already cost us in our lives, the pain of that is usually far, far more dreadful than whatever judgment we think we're going to get if we stop waiting on our weight to fully put ourselves out there. So that's one of the lies. Another lie, I should only be seen when I'm happy. A lot of us hide who we truly are. We hide what we really feel. We show up in the world as our representative, thinking that's what's going to get us love or approval.
I do it.
Yeah. And on the days when we're just like feeling not that way, not happy, we hide how we are. And every time, by the way, this would be fun to talk about with you later if you want to, but because over the decade, like, oh my gosh, all the years I was doing shows on QVC and meeting tens of thousands of entrepreneurs and watching the very few who make it. I want to.
It's hard, girl.
If you want to,
it's hard. No, it's hard. Let's talk about it because it's hard.
There's 20 lies in here to unlearn because they're big, right? If I'm me, I won't be loved. The lie that I don't deserve better in friendships or relationships, so I should just settle. There's so many lies.
We'll be right back with more Jamie Kern Lima after a short break.
Hey, y'all. Hands up. Raise your hand if you used to watch Friends. Okay. Do you remember how iconic Jennifer Aniston's hair was? I remember the Rachel. It was so good. It was an actual haircut. Her hair always looked so healthy and full. And did you know that she has her own line of hair care products? This episode is proudly brought to you by LolaVie, an award-winning hair care line founded by Jennifer Aniston. And here's why I personally love LolaVie. They use high-quality plant-based ingredients with no silicones, no sulfates, no parabens, and no gluten, okay? They have amazing products to use in the shower, after the shower, that will give you silkier, shinier, better-looking hair. I love their restorative shampoo and conditioner, and their glossing detangler makes my hair look even better than it did, back in the 90s when Trends was on. Unlock the Jennifer Aniston-approved hair at LolaVie.com. And you'll get an exclusive 15% off your entire order when you use code KIM at checkout. That's 15% off of your order at LOLAVIE.com and use promo KIM, K-I-M. Please note you can only use one promo code per order and the discounts can't be combined. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. So please let them know we sent you and support our show. And also send me a photo of how great your hair looks. I'd love to see it. You're going to love it. I know I do. Y'all know I have lost weight and I'm trying to stay healthier. And that's why I'm so glad to have AG1 sponsoring the show, because I only want to work with brands that I love and that have worked for me. And I love AG1. Since I started drinking AG1, I feel more focused. I feel like I have more energy. It supports my immune system. I'm not getting sick as much. So my kids' germs won't get me sick as often, because I've got 2 teenage boys. So if you want to try it for yourself, then try this. Go to drinkag1.com/KGS, and you're going to get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Seriously, y'all, AG1 is a nutritional supplement that's got vitamins, minerals, probiotics, stress adaptogens, superfoods, mushrooms, and nutrients to support body, brain, and gut health. And did I mention that AG1 supports healthy aging, healthy skin, healthier hair, and even nails? It's so good for you, and it tastes so good, and it's really, really easy. I just take 1 scoop of my AG1 and mix it in water every single morning and drink it up. AG1 is a supplement that I trust to provide the support my body needs daily. And that's why I'm excited to welcome them as a new partner here on the Kim Gravel Show. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase, exclusively at drinkag1.com/KGS. That's drinkag1.com/KGS. Y'all check it out and enjoy that healthier lifestyle.
It's hard to be a woman in business. You know this, especially had built what you have built against a lot of, like you said, a lot of rejection. How do you think that we don't step into our destiny or step into our self-worth and really realize that because of rejection? Because speak to that, Jamie, because rejection is inevitable.
Yes.
That's what I tell my kids. I'm like, girl, dude, you're going to be rejected. So you might as well go ahead and accept that. Is it how you handle it? Tell me how you fought back those insecurities and those feelings of worth
best question ever because
It's a good one.
Fear.
What you say about it?
Fear of rejection and fear of failure. Oh my gosh! And
what is it, girl?
The meaning we assign to those things. And by the way, when we get rejected or failed, it can shake our confidence, which is a big deal. But when we start to believe we're a failure or we're a reject, that is when it takes root at an identity level. And that's when it just takes root in your self-worth. So in the book Worthy, there is chapter 2. And this actually, Kim, you'll understand this as a fellow author. I wrote a whole other book called When You Change Your Relationship with Rejection, You Change Your Life. And that was going to be my third book. I did not want to wait 2.5 years to put that one out later.
No.
So it's now Inside Worthy as chapter 2. There's
Good.
literally
Good.
a book Inside Worthy as chapter 2. Okay, this is big. This is big. And if you want me to, I will break it down at a granular level on your show
Break it down.
so that people
Break
can
it down.
apply it to their life right now. Okay. For anyone who has, a fear of rejection or failure, or you have past rejections or failures that are still sticking to you, even if you know it or not, like lead balloons on your wings when you're trying to fly, right? Okay. So I go through in chapter 2 called Change Your Relationship with Rejection, Change Your Life, Inside Worthy, the 4 R's and this framework of the 4 R's on how to completely change your relationship with rejection. Now, here's the thing. As human beings, every one of us as human beings, we want to avoid pain at all costs. It's why for a lot of us, we know if we go to the gym, we're going to eventually have better, health scores. We're going to eventually feel better. But the pain of working out on that treadmill will keep me personally away from that gym all the time. We are so wired, right, to avoid pain at all costs. And so when we attach a painful meaning to potential rejection or fear, we will not go for the thing. We will stay stuck. We will, all of that because we want to avoid pain. We're going to go through the 4 R's. If you're down for it, are you up for it together?
I've got my pen and paper. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it.
Okay. So every person listening to me right now, you can go through this with us. Okay. So this is going to be really powerful. And I'm going to explain, Kim, how I use this to get through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rejections and no's. We were teetering on, a lot of people don't know this, we were teetering on bankruptcy for years at It Cosmetics. QVC, which is my heart and soul and the best thing that ever happened at It Cosmetics. Even QVC had said no for a number of years, and same with all the retail stores. And a lot of times when we get 1 no or 5 no's or 20 no's, we give up. We think our intuition must be wrong. We think we don't have what it takes. We think the rejection is some indication of our potential or what's going to happen. And so we quit. And oftentimes it's not. If your gut feeling and your knowing is telling you are supposed to be doing something and you are supposed to be going for it, you have to change your relationship with rejection and failure in order to trust your gut and keep going. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. So first, to start it off with a question. This is for you, for me, for everyone listening right now. Imagine yourself getting rejected or failing at something without thinking about this too hard. Just imagine it getting rejected and what that feels like, or failing at something. And what's the first thought that goes through your head? The very first thought.
For me, you would, because I can answer it.
Yeah, I would
Here
love
we
for you
go
to
again.
answer.
Here it goes again. Here we go again.
For me, most of my life, it's, there's proof I'm not enough.
Okay, girl.
Proof I'm not enough. I once asked this to a room of CEOs at this business conference, and they got really vulnerable. People started crying. I was not expecting that. Answers coming out were like, oh, I should have never tried. I'm stupid. I'm a loser. I don't have what it takes. Things like that never happened to people like me. What was I even thinking going for it? What I just shared, oh yeah, there's proof I'm not enough. What Kim just shared, here we go again. But for you listening, that first thought you just had, okay, that is your current definition of rejection or failure. Your current definition. And for some of us, we have multiple, right? For me, it's like, oh, yep, there's proof I'm not enough, or, I'm not smart enough. I don't have enough to succeed. All these things, right? That we tell ourselves. Now, for most of us, that current definition is so painful that we want to avoid it at all costs, right? So we don't go for it. But when you change your definition, when you change it, which you can do, it can change everything, because everything in life is just the meaning we attach to things.
To it.
The first R is reveal, which is what we just did. We revealed our current definition of rejection and failure. And the second R is to redefine it.
Yes.
Redefine it. And when we do it, it has to be a definition you believe to be true. It cannot be one that just sounds good. And here's how this happened for me, Kim, in my life. And it actually had to do with QVC. I was in this season of hundreds and hundreds of no's. I did not know how IT Cosmetics was going to make it. And I got a really painful no from QVC. And it was painful only because I wanted it to happen so bad. I had this vision of being on QVC, showing real women, connecting with that person at home. Like I felt it, like I knew it was going to happen.
You knew.
Right? I knew. And then I got another no. And I was like, I don't know. And I just remember I was crying under my covers, not knowing how my business was going to make it. And I decided to Google every person that I could think of that had ever built a really great, successful company, or had, helped move humanity forward in some way, or helped, was an incredible thought leader or an icon or a titan. And I just started reading all their stories. And what I realized is every single one of them has gone through countless rejections and failures. They're just the brave ones willing to keep going anyway. And that day, crying under my covers, I wrote in my journal, after I just got another no from QVC, I wrote in my journal, rejection does not mean I'm not enough, which is what I had told myself forever. Rejection means this is a victory. I am one of the brave ones willing to go for it anyway. I am not going to spend my life on the sidelines living in regret, thinking what could have happened. This rejection's a victory. It's a reminder I'm one of the brave ones. And I know that in my gut to be true. I believe that to be true. And so that at that day became my new definition. And then I started building a toolbox of new definitions that I believe to be true. And every time I would get another no, another rejection, I would put a product out there and nobody bought it. Like all the times that would happen, I would be tempted to think, oh yeah, there's proof I'm not enough. That's my old definition. I will intercept it, replace it with that new one, right? One of my favorite ones, rejection's God's protection.
Amen.
Right? Rejections, I'm putting in the reps. I'm putting in the reps. I'm one step closer. And I started building this toolbox of new definitions. And then I committed to literally deciding the meaning I attached to rejection when it happened, so that I didn't assign pain to it. I literally retrained myself to believe.
It empowered you.
Yes. And I started embracing it. And I know that just sounds wild because,
I get it.
Yeah. And then the third R is my favorite. This one's a little deep. But a lot of us are hanging on to past rejections and failures, and we're letting them take root. And for some people, it happened on the school playground when they were in sports.
Years ago.
For other people, it's that guy that broke their heart and shattered it to pieces and told them they're not enough. Or it's the job they wanted so bad that didn't see their value no matter what they did. Or the friend that did not invite you to the party and it still hurts your feelings that you felt like you were. There's so many examples of this where we're holding on to past rejections and they're taking root in our identity. And so third step is to revisit. And a lot of times we don't even know we're doing this, but when we revisit past rejections and then reveal what is the meaning we're assigning to those, and then redefine it, go through steps 1 and 2, it can change everything. And,
everything.
really quick examples. I was adopted and was my parents worked so much growing up. I was always alone, and I always had this story I told myself that I was abandoned or unwanted, and it came out in a lot of areas of my life. Like I stayed in unhealthy relationships with guys I was dating like way too long because I didn't want to abandon them. And then later, Kim, like a lot of people don't know this, but we had, we built to over 1,000 employees at Cosmetics. And
huge.
I think I did a lot well, and I also did a lot wrong. And one of my biggest things I did wrong was I would not fire people soon enough who actually really merited it.
Needed, right, needed it.
Because I didn't want to abandon them. And I went through this process, and I realized I was assigning this meaning that I was unwanted or rejected or abandoned. And I realized that, and I redefined it and was like, oh, actually, my birth mom and dad were together one time ever, then never again. Like God chose me to come into this world. My birth mom, her life would have been way easier had she not had me, but she chose to have me. And then my parents who raised me chose me. I'm like, I'm not unwanted.
You're chosen, baby.
I'm chosen. Yeah. And it has changed every part of my life. I believe that. And it has changed everything. My all-time favorite one, in case someone needs this in their life today, for anyone who has had someone not see their value or pull the rug out from underneath them or betray their trust or not love them the way that they needed or not include them or invite them. And it may be something recent. It may be something from decades ago. I will intentionally look at those situations, and I will literally redefine them this way. And I believe it. I will imagine God saying to me, oh, you weren't rejected. I hid your value from them because they're not assigned to your destiny.
Right.
And I will believe it. And so the people that, along the way that didn't believe it, Cosmetics would make it. Like we had one investor it was the most painful no I've ever had, where he thought women wouldn't buy makeup from someone who looked like me with my body and my weight.
Lord have mercy.
All these situations. But what I know is I believe this to my core, even if it's simple things like the friend that you're trying so hard to make new friends as an adult and you don't know why you're not included with that person. It could be any of these situations.
Right.
I believe God will block our value from people who are not assigned to our destiny. And believing these new definitions, which I go in the book Worthy on how to do this, they will fundamentally, what they do is they make that fear of rejection and failure go away. They make, when rejection and failure happens, the worst case is it can shake your confidence for a minute, but you redefine it. But what it does is it does not let them take root in your identity so that you're not tempted to think I am a reject or a failure. And so it's one of many tools. It's one of many tools in the book Worthy on because my first book, Believe It, was really my journey of learning to believe in myself.
Yes.
But Worthy's like the playbook on
how
to you believe in you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The fourth R is revel in the fact that you are fearless about rejection and failure. Because I'm telling you, rejection, fear, failure, self-doubt will kill more dreams than almost anything else. I'm going to tell
you something, Jamie. You are made for podcasting. I cannot wait to subscribe to your new podcast. When is it coming out? You have so much inspiration to share, girl. I'm telling you.
Thank you so much.
People need these messages.
Dream. Thank you, Kim. It's called the Jamie Kern Lima Show. And,
I can't wait.
And you can subscribe.
When is it coming out?
Podcast. Yeah, it's not out yet, but it will be in March.
March. So we're a few weeks from it.
Subscribe to get the first episode, and there's going to be a sneak peek episode now that you'll get first if you head over there. So anywhere podcasts you get your podcast or YouTube.
You're going to kill it. I'm telling you, this is your talk show, baby. This is God bring. Okay. All right. So before I let you go, I love you too. I can't wait to get the book. I wrote down the 4 R's. You got to get it. But before you leave, I do this with every guest. I do what I call rapid fire.
Rapid fire questions.
Don't think about it. What comes up comes out. Okay.
Okay.
The most surreal moment I had living next door to Oprah was blank. Okay, girl.
The moment she drove over on a golf cart and agreed to be my first guest on the Jamie Kern Lima Show.
Jamie, did she bring you anything from the garden or nothing? She just came over.
She brought a blanket. She brought a blanket the first time she came over. Yeah. I love blankets. I love a great blanket. I love a great mug.
Okay, Jamie. Tell Oprah she's got another thing in me. Okay, here we go. If you only had 1 year to live, I would
snuggle my babies.
Yes, you would.
I would snuggle my babies and I would snuggle my babies.
That's it.
I would do a better job of noticing the beauty all around us.
Amen.
And I would stay home more. Probably.
Me too. I would. In the bed, snuggled up with the kids.
With your
I love
Oprah
it.
blanket. Yeah.
With your Oprah blanket.
Oprah blanket.
Yeah.
You immediately gain my respect if you blank.
Stand up for someone else who cannot stand up for themselves.
Oh, good one. Agreed. I agree with you on that. The one piece of advice I would give to a listener who wants to start a business in her living room is blank.
Oh.
Okay.
If you if you know in your gut this is what you're supposed to be doing.
Let's go.
Your knowing is going to be more powerful than any of the no's you're about to get. And I do not know a single person who has started a business who has lasted and not gotten a whole bunch of no's. And knowing how to pray, get still, meditate, whatever that looks like for you, and learning how to hear your own knowing and trust it is more powerful. It's your compass, it's your North Star, it's your guidance. And do not let anyone else's doubt about you turn into doubt in your own head. And do not think you're alone in that doubt or in the no's. Again, we think we're alone because we go on social media and all we see is people's highlight reels. And we think, oh, I'm the only one who my business is not getting traction, or I put my art out there and no one's buying it, or I put my ideas and no one clicked like, it was years and years before anybody knew it cosmetics existed, but it was a lot of no's. And I think a lot of people aren't prepared for that because especially with technology, things look like they happen fast.
Instant. Yeah, they do.
Right?
They don't.
Instant.
They don't happen
people
fast.
People think they get famous quick. They build businesses quick. They're somehow successful quick. And I would prioritize, I would know that. And I would also prioritize cash over flash. And that is hard to do. But we were so unglamorous for the longest time. We were not cool for the longest time. But we stayed not going bankrupt barely for the longest time because we prioritized that.
You had substance. You had substance.
Yeah. Oh, I could go on this. We can talk about this for
Okay.
hours.
I gotta get this. I know,
Oh
but you got a heart out, and I want to ask you this. This is fun.
Okay.
My celebrity crush is blank. Okay, Jamie.
Woo!
I know. Just keep it real. 100. Just blam. First person comes up and comes out. Who is it?
This is not going to make any sense. You really want me to be really, really honest?
Total 1000% raw.
Let me just preface this by saying,
okay, go ahead.
I am happily married. I have
Me too.
only dated men my entire life. And my first answer was Angelina Jolie was my first
She's
thought.
No, a celebrity, a crush is, come on, that has nothing to do, that's who you look up to. She's hot. She's hot for a reason. She's
that was
hot.
The first thought. I'm like, you want me to be honest, but you can't
be honest because she gives back. Like you have the same heart. I get it. Now this week I have a very special audience fill in the blank question that I want you, our listeners, to answer. I want you to be a part of the show, and I think this is going to be really, really fun, y'all. So if you're on a platform that allows comments, then drop a comment with your answer. Or if you're on QVC Plus or Apple, then head on over to KimGravellShow.com and send me a comment with your answer to this question. Fill in the blank, y'all. My guilty pleasure is blank. Yeah, I have so many of them. I want you to make that comment. Anywhere you listen to the podcast, make the comment. And who knows, we might be reading your comments on air.
Kim, what's your guilty pleasure? Real fast.
Chocolate cake, massages, facials, shopping, packages coming to my door from UPS. Shall I go on?
Okay. Just one answer, y'all. One answer.
It's really not a pleasure if it doesn't make you a little bit guilty, y'all. Just saying. Okay, here we go. I hope this is easy too, because it is for me. My favorite junk food is blank.
Woo!
Okay.
Oh, gosh. all
Come
of it.
on. And I want a sweet and a salty. I want a sweet and a salty.
Okay, I downed, like, I'm not even, this is embarrassing. I downed probably 100 Christmas wrapped Hershey Kisses for breakfast. That I do not recommend that. I'm just being so honest. I'm being so honest.
All right, you're salty.
But that's not normal. Salty. But that is what happened today.
I love
it. Salty. Oh my gosh. You know, I love junk food.
I do too, Amy. I do too. I mean, you and I could sit down and eat and talk for days.
Yes. Just, yeah.
You got to come back. You got to come back.
Okay. Salty. Everything. I'm sweet, so I'm a sweet person.
I'm a sweet too.
I love pretzels. I love nachos.
Doritos. How about
Cheetos.
Lay's? Have you ever tried the Lay's salted vinegar chips?
I have not. Are they good?
Okay.
Do you want to know a true story?
Grab them.
We did this powder blush stain at It Cosmetics, and how we thought of it was one day I was eating Cheetos, and my fingers were stained orange, and I'm like, and we didn't launch blush at It Cosmetics for years because I was like, I'm not launching one unless it's better or different or special. And I remember Paulo looking at me with these orange stained fingers eating Cheetos. I thought he was judging me. And he knew I was at a product development retreat and we didn't have a blush idea. And he's like, what if Cheetos stain your hands and you can eat them, it's safe. What about a powder blush stain? That's how we thought of it. So see, there are good things that come out of junk food, even if they're not good for you.
I'm leaving it right there because there's nothing better than Cheeto stained fingers to do product development for a beauty brand. Jamie, listen, you can connect with her on her website, jamiekernlima.com. Follow her on social media at Jamie Kern Lima. Her new book, Worthy, came out last week. How to Believe You Are Enough and Transform Your Life. It's available right now everywhere books are sold. Girl, you got to come back. We got to have a follow-up.
I would love
and
to.
And everybody go follow her podcast right now. Okay,
yes,
I'm not kidding you right now.
Lima show, the Jamie
Let's
Kern
go.
Lima show. We
gonna
should
be
do
huge.
a live. You, me, and Mally should do like a live show together. That would be so fun.
Call me. You got
That
my
would
number.
be
Call
so
me, girl.
fun.
I'm there.
Yeah, same. Okay, good. I
Love you. Mwah.
Thank you.
Y'all, this one inspired me. Zach, don't you love it when we get these voicemails, we get these comments? You just y'all gotta hear it. Take a listen. Take a listen.
All right, let's take a listen. Here we go.
Hi, Kim. I watch you on QVC, and I've just come to love you so much. You just absolutely make my day whenever I see you. And, of course, with your new issue, I was so upset for you. And then I'm seeing that you're just going through with it and fighting it and still being out there. And it just inspires me because I probably would feel so sorry for myself. And I look at you and you are incredibly brave and wonderful. So just want to send along my best and hope that you can get through this pretty soon and it'll be over for you. But until then, know that you are just totally held with such regard. So love you, Patty.
Ah, Patty, I love you too. But Zach, I'm she's right. It's tough. I mean, but that's what it's all about. I mean, just what Jamie said. I mean, it's not about what happens to us. It's really what happens through us. It happens what we do with our hardships and our rejections and our failures and our past. And, you know, Patty, I love you, girl. And where else can we go but forward? You know, if this is the worst thing that ever happened, so many other people, Zach, deal with such heartache and disappointment that we all have to just take our pain as pain and whatever we're going through, and we've just got to encourage each other and move forward together. That's what this community is all about. So if you want to be a part of this Love Who You Are community where we are going to lift each other up, make everyone feel like they are worthy. Like Jamie said, we're all so worthy. This is a place for you. Subscribe to the podcast, share it with other people. Go on the KimGravellShow.com, sign up there, leave comments.
Yeah, tell someone about it. Just tell someone about
somebody.
it. That's
Or
the
call
best
us,
way.
Zach. What's the number? What's the number?
Yeah, or call us. Leave us a voicemail. We're going to be doing these every episode. I want to hear from listeners every episode. And let me just give you a quick tip because I would say 90% of the voicemails we get are just like Kim, you're so great, and I love your clothes, and I love your show, and I want to hear more about you. I want to hear what you're going through.
Yes,
I want to hear about
Patty, yes.
what you're, how you're getting through it, how you can inspire other people. Like, what is your inspiration? What's your
story?
What's your story? So tell us that. Because, I mean, Kim would love it if I just played, we love you, we love you, Kim. But
I love you back. That's all I'm going to say is I love you back.
I'm just kidding.
Sometimes I get tired of my...
404.
Okay.
All right. 404-913-6460. All right. What were you going to say, Kim? I'm sorry I interrupted you.
I was going, sometimes I get tired of my own self. What did I tell you today? I'm tired of talking.
Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, you started out by saying, I'm tired of talking, my face hurts. So, are you okay, Kim? How is that going, by the way?
Let's get a quick update. Getting better every day.
Okay. All right.
Move forward, y'all. And know that you're worthy, like Jamie said. All right. Bye, y'all. We'll see you next week.
Bye, y'all.
I just got more Kim. In my life. Woo!
The funny thing is there's a delay. So when you say dude to me, it's totally off. Like, it's like you're like a second late. It's hilarious.
Well, that's the story of my life, Zach. I'm always delayed.
Second late, $1 short. All right, let's
delayed healing, delayed everything. Yeah. I want to share with you because I want to. And hold on. And I have an inspiring listener. If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love. This episode is sponsored by your cell phone addiction. Did you know you are allowed to actually drive without texting? No wonder everyone says that I'm a bad driver. Did you know that the world is filled with beautiful and amazing things? Probably not, because if you're like me, you're always on your phone. Because your friend just posted a new video of her pet. A hedgehog? What? I don't understand. Okay. If you find yourself thinking in emoji, if you need to Google to see what trees actually look like, then you're probably addicted to your cell phone, just like me. We here at The Kim Gravel Show, we can help you. Just follow this one simple step. Put down your dang cell phone, y'all. Seriously, people, put down the phone and be present. Now count to 5. 1, 2. Okay, that's long enough. I can't stay away from my phone now. And now pick up your phone and enjoy The Kim Gravel Show. Because Lord knows, putting down my phone is too hard, y'all. I can't live without this thing.
This is The Kim Gravel Show.
There's no book that gives you a game plan about how to be old.
I don't care. I'm going to do me.
So I have to tell you, I was born belligerent.
I'm feeling I'm running out of time to accomplish the things I want to accomplish.
I want to change how we think about age.
Are they sagging and dragging, or you just don't even care?
I don't care. What people don't understand about influencing, it's actually pretty controlling.
But there's so many takeaways. I'm taking notes listening to you talk. You are the best guest we've ever had on the podcast. All right, y'all. Our guest today is a fantastic, amazing writer who wrote the perfect intro for herself on her Substack. I got to read it because I was blown away by it. She wrote, "I'm Lynn Slater, also known as an accidental icon." Love it. Reformed social media influencer. I can relate. Writer, activist, social worker, former professor. Okay. And someone who's just an ordinary woman with an interesting life. She's written a book called How to Be Old, and her book comes out on March 12th. Welcome to the show. Okay, Kim, let's do that one more time, Zach. So we forgot to tell Lynn.
Here's the thing. I missed my cue. And that's on me.
Zach is not a stage performer, okay? He is a producer.
No.
Well,
one of the chapters in my book is about improvisation.
There you go.
Going with it. So let's do it.
Lynn, okay. Zach is going to read that chapter. So let me read that last line again. Lynn, you take a beat because we have something special for you, okay?
Okay.
Zach, I'm going to start. Her book comes out. Here we go. I love it.
I'm keeping all of this in. All of this is staying in. 100% it's staying in.
Of course.
All right. Go ahead, Kim.
Her book comes out on March 12th. Welcome to the show.
Ooh, minutes later.
There you go.
There we go.
Thank you for that.
Now, Lynn, that's an intro, isn't it?
That is the intro.
Thank you. That's Zach. That's Zach's specialty. See, that's what he's good at.
Yeah, just in the moment, I'll choke every time. That's
No,
what's
I
up.
love it. But this is the thing. I mean, that's what life's about, is like making mistakes and moving through them, right, Lynn? And your book, How to Be Old, I think that's the title of all titles. How did you come up with that book title? Tell us about it. Tell us about the book.
That's a long story.
I know. I hear you.
Anyway, I decided at some point after I turned 60 that I was going to embrace being old. And I was not going to be afraid of it. I was not going to let people make me feel bad about it. I was not going to let people tell me that I don't have a seat at the table anymore.
Yes.
And I knew that I had to do it in a way that was not going to turn people off. Because How to Be Old is sort of like, get with the program, kids. Because it's actually the best time of your life, or could be.
But you know what, Lynn? I mean, first of all, I am in love with you. We are going to be BFFs. You're just getting started, Sister Sledge. My mom is 76 and is fabulous. I mean, talk about reinvention. She's so much like you. She's gorgeous. She's fabulous. She's beautiful. She's fashionable. And she's now a model for me on QVC. And you said your mother taught you how much fun it was to be a belligerent woman. Okay, first of all, we got to define what you mean by belligerent woman. I get it, because I'm one too. But what do you mean by that? Because my mom is one too, girl. She's taught me that too.
Well, I think being belligerent means that you're not going to do something because somebody is telling you to.
Come on.
Especially if it doesn't fit for you or your life.
When did you learn to be belligerent? Because it's taken me about 52 years, because that's how old I am. And so finally I'm like, I don't care. Forget it. I'm going to do me. How long did it take you to get there?
So I have to tell you, I was born belligerent. and the story my mom tells about my birth is that I was a month overdue. I didn't want to be born, and they finally had to pull me out with forceps.
Oh my gosh.
So I was like from day one saying, I'm writing the script. And if you try to make me do something I'm not ready to do, it's not going to happen.
But you know what, Lynn? So can you develop this belligerency, so to speak, though? Can you become a woman who, because, Lynn, you know, I'm in the throes of 2 teenage kids. I mean, you have children, grandchildren.
God bless you.
You know, like I got a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old. I never sit on a clean toilet seat. So I'm just saying, 2 boys. And so I just, you know, as women, we're having to be so many things to so many different people.
Right.
Now it's your age and your state of life. What is it like to have this freedom to be free and belligerent and fabulous? You know what I'm saying? Like, help us get there.
Well, I love that you said that. Because recently I wrote an essay about this, and I was like, you know, when you are younger, there's books about how to be a parent, how to find your dream job, how to, you know, be in a relationship, how to talk to a man. And there's no book that gives you a game plan about how to be old. And what we now know is that you have to start preparing for that when you're young.
Yeah. Oh, God.
And what I realized, because here I am, I'm 70. I always had a dream of being a writer. I'm publishing my first literary type book. I did publish an academic book, but I'm getting my dream that I had to put aside because I was raising kids. I was having to make a living. I was taking care of my parents who were older. I'm the oldest, taking care of siblings. So I wish that when I was in the middle of that, when I was in my 30s and 40s, that I knew how my life could be when I was old, when I could have my dreams and be the person I wanted to be. And I would have said to myself at that time, it's just on the shelf. Just put it on the shelf. You're not throwing it away. You're going to take that down one day. You will have it. So just get through today and you will have it. And to me, that is the worst part of making young people be afraid to be old, is you're denying them that.
But Lynn, okay, this is what you've just dropped on us is a bit of a huge bombshell, because what I'm hearing you say is resonating with my soul right now, because what you're saying, because I'm always thinking I'm running out of time. I don't know if you ever felt that way, like, because I'm 52 and I'm thinking I'm not, I mean, I have a fabulous family, a wonderful career. I'm so blessed, right? But let's put the blessing on the back burner right now and talk. I'm feeling I'm running out of time to accomplish the things I want to accomplish. What I'm hearing you say is, Kim, don't worry about it. It's coming. Be patient. Is that what you're saying? Tell me what you mean by it's coming.
That's what I'm saying, is that there will come a time in your life where nothing is ever too late until the day you die. And even, I joke around about reinventing myself over and over and over, which I've done throughout my life. And I'm basically telling my family, I'm going to reinvent how I die even. So we're going to talk about how I'm going to reinvent that.
Wow.
So even at that moment, there's an opportunity to do it different, to do it the way that you want to do, to be... my mother was a very belligerent woman in how she wanted to end her life and how she wanted to live during that end. And we had to help her fight for it. So I think what I am saying, and again, if you do what you need to do when you're young, which basically is have a healthy lifestyle, have a purpose, that you will set up for yourself an opportunity to have all of these deferred dreams, all of these, it's too late, to happen for you. And I don't want to minimize that some of us have a lot of privilege as older people, and some of us do not. It's a struggle. So I think we have to acknowledge that. But I think for younger people, you have an opportunity now. We know so much scientifically to intervene in how you're going to be old. And so that starts when you're 30. It starts when you're 25, because we're aging from the minute we're born. But we live in a culture and a society that value youth and value beauty. And so people put all their money and energy in that. I mean, I think I heard some outrageous figure of women spending like $500,000 on skin products, over their lifetime. Like, what if you put that in an account for when I take it off the shelf day? What if that money is there for you to do that thing that you always feared it would never come to you? That's how I want to change how we think about age. And I'm seeing things like it's killing me. I have a 9-year-old granddaughter, and now I'm seeing things on TikTok that girls that age are doing skincare.
Retinol, girl. It is so damaging to their skin. You're so right. Lynn, this is what I also want to talk. I want to talk to you about how it's your age, even at my age, 52. I mean, that's no spring chicken, girl. How at our age do we dream again? But we're going to talk about it right after we get back. More with Lynn after this. I want you to think about it, Lynn. How we can dream at our age, dream again. We'll be right back.
Hey, y'all. Hands up. Raise your hand if you used to watch Friends. Okay. Do you remember how iconic Jennifer Aniston's hair was? I remember the Rachel. It was so good. It was an actual haircut. Her hair always looked so healthy and full. And did you know that she has her own line of hair care products? This episode is proudly brought to you by LolaVie, an award-winning hair care line founded by Jennifer Aniston. And here's why I personally love LolaVie. They use high-quality plant-based ingredients with no silicones, no sulfates, no parabens, and no gluten, okay? They have amazing products to use in the shower, after the shower, that will give you silkier, shinier, better-looking hair. I love their restorative shampoo and conditioner, and their glossing detangler makes my hair look even better than it did, back in the 90s when Trends was on. Unlock the Jennifer Aniston approved hair at LolaVie.com. And you'll get an exclusive 15% off your entire order when you use code KIM at checkout. That's 15% off of your order at LOLAVIE.com and use promo KIM, K-I-M. Please note you can only use one promo code per order and the discounts can't be combined. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. So please let them know we sent you and support our show. And also send me a photo of how great your hair looks. I'd love to see it. You're going to love it. I know I do. Y'all know I have lost weight and I'm trying to stay healthier. And that's why I'm so glad to have AG1 sponsoring the show, because I only want to work with brands that I love and that have worked for me. And I love AG1. Since I started drinking AG1, I feel more focused. I feel like I have more energy. It supports my immune system. I'm not getting sick as much. So my kids' germs won't get me sick as often, because I've got 2 teenage boys. So if you want to try it for yourself, then try this. Go to drinkag1.com/KGS, and you're going to get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Seriously, y'all, AG1 is a nutritional supplement that's got vitamins, minerals, probiotics, stress adaptogens, superfoods, mushrooms, and nutrients to support body, brain, and gut health. And did I mention that AG1 supports healthy aging, healthy skin, healthier hair, and even nails? It's so good for you, and it tastes so good, and it's really, really easy. I just take 1 scoop of my AG1 and mix it in water every single morning and drink it up. AG1 is a supplement that I trust to provide the support my body needs daily. And that's why I'm excited to welcome them as a new partner here on the Kim Gravel Show. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase, exclusively at drinkag1.com/KGS. That's drinkag1.com/KGS. Y'all check it out and enjoy that healthier lifestyle.
Oh my gosh, we're back. We're back with Lynn talking about how to be old. And Lynn, we were talking before the break about dreaming, and you're so inspiring. You're so contagious with this. You're passionate, but you're not just passionate. I mean, you kind of like a modern day preacher going, look, girl, this is what you need to do. Lynn, how can people listening right now who are in their late 40s, 50s, 60s, even in their 70s, what do you say to that woman who wants to dream again or has a dream that's been like, buried in their deep within their heart that they want to accomplish before, they get too old?
So I'll share a little bit about what I did, because I think this is how you start doing it. Think about something that you're really interested in and that makes you happy.
Okay.
So for me, when I turned 60, I said, you know what? I really am interested in fashion, but I had not a clue of what I could do in it. So my first piece of advice is put yourself in a space where you can meet people and learn more about that thing that is your dream or was your dream. And so what I learned from taking classes in a fashion school was
Oh.
I didn't want to be a fashion designer because that would take too long. Because I thought at first, well, maybe I'll be a fashion designer. Maybe
When
I'll
did
be
you take that class? How old were you when you took that fashion design class?
That's when I did that when I turned 60.
Wow.
I went to FIT. I went to continuing ed classes. I was the oldest person in the room, but all the professors and all the students said, "You have amazing style. You should start a fashion blog." Now, I had no idea that that's what I would do until I put myself in that space, right? So if you want to be a musician, go and take continuing ed in a jazz improv class. Just put yourself in and things will start coming to you. And so I left that year saying, okay, that's something I could do. I know how to do a website, because what you're going to find when you put yourself in your new space is that everything you did in your life up until that point, you're going to bring to your dream.
It serves you.
It serves you. I think the hard part is sort of figuring out, okay, how do I put those to use in a new space? And so for me, I had all these talents over the years, but I didn't think they would be applicable to fashion. And what I found out was these students and professors gave me a place that I could put all my experience and all my passion. And then it's a question of, for me, I didn't have any goals. I just said, I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm going to have fun. And I just started chasing these really fun things. Like I've been in music videos. The most fun things I never even got paid for. And it really didn't matter to me because I had a full-time job. But I was just needing to be creative and to start hatching something new. And so that, to me, that's the first point, is you don't have to say, I'm going to go to school and be a textile designer. You don't have to know that. But what you have to do is go to a textile exhibition, take a class in the history of textile, and then something will come. And you have to be open to it. It's a lucky accident, as I say.
A lucky accident. Is this what you're talking about? The power of design thinking? Like, what is the power of design thinking and the way, like, fashion can change the way you feel about yourself? Because is that what you picked up on when you were at FIT, or is this something that happened with the blog? Because I love that the power of design thinking that's a really cool way of saying it.
Well, I think I picked up on the power of design thinking from hanging out with innovators because they use design thinking. And I don't think we use design thinking well.
What do you mean by design thinking? Like, what does that mean?
So I think what it means is that you see a problem, but you don't want to do the usual business as usual way of solving it. And so you do these different exercises to figure out how could we make something innovative and new and different to solve this problem. And I feel like we're very much still using very old ways of thinking and designing for older people. And so for me, I think that means that we have to be realistic. Right?
Okay.
So right now in aging, we have these two poles. We have one saying, your life is over, you're going to be demented, you're going to be depressed, you're a drain on society, you're ruining the world for young people, blah, 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 blah. And then on the other, you have these people who, have a lot of resources and have had them their whole life, and they're running marathons, and they're having these fabulous lives. They don't look young. And the fact is, that's about 3% of all aging people. and that the vast majority of us are in the middle. And so in design thinking, there's this little exercise. It's called the rose, the thorn, and the bud to get you to think creatively.
Ooh.
And so I apply that to aging. Like the rose is, I can't tell you how many good things there are about aging, particularly that you don't care what anybody else thinks, number one, which is very freeing. But there are some things that aren't great about it, right? You know, it takes me a bit in the morning now to get that arthritis going or whatever. But the bud is that if we think creatively, and basically that's how I used fashion, if we think creatively, we can come up with really exciting ways to meet the challenges that come from aging. And so here's like a little tiny example. My mother, we gave her one of those medical necklaces, right? In case she fell. Every time I went to visit her, it was hanging on her bedpost. She didn't want to wear it. She didn't want to say to the world, I'm not independent, I'm old. So now I have an Apple Watch, like millions of people. And if I fall, it says, did you take a fall? Do we need to call help? That's how we have to be thinking. Instead
that's
of
the smart. That's the design part. That's the bud
design part. That's
Love
the
it.
design part. That's the design part.
You're safe. You're secure. You're supported, but you're cool because you have an Apple Watch.
That's right.
Love it.
Because that's our generation, right? We are not aging like my mother was aging.
No,
we
no.
were. We came up in the 70s. We were burning bras. We were having demonstrations. Hey, cohabitation, which is a really big thing for older people now, we invented it. Free love. So why does anybody...
Honey, there's free love up there at the retirement homes. There's a lot of free love, Lynn.
Exactly.
There's a lot of STDs, I think, at the retirement home these days.
No, there is. There is. It's like one of the fastest rates because people don't think that we are sexual. And so you go to your doctor. You go to your doctor and they're not asking you about STDs. They're not asking you about partners like they did when you were young. They're not educating you about safe sex because when a lot of people were young, it was before we had to be worried about what safe sex meant, except about being pregnant. But yeah, it's dangerous when you don't accept the reality of how it really is.
So it's dangerous when you don't accept some of the thorns.
Yes.
That come with the beauty of aging, correct? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
I love it. And I need to really start thinking that way because as you're talking, Lynn, you're educating me. You're teaching me. Did you like being an influencer? Like, has social media and the speed of content changing our brains all the time? How did you adjust to that? Because like now that actually, I think, is there a college degree in being an influencer? I mean, like I talk to young people, I train young people in, and they're like, I want to be an influencer. I'm like, is that a real job? I'm like, hello. I mean, what happened to being a mechanic or electrician or, you know, even a college professor? Is influencer a gig now, a job?
I quit it because
And there you go, Lynn. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped being an influencer because when I first started, I did this because I wanted to be a creative person. I wanted to learn about fashion. I wanted to express myself. And in the beginning, I would say for the first 6 or 7 years, it was a lot of fun. But then what happened is that Instagram changed and began to be a place where you were doing a lot of selling of things. And I was doing a lot of selling of things. And one of what people don't understand about influencing is that it's actually pretty controlling. That once you get into selling, that people are telling you how to take pictures, what you should say, and okay, put your little spin on it. But if you don't do what the brand wants you to do, they're like, you need to reshoot this. You need to do that. And when I was doing my own thing, right, independently, I was free to be as creative and amazing as I wanted to be. And so for me, I found myself, and you have to be on social media every hour of the day because you have to be engaging, you have to be posting. And I found myself becoming depressed, anxious, just deadened. And that's why I quit.
But Lynn, do you think that had to do with your age too? Do you think you looked at it and said, I'm not willing to give up control of this? Like I like my control of my creativity. Is that a something that's empowering that comes with being older? Like, bump that. I'm not doing that.
I think you feel more comfortable doing it when you're old, but I have done it throughout my life. And
that's a good lesson.
Sometimes I did it in ways that got me in deep trouble.
Me too, girl.
Let's hear that story. I want that story.
Me too, girl. Yeah. That's that belligerent.
I had a lot of detentions and,
not you, Lynn. No way.
Me. Yes.
Okay.
My friends call me the good, bad girl.
Oh, good. That's a song. We need to write. That's it. Your next career is music. What's the problem with saying 60 is the new 40? And why is it wrong to look at it that way? Because at 50, I'm like, is 50 the new 30? I hope so. Am I thinking about it wrong?
I think when people say 60 is the new 40, the implication is that being younger is better. And I think we should say 60 means now, with all these advances, that I am probably going to live 10 to 20 years longer than I may have. So what can I do with that? What can I do that is going to make me feel like a creative person with a purpose? And for me, I'm asking, how can I make the world better during that time? How do I want to live during that time? So rather than turning back the clock and seeing it as, we're getting old, it's like, I'm 60. I have this amazing gift now of extra years. What am I going to do with that? And that can be as exciting as when you were in your 20s, figuring out, what am I going to do with my life? It's like being given another life.
Okay, there's one thing I've got to ask you, because it's a thread that has gone. I could talk to you literally. I cannot wait to read your book. Y'all have got to get it. I'll tell you how to get it here in a little bit. You have been saying this one word, I think you've said it like 20 times. And it's one that every time you say it, a little piece of me jumps on the inside. You keep saying the word creative. Lynn, how important is it? I don't care how old you are, is it to be creative? I keep hearing that word. Is that something that has really given you this outlook? Like, what is it about that word for you? And why does it matter to us?
I think it's part of resilience. And what I like about it is that you can do it without money. And I think a lot of people think that being creative is like, having a painting in an art gallery. But this is something my mother taught me, and I really respect her about it, is that in her life every day, as a woman who had 6 children and, we were very working class, she had to figure out how to make do with less. She had to figure out how to make something exciting without money. And that kind of creativity allows you to be resilient. It allows you to have hope. It allows you to be optimistic.
I got to
And
write that
so-
down. Hold on. You said creativity allows you to be hopeful.
Yes.
Oh, girl.
And I
I'm
think
writing it.
I think that if people stopped who think they're not creative and they stopped and thought about what they did every day, that maybe you're making a recipe and you put in an ingredient that's not on the recipe. That's being creative. And so all of those small acts of creativity, it's what makes life bearable some days. It doesn't require a lot of resources. It's there for everybody to have. And I think that when you're being creative, you're feeling a lot of joy and you're feeling pleasure, even if your overall situation may not be the best. But it really is something that has sustained me throughout my life. And as a social worker, I worked with women and girls who experienced trauma for most of my career. That was very hard. And the way that I would manage it is I would go and take a class in improvisational theater or, creative writing. And I would then bring that back into my work as a way to do it in a different way that then helped me to move on. It makes your life new and exciting and fresh if you are creative and if you bring creativity to your life.
Okay, there's so many takeaways. I'm taking notes listening to you talk, Lynn. So I feel like getting your book
I'm
is
still a professor, I guess.
You are teaching me, girl. And I think I'm going to get your book and it's going to be one of them highlight tab, yellow dog ear moments. But right after this, I'm going to do something fun I do with every guest, Lynn. It's called rapid fire questions. So, get your rapid fire on. We'll be right back more with Lynn right after this.
Okay.
Eating better is so easy with Factor's delicious, ready-to-eat meals. I am so glad that Factor sponsors the show because I love eating my Factor meals. I've got to tell you, and when you sign up at factormeals.com/Kim50 and you use code Kim50, you get 50% off. And you are supporting yourself with great food and you're supporting this show. So thank you so much. There are so many choices. It's fresh, never frozen meals delivered right to your door. The food is restaurant quality and dietitian approved, and it's ready to go literally, y'all, in 2 minutes with no prep and no mess. But none of that matters if it doesn't taste good, and Factor meals are delicious. I'm telling you, I fight my kids for them, okay? Y'all, they have over 35 different options to choose from every single week, including Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, and Keto. And there are more than 60 add-ons to help you stay fueled up and feeling good all day long, like snacks, breakfast foods. I'm telling you, the sky's the limit here. So what are you waiting for? Get started today and get after your goals. Head to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off. And start eating healthy in the easiest way possible today. We're back, and I've just, during the break, I'm just sitting here just telling Lynn how many aha moments I've had sitting here. Y'all got to get her book. But before we go there, Lynn, every guest I have, I do what I call rapid fire. So I'm going to read a question, and the first thing that comes up comes out. Okay, don't hold back.
We could be in trouble here.
No,
what are the censor guidelines?
We've got it. We've got a bleep button if we need it.
I'll beep it right out, Lynn.
Okay.
But this is the thing, Lynn. I have a feeling you belligerent woman, you're going to have no issues with this. Here we go.
Rapid fire questions.
If you had to flee the country tonight, where would you go?
Amsterdam.
What? Okay, you have to tell me why. That's.
I went there for the first time in my life recently, but my grandfather was born there.
Okay.
And my family never talked about the past. It was very mum. And there was some indication that my great-grandparents had a hotel and a cafe in Amsterdam. And when I went to, of course, we didn't believe it. It was like, whatever. I went. The most incredibly gorgeous cafe that was once the hub of intellectual, cultural, creative life. So I want to go to Amsterdam and sit in that cafe every day.
Yeah, I'm going with you. We're taking your book and you're going to be doing the professory thing with me all day. Okay, here we go. Who would you want to be trapped in an elevator with? Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to say Rei Kawakubo.
Ooh. Do tell.
She is the designer who is behind Comme des Garçons.
Oh,
and
Lord.
She's in her 90s. And she completely blew the fashion world apart when she first showed her work in Paris. And she is a woman who has been talk about belligerent women, right? She has been belligerent her whole life, and I would just love to hear more about who she is and how she thinks, and it would be amazing.
Okay, can I just say now I want to be trapped in the elevator with y'all?
Here's a quick story. Her first boutique, she had no mirrors because she said you need to feel how the clothes feel on your body, not think about how they look.
Ooh.
You should use that on QVC, Kim. That's money.
I'm going to say, I can't even pronounce because Lynn said it with such elegance, and I say it with the Southern twang. So we have to work on, the, what is it called? The eloquence. What is that? What is it called? When you, how you pronounce it. All right, we're moving on. Here we go. What's one thing you do every single day that you wish you didn't have to ever do again? Oh, I could think of many things.
Let's see. That's hard. I guess clean up my house.
Yeah, right?
I hate it.
I hate it too.
But do you clean every day, Lynn?
Well, that's a good question, but yes, because I can't stand things to be disorganized and cluttered. So, yeah.
Well, and you lived in 600 square feet in New York City for a long time, right? So.
Yes. Now I'm in a house.
Yeah.
I hate unloading the dishwasher. So, I mean, there's several things I hate cleaning the toilet seats. I hate shaving my armpits. I mean, there's a lot. Okay, we could go on for days for that.
That was the funny thing about Accidental Icon, because when I was at the height of it and everybody thought I had this glamorous life, I was still cleaning my own toilet.
Right. Hello. But were you the only were you the only one sitting and using your own toilet? That's the question.
At the time, well, my partner.
Okay,
Calvin.
There you go. Okay, so I mean, then that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother. We could go down that rabbit trail. Okay, who would you hire to narrate or act in the story of your life?
Oh boy,
who would play you, Lynn?
Frances McDermott.
Ooh, good one.
It's a really good one.
Really good one.
I think she could pull it off.
She could pull it off. She's belligerent.
Yep.
Okay, which would you choose, money or fame?
Money.
Right?
Fame, I had my little brush with fame.
Y'all, Lynn said money. She didn't even just say it like normal.
She didn't even hesitate. That was a great answer.
No.
I agree with you, Lynn, 100%. What commercial jingle from your childhood will you always remember and be able to sing at any time?
Now you're asking me to use my memory, and I'm 70. All right. That's where technology comes in. I can go on Google when I can't think of it.
The same here.
Let me think.
I know, these are good.
Jingle.
Do you have one, Kim? Well, Lynn's thinking.
Hot Pockets. I remember that one.
I think that was still
And you know
on.
what? And you know what, Lynn? Because I have a fashion line on QVC, and so I always say, "Got pockets" every time I tell it because I can't do anything without pockets. And so the hot pockets, I remember that.
I'm drawing a blank on this one.
What about a TV theme song? Do y'all remember those from your childhood? Because they used to be like an
remember Bonanza.
Oh, Bonanza was good.
Yes. I remember that theme song.
Bonanza was good. We used to watch
Yeah.
it every week. Yeah, with my dad.
Yeah, I was actually more of a reader than a TV watcher when I was a kid.
That's why you're a professor and so
That tracks.
smart.
That tracks.
And that's why I'm doing a podcast. Okay, here we go. What's the most boring sport to you? Oh, I've got many of those. I know.
I would have to say football.
Agreed.
Just
And people love it. People love it, but I
They
don't
do,
get it.
But I find it very boring.
I know. And baseball's not exactly my favorite either. I mean, that game goes forever. Okay. Would you ever pick up, or have you ever picked up a hitchhiker?
No, but I've hitchhiked.
Oh, so you were the hitchhikee.
Yes, I was a hitchhiker throughout my college years.
Where did you go to college, Lynn? Do you mind me asking?
I went to a small all-girls Catholic college in
All
Newport,
right.
Rhode Island, Salve Regina. I have to say, I have 2 masters, a PhD, and the bachelor's I got from Salve. And I probably never had as rigorous an education as I had there.
Wow.
Because at the time, it was all girls, and it was around the women's movement. And their whole thing was, we are going to train your brains for you to compete in this world as equals.
Go, girl.
And yes. And I also learned how to break rules in a good way.
Yeah. I get it.
Because it was very, very restrictive still. Like, we had what they call parietals, where you couldn't have boys in your room. And well, we figured it out.
I was going to say, but I'm willing to bet you $1 to a donut you had boys in the room. Just saying.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's a whole nother book and a whole nother podcast. Here we go. What's the most beautiful garment you've ever owned? Oh, right? You fashionista.
That's hard. That's hard. But I would have to say that for me, it is a silk Yohji Yamamoto coat.
Ooh. That was a pretty penny.
I do all my designer's consignment. You have to remember, I was a social worker and a professor.
Right. So, and I have to remember you wanted money over fame, so I get it. Okay, what is the most comfortable garment you've ever owned? The most comfortable?
Oh, without a doubt, my overalls.
Oh, okay, Lynn.
Which is what I basically wear almost every day now.
Every day. That's the uniform, right? Okay, when you walk in, do you immediately, bra on or bra off? You know what I mean?
Off. Off.
Just
As a
unleash
matter
those
of
puppies.
fact, I'll let you in on a secret.
Oh, no.
This is another good part of being old. At some point, you give up the bra.
What age?
I've probably not worn it for the last 2 years.
God bless. I'm almost
It's
there,
great.
girl.
It's great.
I'm almost there. Are they sagging and dragging, or you just don't even care?
I don't care.
You are the best guest we've ever had on the podcast. What does being an icon mean to you?
That's it. That's the answer.
I guess that says it. I guess I never set out to be an icon.
Right.
I was never comfortable.
Can you, though? I don't think you can, really.
I no. And I guess it was a very surprising thing. I was kind of shocked by it. And I had a very mixed feelings about it, right? Because one part of you wants to be seen, but when you're seen, it comes with a lot of, you must know this, sort of negative stuff.
Yeah. People are hurt. People are looking for attention. Yeah, you're right.
But I think, what an icon should be is somebody who's showing us sort of where we need to go in the world.
Right.
So that it's kind of like a beacon, somebody who can show us the way to get to where we need to go. And I think when I was being that kind of an influencer and I was helping women and young people see that being old is not something so terrible, that in that way I was being an icon. But I think, icons are also sort of can be false gods. And so the celebrity part of it, I think, was not something that I wanted or enjoyed. So,
But being that beacon, being that lighthouse, that is a positive of it.
yes.
I love it.
And
Okay.
I wish it could have just stayed that way, but
Yeah. Well, that's how us humans are. We're always looking to look up to something or somebody.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Who is your celebrity crush? This is an important question.
okay.
Yeah. The next two are really important. Who is your celebrity crush?
My celebrity crush has to be the actress Emma Thompson.
Oh, she is.
Did you see that movie she did?
Yes. Which one? I've seen them all.
The one where she's an older woman and she hires a younger man to have sex with her.
No! What movie is that, girl?
I'm not remembering the name.
I'm looking this up.
Yeah, look it up. Because it's really a great. He teaches her that she's beautiful as an old woman.
I think it was Matilda. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay, Zach.
Come on,
You're
look
off.
it up.
I'm
Look
looking
it
it
up.
up. I'm looking.
Okay.
It's taking a second.
Lynn is being belligerent. Don't mess with Lynn.
But I love the reason why I have crushes on actresses like her is that they don't play the game and they just let themselves be older women. They don't try to alter their appearance.
No.
And they're just saying, take me on my talent. Take me on what I'm contributing. And they care enough about themselves to do that. So for me, I'm a fangirl.
I love it. Me too. Now I'm going to go watch that movie. Okay.
Is it What's Love Got to Do with it? Is that it?
No.
No.
It is actually Good Luck to You, Leo Grant.
There it is. That was my next one. Good luck to you, Leo Grant. Yep.
Okay. So I
You
see
gotta
myself.
watch that movie.
I'm going to binge it tonight. Here we go. I see some streaming and some popcorn, and I might be, maybe depending on how you answer this, what's my next thing I'm going to get for watching that movie? What's your favorite junk food? I did it. I said it.
Popcorn.
Okay, popcorn. Now, what's your favorite sweet?
Chocolate.
Any kind?
I like plain old Hershey's chocolate bars.
I do too. I like them with the almonds too. I like a crunch.
The almonds are good.
The almonds are good. Okay. This is my last rapid fire, and then I'm gonna let you go, but I don't want to. But we have to stay connected because you are now my celebrity crush. Now that you are old, what exciting things are you up to next, girl?
Well, I am working very hard at being a writer at this time in my life. And it's something I had lunch with my childhood friend. We've been friends since I was 7. A couple of weeks ago, and she said, whenever anybody asked you what you wanted to be when you grew up, you always used to say writer.
Wow.
And I think, as these things happen in life, you have to make a living, so you can't be a full-time writer or whatever it is. And so I realized that I need to do that before I die. that I have to do that thing. And so now I'm really putting a lot of time and attention. I'm really excited. I'm writing a column for our little local newspaper about how to be old where we live. So that is how I want to be living. And I want my life to be balanced. I see my grandchildren quite a lot now because I moved to be close to them. And just spending time in nature, which I appreciate now, especially since the pandemic. So I want to do a life where I am having that dream realized.
And it's never, what did you say? It's never too late to start.
That's right. Never too late to start a dream.
Never too late. All right, so before rapid fire is over, I'm trying something new. I have a special audience rapid fire question for you to answer, audience. What is your dream? If you're on a platform that allows you to comment, drop a comment. Just let me know what your dream is. Or if you're on QVC Plus or Apple, head over to KimGravellShow.com and send me your answer. What is your dream? And you can connect with Lynn Slater on her Instagram at Icon Accidental. Her website is accidentalicon.com, and you have to order her book. I'm telling you right now, How to Be Old, when it drops March 12th next week. You can pre-order it now everywhere books are sold. Lynn, you belligerent thing, you. I love you.
Thank you. This has been so fun.
Will you come back?
Yes, I will.
Okay, you got to come back.
Maybe we'll do something where we take some of the dreams and we talk about how they could be started.
Oh, done and done. Y'all heard that. Rapid fire. What's your dream? Drop it in the comments anywhere you listen to this podcast, and Lynn will come back and tell you how to get it done, hun. Thank you, Lynn. I love you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Lynn.
Mwah. All right. Lynn was amazing. Got to have her back, Zach. Wasn't she fantastic?
She's amazing.
How to be old.
Now
right?
I know how to be
I
old.
need to know that.
So I feel like I'm definitely going to get her book.
She says you got to start now. She says you got to start now. You're in your 30s. You have to start now.
I'm technically middle-aged, apparently, because I'm 37 now. So,
I keep saying that
I'm dealing with that.
I keep saying I'm middle-aged, and Travis says, babe, we're not middle-aged. We're over middle-aged. It's not that much long. We got less life to live than we've had. I was like, oh my God, he's so right. He's so right.
I don't know.
Okay, whatever. I'm learning how to be old from Lynn. And also, I learn a lot from you. Up next, we've got a listener voicemail who has some advice for a past guest that was on the show. Zach, what do we got here?
This is really great. I'm going to play this voicemail. This is a voicemail, and she's talking about an episode we did a long time ago with a woman named Julie, who you gave hot seat coaching to.
I remember Julie.
Yeah, and it's just like, this is such a great voicemail because it's like, again, this community that we have is so powerful. We're all trying to help each other. Just check this out.
Okay.
Hi, Kim and Zach. This is Gretchen, and I just watched your last podcast, and I am calling with a suggestion for Julie. Sounds to me like she would be a great 911 dispatcher. I have been doing it for 30 years, and I walk in my calling every time I go in there and answer the phone. I take people's worst day and their crisis and make it better. And that's what we do as 911 dispatchers. It doesn't pay a lot, but it pays the bills. So if you could pass that along as a suggestion to her, she may like doing that as her next step and walking in her calling. And I would like to greatly thank you for helping all of us. Thank you.
My gosh.
Bye.
Amazing, right?
Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Okay, that's why you have to call in. That's why you have to email. That's why you have to stay connected. This is a community of people, mostly women, who are shoring each other up. We are those belligerent women, people. We are the women out here that are loving on each other, encouraging each other to love who we are, where we're at. And we're girls here, including Zach. He's a girl's girl, too. He's a girl
baby.
dad.
Yeah, and if you want to leave us a message, call us 404-913-6460. leave us a voicemail. We might play it on the show. We're going to try to do these every week. And if you want to check out that episode that she referenced, it's called Help, I Can't Set Healthy Boundaries, Hot Seat Coaching with Julie. It was from, I think, October last year.
Julie was amazing. You're amazing. Thank y'all so much. We learned so much from it. Make sure you go pick up her book, How to Be Old. It drops in March. Was it March 12th? I'm thinking. It was March 12th.
Something like that. Let's go with March 12th. You should just pre-order it right now. It's next week. It drops next week, and you should pre-order it right now.
Pre-order it right now. We love you so much. And remember, be belligerent. Be creative. And look, never get old. No, that's not what Lynn says. She's saying get old and love it. There you go.
And don't miss your cue.
What is my cue? Oh, that's it. Oh, my God.
Yeah, Lynn, if you could give Kim a test, actually, that would be great. I think that would be hilarious.
Oh, my gosh. That's my new word, Zach. I'm going to call every female in my life, are you belligerent? That's my new word. Okay. Lynn.
And don't forget to put powder on. Look, I'm like a reflective mess.
No, you're not. You're not. You're not a grease ball. No.
Nope. Greasy. No powder, Kim.
If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Kim.
Hey.
So I have a surprise for you. Before we start taping, before we do anything, all right? I have a surprise for you.
Oh, Lord.
You know how we're both kind of obsessed with AI?
Zach, when I tell you, I think AI, of course, people think, AI is like the devil and it's going to murder, death, kill us all. But I absolutely obsessed with AI. Obsessed with it. Like more so than you.
I'm so excited then because I found this new app. It's called Suno, and it makes whole songs just based on whatever you give it. So I made you a new intro for the podcast. I want you to tell me if this should be our new intro. Are you ready?
Okay, hit me with it.
Okay.
Amazing, yes, all right. You gotta love yourself. Everything's so bright. Hosting a podcast show, spreading love and inspiration, letting people know. Ooh, yeah. Voice. Let your spirit fly. Fly to the star. Reaching for the sky. Embrace yourself. Love who you are. Who you are. Show. Taking you far. Love who you are.
Okay. So is this AI El DeBarge from the 1980s?
I know how.
Do they not have modern music?
It goes on and on and on, and then it just goes. It doesn't quite get. And then it just ends. And then it just
It sounds
ends.
like El DeBarge. Do you don't know who El DeBarge is? Because when were you born? What year were you born?
Although,
Where were you born?
1986. I was born 1986.
All right. See, I was a 6, 7, 8, 9. I was a sophomore in high school. And El DeBarge, look him up. Everybody knows listening. If you heard that. So it's like AI is like what the internet was in the early 1990s, like now. It's like, so like, I think 20 years from now, we're going to look back and be like how the big cell phones, do you remember those?
Yeah, right.
Do you remember the cell phones in like a bag that weighed like 40 pounds?
The car phone, you had to
My
like
dad
pull it
had a
out
car
from
phone.
under your seat
He had
and
a
like
white
unzip
Lincoln.
it.
Yes.
And like plug it into the cigarette lighter thing.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Drain the battery, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. That's what that AI says.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I knew you liked the 80s. So I think I told it like podcast intro, love who you are, 1980s. And that's what it made.
Obsessed.
So, yeah. So you're welcome. That's our new theme song. And guess what? I made one for our guest today. So
I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, it's going to be really special.
I'm obsessed.
All right.
Zach, make sure you text me that link to that thing, because now I'm going to be making songs for the whole family.
Yeah, it's funny. I texted it to our editor, Mike, and he immediately texted me back like once at his kids who are young, like my
Of course.
age,
Do it right now. Blanton, do this right now. Put it in there. Blanton, who needs to brush his teeth, put on deodorant, and flush the toilet.
Okay.
Do your chores every day.
Okay, Kim. All right. I just got it to make the song Do Your Chores Every Day. And we've never heard this before. This is going to be a good experiment.
I'm alive and gotta keep it clean. Time to step up and put it in routine. Brush your teeth in the morning, then again at night. Fresh breath all day long, it's gonna feel so right. Put on deodorant, dude, it ain't no joke. Keep the stank away, it's a solid stroke. When you're hanging with your friends, no need to be shy. Stay fresh and clean, you'll be flying high. Do your chores every day, plan and listen to what I say. Brush your teeth, put on deodorant, flush the toilet, no delays. Hygiene is key, gotta keep it on point. Do your chores every day, boy, it's time to join the joint.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I've got to have that. You've got to send me this. I'm going to make my kids songs and post them online and totally embarrass them. Because all their friends follow me. All their friends follow me. That's next level. Send that to me right now. Put it in a text. I'm sending it to the family.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Oh, I love that. AI is our friend. I will be like totally using that. And you know what? We have a good friend that's on the show coming up. Erin Washington. You just don't want to miss this episode.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
I enjoy my life and maintain my weight. It is easy, and it's the opposite of what women are taught.
Women healthy in their mind, in their soul, in their spirit. They're better moms. They're better sisters. They're better friends.
When I didn't have my self-worth, what I was projecting, not a lot of confidence, not a lot of drive, I attracted the match for that.
Woo!
You're basically telling your child, we step on this little machine, and this tells us if we're happy or sad.
Tell me what your purpose is, and then tell me how you found it, because that's what people are looking for. I think God's trying to tell you not to quit. All right, y'all, I'm so excited because I have a very special friend on the podcast today. Erin Washington is on the show, and she is the host of the hit podcast, Therapy. Therapy. Get it? Erin is in her name. Therapy. And I was a guest on her show in December, and we just hit it off. It's like BFFs. Her book is called From Pain to Purpose, Finding Meaning in the Mess. And wait till you hear her story. You're all going to be able to relate. And she's here to talk to me about body positivity, staying healthy, and navigating through major life changes, because she's going through some major life changes as we speak. And we'll get into all of this, y'all. Please welcome Erin Washington.
Erin Washington, Erin Washington, Erin Washington is on the show today. She's done the squats, she drank the mart, now she's in therapy and living large. Love who you are.
Boom.
Yeah.
That was made with AI. That was an AI singing at us.
Erin, we need your response.
I have no words. I was not prepared for that.
Right.
I am in awe of that intro. I've never had one like it. And
thank you.
I want that intro everywhere I go.
I think, and can you believe we spare no expense for our guests?
That was very fancy. Thank you. I feel very welcome now.
We love you. We love you. The reason we did that, because I wanted to, you've changed the name of your podcast from Squats and Margaritas. So you were drinking and squatting, and now you got a dry January, and now you're in therapy. Tell me give me that. What happened?
So I wrote my first book called Squats and Margaritas after struggling for 15-ish years with body image, not having self-worth, multiple eating disorders, and we can get into it. But I finally got it together at 37 after having 2 kids. So I wanted to talk to the women who were still on the treadmill and who were still restricting like I was for so long, and told them, it's squats and margaritas. It's balance. Have what you want. Work out a few times a few times a week. And it's a balance. And once I started living that way with squats and margaritas, I was able to find my physical ideal, and I wasn't trying as hard, and I was enjoying my life. So my first book was Squats and Margaritas. I ended up going live during the pandemic, and a program director at a radio station gave me a show, and I called it Squats and Margaritas, and initially only talked about living life with balance, how I found my best body,
I love it.
My physical ideal. But then, Kim, like, a lot of things changed in my life, and I became sober curious, and I am currently going through a divorce. And I noticed that everybody I wanted to talk to, I was saying, well, contrary to the name of my podcast, I'm actually sober curious, and I wanted to talk about this. And, you know, I had people saying that they weren't going to do my show because of the name. And I thought, why is it even still called Squats and Margaritas? Like, when is the last time?
You've grown. You've grown.
I have. And I don't talk about fitness, and I'm actually sober curious. So I was like, my show is straight therapy every week. I talk through whatever I'm going through, which right now is co-parenting, sobriety, divorce, with a guest who is equally as vulnerable and authentic. And I do it so other women will feel like less alone and seen. Yeah. And I changed it to Therapy with Erin Washington. I don't have any letters next to my name, so I'm not a therapist, but it's me working through all of the things and being vulnerable every week.
You're junk. Yeah, we've all got it. But I want to back up to Squats and Margaritas, because I was on that podcast and we talked about getting healthy and my personal weight loss. And I cannot tell you, Erin, how many people, that's like my number one question that I get is about my weight loss. And you know, that's how you launched into a successful podcast, was that health and wellness. And remember when we had that conversation, girl, and I just said, I made the decision. And I loved what you just said. And I can't let you get away with not mentioning this, because you just said you found balance. And when you did, didn't you say it was quite easy?
It was the easiest. I know you say your weight loss was the easiest thing you've ever done. Right. Maintaining my weight loss is easy. And for someone that struggled, literally from 16 to 36, there was anorexia, bulimia, exercise bulimia, where I would jot down everything I ate and then go on an elliptical and cancel it out. And living with just restriction, I wouldn't go out to eat, or if I did, I had to look at the menu and already know that there was something that I would order. And living that way, in that stressed out state, I weighed almost 25 pounds more than I do now. And all I wanted was to get a weight loss. I never saw it. Like, I was, like you said, focused on just that struggle and being in the struggle. And now I enjoy my life. It almost feels like it's cheating. I eat what I want, but I'm mindful. And I put muscle on my body, which I feel like women aren't taught. Women just think you're supposed to be on the cardio machine. The men are in the weight room. Muscle changed everything. I wasn't eating enough, which sounds not right. Everybody thinks you need to restrict. I started eating more. My metabolism turned back on. I have daily indulgences. For me, it was the margarita. So I just thought one day, I'm like, I'm squats and margaritas. Like, I'm maintaining my life. I enjoy my life. And I have to have those things allowed. Like, I have to have a daily indulgence. If you don't, you'll quit. Like, you're not going to stick with a healthy lifestyle if it's not manageable. And I enjoy my life and maintain my weight. It is easy. And it's the opposite of what women are taught.
But Erin, do you think that, like, because I mean, that's probably the number one question I get is about how I've lost my weight. And I know that you have been in this, game for a long time. Do you think that your obsession, especially like with the eating disorders and that weight, was it truly because of how you looked, or was it more mental? Do you think like what do you think caused or brought on this eating disorder? Because you had it, so did I. I have an eating disorder too. It's not, I ate too much. That was my disorder. And I worshiped food. I planned my life around food. It was my exhale in my life. But for me, it was mental. Can you speak to your journey with that? Was it mental? Was it something not physical eating or physical not eating?
I honestly think it's my personality. And the more I talk to people, I'm like, are you a firstborn? I'm a firstborn perfectionist, type A personality. I'm all or nothing. And I always held myself to this almost unattainable standard. So I was never satisfied. I always had to be skinnier. I think a lot of it started for me with soccer. I played since I was 4, and it was my value. It was my worth. And I ended up getting a Division I scholarship. I know your sons are athletes.
Yes.
You have to make sure that they diversify and they don't put everything
They do,
into sport.
honey. They ain't working
girl.
that hard.
I did
Just let
not.
you know. Like, I mean,
I was only a soccer player. That's why I was important. That was my value. You know, I started varsity since I was a freshman, and that's what I hung my hat on. So in college,
that was your identity.
Absolutely. My value that I'm a soccer player. I'm going to this college for soccer. And when it didn't work out, and at some point, even if you have a great college career, like the odds are you're not going to be a professional athlete, and it's going to stop one day. And if you don't have anything else that you find value in, you're going to fall into depression. That's when my bulimia started, because it was like, soccer's done. What else is there? So it initially started my anorexia. Being super thin to me was fast and in shape for soccer. And then it evolved to bulimia when soccer was gone. So it all was kind of tied up to my identity, my personality as being a perfectionist. So yeah, I would say it was mental.
We'll be back right after a quick break, so stick around. Support for today's episode comes from Honey Love, where you can use my exclusive link to get 20% off your entire order by going to honeylove.com/Kim. Because y'all, bras and shapewear can be so uncomfortable. Let me just give you an example, okay? So you know my BFF, Amy. We were singing and traveling around, and I would wear this girdle. And when I mean girdle, I'm talking about it took 2 people to pull that sucker on. One in the front and one in the back. And Amy was in the back pulling up my girdle. And as soon as she did, I heard zzz, it snapped, and all my innards came outers, okay? So when I tell you that shapewear had to change for me, it had to. And I wish I had Honey Love back then, because shapewear shouldn't be so hard. And Honey Love is easy to put on. It's easy to take off, and it's effortless to wear. Their products make you look good and feel amazing. Whether you're about to hit the stage for a big event, or you just need an everyday little boost of confidence just to have that little support, Honey Love is the perfect +1. So treat yourself to the best bras and shapewear on the market and save 20% off at honeylove.com/Kim. Use my exclusive link to get 20% off. That's honeylove.com/Kim. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. And please support our show and tell them you heard about them from us, The Kim Gravel Show. This episode is sponsored by ZocDoc, where you can find and book top doctors in your area for free. Seriously, y'all, it's totally free and it's so easy to use. You can find doctors, dentists, specialists who take your insurance. And like once you find that doctor you want, you can book with them immediately right on ZocDoc's site. Go to ZocDoc.com/Kim or download their free app and check it out now, because when you support our sponsors, you're supporting the show. And with ZocDoc, you are also supporting your health. Look, you cannot compromise your health. And I want my family to have the very best, and I know you do too. And that's why I love that ZocDoc has verified reviews from real patients, so you can find a doctor who you can trust. So don't just settle for specialist Aunt Sally thought was okay, all right? Go for the best and find the right doctor for you. You can even filter specifically for specialists who take your insurance, who are close by, and you can see those verified reviews. It's free. Y'all, so don't wait. What are you waiting for? I've tried ZocDoc, and you should try it too. Just go to ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Kim. ZocDoc.com/Kim. Check it out and put your health first. This is why I love you. You're so relatable and you're so transparent and authentic. But can I just tell you, we're all going through crap. Like I say it, you're either, because like I've got the Bell's palsy now. You're either going into a storm in it or coming out of one, and you're right dead center in the middle of yet another storm in your life.
Yes, ma'am.
Do tell.
I don't know really what to call him because we're not divorced. I guess he's my ex. We still talk every day. I'm navigating it. We've been together for 18 years. And through therapy, I have realized that when I didn't have my self-worth, what I was projecting, which was not a lot of confidence, not a lot of drive, I attracted the match for that. You know,
No, stop. You've got to say that again. That's an aha moment.
Yeah. I had no self-worth and no real drive. I said I just wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. Not that there was anything wrong with that. Don't come for me.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. But I didn't see anything else for me. My husband was shiny. He was in the NFL. And if I'm dating him, then I'm shiny. And I kind of just attached myself to him for value and validation. And I didn't really have much going for me. And I think, Kim, that women don't really find out exactly who they are until at least 40. And
I agree.
I met him at 24 and I wasn't that same person. And I evolved into this better version of me and this more fulfilled and aligned version of me that I know I am supposed to be. And it's not a match anymore. And it doesn't mean that I don't love him. I do love him. I told him the other day, I love you. I just can't live with you. And he said, LOL, I feel you. It's like, we're on the same page. Like maybe we were supposed to meet to come together, have our 2 beautiful children and bring them into the world. And we're only on the path with each other for 18 years, which is a long time. And we are thriving.
It's a huge success. That's a huge success.
It's hard for me to see it as a success, but I hear you because it is hard. But, and I know when you were on my show, you were like, I'm going to pray about it. It's going to be better. And honestly, at that point, Kim, I was with you. I was like, yeah, I want it. I was praying for God to like help save my marriage and fix my marriage. Now I pray for clarity that this
but
is
better
right.
doesn't always mean married. And better is, like we as women, I don't know. Okay. Answer me this, because, I'm divorced. I was married, not very long when I was very young, and looking back, I'm so glad I got divorced because it was a mistake to begin with, but I would have never met Travis and all of that. But at the same time, I learned so much from the actual divorce. And it's hard sometimes to like your book, you talk about the messes. It's hard to, in that little saying, your mess is your message. Yes, but also your mess can be an awakening of sorts. Would you say that?
Absolutely. And to go off of what I was saying before about what I attracted, now I'm going to live as my authentic self and I'm going to attract the match for this. And that's exciting. Like now that I'm putting myself out into the world exactly and authentically as I am, hopefully I will manifest. See what I did there?
Okay.
The match for this energy and this vibration that I'm on now that I know is what I'm supposed to do. And I
Are you a better mom? Are you a better mom?
I am a way better mom. I think anyone that is listening to this, I'm not a proponent of divorce, but if you are saying for the kids, you are not doing them a favor. And they are in a toxic environment, whether you think they're noticing what's going on or not. So I probably stayed a year or so too long trying to keep my family together for the kids. And I don't know if I told you this on my show, but Kim, one day I was screaming at my husband. Like I have completely lost my temper. My kids are in the basement. I'm thinking they're not listening.
Oh my gosh.
Upstairs from their
I just did that last week. Lord have mercy. Oh my God.
But my kids are, they were 4 and 6 at the time. They come upstairs from their play kitchen and they're like, Mommy, we made you this calm down dinner because you were yelling at Daddy. And my heart, I was like, they feel it. They feel all of this. I was like, oh, we were just talking. Like, no, everything's good. And that was the day I was like,
kids are brilliant.
Yeah.
Kids are brilliant.
I'm not doing them a favor by keeping us together. And if I would have known how they were going to take it, which was so fabulously.
They're resilient. Kids are resilient.
They thanked me, Kim. They were like, oh my gosh, we have 2 houses. Because I will say this too, anyone that's thinking about a divorce and telling their kids or even just separating, we did it together. We took them to lunch as a team and we said,
you're still a team. Yeah.
Exactly. I didn't want to, I didn't tell him without my husband. And we said, we want to be the best mommy and daddy that we can be. We're still a family, but we're going to have different houses. So everybody's the best mommy and daddy they can be. You get to have 2 houses. And after this, we're going to go to Target and we're going to pick out new sheets and new toys and new jammies for daddies. And they were like, oh my gosh. And we go together and we're all pushing the cart and we did it as a team and they were great.
It's a modern family. It's a modern family. And I think it's important for you to share your message, Erin, because I don't care if the divorce is amicable and it's not, it's still painful. Like, what do you say to those that are listening right now that's either been through a divorce they can't get over or going through one now or even thinking about it? What is your therapy for them?
Thank you. You don't have to hate each other. It doesn't have to be this toxic situation. I sadly know 3 other women that are going through divorces. When they call me, they're like, can you believe? And he did this. I'm like, I love my husband. I truly love my husband. I want to talk to him every day. You can still have that person in your life and co-parent or do whatever you need to do.
Do life with them in a different way.
I want to do life with them. And I don't know if that's the right answer, but for us, we are killing it in co-parenting. I've never gotten along with him better. And it was making it a little bit confusing because I'm like, we'll talk for like an hour. We're talking about the kids and I'll get off the phone and be like, maybe we can make it work. Like maybe we should just go back to therapy. Because I enjoy him now, but you have to remember you're enjoying him in this new capacity.
Right.
And this is not the reality of the day-to-day and the resentment and when they're in the home. I do enjoy him because we're co-parenting. So you can get to a point where that is your best friend again. And they are calling you to work through things. And I want him to call me and I want to be the person that he works through things with, but we are working because we're not living together and that's okay. You can enjoy them in a different capacity.
Well, and I think the main thing that I hear you say is you're working on you. And I think at the end of the day, as moms, as women, let's just say as women, because you might not be a mom, but you're a sister, you're a daughter, like women carry the load. We are called helpmates for a reason. And sometimes that helping other people really doesn't help us all the time.
Yes.
And people get mad at me all the time. And, I have learned to put myself first better than I used to. I mean, that's not always the case. I mean, I've sat here, I've gotten 4 texts. Mom, can you bring me my calculator? Mom, can I get $10 through Venmo? I mean, so it's just like, I mean, I'm learning how to do it. What would you say to the women out there, Erin, who are putting themselves 5th, 6th, 20th on the list?
I would first say that self-care is not selfish. And I felt like it was for so long. I had so much guilt and shame. If I would just go get a workout, like I would be like, oh, mommy's going to be right back. When I get back from that workout or just from a walk, I'm a better mom.
Yeah,
if you are not pouring into yourself, as cliche as it sounds, you can't pour from an empty cup. But it is so true. Like I am so passionate about women realizing that they matter too. And you are a better mom and a better spouse.
But it's double standards for us. It really is like, cause I love to call myself, boss babe, baller, shot caller. But I always say I should have been born a man. If I was born a man,
then you'd be allowed to do it.
I would be celebrated. It's so hard. And I'm not this crazy feminist woman, but I do think women healthy in their mind, in their soul, in their spirit are better helpmates to their partners and husbands. They're better moms. They're better sisters. They're better friends.
Yes. When you feel good. Yeah.
But how do we do that in a healthy way? Not with the eating disorders, not with the obsessions, not with the I don't add up mentality. How do we get rid of the guilt?
Yes. Well, you have to start living like you would want your younger self to live, or if you're a mom of a daughter. I look at my daughter, I'm the model for what I want her to be. And this goes into like diet culture and all the things that I'm modeling there. But first, like when I start to feel guilty, if I go do a speaking thing somewhere or I'm promoting my book, I will have that moment of like, oh, I should be here with my kids.
Right.
But don't
right.
you want your daughter to find something that she is lit up about and her to be a boss babe? She's looking at you. So if you're lit up and passionate about something, that's going to spark something in her. And wouldn't you want that for your daughter? And that just brings me to, I always speak on this toxic traits that you are modeling for your daughter because she's watching you. You have to watch every single thing you're doing. And I think moms get this part right where we hype our daughters up and we're like, you are so beautiful and you are so strong. But if you're in the mirror, like, I got to lose 5 pounds and look at this, they're like, you know, this is what we do. They're watching you. If you're on the scale.
It's so true. My very best friend who has no children. Okay. She has no children. She's a second mom to my kids, but she said this, and I thought this was so profound when she said this, because I just had my kids and it's the hardest thing you'll ever do. I can't wait to be a grandmother because you can love them and give them back, and spoil them rotten. But she said that kids, and she always says, I'm not a parent, so I don't know, but tell me if you think this is right, Erin. She said that kids become who we are, not even what we do or say. It's who we are.
Yes. And that it's like, if you can't find the motivation or you think it's like selfish to pour into yourself, that's it. Your child is going to become that. So what you're doing is laying the foundation for them. And if you're on the scale every day, like, you're basically telling your child, we step on this little machine and this tells us if we're happy or sad. The little things that you're doing, they're watching. You know, my mom, I watched her go on diets every time there's a wedding coming up. We have to go on a diet. That is showing your child that a more valuable version of you is a thinner one. Like, you have to be thinner to go to this event. And you're not even thinking about it because we think about what we're saying to them, but they are watching you. So it starts with how you talk to yourself. I always say, if you wouldn't say it to your daughter, stop saying it to you. It's not just about what you're saying to them. They're watching you and you're the model for what
I got to tell you, I've been failing at that lately. I have been failing at that lately personally. I mean, I'm being honest with you right now. I am a person, I'm a stress ball. So now, and it's like, gosh, now that I don't eat my stress away, I'm like, crap, I don't have a vice. I don't have a vice. Like I am to the point, like I called my BFF last night. I do it in text and I'm like, I'm miserable. I'm like, why am I? And then I know. I'm like, but am I really? I'm like, or is it just my way of venting out all the? But I think you're right. It's not about what we eat or the scale, or it's all about how we are perceiving our value, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
To me, Erin, that was profound when you said that.
I just found this, Kim. Like, it's hilarious that I'm on a show talking about finding your purpose and your value, because I did not have any self-worth for 20 years. And now I just want other women to find this. And once you find why you are on this planet and you're living in alignment with that, you are lit up. And I want other women to find this.
Okay. But I got to interrupt you. How did you find it and what is it? Like, tell me what your purpose is and then tell me how you found it, because that's what people are looking for.
I was put on this earth to share organic, authentic conversations for other women to feel seen and less alone. And I went through my mess to come out on the other side. And so I could share that story and be vulnerable so women could relate. And that's exactly why women relate to you, because you're real. And I got my show, which I believe is my purpose, sharing these conversations, by being 100% exactly who I am. I was going live on Instagram during COVID and really just out of necessity saying, what in the hell am I supposed to do with a 2 and a 4-year-old when the schools are closed, the playgrounds are closed, I can't go to the gym? What is everybody doing? And moms would come on and they'd be like, scavenger hunt. Have them go find a stop sign and a pine cone. And I'm like, yes, this is great. Next week, I'll go live and we'll talk about momming in a pandemic and how we're going to get through it. I made up a little show. I had no other motive. It was just me being me. It wasn't an audition for anything. But unbeknownst to me, a program director in Washington, D.C. was watching, and she gave me my show. And I got it by putting myself out into the world authentically and organically as I was. And what is for me came to me. It fell in my lap. So I would say to a woman, or a mom that's feeling a little itchy, like maybe there's more, start putting yourself out into the world authentically and organically, and what is for you will find you. And I would say start by something that you've been through. What is something that you have made it out of that someone else is still in? You find purpose by sharing your story and supporting other people through what you've already been through. And if you think, I don't have any letters next to my name, you've been through something and there is someone still in it. And I have to share this. I had a spiritual business coach on my show a couple weeks ago, and she was like, I can just look at somebody and tell them, this is what you're supposed to do. And she's like,
come on now.
We operate in 3 zones: the excellent, exceptional, and the And is like, I don't really do well. For me, like accounting, finance, it's just not my jam. Like
me neither, honey.
That's not my jam. It's kind of Then there's excellent. And most people, she said, live in this zone of excellence. It's what you went to school for. You feel confident. Maybe you're, like you said, you're an accountant. We're talking like, this is what I do. I feel very confident. I'm excellent at it. But there's another zone, and it's your zone of exceptional. And that is where you are in flow. Like you just feel like it's easy and you're just being yourself. And that is why you're put on this planet. And she's like, so many people just live in the excellent because it's comfortable. And that's what they went to school for. And it's like, why don't you, like, maybe you are a great accountant, but maybe you're also the friend that everybody comes to because you're the best listener.
Yeah.
Maybe you should look at that. So she's like, you have to get out of that excellent, comfortable, what I went to school for zone and find your exceptional. And when you feel in flow, and she's like, what do people come to you for? Like for you, everybody's like, well, how did you lose the weight? So maybe that's what you're supposed to be speaking on. Or there are times, Kim, like when I'm on a stage or even like sometimes on a podcast where I will just be talking and flowing and I don't even remember what I said. And people will come off and be like, oh my God, that was so beautiful. And I'm like, I don't even remember saying that, because you're in flow and I am supposed to be inspiring other women and sharing my vulnerable story. And that is my zone that you could never have told me even 5 years ago that I would be inspiring other women, because I was just kind of stepping into it. But if you are just living in excellence because it's comfortable and you're, proficient in that, and that's what you went to school for, you're not really stepping into alignment of why you specifically are on this planet. There's another realm of exceptional that you haven't tapped into yet. And if you start putting yourself out into the world authentically and organically, you will start to see signs. And I could get into mine will blow your mind of what have happened to me when I'm like asking for guidance. I would get an actual in the flesh blue butterfly, living creature that would come to my doorstep and not fly away. And it happened all the time. There was a time where I wasn't feeling great about going to speak at a conference, and someone who will not be named was kind of getting in my head about maybe you should still be home with the kids. And I'm kind of like, I don't know. Kim, the busiest airport in the world where we live in Atlanta, I could have stopped to tie my shoe. I could have gone to the bathroom. I could have got stuck in traffic. I come through TSA. I could have gone right or left. I go right. The bin that I pull out to put my shoes in has a blue butterfly sticker in the bin. And I have full body goosebumps. And I'm like, God, okay, I see it. So that's the second part of it. You put yourself out into the world. You ask for guidance.
Confirmed and validated.
You get the confirmation. And I'm saying the confirmation is right there. I
agree with that.
But you're looking at your phone. Like, ask for guidance, put your phone away. It's right in front of your face.
And then wake up. Look,
yes,
watch. I told the same thing just happened to my son the other night, and because he wanted to quit. He wanted to quit his sports. He wanted to quit basketball. And he said, I'm quitting. And the next night they had the championship game, and he got in and lit it up. And I said, well, I think God's trying to tell you not to quit.
Exactly. The signs are right in front of you. Like it is.
They're there.
They're there.
And he shouldn't even been in the game. Like he should not have been in the game. He's not a starter. It was just came out of nowhere. So what I'm saying is, you're right. These signs are there.
Yes.
You might not understand, but wake up. Okay, look, girl, I could talk to you for hours. Hold on. We got to take a quick break because we need your therapy, girl.
All right.
We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we have a listener voicemail this week, Aaron, that we want you to take a listen to and give your 2 cents on. And then we're going to be doing rapid fire questions too. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We all get burned out. I know I do, especially when I'm in the middle of something big like my new jewelry launch or, taping podcasts or shows. That's why I'm so happy that I started drinking AG1 every single morning, because AG1, y'all, helps me feel better. I have more energy, more focus, more mental clarity. And Lord knows I need the mental clarity. I need all I can get. But seriously, AG1 is a great sponsor because I love to drink it. It's yummy. And you should try it too, because I have a special exclusive offer just for you. Visit drinkag1.com/KGS to get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Woo! That is a great deal. AG1 supports my immune health. And when I drink it, I know I'm helping my body with healthy aging, nutrition, immune defense, focus, energy, and stress recovery. AG1 has become a part of my morning routine and ritual. It's the supplement I trust to provide the support my body needs daily. And that's why I'm excited to welcome them as a new partner. And if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase, exclusively at drinkag1.com/KGS. That's drinkag1.com/KGS. Y'all, check it out and watch your health improve. Welcome back. I am here getting some Therapy with Erin Washington. Her podcast is called Therapy. I think it's the best name. And I want to really let you hear this listener voicemail, if you don't mind. It's from earlier this week, and I want your 2 cents on it. I want your Therapy take on this. So listen to this, Erin.
Hey, Kim. I'm sure a lot of people have this problem, but I am so mad and frustrated with my body. Mine seems to write out text that my body says, nope, we can't cash. And I want to help others and spend time with people, and my body says, nope, nope. And I try to get my body healthier, and I try to get my body better exercised, and my body just says, nope, nope, can't do that, nope, nope, nope. How do you forgive your body? How do you live with the body God has given you and celebrate it when it just won't quite do what you want it to do? And I'm sure a lot of people have this. Thanks. Bye.
I have thoughts, Erin, but I want you to go first.
Please.
No, I was just saying, I want you to just speak to that, because I think what a great question. I think that's like such a great way to present. I can't get moving. I can't get motivated. I can't get busy. But I have something to say to it. But I want to hear your thoughts on it, Erin, because you've dealt with this.
I have, and I'm going 2 ways with. Like, I can give her physical tips on just
both.
How to
give her both. Give her
feeling
both.
better. When I'm low energy like that, I'm obviously there's a mindset component that I will get to, but it's like water, 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 hydrate, and start
sitting here
moving.
drinking mine now.
Me too. Start moving and walking every single day. It seems like too big of a task. Like when you're like, oh my God, too jarring to be like, I'm going to take on this whole workout plan or whatever, change my nutrition. It's small things that will get you feeling better in your body. When you're hydrated, you'll have more energy. Get up and walk every single day. Don't even think about it as like I'm walking to burn calories. Walking for me is meditation. I come back and I just feel, you connect with nature. It's grounding. And then I feel better in my body. And just stacking those habits of drinking more water, even when you're not thirsty, and getting out and walking, being in nature will completely change your mindset. And I don't know if you're a mother, but if there's a younger girl in your life, you almost have to fake it till you make it and model positive body image for the other people in your life. And when you start living that way, you start to feel more confident.
1,000% agree with you, Erin. And that has worked for me. It's just the little small things, like you said, those small steps. But there was a word in this listener's voicemail that triggered me. And it was the word try.
Mm-hmm.
That word, I'm going to quote Yoda when he said, there is no try. It's just do.
Yeah.
So that word needs to be eliminated from your vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? When you say I'm trying, that is already speaking failure into whatever you're doing. And just as I just was very transparent with the show, and I've been texting Amy, I'm miserable. I'm speaking the misery into my life because I thought, I'm not really that miserable. Why am I saying that? Like, I had to really check my mindset, but yet I've got to check what's coming out my mouth because words are things, Aaron.
Yeah.
And what we say, we become.
Yes.
What we put out comes back. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. So if you're putting out garbage and you're saying, I'm miserable, I'm trying to do this, it's going to come back to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. And we want the good to come out. So eliminate the word try and start with the small steps. And then
maybe
call
a
me
gratitude journal. Like, think
okay,
of what you're grateful for. Write down every day the good things in your life. And it doesn't seem like what you're focusing on right now are those things. You're thinking about the things that are kind of weighing you down. And it's exactly what you just said. That's what you're bringing into your life. So every day, write down 5 things that you're grateful for and put the gratitude out into the universe. And that's what you'll bring back.
Yes. And speak that out. Speak your gratitude out because the body and the mind obeys the mouth. So what comes out your mouth is what you're going to become.
Exactly.
Okay. So if you want to leave me a voicemail and play it on the show, give me a call at 404-913-6460. And just, that was such a beautiful question. And Aaron, I knew you were going to nail it. Small steps. That's what changed my life.
Absolutely. Well, you just made the decision. You're like, I'm going to change my life. And then you did it. It was like your body followed. And it sounds not right. People are like, yeah, whatever. And I see people come for you and asking all the questions. And I'm like, no, it's a mindset.
I did it.
And now because I can attest to it. When I struggled and tried and restricted and deprived myself, and all I wanted was a weight loss or this ideal body, I never found it. And now
I never did.
When I don't really focus on it and I just am mindful, I eat when I'm hungry, I stop when I'm satisfied, I move my body to feel good and not to punish it, I have been able to maintain my physical ideal and I enjoy my life. I mean, it doesn't sound right.
It took me 8 months. I'm going to say 8 months to lose 50 pounds that it took me. And I tortured myself for 3 decades.
Yeah. And honestly, if somebody's on this weight loss thing just wants there are 3 things that changed everything for me physically. It was eating more often, lifting heavy, like putting muscle on my body, and stopping all the obsession. So if you look at it that way.
Obsession. Obsession.
You're thinking about it. You're counting calories. I was calculating what I was eating and then what I was working out to make sure it all canceled out. And it's all stress, and stress leads to cortisol, which is a hormone that makes your body hold on to fat. So all of your stress is actually working against you. So when you stop all the obsession, you focus on weight training versus cardio, put muscle on your body.
How do you stop the obsession? How do you stop the obsession? Because I think that's where we start.
I just started listening to my body. That's a great question. Kim, a trainer changed everything for me. I was in the gym all the time, sometimes twice a day, admittedly. And he came up to me. He wasn't my trainer. He's just like at the gym. And he's like, how can I help you? Like, you're so frustrated. And I very defensively was like, well, yeah, because I do everything right. I barely eat. I work out twice a day and I can't lose weight. And he very matter-of-factly was like, well, yeah, you're over-exercising and under-eating. Your body's starving. You just have to eat more. And I'm like, okay.
What?
Like he's clearly trying to sabotage me. Like, eat more to lose weight. To someone who wouldn't eat carrots at one point because it was a starchy carbohydrate, I couldn't even get my mind around it. But at that point, Kim, I had tried every fad diet, and he is telling me eat more. And anybody that's like, I can't, and you have all this food noise, it can be healthy food, but eat more food. Eat every couple of hours. And I started doing it, and my metabolism turned back on. I started feeling hungry again. I eat at least 2 times what I used to eat before, and I weigh 20 pounds less than I used to.
Yeah.
Women are not taught. Eat more and turn your metabolism. And if you, go ahead.
And don't obsess. Don't
obsess.
It's
eat
not
when you're
that
hungry.
big.
Stop when you're satisfied.
Can I tell everybody listening, you're more beautiful and look more beautiful than you think you do.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's
right where you are.
Yeah.
Right where you are. You are more beautiful and radiant than you think you are right now. Trust what I'm telling you. We always think we are not enough, but you are so beautiful right now, right where you are right now.
You're making me think like when you go out on a girls' night and you're like picking yourself apart, like looking at everyone else. Like, what if this feels like, what if they're looking at my body? No one's looking at you. Everyone's in their own head.
Nobody cares.
No one's looking at that. You're the only person that sees that. And again, it's modeling what your daughter or your son will feel about themselves. Like fake it till you make it. Project
Be
confidence.
that example.
And then you get confident. Like when I started speaking, I would like my body would physically shake. And like I'm like, I have my microphone. I'm like, here goes nothing. And maybe 15 seconds speaking, I'm still shaking. And I just had to pretend like I was a confident woman on stage. And now it doesn't happen anymore. So once you start pretending like that you're confident, you will start to feel confident. It's like the law of attraction. You'll bring confidence.
What comes out your mouth, your body and mind obeys. All right. So every time, okay, Erin, every time you've got to do this because you're going to be amazing at this. I know. I do what we call rapid fire questions.
Rapid fire questions.
When you do this, I don't want you sitting there thinking, I just want what comes up, comes out.
That scares me. I'm a very
I
anxious
live my
person.
life that way. I live my life that way. And it gets me in trouble sometimes. And hey, you take the good with the bad.
So you're trying to get me canceled. Okay, great.
Well, canceled or, more hits and likes on the podcast. Here we go. What's one thing you did this week that made your day better?
Wash my hair.
Oh, do you wash your hair every day?
No, I washed it today for this.
Girl, I don't wash my hair like sometimes 3 or 4 days.
That's, oh God. I honestly, like a week and a half, I had not washed my hair and I'm feeling myself today because my hair is washed. Wash my hair.
I can smell it from here. It smells wonderful. All right, here we go. Okay, this is great. What is the last text message you sent?
Oh, geez.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. I almost want to show it to you because it's so perfect.
Show it. Go get it. Go get it. Show it.
Oh, how on brand is this? My husband ex, whatever I call him because we're not divorced yet. He is at the beach with our daughter. I don't know. Can you read this?
Read it. What does it say?
Tell her she looks beautiful. It's a picture of my daughter.
Oh.
My last text is to my husband, ex-man. Tell her she looks beautiful. To my daughter.
You practice what you preach. Okay.
Woo! Thank God.
What's the last thing you did that pushed you outside of your comfort zone?
That's a great question. I feel confident now. So like nothing really.
I love that. No, that's
I know.
good.
Like I think the speaking, like being on stage has absolutely pushed me out of my comfort zone. Like I'm so in my head and physically shaking, but I got it now.
Yeah, that's honestly, a good. No, I like that response. Like nothing shakes you now. To mind. Because this is the thing. If you do it, it doesn't work out. Just do something else.
Yeah, just what I'm doing right now. Like being on a show with you. Like how is it? What is even happening right now? Like I've gotten myself to a point where I am comfortable doing something like this. And if someone
we're fabulous, we're fabulous.
Is not feeling that way, you can change your life. Like you can rewrite everything. Oh, I have to share something. I know we're doing rapid fire.
Share it.
But it's so good.
Share
I was
it. That's
speaking
what
in
rapid fire's
Denver
about.
and I was talking about a pivot and I was like, yeah, I used to be Squats and Margaritas, but it's a pivot. Now I'm this. And I used to be with my husband for 18 years, but it's a pivot, whatever. So I'm at the little happy hour afterwards and this woman comes up to me and she's like, it's not a pivot, it's a rise. And I was like, oh, like, she's like, you are a higher version of yourself. You've risen up out of that. It's not a pivot. Pivot is like going right or left. It's not a pivot. It's a rise. So now I say it's not it's a rise. Sorry. Anyway.
No,
not to rapid fire.
I see the next book. You got to get through this book first, but I see that's your next book.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rise up. Let's go. Okay.
It's not a pivot.
Because you have teenage kids. Everything is like, let's go. Okay, here we go. What's the next thing on your bucket list that you want to do?
I want a TED Talk. Bad.
Shut up.
I want a TED Talk so bad, and I've applied, and it's going to be called To the Woman Working Out, Not Seeing Results. Nobody will give it to me. I'm putting it back out there. I got 3 tips.
It's done.
I want a TED Talk.
Okay. Done and done.
Thank you. Great.
You heard it here first.
Let's check it off then.
Who do you wish you could be trapped in an elevator with? Oh, that's a good one.
I have to say what I thought of first.
Yes, rapid.
Yes.
The first thing that came to my mind was Jason Momoa.
I'm going to have to
And I just want to know how his day went. I'll just talk to him about how his life was.
Bull. You a lie. Now you ain't being authentic, girl.
I wouldn't mind being trapped in an elevator with Jason Momoa. That's my answer. I stand by it.
We didn't say what you were going to do in the elevator. We're just saying.
Okay, don't have that be the next question.
No, that's not. If you had to listen, we are classy here on the Kim Gravel Show. If you had to put a vanity license plate on your car, what would it say?
Butterfly.
Yeah.
I have to. I have
blue butterfly or just butterfly?
Ooh, I don't know. Is there enough room for that? Maybe. If there's
we can
enough.
do our own. This is your own thing. Do it what you want.
If I could do blue butterfly, I have a blue butterfly tattoo. I had a blue butterfly tattoo on my back from when I was 19. I just thought it was cute, and Brittany had one, and so I was like, that's what we do. But
Brittany.
now, after my blue butterfly visited me, and then the blue butterfly sticker, I named my foundation for teen girls struggling with body image and self-worth, Blue Butterfly Foundation.
Yeah.
And when I ask for clarity, I get a blue butterfly in some form. It's going to be a sticker. It's going to be an actual butterfly. So I feel like that is my spirit animal. I don't know, spirit insect. And that's what
whatever. Yeah. But see, I mean, I always say God works in mysterious ways you never expect. Okay. What is your biggest pet peeve? Oh God, I love this question.
Oh.
I'll give you mine. I'll give you mine while you're thinking. Popping gum, like popping and snacking gum. I can't stand it.
So like what I thought of, because this has happened to me twice, when someone like comes for me and I didn't do it, like for example, I kind of got into it with the traffic cop at my kid's school because I was not in the wrong. And he was like throwing his hands up. And I was like, I rolled down the window. I regret it now. But I was like, he's like telling people to stop. And the two people in front of me went. And when he turned, he saw him moving and he stopped the other line. And when he turned around, the way he looked at me and pointed at me, and it wasn't me, Kim. And I had to roll down the window. I was like, that wasn't me. That was the people in front of me. And then I did it in front of my kids. And I was like, why do I need him to know like that I was not wrong? I don't like when people accuse me of something and give me all this lip and it wasn't me. And I have to tell people, like, I have to let him know.
I am in full I'm in full support of that.
Okay. It makes me mad more than other people. Other people would let it go.
No, I wouldn't let it go. I call this mama bear syndrome.
Okay.
It's like that, like, this is a whole nother, here, Aaron, I got to come back on your show. We have to talk about like, angry mom syndrome because we have it, but you're being falsely accused. So you're like, no, I'm justice.
That's what I want to change it to. I don't like being falsely accused. And I mean, nobody likes it, but I can't let it go. Like I will have to defend my honor and roll down the window in front of my children that I was like, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. And he's like, it's a yield. But I was like, I yielded it. You got the wrong person. And I couldn't let it go.
One. You got the wrong one, dude. You got the wrong one. Okay. What's the worst place someone could take you on a first date?
Ooh, I wish I would have prepped this one.
Can't do it.
I'm picturing bowling, but I don't hate bowling, but that's what's coming up.
Bowling would be the worst. It's germy.
It is germy.
And so when you go for the kiss, like, do you believe in kissing on the first date?
Sure. I don't know. I haven't been on a date since I was 24.
Okay. All right. Well, you have to come back when you go and let me know. What advice would you give your younger self?
Get off the scale.
Okay.
You are so much more than a number. Don't let that number dictate your day because for so long it did. If it was up, I was unworthy. If it was down, I was having the best day ever. And I speak to teenage girls sometimes too. And I always say like, whatever you're dulling down about yourself right now so that you fit in with everyone else and you just want to be like, that is what you are going to love about yourself in your 30s. And you'll probably create a whole brand around it. That unique thing that you're trying to dull, you're going to love one day. I would tell her that.
Lean into it. What's the best thing about getting older?
Confidence, like just being okay with who you are. I've never been secure. And now just like when people would make comments or like trolls, it would hurt me. And now that I'm 42, like I feel like in the last couple of years, it doesn't affect me. I'm secure with who I am. And you find out exactly who you are and why you're here and your why. And so outside things don't really affect you anymore. Like you get self-assurance and confidence that you don't have when you're younger.
Amen. Who is your dream podcast guest? Other than me.
Jason Momoa. No. I already had her, Kim. You were already on.
No, you got to give me somebody else. You don't play it.
I can tell you who I'm trying. There's 2 that I'm close to booking right now. Kelly Ripa. I want to talk about her sobriety journey. She just stopped drinking. And in her book, she mentioned at the end of her book that she didn't get into a couple of things that she wasn't really ready to go into yet. And I have a feeling that's what it is. I finally made it to her. I'm actually going to be on live with Kelly and Mark in March. And you know I'm going to shoot my shot like I did with you. So hopefully I can lock that down. I want to talk to her about sobriety. I'm also trying to talk to Kyle Richards, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, about
because she's doing
and sobriety
and the sobriety.
It's a double. So those are the 2. But I would say my dream podcast guest is Sarah Blakely Spanx.
Oh God,
I want 20 minutes. Yeah. And she's here. Well, I love how we both say we live in Atlanta and neither of us do.
Right. We live in the metro areas.
We're Atlanta adjacent and Spanx is here. And if Sarah Blakely is listening to this at some point, I'm going to need about 20 minutes about how you built your empire.
We're manifesting it. Here we go. Who is your celebrity crush other than Jason Momoa?
He's my answer to everything. Jason Momoa is my celebrity crush.
You have to give me one more. Give me the nerd version.
Well, he's not a nerd. Do you know Shamar Moore or Boris Kojo? Gosh.
He's a little nerdy. I like him.
He's smarty.
Little smarty.
Like the light-skinned black guy that is on.
He's gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Like
Shamar is honey, Shamar we all know him. Yes.
My kids are mixed race. I believe Shamar is mixed. Shamar Moore, I will put up there with Jason together.
Okay.
If they both want to take me on a date, we could do that.
Let's do it, but just not bowling. Okay, here we go. What is your, just not bowling. What is your favorite junk food? And don't give me like carrots with ranch. I mean, I want a real, oh God.
Milk duds.
Thank you. What's your salty? What's your salty?
Ooh, it has sweet in the name, but sweet potato fries, because they have salt on them.
Oh,
sweet potato fries, like if they're on a menu, I will swap them with whatever side comes with whatever I'm getting. I'll say, but swap sweet potato fries. But milk duds, I mean, my ex-husband, spouse man, whatever I call him, I don't know what to call him, brought me milk duds for Valentine's Day. That is how good we're getting along.
But can I just say, with the milk duds and my like crowns and all that, I can't eat that. When you get older, your teeth come out. Your teeth will come out with a milk dud.
You don't even want to hear this then. I keep them in the fridge. So they're I mean, I'm going to lose a tooth.
Honey, or crack a jaw. You're going to lose a tooth or crack a jaw.
I like a chewy, almost crunchy because it's cold milk dud. Milk duds all day long.
You know I'm going to get me some milk duds after this. Put in the fridge. Here we go.
Did you say a cold milk dud?
Yeah.
I put milk duds in the fridge. Not the freezer. You don't have to go that far. But Zach, you're missing this.
Okay.
You're missing out. Milk duds in the fridge.
I'm going to try it.
Last thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Milk duds in the fridge. I'm doing. It's done.
Yeah.
What is next for you?
I wrote a children's book that I am very proud of called I'm Just Like Me. And it's inspired by my daughter, who is 5 foot tall and biracial in the 2nd grade. And I can give you a little bit of it. Have you ever asked God why he made you like you? It's okay to say yes, because I ask him too. I ask him why my eyes are brown when all my friends have blue, and why I'm taller than my classmates and wear a bigger shoe. And it's like this whole rhyming thing about how it basically ends, I'm not supposed to look like you, I'm supposed to look like me. And I'm just the way I'm supposed to be. I'm not like you, I'm just like me. And I am so proud of it. I feel like God downloaded it into my brain.
He did.
And I've been hustling it, Kim, and trying to get a publisher. But yes, a children's book called I'm Just Like Me is in the works. It's written. I'm talking to some publishers, and hopefully you will see it on the shelves.
You will.
Yeah. And TED Talk.
You will. A TED Talk. Listen, and when you have those things, you got to come back on and tell us all about it. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So for all of you listening, I've got a rapid fire question for you. I want you to write your answer in the comments or go to KimGravellShow.com and send me a message with your answer. And here's your question. What's the first thing you would do if you won the lottery? So whatever that is, I want you to answer my rapid fire question and leave it in the comments. Erin, I love you. Y'all need to go follow Erin Washington. Subscribe to her podcast, Therenpy. That's TheRinPy. And go buy her book, From Pain to Purpose, Finding Meaning in the Mess. And follow her on social media at I am Erin Washington. Girl. Thank you for coming on the show. And I want y'all to thank y'all for watching and listening. Erin, go follow Erin because she is, she's going places.
I'm just following you. I'm following you.
I love it. We're going to do it together, arms locked, supporting one another.
Thank you for having me.
Love y'all. Bye. Erin, come back.
Done.
And if Jason asks you out on that date, text me. Let me know how it goes.
If everyone could tag him in this, please. Okay, bye.
We'll tag him. Bye. Bye. I love you, girl.
Here.
I listened to the show, Zach. I am very familiar.
Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. I listened to your show.
She is educated, honey. She's educated.
Right?
I want a Zach on my show.
Yes.
Okay, I mean,
well, I'm telling you, everybody says that, girl. Everybody.
It's telling me to close my 97 browsers that I have open.
Well,
Hold on, please.
I mean, the struggle is real, girl. I am obsessed with AI, though. I love it. If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love. So this week, to start off the show, I've decided to give Travis, my husband, a review like you would on Yelp or QVC, and you're reviewing a piece of clothing, and I'm going to give him a review. His rating is a 3.2 out of 5 because every time I go to use my debit card, I'll be in Target, I'll be at the grocery store, wherever, I'm declined. Now, do you know how embarrassing it is, Zach? When I go up to Publix, hey, Bruce, hey, Jane, and I go to use my debit card and it says, ma'am, that has been declined. Do you know how embarrassing it is? So let me tell you why it's been declined.
Because it's not like you don't have money.
Correct. Okay. It's because my kids and my husband have access to that account and they go ding dong it, $20 here, $20 there out of my card. I'll tell you another reason you're 3.2 this week. You know, when we go to a restaurant, Zach, we all go as a family and we all have to get water. We get one communal soda and we pass it around. So everybody gets a swig and then he gets free refills. It's quite embarrassing, especially in our community. You know, they know that I'm on QVC and they know I have a podcast and all that. And they think, well, this woman is so cheap. She's basically stealing free drinks from free refills for the whole entire family. Last but not least, every car I have gotten into this week has been empty. I had filled up 3 cars.
How far is the nearest gas station, Kim? Is it really expensive? Is that the issue?
I don't know, but if I go run my card, it's going to decline, so I'm not going to be able to pay for it anyway. So this week, Travis gets a 3.2. He did take the kids to the practices of the games and all that while I was out of town. So I'm going to give him 3.2 stars for that. But other than that, that's where you're sitting this week, Travis. All right, send me your reviews of your spouse or your kids at thekimgravellshow.com. Let me tell you something. I just feel like I've had therapy by doing it. So do that. Drop your review in the comments, and I'll read the funniest ones on air in future episodes. Listen, let me tell you, it's the little things, y'all. You have to laugh or you'll get mad. Zach, you have to laugh or you'll get mad.
You know what? Husbands are perfect. I'm going to toe this line. We are
Bye.
perfect. We
We'll
never
be
make
right
mistakes.
back. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
This is the Kim Gravell Show.
This is going to surprise you. My instinct has been to trust everyone else's voice and idea long before I'll trust my own.
Come on, girl. How do you get past the decision fatigue?
Oftentimes, what I want is what God wants. Like they kind of go together.
I'm going to get emotional a little bit, Emily, because I really needed you today. Who is your celebrity crush?
I think about this a lot. Don't be bringing me a spoon for a piece of cake or pie.
You're the best rapid fire we've ever had.
What you want is what you want, whether or not you admit it.
Woo!
And She's gone.
Okay, y'all. I am so excited to talk to Emily P. Friedman, who is on the show today. You're going to absolutely love her. She is the host of the Next Right Thing podcast, which is about creating a space. Listen to this. For a really big idea. And this idea is discernment. Yeah, I said it, discernment. We're going to break that down. She's the best-selling author, and her new book just dropped last week, and it's called How to Walk into a Room and the Art of Knowing When to Stay and When to Walk Away. So, I mean, she is so full of faith and insight, y'all. Her podcast is amazing. This book is amazing. I cannot wait to talk to her. I can't wait for you to hear from her. Please welcome
Emily P. Freeman is walking into the room.
She ain't leaving this room, Emily. You ain't leaving this room today, honey.
I want to take that with me everywhere I go forever. That's my
Right?
new soundtrack.
Isn't that fabulous?
That was so great.
Every time Zach produces one of these for my guests, I get cold chills because it's like, isn't that like we should be coming into the room like that, right, Emily?
Right. Oh, every time. Totally. I know. Well, I've seen your show before and I forget y'all do that. And I'm like, what a gift. I love it.
I love it. Oh my gosh. Emily, I love you already. I feel like we are close. I feel like we could be besties. I've cyber stalked you a little bit. You're the person, let me just give you a little praise before we break it down, because you're the kind of person, you remind me a lot of my BFF, Amy, who is like the steady Eddie. And she's got this calming spirit. And I'm so chaotic, ADHD, high energy. But Emily, you have such a wisdom. This book, I think, is going to be a game changer for so many people. I really do, because I believe discernment is a spiritual gift, right? And I think we all can possess some kind of discernment. But you say everything that you do creates a space for the soul to breathe. And that helps you discern what the next right thing is. Emily, what do you mean by that? Because my soul needs to breathe, girl.
Right. You need to take a deep soul breath.
Hello.
Well, I think there's what's happening on the outside of us. And we all know, we're having conversations, we're moving through our days, but then there is a whole world happening on the inside. And I think sometimes we go through life forgetting about all of the things that we're carrying around with us that people can't see. And so really I see my work is to help people create space on the inside, declutter on the inside in a certain way, so that there can be space and room for us to make our decisions wisely, for us to carry what matters the most. Because otherwise, all of these other kind of distractions or things that are happening just beneath the surface kind of cloud the way and make it difficult for us to engage in the discernment process.
I know for me, Emily, like when I was reading your book, I exhaled. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like, I feel like I'm always holding my breath. You know what I mean? And this thing about the idea of discernment and decision fatigue. Oh, thank you, Lord. And I'm very decisive. So I'm very decisive. But being able to decide has really changed my life. It's been a game changer for me. Can you talk about what that means in terms of discernment and having this decision fatigue and what it does to us on the inside, girl?
Well, they say, all the smart researchers, all of them.
All them.
Okay, so they tell us, that adults make over 35,000 decisions every day. And that sounds like, you're telling me stories. That can't be real. But when you think about it, like there are a lot of involuntary decisions that we're just kind of always making, sort of knee-jerk responses. We might not call them decisions, but that's what they are. And so there's sort of that on the surface stuff that we're always doing. And those are like the, decision making. There are seasons of our lives where we are more consciously aware of the decisions that we're making. Maybe we're deciding about schooling for our kids or a job or an opportunity, and we're trying to decide what we should do. And then there are times when kind of just beneath the surface of that, we have to enter into what I call a process of discernment, where it's not just the daily decisions, like where do we go for lunch or, what might we do tomorrow, but it's like we're having to decide a big life change. Like, are we going to move to a different city, or someone's inviting me to this huge opportunity, but it's going to have a lot of repercussions. And so what does it look like then to not just be making decisions on the daily, but also to make a decision that's a larger decision that might actually be a series of smaller decisions. And there are times in our lives where we have a lot of those and we can get really fatigued. Like, this is a real thing where we are like, I am a decisive person normally, but I have this huge decision I'm making on top of all these smaller decisions. And if someone asks me just like, what's for lunch, I'm going to fall over because like that's one tiny decision too many.
Okay. Where have you been all my life? And can we talk offline after this is over? I'm ditching Amy. Emily's the new BFF. She's out.
Poor Amy. Amy can call me too.
Amy probably needs you.
Poor Amy for not the reasons you think. Being my best friend is poor Amy. Seriously.
I was just thinking about like the amount of times for me where I feel like I am too burned out to even decide what to eat for lunch, right? Like that. And to me, like you sort of saying that, it speaks to me so deeply.
And the thing is, because you can feel like a crazy person because you're like, I'm a person who knows how to do this. Like I am a grown up, I'm a boss, like I'm a parent or whatever. Like I can move into the room, like making decisions. But that's such a great tell, Zach, when you realize like, oh, what to eat for lunch is actually tiring me out. That's such a great hint to know, like, there's something else at work here. There's a lot happening beneath the surface that maybe I haven't had the time or space to sort of declutter on the inside so that I have space to not feel wild when it's time for lunch.
How do you get past that? How do you get past the decision fatigue?
Yeah.
What can we do?
Well, let me tell you what. This is what I think is true. You know how we do, like in the springtime, we'll go through our house and like, this whole house is driving me nuts and I must clean out every closet and every drawer. And it's, spring cleaning. We go out and we go through, because the reality is we're always collecting things. We're always collecting, just like we went to Target and we've got the one thing, but we also got the 10 things, and we're collecting mail or we're collecting keepsakes. But we always understand that time in our bodies when we look around our house and we're like, we have to declutter, right? It's just like enough. And so we enter into that process. Well, I would say that there's this, we can do the same thing for our inner life. And I venture to say that silence, solitude, and stillness are to our soul as decluttering is to our home. And that's something we can practice. It does not come naturally for all of us.
No, it doesn't.
And it's not the default, which is why we have to do it on purpose.
You know what, Emily? It is a practice. I'm terrible at it. And Zach and I were talking, for such a time as this, for your book to come out into the world, because I think the world needs this. I know in particularly women, but men too. But for me personally, I'm going to get emotional a little bit, Emily, because I really needed you today. I needed you today. Zach is in a chaos place with his life and making decisions. Great moves, right? Great. We're walking out of some rooms and walking into some big rooms, girl. Yeah. And it's great decisions, but the blessings are so big. God is so good. And he's opening so many doors that I'm just sometimes, Emily, feel like I don't have enough strength or energy to walk in them.
Yeah.
What do you do when you're exhausted?
I'm so glad you brought that up, Kim, because sometimes the rooms we're entering into are like, they're rooms we've prayed for. Yeah. They are rooms we have fought for. Some of us, we've worked really hard for many, many years and dreamed about these rooms. And then when we get there, we're so tired from the journey that it's difficult to even enjoy the room, at least at first when we get there. And so I do think that one of the ways to walk into a room with confidence is to pay attention and to recognize the rooms we just left. And it might seem counterintuitive, like, well, but that's past, that's before me. But I think part of entering a room in freedom and with some confidence is being able to release the rooms that we have just experienced in the form of doing this with some reflection, of some gratitude practices. I have found when endings come, because the reality is when you're starting something new, you're also ending something. And
Right.
sometimes we're so quick to rush to the new that we don't take the time to release the old. And the reality is this new room might not have space for the old stuff too. And I have found it to be helpful for me because to mark an ending. There's so many times when an ending comes and goes and there's no marking of it.
Yes.
And
yes.
so for me, I have found it to be helpful before entering this new room, whether it's this room I have wanted for so long, or if it's a difficult room that we're getting ready to enter, I found it to be helpful to look at the last room, the last space that I've just left, and to name the gifts of that room that I'm going to bring with me. And then also to name maybe the difficulties or the burdens of that room that I'm going to leave behind. Every room has gifts and burdens. And going through that process with the last room, I think helps me enter the new room with renewed energy.
Is that why you start the book, how to walk out of a room? I mean, you start with the ending.
I start
Do you
with
know
the
what I'm
ending.
saying?
Right. Yeah. It can be like, wait a minute. She's talking about walking into a room and the first 2/3 of the book is about walking out. How does this go?
But
I loved that.
honestly, I did too. I thought that was genius. And I will tell you, I mean, let's dive deeper into that because is discernment attached to that, Emily?
I think it is. I think when we have a decision to make, we often are looking for what's my next thing to do. And I'm all about that. I mean, I'm all about doing the next right thing. But I think before we can discern our next right thing, it's really important to look at what was my last right thing. This can be deeply informative for us.
Oh, we got to pause on that now, Emily. Don't rush through that one. Say that again.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all hear that?
Yes. Before moving on to our next right thing, it's important to know and name what was my last right thing.
I love that. That makes me think of, can I just read? I want to read a sentence from your book, if I can.
So good.
So you write right in the beginning, this is like page 15. When things end, our first assumption may be that something went wrong. And like, I underlined just that, right? And I could go on, and I won't, but I just like, that's so true to me in so many ways. And it's like, we have these just different seasons in our lives. And to me, not being able to let go properly of something that I liked to have in my life has been really hard and led to so much heartache,
Yeah. Yes. And I think, Zach, it's a great point because especially as you're talking about entering a room that you've wanted, but knowing and naming that the mere existence of that room might automatically mean the absence of something else.
Yeah.
And being able to recognize what has ended, because especially like, for example, if you're growing into something new, into a new space, but there is sometimes like this blessed sacredness of smallness and of hiddenness and of like something that you feel like you have a little bit of maybe not control. That sounds like a negative, but yeah, like you're ready. Like I know this.
The part of the preparing. It's the little. Oh yes, Emily.
Yes. But knowing is, okay, that's over now. That's past, and that helped us get where we are. But it's not going to be like that in this new room. And I'm going to have to walk into this new room as a beginner. And let me tell you what: if there's one thing people don't like, it's being a beginner. I'm all about a new beginning. Like, listen. Give me the spring flowers. Give me a starting over. Give me a fresh
new
start.
house.
Give me a new house. Yeah, I don't want to clean the toilet. Give me a new one. I'd like a new one, please.
I love new.
I love new. But when that's fine when it's out there. But when it becomes something about me that I am showing up as new, as a beginner, absolutely not. I don't love it. I don't love it, Kim. I would rather be experienced. I would rather know what's going on. I would rather be in charge and sure of myself. And so sometimes these rooms we're entering, while they may be great and a gift and all the things, they also come with some, the newness that we might not be as welcoming to. Like, I am new here. I don't know the password. I don't know the inside jokes. I don't know the ropes.
Ooh. And don't have the confidence.
Exactly.
Because we don't know what we don't know.
That's right.
I am a woman of faith. I have walked and had my personal relationship with the Lord for so many years, since I was 7. And there are seasons in my life that I hear him more clearly. I can discern things more clearly. And sometimes I cannot. What can you tell us about what discernment really is. Because that to me, I love how you're talking about the book. It's like in the hallway. Like your discernment gets you from place to place, right?
Yeah.
The knowing.
Yeah.
How do we get there?
I think the simplest way that I have found to describe what discernment feels like is it's not so much I'm entering into a discernment process to find an answer, but we're more looking for arrows. And what I mean by that, I'll use an example. If I was going to, I live in North Carolina. If I was going to leave my house in North Carolina and go to Montana, I can't leave my little town and see a street sign that says, this way to Montana. It's not gonna happen. It's too far away. But what I can do is I can get on I-40 and I can see this way to Winston-Salem, this way to Asheville. And I'll follow the road signs along the way. Now, eventually, if I get on the right roads, I'm going to end up in Montana. But I can't know that from North Carolina because it's just too far away. And I think that's often how discernment feels. It's instead of sort of having a question and then we get an answer, instead we have a question and then we might pray. We might talk to people who know and love us deeply, who understand who we are and what we most value. We might think about what we deeply want. And that's something, by the way, that I think a lot of us are afraid to tap into is desire. But I think that's a really important part of discernment because here's my own little rabbit trail. What you want is what you want, whether or not you admit it. And it will inform your next right thing. It will inform your decision making. But the question is, do you want it to inform it with your eyes open or with your eyes closed? So tapping into desire is saying, my eyes are open. I am aware of what I want. But the difference is, and this is why we are afraid to admit what we want, because we confuse it with demanding what we want. But admitting and confessing what I want is like an open hand, but demanding what I want is a closed hand. And so I would say part of discernment is knowing and naming what we want, but not demanding it go that way. And so that's another arrow we can follow is what is it that I want? But am I open to God and to spirit if I don't actually get that thing?
But this is the thing, Emily. Why do you think people are afraid to express and move from what they want? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, don't you think it's like, and Zach, help me out here. Don't you think the world is like, it's like an oxymoron? We tell everybody, go for what you want, do this and that. But at the same time, we feel guilty or feel like we can't say what we truly want. I thought that was brilliant when you said that because I feel the same way. And it's like, it took me many years to get to the place where like, dadgummit, that's what I want and I'm going for it.
Yeah.
You know, and God will lead me if he wants me to have it. You know what I'm saying? Like I trust. I put my faith in him and I trust the discernment to follow those arrows, like you said. But why do you think, especially women, Emily, especially women, have a hard time saying, I want this?
I don't think we've had a lot of good models. I think it depends on our family of origin. And especially, I would say, people who have grown up in church. A lot of us have been taught that what we want, and I don't know that we've been taught it directly. I think we've picked it up along the way.
We picked it up.
That if I want it, then it must not be right. If I want it, it must not be what God wants. And we somehow think it's selfish to be able to name what we want. But I think that's because we have conflated knowing and naming what I want with demanding what I want.
I love
put them
that.
together like it's all one thing.
What is demanding? What is wanting what I want, soul, and then what is demand? Tell me what you mean by that.
So let's say, I think sometimes it's helpful to hang your hat on an actual example. So I'm going to try to think of one.
Do it.
Think about maybe there is an opportunity that you've been given. Like for me, I'm an author. Sometimes I get invited to speak at things. Like let's say there was an opportunity, an invitation to speak at something that like sounds really fun and really exciting, and like it would be really in alignment with what I think I'm good at doing. So there's a part of me that's like, ooh, I might want to do that. But then there's this other part of me that's like, but if I do that, then I'm going to be, I have to consider my family. I'm going to consider like, I'm going to be gone from home, and then my husband's going to pick up the slack and all of these things. Right. And so there's this like pull, which is very natural, normal. I mean, these are natural, normal things. There's this pull of like, oh, but maybe I shouldn't want to go. Maybe that's bad that I want to go because maybe I'm being selfish. Right. And I think that I think a normal, natural human thing is to get an invitation, to think about whether or not you want it, to talk to your people, to look at your calendar, to consider all of the things you need to consider, and then to make a choice, right? I don't think it has to have a morality or a identity thing attached to it, but I think that's what we do. And so instead of like kind of taking it at like, this is just a neutral thing, like, do I want to do it? Have I thought it through? Have I talked to my people? Does it fit with our schedule? Yes or no? Instead of that, I think sometimes we get our identity all conflated up in it. And we start to think like, well, if I was a good mom, I wouldn't leave my house. I mean, this is, extreme example, but I think sometimes those narratives are in the back of our minds.
Oh, yes.
And it depends on like what our own moms did as we were growing up, what our friends do, what we think about ourselves, and all of those things can get kind of muddy the water. And so I think that idea of like, saying what I want doesn't feel like enough. And of course, sometimes it's not. Sometimes we need to have other points of data. But what I find more often is that people don't use what they want as a point of data at all. We don't consider it at all. But what I have found in my own walk with God is that oftentimes that because I've been given a new heart and because I believe God lives in me, oftentimes what I want is what God wants. Like they kind of go together. And I think I have found over time that the beautiful thing about walking in faith is that I think God's a lot less interested in the very details of like right or wrong or this way or that way than he is on us just trusting him as we go along the way.
Yes.
And knowing that no matter what thing I choose, God's going to go with me. And I can trust that and know that. And even if I stumble along the way and kind of make a move that like, oh, that could have gone differently, God's with me there too. And we can redirect.
He is in the business of redirecting, and it's not plan B or C. It's not plan B or C. Okay.
That's right.
We got to take a quick break, but when we come back, I want you to make the decision, y'all listening, to keep on listening, because I've got more with Emily P. Freeman after this short break. Discernment, walking in rooms, walking out of rooms. I mean, she said, given a new heart. Y'all, come back. We all get burned out. I know I do, especially when I'm in the middle of something big like my new jewelry launch or, taping podcasts or shows. That's why I'm so happy that I started drinking AG1 every single morning, because AG1, y'all, helps me feel better. I have more energy, more focus, more mental clarity. And Lord knows I need the mental clarity. I need all I can get. But seriously, AG1 is a great sponsor because I love to drink it. It's yummy. And you should try it too, because I have a special exclusive offer just for you. Visit drinkag1.com/KGS to get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Woo! That is a great deal. AG1 supports my immune health. And when I drink it, I know I'm helping my body with healthy aging, nutrition, immune defense, focus, energy, and stress recovery. AG1 has become a part of my morning routine and ritual. It's the supplement I trust to provide the support my body needs daily. And that's why I'm excited to welcome them as a new partner. And if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase, exclusively at drinkag1.com/KGS. That's drinkag1.com/KGS. Y'all, check it out and watch your health improve. Eating better is so easy with Factor's delicious, ready-to-eat meals. I am so glad that Factor sponsors the show because I love eating my Factor meals. I've got to tell you, I'm fighting the kids for the meals because they're so easy. And when you sign up at factormeals.com/Kim50 and you use code Kim50, you get 50% off. And you are supporting yourself with great food, and you're supporting this show. So thank you so much. Y'all, I just launched my new jewelry line, and I'm busier than a one-arm paper hanger. So I'm relying on Factor meals to eat great food that's great for me. So I can skip the drive-through line because I'm addicted and stay healthy. Y'all, they have over 35 different options to choose from every single week, including Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, and Keto. And there are more than 60 add-ons to help you stay fueled up and feeling good all day long, like snacks, breakfast foods. I'm telling you, the sky's the limit here. So what are you waiting for? Get started today and get after your goals. Head to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off. And start eating healthy in the easiest way possible today. This is the thing about you, Emily. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, like, I need more of people like you in my life because there's a calm to you. There is a presence to you. Truly, God has gifted you with this message. And I can feel like you've lived it. It sounds like you're speaking from actual experience of walking out of rooms, being able to listen and discern as you're walking into a new. How do you walk into this new room as a leader and as a listener?
Mm-hmm. Something I have learned along the way, and again, I don't share it because I do it great, just because I've done it a lot.
Yeah, right. I hear you.
It's like sometimes it's just repetition, right? It's not so much perfection. I learned this, and I've learned this a lot along the way, but one of the times I can point to where I've learned this most profoundly was I went to grad school as an adult. I went back to school, was not in the plan, did not plan it, but there I was. But I found myself in this room full of like people who I could have very quickly been intimidated by, this academic setting, and we're talking about spiritual formation and lots of pastors and leaders in the room. And, I was one of the students, and I remembered thinking, though, the importance that, it was almost like I remember specifically the moment of realizing, like, I'm not in charge in this room. This is not my room. Like, I'm not the one in charge, but I can still be a leader even though I'm not in charge. And as a student, that sort of occurred to me as something, it's not a new thought. It's not my own thought but it occurred to me in a new way that here I am as a student showing up in this room, this physical, true classroom, and all these other people here are showing up here as well as themselves. But none of us have showed up here, like we mentioned before, with a blank slate. Like, we're all bringing like our whole stories into this room, all of our narratives. And this story has already been this story of me has already been happening for all these years. Same goes with them. And so I can't depend on the person in charge to lead me well if I'm not leading myself well.
Right.
And so that's like the first time I remember really articulating, like, oh, I'm this school. Yes, I'm learning things about theology. I'm learning things about spirituality, but I'm actually learning how to walk into a room as myself rather than as a counterfeit version of somebody else, rather than trying to live my life in a way that I think someone else thinks I ought to be, but actually sitting down on the inside, no matter what's happening on the outside, and recognizing that with my friend Jesus, that I can show up in this space as my whole self. And actually I must, leading myself first, even if I'm not the one in charge here.
And there you go. There's the podcast. Put a pin in it. We're done. I'm just kidding. But that is my whole message to Emily, is walking in your calling, your purpose. But I like what you said, as who you are, your authentic self. So many people, and me included, because I'm sitting, sometimes when I'm talking to people, I'm like, this ain't me. I'm being fake. This ain't really me.
Yep.
I think we recognize that internally. We're saying, okay. And so, because so many people will say to me, like, why did this go well for you? Or how did this operate? And I thought, well, I don't know, because I'm just a little rick-rack, paddywhack. But I truly believe it's that being who you are, who he created you. Because that's the superpower, right? He's a superpower, but that is your personal superpower, is that authentic self. What gives us, what gives you, Emily, that kind of confidence and that leadership to be your own leader and be yourself?
It's such an excellent question. And I'm here to confess to you, I've spent a lot of my life outsourcing my confidence.
Whoa!
And she's gone.
That's it. That's just such a huge idea. This is such a huge.
You can't run through these ideas, Emily. You coming up with an idea every 2 seconds. You got to slow down now. I'm from the South. You're from the South too, girl. You're in North Carolina. I'm from Georgia. We're a little bit slower.
Right. You're a little bit more south.
I'm a little bit more south.
Right.
I mean, I'm a skosh from Alabama, honey. We there, okay? And you know, when you get to Florida, it's all over. But say that again.
You asked about confidence. Like, how are you showing up with confidence and leading yourself? And I will say that I have spent a lot of my life outsourcing my own confidence. And to unpack that a little bit, I'll say, and probably a lot of people can relate with this, right? This idea of sitting at a table where, like a true physical table, not a metaphorical table, where there are many voices around the table. And your instinct, my instinct has been over time to trust everyone else's voice and idea long before I'll trust my own.
Come on, girl.
And what I have been in the process of over the last several years, 10 years maybe, but especially the last 4 or 5, is learning to tap into my own home on the inside, the home I bring with me wherever I go. Because guess what? Who are we going to be with for the rest of our lives? Ourselves. This girl right here. I'm going to walk into every room with me. So I may as well get comfortable. And I may as well begin to listen to what she has to say.
Come on.
And how can I expect other people to listen to what I have to say if I'm not even willing to do that for myself? And again, this comes back to knowing what we want. It's that same space in us that doubts and distrusts our own desire is the space that doubts and distrusts our own voice. It comes from the same place.
Same place.
And so learning to sitting around a table to truly like honor my own voice at the table, not above other people's, not to the exclusion of other people's, but to honor my voice too.
So how much of this idea, right, that you're there and you're sort of outsourcing and you're not being able to be authentic is because you're just in the wrong room? And how much is it like sort of the, I'm thinking of that as like the outside work of like putting yourself in the right place versus the inside work of like, working on yourself, working on your confidence, working on, all those other things and your faith and that. But, how much of it is one versus the other? Or is that sort of the wrong way to think about it?
Oh, I don't think that's the wrong way at all. I think that what you just said right there is an excellent practice of what I call pointing and calling. And this is a practice that comes from, so the Japanese railway system is the safest and best in the world. And it's because of their safety practice called pointing and calling. And in that, it's very elementary almost. Like a train comes into the station and they point to the train and they say, train has arrived. And they'll look at the time and they point to the time and they say the time out loud, 8:35 a.m. And this is like what? This is not a thing, but it is a thing evidently because they have reduced workplace errors by 85%.
Wow.
And so they're the safest in the world. And it's because of this practice. In the same way, we can do this for the rooms of our lives, the various rooms. And when I say rooms, now I'm speaking metaphorically, could be physically, but the rooms, the commitments, the relationships, the parts of life that we're a part of, the places where we both feel like we belong or places where we feel like maybe we don't. We can do a practice of pointing and calling by asking a series of questions. Some of those questions include, is this a room that chose me or did I choose it? Who is in this room right now? Who is here? Who has already left this room and who is entering? But another question you asked, Zach, is, can I be myself in this room? To what extent can I be myself in this room? And if people who knew me the best showed up in this room and observed me, would they recognize me? Or would they have some questions? And I think this alone isn't necessarily a determiner to say you're in the wrong room, but it's a great marker. It's a great practice of pointing at that and saying, okay, this is a room that I chose. This is a room that I feel pretty comfortable in. However, I'm recognizing increasingly that I am not able to be myself here. And this is something to pay attention to. It's not a final statement. It's not a final decision, but it can be an arrow of whether or not this is the room for me.
Y'all, I'm so glad that Honey Love is sponsoring the show this week because they sent me some samples. And y'all, they are so comfortable. They hold you in. You feel supported. I love me some Honey Love. So for a limited time, you can use my exclusive link to get 20% off your entire order by going to honeylove.com/Kim. I've worn so many uncomfortable girdles and shapewear, but with Honey Love, you get comfort and confidence. It's so comfortable, but you're so supported. That's because Honeylove is designed to work with your body, not against it. Honeylove shapewear features lingerie-inspired design details that you are excited to show off, to the right person. Honeylove has revolutionized compression technology, so you no longer have to feel like you're suffocating, right? Plus, they won't ever roll down no matter how much you move around. That's all because of the breathable fabric that keeps you nice and cool. And that means you're going to look good and you're going to feel great, even in Hotlanta, y'all. You need to check out their best-selling products, like the Super Power Short. It sculpts, it smooths from your stomach to your thighs by offering you just the perfect amount, y'all. When I'm telling you perfect amount of compression. They also have comfortable bras and tanks and leggings for everyday support. Treat yourself to the best bras and shapewear on the market and save 20% off at honeylove.com/Kim. Use my exclusive link to get 20% off. That's honeylove.com/Kim. After your purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them the Kim Gravel Show sent you. And move with confidence. Thanks to Honeylove. This episode is sponsored by ZocDoc, where you can find and book top doctors in your area for free. Seriously, y'all, it's totally free and it's so easy to use. You can find doctors, dentists, specialists who take your insurance. And once you find that doctor you want, you can book with them immediately right on ZocDoc's site. Go to ZocDoc.com/Kim or download their free app and check it out now, because when you support our sponsors, you're supporting the show. And with ZocDoc, you are also supporting your health. So don't just settle for specialist Aunt Sally thought was okay. All right? Go for the best and find the right doctor for you. It's free, y'all, so don't wait. What are you waiting for? I've tried ZocDoc and you should try it too. Just go to ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Kim. ZocDoc.com/Kim. Check it out and put your health first. The last section of your book is when you're talking about walk into the room as your own friend.
Yeah.
And can I just tell you, you can't pour from an empty cup. I know that firsthand because I have tried and tried and tried and tried. And is that what you're talking about there? What are you talking about when you say walk into the room as your own friend?
I think it starts with honoring our own voice at the table.
Okay.
I think it continues with what poet and theologian Padraig Otuma says, we might know more than we know we know.
Come with it.
Honoring the reality that, I might actually know more than I know I know. And maybe I can trust that as I move forward, as if I would trust a friend, as if Kim, you would trust Amy. You wouldn't constantly doubt
Emily.
Amy's voice.
Now Emily too.
We're going to bring her in.
We're going to bring you in too.
But it's like, wow, I doubt myself, but I don't doubt my best friend or my partner. Not to the degree that I often doubt myself. And so I think that's how it begins is that trust relationship with yourself, which might sound a little woo-woo, like what does that even look like? But I think it starts with honoring your own voice at the table. Yeah. I mean, and then continuing on to offering yourself compassion in those times when you're not showing up like yourself. Like there have been plenty of times, even in this process of learning more about myself and changing my mind on some things, just as you grow and change naturally in life, is, I'll be in a situation where maybe I hear something said that I'm like, ooh, that's offensive to someone. And I should probably defend that person. But this is new territory for me. And maybe I'm learning how to show up as my full self. There was a time when, if I weren't to speak up or speak into that, I might feel a lot of shame about that. I still might. I say I believe this thing, but then I didn't speak up to defend that person when they were hurt. But I think there's a process that we're all in, right? That we have to learn to okay, I noticed that and I didn't speak up then. Maybe next time I will. And I can offer myself the compassion and the grace to be a learning person. And I think that's what it also means to be your own friend.
And because we wouldn't beat our friends up if they made a mistake or didn't do exactly. Yeah, I love that. I think that is just... mean, there's so many things that you say in the book and that you've said today that I just, you could have a whole podcast and books around just those little ideas. There's one thing I want to ask you though, because I know you have a weekly newsletter and it's called Soul Minimalist. What in the world does that mean?
I'm so glad you asked it because it really goes back. We're bringing it back around like Seinfeld.
I love
all the way back. It comes all the way back to the beginning, to this idea of decluttering on the inside. And really, we know what minimalism is. Minimalism is letting go of what you don't need so that what you do need has more impact. So that the things that you have, they mean more, right? Well, we understand that on the physical level of our homes are minimalist. We get what that means. But when you bring in soul to it, what does it look like then to get rid of what I don't need on the inside, on the soul level, so that the things that I value the most can have more impact, so that the things that I care about the most can actually determine and have impact on my decisions that I'm making. Because we walk around all the time, like we said before, with so much input, and the question becomes, where's the output? There's no natural output. We have to work on that output. And to me, that is entering a practice of stillness, like 5 minutes of stillness, like with a timer. I do that. Of silence, where it's just like, I'm going to sit in this room without an agenda and without a screen and just be a person for a few minutes. And solitude, which, raising my hand, that one's the most difficult for me. Not that I don't like to be alone. I actually like being alone, but I don't like being alone without something else that I'm doing, right? Like alone in a room by myself without my phone or without something to watch or without something to read. Like, that's uncomfortable for me. So this idea of like not being observed or not depending on someone else, that's more of a challenge. And I would say probably everyone, when it comes to solitude, stillness, and silence, there's probably one of those that we're drawn to, and there's probably one of those that we are repelled by. And so it's interesting to kind of think about what those might be.
Should we be doing what we're repelled by? Because a lot of times I fight like tooth and nail, knowing what I should do and do not do it. Okay,
And
wasn't that Paul? That was Paul. I know the things I should do. Why do I do the things I shouldn't do? It's just, this is such a topic, of course, that's universal and everybody relates to. But I think in particularly now, the stillness and the meditation practice and faith and prayer and just being quiet, because it's such a distracting world. And it's hard, Emily. It really is hard. Yeah. Life is so fast and it's so, like you said, there's so much input, but not a lot of output. How can we, as believers, as people of faith, as people who are desperate, to be authentic in a really unauthentic world, where can we start, Emily? I mean, I know that's a big idea question here, but I really think people want to know where to even begin.
I think my best word for that, Kim, is beginning with knowing that we are loved and that God does not have an agenda for us in the way that we might imagine. That no matter what we choose to do or how busy we are, that we are deeply and profoundly beloved, that there is nothing that we could do that would take us out of the sacred and kind love of God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And I think when we begin there, anything that comes after that is a whole lot kinder.
All right. Your voice is like, I'm going to download the book on audio because are you reading it?
I do, yes.
Yeah, if somebody else is reading it, I ain't getting it. But if you're reading it, I'm going to get it.
Right.
No, Emily, y'all have got to go get this book, How to Walk Into a Room, The Art of Knowing When to Stay and When to Walk Away, by Emily P. Freeman. Okay, Emily, you can't leave us yet because we do something with every single guest. You got to come back. Please come back. Pray about coming back because I got more questions for you. But for right now, I don't want to keep you because I could talk to you for 3 hours. We do something with every guest called the rapid fire questions. Now, look. I say this every time, and everyone's like, okay, sure. And I say, I'm going to ask you a question. First thing comes up, comes out. And they're like, yeah, but they always get stumped, and they just don't. But I believe you, Emily.
Okay.
You're going to come on out with it. Okay. First thing comes up, comes out. All right, here we go.
Rapid fire questions.
What is one skill you wish you had?
I wish I could dance.
Oh, you can't dance?
I mean, I can bebop, but I want to be like on So You Think You Can Dance. Like that's the kind of dancing I want to do.
Well, Lord,
it's too
girl.
late for me. But I mean, you asked. First thing that came out, Kim.
What kind of dance would you do? Like, what's your favorite kind of music? What kind of style do you like?
Oh, gosh. Let me tell you what. I mean, speaking in So You Think You Can Dance language, I mean, when they do like those lyrical partner dances, and it's like I remember two of them danced to Ingrid Michaelson's Turn to Stone. I can't remember which two dancers it was. Years ago, it was magical. And I mean, it's just so it's basically like poetry, but expressing with your body. It's beautiful.
Honey,
I also watch, those dancers who do like impromptu swing, and they just their partners. You see these on Instagram a lot where they're like partners and they just play a song and they know how to they just make stuff up. It's kind of like swing dancing. Love it.
I've been watching that on social media. I was just going to say to you, my body hadn't been able to express itself in a long time through dance. So I'm aged out there. Okay. If you could put one thing in a time capsule, what would it be?
I think I would put a time capsule to be opened when?
20 years from now. No, 100 years from now.
100 years?
100 years. Let's do it.
Well, maybe it'd probably be my iPhone.
I know, right? Are you obsessed with yours
it would
like
be
I am?
It would be such a relic, to look at 100 years from now, remember when we thought this was newfangled? And it'll be so antiquated.
Girl, did you grow up in the 80s, Emily?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you remember the cell phones that you would carry it around and it was
the
like
cell
a big
phones? Right.
Hello.
Hello. Antenna.
Kim, you mentioned those big cell phones on a recent episode, and I tried to find a really good clip of someone using one of those cell phones. Could not find it. They're so old, there isn't even stock footage of cell phones.
There's no
like
evidence.
That. Yeah.
There's no evidence of those. But I remember when microwaves came out, people. I remember. Yeah. Okay. We can go down that path. Okay. This is a good one, Emily. It's going to make you think. If you were a professional wrestler, what would your name be?
Penelope French.
That came so fast. I'm curious. How did that happen?
Okay, I'll start with my middle name is Patrice with a P. Okay. But I have a friend who tried to guess one time what my middle name was because I knew it started with a P, and he guessed Penelope. Well, that's not it, but it stuck. So he teases, and every time he sees me, he calls me Emily Penelope. And so when you said that, I'm like, well, Penelope comes out, and then French is just it has to be a one syllable something. Because if it's like a Penelope, that's long. So then you need a quick something. And that's just what came out. I can't help it. And I can't explain it.
It's a classy wrestler name. I can see it. I see your costume now as you're saying it. I can see it.
Right.
Very classy.
Mm-hmm. Maybe some feathers are in there somewhere.
Okay. Now that's going down a whole nother road. Here we go. What is the last thing you Googled? Oh, Lord.
Oh, no.
Look it up. What'd you do?
Let's see. History. Okay. It was what happened with the primary election.
Yeah.
That's what she looked up.
There you go.
And then
we had our primaries.
I looked up funny basketball clips to send to my son.
That's so much more fun.
I'm just telling you, I don't know what I would do without Google. I mean, that's the new encyclopedia. People don't understand that. Right. Remember when we had the encyclopedias, Emily? I used to smell them. I used to love how they smell. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'm not a weirdo then. Okay. Maybe I am, but y'all are too. Okay, here we go.
Of that. Yeah.
No, right. We all are.
Let's be honest.
What future invention are you most looking forward to?
Oh, well, I think I'm looking forward to when we can blink and arrive somewhere.
Me too. I was going to say the same thing. What is that called?
Like teleportation?
Teleportation.
Yeah.
Like Star Trek. Yeah.
I'm here for that invention. Whoever's got that.
I'm so here for that right now.
Yeah.
And I would in the interim, I would take hover vehicles that could just in the air. Okay.
Don't they kind of have those a little bit?
They've got them on the ocean, on the water. You know, those people that doing that they fly, but they never seem stable. So I'm gonna wait till it gets really, really good.
No,
you need a jetpack, Kim.
We're gonna wait on that.
That would be.
Can you imagine me jetpacking? I would kill myself. Here we go. I mean, I would hit a wall.
I could. It would be hilarious.
I can barely drive on the ground, much less in the air. Okay. What is your biggest pet peeve, Emily?
Okay, this one's weird.
No,
and
okay.
we're just going to have to go with it, and you're going to
Go
just
with
have
it.
to trust me.
I do.
I do not like spoons. And hear me out. I will use a spoon for ice cream or cereal or soup, but don't be bringing me a spoon at a restaurant for a piece of cake or pie. Don't be doing it. I can't. I can't do
wait a
it,
minute.
Kim.
Wait a minute. What about a spork? What about a spork?
He's got a spoon. Now a spork. The only time I'll use a spork is at Kentucky Fried Chicken with their mashed potatoes because they're the
Amen.
ones. Because that's my childhood. Other than that, unacceptable. Give me a fork. So I'll have to ask them, like, "Hello, you're bringing dessert. Don't take my fork away, or bring me a clean one. But don't be trying to serve me cake with a spoon. Absolutely not."
Okay. Let me just tell you, I'm leaving here now and going to get a 2-piece all white with coleslaw and mashed potatoes, Kentucky Fried Chicken right now.
And a spork.
Oh my gosh. And a
No
spork.
joke. And I'm getting my spork and I'm dedicated to you. Okay, here we go. What's one thing that baffles you about men? Lord have mercy, honey.
Wow.
Do we have
this?
That's a whole nother podcast, Emily. It's me and you.
Right. Well, I can't. I don't
Be
know that I
honest.
can. I don't know that I can speak for all men because I don't know all men. I only know the men who live in my house, which is my
How
husband
many
and
you
my
got?
son.
How many
I
you
got a
got?
husband, I got a son. And I'll tell you what, it boggles my mind how heavy their footfall is. Like, why you got to be stomping around?
Do they
why
flush?
you can't be just taking? Why can't you just take a step like a normal human person? It's like John and I will walk around the block, and it's like boom, 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 and I'm like, listen to my, and I'll say like, listen to how I walk, and then we listen to how he walks. But then I guess there's part of me that's like, I mean, do I want him like light-footed around? Maybe I don't. Maybe that's not what I really want. But it is so loud in here, so loud.
Girl, I live with 3 men. 2 husbands. Do they flush?
I mean, so this is a podcast. Let's see. Will they hear this? Will they watch
Be real,
this?
Emily. Be authentic.
It depends on the day.
Got it. That's fair
Good
enough.
days and bad days.
See,
Sorry.
that's okay. Here we go. Do you believe AI is good or bad?
Oh, good or bad? What a
Ooh.
binary. Okay, so AI kind of freaks me out. I'm not going to lie.
In
I'm
a good
little,
way or a bad way?
In not a good way, my dear.
Got it.
It's a little too something. I don't know what.
It's a little too invasive, maybe.
Yeah, and like as a writer too, there's a whole thing, you know.
I get you.
So yeah, it's a little concerning. I would say bad, but then again, you know, would I have said that about Google however many years ago? Probably.
I
And
think
now
my
we're
parents
like,
did.
What would we do?
I mean, I
Right.
can't tell you. My mom used to say, "That's the devil." I can't.
Right.
What did she say the other day? I got so tickled. I said something. You know, I can't remember what it was. She goes, "That's just nothing but the devil." I mean, I've heard that. Like, I remember when I bought the Prince Purple Rain soundtrack. Which was
Wait.
edgy. That's edgy.
Totally. Yeah.
Okay. And she said,
Right.
"That's the devil." Okay. Speaking of, what song will you always sing when it comes on?
Oh, this is tough, Kim.
It's good.
I
It's
should
good.
have had a cheat sheet.
No,
moving
it's
in.
good ones.
Nope.
You're good. You're the best rapid fire we've ever had.
I know what song it is.
Go.
It's this song whenever it comes on. It's the Spin Doctors' Two Princes.
Ooh. Ah.
One,
Good
two.
one.
Princes who adore you. Just go ahead now. You know it. You know
I
it.
do.
You
Oh my gosh,
can't
it's a
not-
great song.
I can't
You
not
can't.
sing it.
That is a great
It's
song.
It's
got
just
a good
it doesn't
voice,
matter where
too.
I am. Yeah. That's the
All
one.
right. Which movie could you watch unlimited sequels of?
Oh, The Wizard of Oz. It's my favorite
Yeah,
movie
that's
of all
a good
time.
one.
Keep it going forever.
I liked Lord of the Rings. I could have had that one go on and on
Okay.
and on.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kim, it did go on and on. What do you mean? It went on and on.
You got your wish.
That movie, I was just talking to someone about how The Lord of the Rings had like 27 endings. They're like,
I've watched
they
it.
kept
I've got
wrapping
the
those
extended
storylines up, Kim. They were just going on. 35 minutes later, it ended
4
17
hours
times.
and 75 minutes later.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
So
All right, Emily, what is your favorite junk food? Oh, that's a good one.
Okay, so this is a little bit harkening back to my childhood.
Okay, go.
So
listen.
I don't know if I would say it now, but I think growing up, like the ultimate favorite junk food was the Little Debbie, the Swiss cake rolls. Do you remember those? And they have the
girl.
chocolate on the outside and the white cream
They're
in the
ro-
middle.
and the cream, and they're
And
rolled.
Yeah, the
You don't buy
best.
those now?
I can't. I'd eat them all. I
Well,
can't do
I've got some at the house. You can have some. Come
That's
on
the
over.
point. Emily, you got to
You're
eat them
gonna
all.
have those
The point is to eat 'em all.
after your Kentucky Fried Chicken lunch.
If you don't think
your
I'm going to
Swiss cake
Kentucky
rolls.
Fried Chicken, y'all crazy. I'm leaving right here and going through the drive-thru. Okay, here we go. Who is your? That's a good one. What about a salty snack? What about your salty junk food? So that's your sweet.
Salty right now is chips and salsa all day and all night.
Okay, no Cheetos, no Funyuns, none of those.
No.
Okay. Chips and salsa is I would call that a health food, though. I don't
It's
know. if
healthy,
that's
right?
Yeah, it's
That's
very
what
healthy.
I'm saying.
It's
Thank you
tomatoes.
for confirming
Okay, here
that.
we go.
It's fruit. I mean,
it's fruit.
vegetables.
It's fruit and vegetables. Who is your celebrity crush? Now, this one, Emily, I have a lot of faith in you on this. You've got to really hone in and make it count.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for this.
You've already ready? Oh, okay, go.
Oh, I'm ready right now because I think about this a lot. Now listen, this is gonna surprise you. You're not ready
I'm okay. I'm
because
ready.
it's kind of quirky and weird.
No, go for it. Go for it.
We're ready.
It's Jimmy Fallon. I told you.
I love that.
He's just so funny. It's so happy.
Absolutely no
He's so
judgment.
happy,
Jimmy,
Kim.
he is. He's funny. He's hilarious.
Do you
So
watch him
great.
every night? Do you watch Fallon?
Not every night, but he'd be such a great guy to have around, I think.
I think you have great taste. I think he's kind. He's funny.
Wait, are y'all going to answer this question or is it
Well,
just me?
Emily, I was thinking like Brad Pitt. I'm thinking hot Hollywood. Okay.
Sure, fine, okay. But I mean, when you're thinking like,
In a pinch, Brad Pitt, I guess.
fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, but then there's also like Taylor Swift. I mean, we can go the whole gamut. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, look at her. She's so dear.
I can be a Swiftie on a warm day with the windows rolled down for sure.
Right.
And I'm really into Keanu Reeves right now. I'm really having a Keanu Reeves phase.
Interesting. What has inspired that moment for you?
My sons and husband don't flush or don't bathe a lot. And I think he doesn't either. So I think it's just it's familiarity.
You're into it.
That's good.
Okay. One last question. What room are you walking into next, Emily?
Okay. All right. I'm going to tell you. In a couple of months, I'm going to walk into a room of rest. I'm going to take a little time off and kick it on back and actually have a summer where I'm not working my tail off. So I'm really looking forward to that room. I'm not there yet, but I'll get there soon.
Take me with you. Take me with you. All right. Emily P. Friedman's book is called How to Walk into a Room, The Art of Knowing When to Stay and When to Walk Away. Y'all, it's available right now everywhere books are sold. Her podcast is called The Next Right Thing. I'm telling you, go wherever podcast you listen to your podcast, download that, subscribe to it right now. It's called The Next Right Thing. Follow her on Instagram at Emily P. Friedman. And I got to tell you, Emily, I feel like we're going to be close, girl. We cannot not stay in touch. Please.
I love it. What a gift.
No, I'm serious, girl. You are exactly what we need right now in this world. Your voice, your message, you've blessed my heart. And I know you've blessed Zach too. We love you, girl.
Thank you. Kim and
Come
Zach,
back.
y'all are a delight. I will.
Come back.
Thank you so much, Emily. This was great.
We love you, girl.
Bye, Emily.
Next up, I've got a listener voicemail from a woman named Jeanette, and we've got outtakes and dancing during the credits. So you don't want to miss any of that. Okay, this week we have a voicemail from Jeanette, who I just wanted to give a little extra encouragement to. Take a listen.
Hi, Kim. I just love to watch you on QVC. I think you're so funny, and I think my husband does too. And one day I said, "Hey, Kim, it's not going to be on today." He said, "Well, crap." Anyway, I just love you and your clothes and everything. Wish you the best. Hope you're doing okay. Prayers for you. And I love Amy too. You both girls have just really lost weight. I mean, I've been watching you all along, so it's a big incentive to get started. So, love you all. Bye-bye.
Okay, Jeanette I love you, girl. Jeanette and your hubby. He has got good taste in women all the way around. And thank you for the prayers. I'm telling you, I'm healing. My Bell's palsy's going away, getting better every day. And girl, I want to encourage you. The weight loss it's changed my life. It has changed my life. So I am rooting for you, girl, and standing in the gap for you on that. And look, if you want to hear your voicemail on the show, or you just want to call us and let us know what you got going on, give us a call at 404-913-6460. And Zach, we'll get them on the show.
Yeah, we're going to listen. We listen to all your voicemails. We pick the ones that are the best, the funny. I want funny voicemails. Can you start leaving us funny voicemails? Tell us what your husbands think of the show. That would be great.
Can you believe her husband said, well, crap.
Well, crap.
That's it.
Just love that.
The man's got taste. And listen, thank you for listening. If you like this episode, then share it with somebody. Let somebody know and help us grow this community of women who are loving who we are right where we're at. All right, till next time, I'm Kim.
I'm Zach.
And we love ya. Oh, this might be, I don't know, Emily. I might be going off on a rabbit trail here. If I am, just tell me. Next week, we have a dancing expert, Emily. Maybe you should pop on. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. From So You Think You Can Dance. Can you imagine?
No.
See, is this a new room?
Is this my next right thing, Kim?
This is the dancing we've got.
He'll have to cut us off, Emily. He'll have to shut us up. If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
I need you, everybody listening, to help encourage me today. We're going to talk about how to look at things in your life and know if they're good. If you had been videoing me and putting this out on social media, people said this woman needs to be committed. I'm sweating like Bertha at the beach. He is trying to save 2 cents on gas. That's how I lost all my weight. That, I think, is a big, huge problem in today's world. Perception is everything. All right, Zach. Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Kim. How are you?
Honey, I'm busier than a one-arm paper hanger.
You just launched your jewelry line. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it's like every other day. It's like the house is on fire. We're launching this. We're doing this. I've got two teenagers at the house.
How are they?
Okay, well, I'm kicking the podcast off with this because I think they're delusional.
I'm just seeing this from their point of view, and they're like, my mom says I'm delusional.
I don't say they're delusional. They are delusional. And I got to tell you, like, I'm going to get really real with y'all on this episode, because we're calling this, How Do You Know a Good Thing When You See It? Okay, this is what we're calling this podcast. But I'm dedicating this to my 3 men that I live with, Travis, Blanton, and Bo.
Okay.
My husband is Travis. I've got the 2 boys, 14-year-old Blanton and 16-year-old Bo. And I lost it the other night, just lost it. And when I say lost it, I meant I had, I think, what is called an outer body experience.
Okay.
Okay. So either A, I'm having a nervous breakdown, or B, no one is talking about raising teens in this kind of way, or C, I'm looking at a good thing and I'm not seeing it. Okay, so this is my options here. Now, a lot of that might be, all 3 of those things could be actually true, and all of it, a little bit, can be part true. And I'm getting there. I'm getting to the story. But it's been a doozy. It's been a doozy of a week. I've got a 14-year-old this trying to fail every class he's in. I've got a 16-year-old who I have to track on Life 360. And then I've got a husband who, I guess he's got spring fever or something. I don't know, Zach. I'm just telling you, it's been a rough week.
Sorry, Kim. Wait, why? Can we go back to the try to fail every class thing? I don't mean to just derail you, but like...
He's trying to actually fail. Like, he's got the work and he doesn't turn it in. And when you do that, basically an email comes on that's in bright red. I mean, it might as well be going, says you've got a 0, okay. and then I ask him about the zeros, and he's like, oh, it's a big deal. I'm turning tomorrow. So to come to find out, I'm like, wow, he's not doing this work. He's not turning in. But the work is in the folder. He's just too lazy to open the folder, slide out the work, and turn the finished work in.
Okay. I don't know what to say about that, Kim. That's wild.
So this is why I want to have this episode today, because I need you, everybody listening, to help encourage me today. Normally, I have a lot of good things to encourage you. So I lost it. When I mean lose it, if you had been videoing me and putting this out on social media, people said this woman needs to be committed somewhere. Okay. All right. It was like.
Can you paint a picture? Wait, so what? Like,
I'm painting the picture.
Paint the picture. Tell us what happened. Set the scene. Tell us what happened.
So we come to find out that Blanton's not turning any of his work, and when you're starting to get, emails from teachers and stuff, you're just like, okay, all right, well, because I wasn't the best student. Let's just be honest. I mean, I wasn't. I mean, I was squeaking by with a C.
Well, you always say negotiate your grades. Like you were over there. I picture young Kim going to the teacher and being like, hey, look.
In college, I negotiated, baby. I knew what I had to do to get where I had to go. But, Blanton, unfortunately for Blanton, he ain't got that kind of swag. Okay. Unfortunately for Blanton, he does not have my negotiating skills. He has his father's. Okay.
Can we hold on, audience, you need to know Kim went to theology school. So Kim is negotiating grades theology school.
But there's nothing wrong. There's nothing, backhanded sinful about that. That's just a life skill.
I mean, you're the one who went to theology school. You would know.
When Dr. Hooks, he was my hermeneutics teacher. And I remember, and he is the biggest rule follower. I hope he's still alive. Mr. Hooks, if you are, I love you, man. And I remember I had to have an A in this class, right? Okay. And I was barely scraping by with a B. And I remember I said to him, I have to be on the dean's list to Miss Georgia. This is a true story. I said, I have to be on the dean's list to Miss Georgia. And so I remember he's like, I've got to pray about it. And then one day he called me into the teacher's lounge. This is a true story. Okay. Atlanta Christian College in East Point, Georgia. He called me into the teacher's lounge and he was standing by the window looking out like he was making the biggest decision of his life. This was like a decision of great moral conundrum here, This is, and he said, I'm going to give you an A. And I remember he said, but you better win Miss Georgia. I will never forget it. He goes, but you better win Miss Georgia. I did. So thank you, Dr. Hooks.
You did it. Yeah, you
did
it.
For fudging the grade. But I negotiated it. I think I had to do a little paper or something, turn something in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This was before AI. Anyway, so I'm just saying, here we go. I get home. Blanton is not doing any of his work. I mean, we're in basketball season and tennis season and soccer season. So we got three. I mean, it's crazy. I lost everything. I had a big Burger King bag because I had gotten everybody dinner because I live my life on the run. And we were out of Factor meals. And so I had Burger King bag. I took that Burger King bag full of God knows what. And I hurled that bag across the room. It hit my wall. And I told everybody I'm moving out. I'm getting my own apartment and I'm done with them. And all three of them were like this. So do you think they said they were sorry? No. This is the text I get. So after my son had to leave, after this happened, my son had to get out and leave and go to soccer practice. And so it was like.
Wait, Blanton did or Bo?
Bo. Okay. But they were all three there. They all got the wrath of mom. Bo had to go, and they know when to get out of Dodge. So he grabbed his keys. He left. This was at 6. So this was happened at 6:15. 6:36. He's at the school. This is the text I get. You ready for this? Can someone come take my car to the gas station and get some gas while I'm at soccer and drop it back off at school, please? I'm going to read that again for those of you who weren't listening. Can someone grab my car at the school while I'm at soccer practice and take it to the gas station and get some gas and drop it back off at the school, please?
What was your response?
I did not answer. I did not answer. At 6:55, did anyone get my car?
And so this is to you and Travis?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, this is just to me. You think Travis don't do that? It's just to me. No response. Hey, and also, since you threw the Burger King bag across the Since you threw he's misspelled it. Since you threw the Burger King bag across the room, can I order myself something really small, please, from DoorDash? I haven't eaten all day. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and then I texted him.
Wait, Kim.
I texted him. This is how I ended it. Are you a complete idiot? Question mark. And I had no response.
You even do that like on
Never!
his birthday? Yeah. What?
No!
I don't understand. Who does that? Who
No,
is
let me.
doing
I'm gonna
that
tell you
for their
something else.
16-year-old?
They will all take, like Bo and Travis. They'll all take the car that's filled up with gas.
Backstory, everybody. Let's just take a step back for a second. Kim, there's like a little piece of equipment that's this big that Kim has to plug into the podcast studio to make it work better. And it's in the car.
My car.
And Kim goes, I'm sorry, I didn't bring it because Travis took my car because it had more gas in it. And I was like, Who does that?
My family.
Is there no gas stations around in Atlanta? What's going on?
I don't know, but that
this isn't Mad Max.
This is like, we're not siphoning off gas. Well, I will tell you, let me just, honest to God, Travis is so cheap though, y'all. I'm serious that he will go and just put like $10 in.
Why?
Yeah. He'll just go and put 10. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he's that person. Like when we go eat at restaurants, we all get water and we get one soda and share it. I'm trying to think what else is it. So, oh God, I got one better for you. Stay with me, people. Stay with me. He, in the summers, rolls down the windows and does not run the air because he says it burns more gas. As energy efficient as cars are today.
Okay, I actually think, so I think there's a certain speed limit. No, there's a speed at which that's no longer true. It's like 45 miles an hour. And
it's not true, period, Zach. You're saving
Travis.
half of pennies. That is the most ridiculous. I'm sweating like Bertha at the beach, and he is trying to save 2 cents on gas. And so he'll pull in.
I do think that's true, though.
And he's so good with money. I'm not beating him down. I'm just saying I know a good thing when I see it. He's a good man. I'm just saying. When we pull into the gas station, and it's like, and it's like 2 seconds, and he comes back and gets back in the car, and here we go. And I'm like, did you fill the car up? He goes, oh, no, I only put like $10 in. We'll get some later. And you know why he's done that? Because it's $3.86 here, right here at this gas station, and he knows 3 miles down the road is 10 cents less.
Kim, it's like $4.50 here in California. We pay.
Oh, well, he wouldn't put but $2 or3 in to get you back and forth to your house then if we live there.
Yeah, that's it.
So this is why I wanted to do this episode today, because my kids do not know a good thing when they see it.
They don't even know how to read a room. Like, when there's Burger King on the wall of the room, you can't read a room.
But doesn't say I'm sorry. Doesn't say says, can I come get his car while he is at soccer practice, fill it up with gas, and return the car back to him. And then says, I threw the food across the room. Can he go DoorDash him something? I'm going to tell you something. People do not know good things when they see it. And let me tell you something. My kids and my husband's got a good thing. Okay? And that, I think, is a big, huge problem in today's world.
Yep.
And the great thing about it is I've talked to several people. Like, I always I'm careful because I'm like, should I tell people that I'm crazy and I lose it and tell my kids I'm moving out and I'm getting my apartment? And then I mentioned that on a call that we had. We're launching jewelry. So the whole team all over, the United States of America are on this call. And every single woman goes, oh, yeah, I did that last week. And I thought, oh, okay. So every woman is out there either in their head or verbally saying to their families, I'm getting ready to leave you. Okay? Because you ain't seeing what's good here. Because honestly, Zach, it is hard out here for a working mom, wife, caretaker, chick woman. Did you know that?
Yeah, it is hard for a working mom, wife, caretaker, chick woman.
Good for you. And good for you for seeing that. But you live with three women.
Can I say, but for real, no, let me really respond, because I do think it's really hard. And I had no idea, let me put it this way. I thought I worked really hard. Like when I worked in TV and in production, and then I had a kid. And I was like, oh, I've never been more tired. I've never been more stressed. I've never been it's just Okay,
let me ask you this. Are you 50-50?
No. And it's not 50-50 because it's never 50-50. I mean,
I know. Okay, but let's not, no preface. Okay. Does she work harder with the kids than you do? Yes or no? No. Okay. Rapid fire. Spit it out.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
But I try really hard.
And I can tell you the mental load.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the mental
she's got
load,
the
Zach,
mental load.
is okay.
And that's like, there's just so much of the like day-to-day keeping the family alive, right? And like my kids are all younger, right? So they're not like trying to text Postmates or whatever, but like just feeding your kids. Like my kids won't eat. I don't know what your kids are like. You know, I don't know what they were like when they were
They'll
little.
get there. Oh, my kids, that's all they do is eat. That's all.
Yeah.
Like my Factor meals. I don't lie. When I say that they come and steal them, I mean, I go and get one for lunch next. It's gone. I'm like, who ate my chicken?
It's so funny. Yeah.
And then they'll put it underneath their beds. Like it'll be like old food and stuff. Oh, yeah. There was a half-eaten watermelon bowl. Like there was cut up watermelon in a bowl. Okay. You know, and it costs $42 for that, you know, to get it cut up. Like, you know, especially in the winter. I mean, you know, watermelon in the winter is like $772.
Yeah.
Okay. So it had a couple of pieces in it and it was sitting inside the bathtub.
I mean, was there a bottle of vodka out of it? Because
I don't know. You know, there was no alcohol involved. I'm just saying, like, are you just sitting there in a leisurely tub eating watermelon? I'm just saying, like, being a mom is so tough. And then I ask about it, and they're like, what? But the fact that my son said to me, can you go fill up my car with gas while I'm at soccer practice and drop it back off? Just like, why would I not do that for him? This is what I'm talking about.
How do you wait? But what did you follow that up with? Like, what when he got home?
Nothing.
And you actually
It was
saw
crickets.
Him, just never even.
The last text I sent him is, "Are you a complete idiot?" That was my text.
And then so he knew he's not going to bring that up.
He knew I'm being an idiot. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the thing though. I say to my kids all the time, like we're a very verbal family, and by verbal I mean we will fight toe to toe. Okay, you know my family.
Yeah.
You know, I have always taught my kids to challenge authority. Just don't believe everything you hear. Have your own thoughts. And so some of this mess is coming back to me. Okay, what goes around goes around. But I wanted to talk about how to know something is good when you see it, because I think a lot of people are dissatisfied with their lives or a little bit delusional, like Bo was about taking his car to get gas in it. Because what they're looking at, they're not recognizing how good they've got it. And there is this quote that really hit me hard. You know, I have my quiet times every morning, y'all, and I really encourage everybody to do that, because when I miss it, I'm messed up. I'm serious. Like when I do this and get centered every day, it really helps. And you know, I pray and ask the Lord to show me what I need to do and what have you. But this quote hit me from a little reading I was reading one morning. It says, "It's not what you look at that matters. It's what you see." Henry David Thoreau. It's not what you look at that matters. It is what you see. And the difference of this, to me, what we look at and what we see is between the senses of seeing, you know, and perception. You know, senses provide like data, like they're taking it in. Like I'm sitting there taking in my kids taking advantage of me and my family taking advantage of me. And I know a lot of women that feel this way, okay? They just, you know, the senses provide facts. But they don't truly allow us to perceive or you know, experience necessarily what we're seeing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Makes me think so much of like just the stuff that the beauty around us that we miss. It's like, you know, you see the beautiful view and then you see it every day and then you stop seeing it. Right. Yeah.
But we and also we're in such a data-driven world now. I'm telling you, y'all, this is deep. So stay with me. We're such a data-driven world with AI and text and even TikToks and all this. They're just, it's so taking in information. Let's say you look at an azalea plant that's blooming and you say, oh, those are pretty color flowers. That's a great stem. Oh, they must be feeding it right. We go through all the data first and we skip, oh my gosh, that's so beautiful. Look at those blooms. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't perceive it. We just sense it. And y'all, perception is everything. Okay. So, okay. Follow me. You know how I talk about Bo and the basketball journey of Bo. It's so hilarious. I swear. I swear you would think that this kid... basketball is about to just kill us because it's been like this Achilles heel, but yet the most amazing good experience. It's the weirdest thing. Okay. So like, here we go. Know a good thing when you see it. So, the season just ended, thank God. And we were playing some games and he rides the bench a lot. You know, he's a junior, he's 5'8.5". He's not the tallest kid on the team by far. My son is thick. He's built. You know what I'm saying? Like he's solid. He's not a tall, skinny. You know what I'm saying? He's not the typical looking basketball player.
Yeah.
He set the bench most of the season. I mean, he got in. He did great. I mean, he was amazing. I'm so proud of him. It was the night before the region basketball games. And he comes in, he drops his stuff, he sits on the steps, and he says, I'm done with basketball. I'm not playing this summer. I'm not playing my senior year. I'm just done. I'm not wasting my time. I'm not doing it. And for once in my life, because I don't like to see him quit anything or anybody quit anything, unless you know that you know, and that's another podcast, but I'm getting to where it's a good thing, know a good thing when you see it. And I said, son, first of all, I didn't preach. And normally I do the whole preaching thing. God's got something special and he's using it. I didn't do any of that because he's tapped out, right? I didn't chemism him. And I finally just said, I don't blame you. I said, the coach doesn't see your talent. You've given it all this year. You played varsity. You've done the best you could. It's time to take off your uniform, turn it in. I totally agree with you. And so we both exhaled, right? Mm-hmm. We felt good about it in the family. And Travis was like, son, we support you in whatever you want to do. Normally we wouldn't do that, Zach. Normally we'd say, you're going to stick it out.
You'd push, yeah.
So the next day was the big game, region game from LCAs, BCA versus LCA. Bethlehem Christian and Loganville Christian Academy. I mean, they're big rivals, right?
Yeah.
So, and we played at LCA. We played at their home gym. Well, Travis and I couldn't go. We're working again. We're launching jewelry and launching everything else. So we're working. And we know he ain't going to get no playing time. It's a region match. Region game. So he ain't going to get no playing time. So the game's going on. I'm not even thinking about it. And I get this text from my friend Amanda. And she says, Bo got in. He's lighting it up. Like he was popping off threes. Now, keep in mind, this team beat us by 20 or 30 points every time they played us before. The region.
Yeah.
This was a region game. And Bo and the team got them down to where they were only losing by 6.
Wow.
And he'd take Bo and a couple other guys out, the bench guys out, and they'd go back up in points, and they'd put Bo and the bench guys back in, and they'd cut the score down, and so on and so forth. And I say all that not because Bo is this amazing NBA future star. I'm saying when he got done and he got home, like everybody was like, "Oh my God, Bo was killing!" Like Bo just came alive. Had a great game. And he said to me, "Wow, Mom. Maybe God is telling me I don't need to quit basketball after that game." Wow. So when I say to you, whatever you're going through, whatever your basketball game sitting the bench is for you, sometimes it's not, we're looking at sitting the bench and we're not looking at preparing for the opportunity when we get in the game. Sometimes God has us sit on the bench so that when we do get that moment, we can really see it and seize it. My sons and my husband, they took for granted that, mom's going to get the food. She's going to fill our cars up with gas. She's going to do everything for us. That they couldn't see how blessed they are to have me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Your circumstance, bad, good, or indifferent, is a good thing if you're looking at it properly. Instead of just sensing it and experiencing the data of what's going on, you perceive it. You take it in. Support for today's episode comes from Honeylove, where you can use my exclusive link to get 20% off your entire order by going to honeylove.com/Kim. Because y'all, bras and shapewear can be so uncomfortable. Let me just give you an example, okay? So you know my BFF, Amy. We were singing and traveling around, and I would wear this girdle. And when I mean girdle, I'm talking about it took 2 people to pull that sucker on. One in the front and one in the back. And Amy was in the back pulling up my girdle. And as soon as she did, I heard zzz, it snapped, and all my innards came outers, okay? So when I tell you that shapewear had to change for me, it had to. And I wish I had Honeylove back then, because shapewear shouldn't be so hard. And Honeylove is easy to put on. It's easy to take off, and it's effortless to wear. Their products make you look good and feel amazing. Whether you're about to hit the stage for a big event, or you just need an everyday little boost of confidence just to have that little support, Honeylove is the perfect +1. So treat yourself to the best bras and shapewear on the market and save 20% off at honeylove.com/Kim. Use my exclusive link to get 20% off. That's honeylove.com/Kim. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. And please support our show and tell them you heard about them from us, The Kim Gravel Show.
How do you take that step back? Because it's so easy to get stuck. I know for me, right, I get stuck in like an optimizing sort of mindset where I'm like,
you're a data person. You're a data person.
Yeah.
Data's fantastic.
I get stuck in this like, I need to optimize. I need it to go like, if this goes well, and I need to do this in order for my kids to do this or for whatever, right?
Yes.
And it's so easy to get stuck in that. And like, so for instance, for me, like we just bought a house, which is like a huge deal. It's great.
It's beautiful.
But it's super stressful, right? Like we're like, there's house painters there right now, and we have to move, and there's just like a lot of moving parts. And I was just feeling so stressed and so overwhelmed. And then all of a sudden I just had this thought, and I was like, we get to move into this great house. Like, why am I feeling so bad? Why am I turning a bad thing into, or a good thing into a bad thing?
Because you're sensing instead of perceiving. Yeah. Perception. I want to look up the word perception, because to me, perception is the unseen things, right? And the unseen of it all is so much more important than just what you see.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell Bo. Like, he just thought, this is it. My coach doesn't believe me. I'm sitting the bench the whole time. I'm never going to play basketball again, because if he's the coach next year, I'm not going to play. But he didn't take into account that the things that you can't see, which might be other coaches fighting for you. Or I used to tell him, I said, son, if God wants you to play basketball, he will sit people out to make way for you to play basketball. Okay? Yeah. Sensing is I'm looking from what I can see out of my eye. I'm talking about looking at it from your mind's eye. Life needs to be perceived and then sensed.
Yeah.
To perceive is to attain that awareness or understanding. When you are just seeing with your physical eyes, your mind is computing data.
Yeah.
Okay? that's what I was trying to tell Bo. You've got to live in the perception of it all. You've got to become aware or conscious of what's really going on through sitting the bench. Like everything is trying to teach you something. When we take in the world around us, this is something I learned, I'm telling you, and I say my flesh, which I mean things that I can do with this body, okay? Which is see you, hear you, taste my Factor meals, or a Burger King milkshake, whichever one comes up. And that is the physical world. That's my flesh. When I'm perceiving, I'm taking it in. I am becoming aware. And I remember I think it was Maya Angelou says, you know better, you do better. Knowing is just not computing data. Knowing is having that sense of what something really is and really means. In your life, do you know a good thing when you see it? Not see it, perceive it. I can't tell you I could tell you story after story where I'm sitting there. I have developed this muscle of perception so much in my life. And it's all in this book. Like I talk about this in this book all the time about perception. It's how you're looking at it. It's not what you're looking at. It's how you're looking at it. And we hear about that on, TikTok memes and like, just change the way you look at it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about really flexing that perception muscle because a lot of times, bad behavior like with Blanton and him just not turning in his papers. Is he lazy? Yeah. Is he a teenager? Yeah. But something deeper is going on that he has lost his motivation to try. There's something, if I'm just a mom going, turn in your papers, that's sensing.
It's not going to work. Yeah.
It's not going to work. Yeah. There's something deeper going on with him that is causing him to check out. And as a mother and as a woman and as somebody who's really developed that perception muscle, that's what we got to figure out what's going on. And I'm saying that to you, like if you've got a problem, it's bigger than what you're seeing. If you've got a financial issue going on right now, it's more than just what you're spending. Oh, that ain't your real problem. That's just the data in, data out. It's just like with me when I lost my weight, Zach. Everybody's like, what did you do? What did you do? I'm telling you what I did. I started looking at it, perceiving it differently.
Yeah. Is it, so, just going back to this idea of like knowing a good thing when you have it, I think.
When you see it, yeah.
When you see it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard this is like it's like count your blessings, right? It's hard to do. It takes work to do. Is that what you're sort of like getting at? Is that what you're, and is that part of your morning practice? Like, do you do that? Do you intentionally do that in the morning? Not
most, okay? Because look, when it comes down to it, I ain't got no time for all of that deep thinking every day, okay? Like look, I just threw a Burger King bag across the room, with anger. So clearly I'm not pursuing too much but anger. But what this means is it really is just taking a beat and looking at something in your life. Listen to me. There's something in your life right now that A, you're not happy with, B, you want to change, or C, you can't figure out what's going on. There's confusion. Okay? I want you to do me a favor. I want you to stop and think about this problem. How it came to be, what it makes you feel like, what you see in it. Like Bo never saw himself getting off of that bench. He wanted to quit. What if he had? What if he had and not done it? What is that in your life? Where are you sitting the bench in your life right now? And either you can't do anything about it or you don't do anything about it. What is that thing for you right now? Think about it. And I'm here to tell you, there's comfort in that problem. We like easy. Getting data is very easy today. Changing the trajectory and the perception of our life is hard. Or it feels like it's hard. And we have, and I love this, Zach, we have this crumb mentality, this scarcity mindset that we look at something in the physical and saying, I'm never going to be able to do that. Bo looked at the physical and even looked at what had been happening over the past 2 months and said, I'm a bench player. I'm quitting. And he had it because he didn't have the belief that it was ever going to change. But what if we were to change it while we're sitting on the bench? What would happen if we did that? That's how I lost all my weight. I didn't lose a little weight and go, okay, I'm on this, I'm changing. I changed the perception. I'm like, I'm looking at this 30 pounds like it is like insurmountable. I'm going to just change how I think about it. I started saying, oh my God, I'm losing weight. I'm losing weight like crazy. As I'm eating a Big Mac. Oh my God, I'm losing weight like crazy. I'm just saying, like, I changed the way I looked at the 30 pounds, how I perceived my weight.
Yeah.
And my body followed.
I've heard so many stories like that, Kim, of like you do it or you believe it and then it happens. Like you
right.
can't.
That's faith. That's
the
faith.
only thing holding you back is it. Can I ask you a question? Because this is actually something I struggled with my kids. My 6-year-old is very just obsessed with like getting treats, right? Like getting chocolate, getting candy. Like
I love a treat. Right? Yes.
And
girl after my own heart.
The problem is that like whenever we do give her something, she just wants more. And she always turns the good thing into a bad thing. Like we give her something, we give her a treat, and then she's upset every time. She's more upset having gotten the good thing.
But why do you think that is?
There's always a reason to feel like you're not getting enough, right?
Right.
Like,
why? Why is that?
I don't know, Kim. I'm trying.
If you did know what it was, what would it be?
Good question. I think it just goes back to like, I'm not focused on right now. I'm focused on what I'm not getting in the future. I'm focused on what I am like perceiving as a problem.
We are afraid the blessings are going to run out. It's a scarcity mindset. I love this. My husband says this all the time, like, because he coaches tennis and the team sometimes everybody backspite, is competitive with each other on the same team and stuff. And it's like, Travis always says, people think there are only a couple of blessings out there. We only think there are a couple of jobs or a couple of seats at the table. We only think that there's only a certain amount of money. And think of money as a perfect example of this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't say this before. I have been saying my whole entire adult life, money comes easily and freely to me. Let's do it this way. Let's answer this question, Zach. Okay. What is money? What is money?
Pieces of paper.
Okay.
That honestly have no meaning except we give them meaning.
Money is a perception.
Well, value. Wait. Let's take a step back though, because money has value because we give it value, because we've all decided that it's worth a certain amount. And like, then we all feel bad when Travis feels bad when he goes to the gas station and the gas he bought last week for $2 is $3 now. And that feels bad because we feel like the value, like we're getting, a raw deal. And that's why inflation feels so bad. And that's why, people have so much trouble with money. But they also, you want to use money to get what you want. But if you just keep using it and using it and using it, then you're never going to find what you want because you're always chasing.
The Bible says, people say money is the root of all evil. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil. And that's perception. When you are looking at money like it can fix you, make you, break you, or take you, you're giving the money the power. What if you looked at money like it comes easily and freely to me to be able to do all the beautiful things in life that I want and can bless other people with? That's what I'm talking about, that shift of perception of what money is, that shift of perception of what weight loss is, that shift of perception. It's when I'm saying, do you know a good thing when you see it? I'm not saying see, I'm saying see. Change what you're looking through. Don't look through it through your eyes, look through it through your soul. Like Bo played a fourth of what his teammates played. A lot of his teammates played on the basketball. But the last few games, he scored as many points that he has the highest score per minute on the whole entire team, of minutes played on the entire team. So does it really matter that he played every single game? Or is he perceived now as this, oh my God, where did Bo come from?
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe he was allowed to be held back so that at the right time he could be lifted up. That's what's happening to you. You might be stuck on pause or stuck on red in your life because he's preparing either you or that thing for you. Change the way you're looking at your life. You got a good life. Do you see it? Do you know a good thing when you see it? Oh, I didn't. I didn't for the longest. Let me tell y'all something. With this Bell's palsy, I used to dread putting on my makeup, and I would just smile, and then I'd take pictures, and then I'd be like, oh my God, I look fat, I look terrible. Look at my face, look at this. Y'all, with this Bell's palsy, I would give my right breast to have my smile back right now. Wow, I did not know a good thing when I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you don't know a good thing till it's gone, right?
Yeah.
Like just health, just being,
just health,
able to be healthy.
But what I want to tell you, like, I'm saying this to encourage everyone listening. You have everything you need right now to do everything you are called to do. You do. But can you really see it? Change what you're looking at and change how you're looking at it. Because I promise you, there is so much more for you than you will ever know. If you knew, you would change it instantly. Instantly. You'd be like, oh my gosh, is this coming for me? You'd change. That's my point. If you knew what was coming for you, all the good things that were coming for you, wouldn't you change how you felt about what you're in right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd say, I can get through this because I know that that it's coming. I know that good things are coming.
The good things are coming. All right, we're back, and I have been loving these voicemails from you guys. So please call us, leave us a voicemail. You can. I'd love to hear from you. I just love you. That's the truth. I just love each and every one of you listening, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I do know a good thing when I see it, and it's y'all listening. Okay.
Hi, Kim. My name is Sonia Scott. I thought you would get a kick out of something that happened to me recently. I woke up in the morning and my husband said to me, "What is Triple Lux?" I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, you were talking about Triple Lux in your sleep." I said, "You're kidding. What did I say?" He said, you said, it's Triple Lux, y'all. Now, the reason this is so funny is I don't talk like that. I live in Beverly Hills. I don't have a Southern accent. I never say y'all. And I thought it was just hysterical, but I had just got a pair of jeans, Triple Lux, and I love them. And I guess it was on my mind. Anyway, I just thought you'd get a kick out of that. But here's what I really want to say to you. I am so proud of you. I know this may sound stupid, but what I think is so wonderful is I've watched you from the beginning, and you don't have to push so much anymore. You don't have to sell so hard anymore. You know that we have your back. You know that we love you. And, you know, you listen to somebody long enough, you begin to see their humanity. And we all see that with you, Kim. And it's really thrilling to see the effect that you've made. I know what you've been going through recently. You're so brave. I'm a cancer survivor. I know what it's like to have something on your body that's not right and that you feel uncomfortable with. And you've just, you know, the spell palsy stuff, you've handled it with such grace. And I just want to say, I hope you know how much we all love you and respect you. And as I say, we have your back. And I hope you take a lot of comfort in that. Okay, honey, have a great day. I'm so thrilled that I got to leave you this message. Bye.
Oh, talk about knowing a good thing when you see it. Do you see what I'm saying, Zach?
Yeah, I know.
You think you're out here on your own and you're struggling through, and then you get support, friendships, community like that. Like that. I can't tell you what that message just meant to me. And the fact that she is talking about Triple Lux and saying y'all in her dreams tells me.
It's like you're in her head.
Her
Kim.
perception radar is high. But when she said, we see your humanity, see, that's a woman who's not seeing, but she's seeing. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the perfect way to close out this episode. She is so perceptive. Even to the point she's like, you don't have to sell so hard. We've got your back. Do you see what I'm saying? She's seeing it with her mind's eye, with her heart. That is what I'm talking about. That is how we want to look at life. So your life, start looking at it and perceiving it and seeing it that way. Wow. Wow. I love you, girl.
Wow.
I love
and if you want to hear your voice on the show, give us a call, leave us voicemails.
Please.
We love them. All right. We will pick a new one every single episode. The number is 404-913-6460. So leave us a voicemail,
Fantastic.
give us a call. Send us a message. We want to hear from you. This is a
We want to hear
community.
from you. This is a community. I'm telling you. She said, we see your humanity. Good Lord, Zach. Okay.
Well, we can't
sorry.
end yet. We can't end yet, Kim, because we have to do an
no.
audience rapid fire question. This is becoming like my favorite thing because
Are people really answering, Zach? Are they answering and getting
I wrote some answers.
Okay,
for
let's
us.
do it,
We're
let's
gonna
do it,
go through them. So check it out. Check it out. So here's the rapid fire question. Kim, read that. Read the question.
Okay, so I ask every guest this question, and now I want to hear from you. Who is your celebrity crush? I want you to drop a comment with just your answer, or if you're on QVC Plus or a platform that doesn't allow commenting, then head on over to the Kim Gravel Show. That's KimGravelShow.com and send me a comment with your answer. Okay, who is your celebrity crush?
Okay, and so all right, so we asked like for a few episodes ago,
Okay.
What is your guilty pleasure?
Guilty pleasure. I remember this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were people
and
saying?
And you just started listing off like so many. And so I just like, these are so funny. Do you want to read these, Kim? These are so funny.
Okay, let me say 4 people said online shopping. Can I just say, me and my phone at like 11:30 at night is not Travis approved. Okay. 3 people said watching Hallmark movies, but 1 added and donuts. Oh yeah.
That's a good combo.
Hallmark. I secretly have a desire to be in a Hallmark movie. And I don't want to be the one that falls in love. I want to be that girl maybe who owns a boutique or a bakery that says, and she pulls up a chair. I'm like, honey, don't give away the milk. Don't. Let me say this again. I want to say this. And I want to be, I know. Zach, I'm telling you, I want to be in a Hallmark movie. I want to be like in a bakery or a thing where people just pull up a chair and I'm that person that says, why buy the cow? Why is he going to buy the cow if he can get the milk for free? You know, does all these. Okay.
You want to be the, like the Southern? You want to be like the Southern
I want to be the
auntie
Southern.
Who's like, got the
Southern
wisdom.
Mother,
All right.
The auntie,
Okay, okay.
with like one-liners and then just, whatever.
So, all right, Hollywood, Hallmark Channel. Here we go.
Call
Kim
me.
as your call Kim.
I'm cheap and easy. Okay, here we go. We also had, I love this, a Hostess refrigerated ring ding.
Ring ding.
I thought they were called ho-hos.
No, I looked this up because I was like, did she mean like
No, she meant ring ding. No.
Ring ding. Yeah.
Ring ding. It's a round thing with like a cream filling in it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's delicious. And I think it's delicious
I've
refrigerated
never
too.
thought about refrigerating because I like the zingers. Have you seen the zingers? They're like the devil's food cake. Oh God.
I've never had a zinger.
I've never thought about refrigerating it.
Okay. Everything's better. Like if you do you put candy bars in the freezer, Kim? Because like,
honey, I put candy bars in the freezer and break my teeth off. Mm-hmm. Be like, crack. Oh, there's my crown. Okay, here we go. Buying wreath supplies. Can I say I relate to that too? I've got more hot glue guns than the police have regular guns. Okay.
And as someone that's been to Kim's house, like I can co-sign that fully. Yes.
I have more hot glue guns than the Hunt Club down here at the Moose Lodge has. Okay. One person said facials. Agreed.
Yeah.
Guilty pleasure. That should not even be a guilty pleasure. That should be a self-care thing.
I agree. 100%. Yeah. 100%.
Okay, so really, please go. Who's your celebrity crush? That's the rapid fire question this week. Go and leave your, comments.
Leave your
Zach,
comment.
just getting ahead of that. Who is your celebrity crush?
Ooh. Okay, so this is someone that I was just thinking about because she actually just launched line
Here
on
we
QVC.
go.
I had the biggest crush on Scarlett Johansson.
And she is gorgeous inside and out. Good one.
Yeah, yeah, that's big. Yeah.
I'm going to leave you with Keanu Reeves.
Okay. Keanu Reeves
He's
is a
mine.
good one. He's a little
He
greasy.
doesn't bathe. But look, I'm used to that with my kids. So
have you
and
seen how
Travis.
there's like this like thing online? If you look up Keanu Reeves taking pictures with people, like he never actually
Mhm.
touches anyone. He puts his hand out like this, and he like behind their backs, and you can see his whole hand. Have you seen that, Kim?
I bet he didn't want to think people were trying to feel him up.
Yeah, he wants to like be like, no, I didn't touch that person. Yeah,
But
he's
I might
he's
just
fine
step
like
back and go, oh, excuse me.
that. So you're gonna sexually harass him, is what you're saying? That's okay.
Keanu, you're safe with me, honey. You're totally safe. The last thing I want after this week is another man. Okay. Thank y'all for listening. If you like this episode, then share it with somebody. And y'all, I just launched a brand new jewelry line. It's got some on right now. Did I say jury? I think I said jewelry.
You're in jewelry line.
Jewelry.
That's how you say it.
This is how we say it in the South, jury. I just launched a brand new jewelry line. So I want you to check it out. Go to lwya.com or just, get on there and email us and tell us, what you got going on. We love you. All right. Till next week, y'all. Remember, know a good thing, honey, when you see it.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Kim, you're Southern. Can I just say when you read the word you'll as y'all?
Oh my God. Perceive means to become aware of what? All right. Till next week, y'all. Remember. I don't remember. I was going to say remember, but I don't remember.
Know a good thing?
Zach, I couldn't remember what I was trying to remember.
It makes me so happy in real time when I'm like, this is going to make the outtakes at the end.
Let's make
That's
the outtakes.
all I thought.
If you like this episode, I got one more you're going to love.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Gird your loins. I have been for a solid month doing a prank on my sister Allison. Zach and I have been buying my sister's cameos. So we're going to bring her in and reveal this to her on the episode.
I've never quite done a cameo like this.
Did you do this?
You'll see.
Butter biscuit. It's the most expensive episode of the Kim Gravel Show we've ever made. Oh, welcome to the Kim Gravel Show. And can I just tell you, this is probably one of my most favorite episodes we have ever done. Zach.
I'm already laughing, Kim. I can't
You're already
even hold
laughing.
it together.
Bless your heart. This is the thing, y'all. People don't know this about me, but I am a big, huge prankster. Meaning, and I'm really, really good at it too. Like, I mean, I hate to toot my own horn, but toot. It's like one of those things where people know that I'm an epic prankster. People have known me for decades, years, generational. I mean, just have known me forever, but they still don't know they've been pranked until after it's over, right? You know, I can't tell you how many times I've done this to Amy. I have pranked my mother. I have pranked my father. I have my children, everybody.
I can't believe that still works on them. Like, that's for me.
That is the gift that I have with pranks.
That's your gift.
And listen, so this is what we've done, everybody's listening to this. Just hang on, gird your loins, put on your seatbelt and get ready for the ride, because I have been for a solid month, 1 month, doing a prank on my sister Allison, okay? And when I tell you, it's the most epic thing. So Zach, what we have been doing, everybody, is there is this thing called Cameo, okay? Where like pseudo celebs, or
real celebs.
Or real celebs, almost famous people, whatever, get on there and buy these messages to people. So like I could go, Zach, and I could buy like, let's say if Brad Pitt was on there, right? If Brad Pitt
or
was
your
on
favorite
Cameo.
Real Housewife, or
Right, Real Housewife, like
yeah.
Teresa Giudice on Real Housewife. I could go and buy a message from her. So she would just say to my husband, "Happy birthday, Travis," and da-da-da-da. So you pay and they do a little video and send it to you to, send to somebody or whatever. Okay. So Zach and I have been doing this and buying my sister's cameos for a solid month. Zach, do you want to tell everybody like the details of all this? It's
okay.
epic.
Yeah. Because this is next level.
And wait a minute, can I just say this? It's the most expensive episode of the Kim Gravel Show we've ever made.
Yeah, and it turns out it's most expensive because Allison's the one making all the money. So I created many fake email addresses. We crafted these storylines. Like, we'll get into it, but let me
can we just roll a teaser of it and then we'll talk about it.
Okay, let me roll. This is just a teaser to give you a taste of like all these different ones that we had her do.
Allison here from Kim of Queens.
Happy birthday, Martha, from Tim. Hey, Laura. This is from your mom, Stacy.
This is for the marketing team at your flooring company.
Hey, Amy. It's Allison from Kim of Queens. I got your request. This is for Samantha from your beautiful owner, Jane.
Y'all, and when I tell you, so the whole time this has been going on, Zach, she has been texting me going, "Girl, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this." Because you kept getting progressively wilder. Tell us some of the ones that you did before we bring her in.
February. So the end of February 23rd, we started with just like a normal one, right?
Right.
I wrote that I had my daughter and I love Kim of Queens, and you were our favorite, but Kim never let you do anything on the show. Can you show us your pageant talent? We would just love to see it because Laura is 11 and does pageants. Why don't you have your own show?
So you threw me under the bus, Zach. You threw me under.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to like stir the pot, and I was also just trying to like make it so she didn't think it was you.
She never knew it was me.
Oh my gosh.
Because she's that into it.
The text message chain between me and Kim now is just like us laughing and being like, "This is insane. This is so like we have enjoyed this so much, right?"
And so you progressively got
so then we progressively got crazier. 3 days later, so this was a birthday message. I have a silly kind of embarrassing nickname for my wife. And it would mean the world to me if you sing happy birthday to her with our nickname.
Okay, roll it. Roll it.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Martha, from Tim. This is Allison from Kim of Queens. Yeah, do you see that? My hat. This is the hat my sister got me for Christmas. And girl, really? That's all I'm saying. I have a little message from Tim to you. Happy birthday to you, Martha. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, boo boo butt honey butter biscuit. Happy birthday to you.
I can't. Oh God, I can't. She went like this. She was. When she was singing,
She's like scrolling. She's
honey
looking for
butter.
We did a bunch of these. So now, the 5th cameo we did with her, okay?
Okay.
Is doing a pep talk that's motivating the marketing team with her Southern wisdom. All right. Kim, do you think Allison knows a lot about marketing before we watch this?
So Allison is giving marketing advice to a company.
Yes. A flooring company in Alabama.
This is going to be good. Roll it.
Well, hey, everybody. It's your fave, or one of the. I hope I'm your favorite. It's Allison from Kim of Queens. Don't mind me. I'm actually momming, sitting in the carpool right now, momming. The story of my life when I'm not on QVC or working for Kim like a dog. No, I'm teasing. Listen, this is for the marketing team at your flooring company from Tanya. I'm just reading. The reason is you want to motivate your marketing team with some Southern wisdom. I don't know if that's great, but okay. They are always quoting Kim of Queens around the office. I love that y'all love us. That means so much to us. You don't know that. And you're a flooring company in Alabama. Okay, we might have to talk about that. I'm not even a Georgia fan. I'm like an Ohio State fan. So there's that. So here's what I want to say, because I've been in sales literally since I was 16 years old. So that would be 36 years. No, I'm 46. That would be 30 years. Oh my God, y'all. I don't even know how old I am and how to count anymore. That would be about 30 years that I've been. But the way that you get people's attention, or the way that you sell them a good product that you stand behind, is showing them yourself. So here's the thing. Food is always a number one. And y'all should already know. Y'all probably already know that. Well, I do that by using my personal life to connect. So get a little relationship going with these people. Anybody that asks for a cameo is a good team leader. So Tanya, good job, girl, on your leading your team. You did a good job. I love you all. Have a blessed day.
I mean,
oh my gosh, she's made for the scrap.
She's
I'm
made
gonna see
for
if she's on her way. I'm checking her on
yeah,
way.
were you checking? You were checking during. Is she on her way?
It's 5:16. She's supposed to be at 5:30. She ain't even left. Okay. She's gonna think she's coming in just taping a podcast, shooting the breeze.
Oh no, I told her. Yeah, I told her like we're gonna talk to her about your new brand and how she's like the new brand ambassador. And
I just said somebody canceled. We have to have a fill in. Can you just run them and do it? We have to have one this week because we're behind schedule.
So everybody in the audience, we're starting the show over. Okay,
we're starting over. We're gonna start the show over. Play it cool.
All right, we're starting the show over.
So when we come back, we're going to have the best prank reveal ever. You don't want to miss it. Come back. Eat stress-free this spring with Factor's delicious, ready-to-eat meals. Every fresh, never frozen meal is chef-crafted, dietitian-approved, and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Y'all, Factor has been sponsoring this show for a while and has been a big part of my getting healthy and losing a few pounds that I need to lose. In fact, they're our longest sponsor, and that's because I love eating them. And I love that our listeners love them too. And if you haven't tried Factor meals, what are you waiting for? You can support our show and you can support your health with delicious, nutritious meals delivered straight to your home. Visit factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off. Seriously, y'all, Factor is the perfect solution if you're as busy as I am, and y'all know I'm busy in a one-arm paper hanger. Factor is fast, high-quality, healthy meals with no cooking required, delivered right to your front door. You'll have over 35 options to choose from every single week, including Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, and even Keto. And if you want gourmet meals, then try meals that feature premium ingredients like filet mignon, shrimp, truffle butter, oh Lord, broccolini, and even asparagus. And Factor is celebrating Earth Day all month long, so look out for the Earth Month Eats badge on your menu for their lowest carbon footprint meals. Head on over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box, plus 20% off your next box. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off your first box, plus 20% off your next box while your subscription is active. Ugh, it's good stuff. You want to get healthy and eat good? Head on over to Factor Meals. This show and this community we're building is all about supporting each other. And you can support us and this show by supporting our sponsors. And I have the most amazing sponsor I just love. And I can't wait to tell you about him today because it has really improved my life, my mental health, my physical health. It's called Happy Mammoth, and they make 100% natural supplements designed to support women's unique needs as we age. And just sitting here, I'm getting older, y'all. From your gut health to hormonal balance to overall vitality. All you got to do is go visit happymammoth.com and use promo code KIM, that's KIM, for 15% off your first order. And if you're going through menopause or perimenopause and you can't seem to just find that comfort in your body anymore, I mean, hands up if that's you, it's definitely me. Or if you're done with menopause, but you still have the feeling like you're, stuck, then you have to try Hormone Harmony. I'm telling you, I tried it and I absolutely loved it. So for this limited time, you can get 15% off of your entire first order. Just go to happymammoth.com with the code KIM and check out. That's happymammoth.com with the code KIM, Kim, to check out. Get Hormone Harmony today and start feeling like yourself again. I know I did. She's pulling in. Okay,
great.
She's here. She's
Okay,
like,
got it.
Oh, here she is. Okay. Getting
Hi,
close.
Allison.
You're going to look there. There's your camera. All right, everybody. Here it is, the Kim Gravel Show. And I brought the one and only Allison Lambus, my sister. I'm so glad you're coming in to do this.
Me too, girl. I was excited about this.
I got something for you. Hit it.
Allison Lambis. I've got my own little.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a little ring-a-ding.
You got a ring-a-ding.
I got a ring-a-ding.
That's what we're calling them from now on. They're ring-a-dings.
From now on, they're ring-a-dings.
I've arrived.
Well, you've been arrived.
I'm getting there, girl. After next Tuesday, I'll be fully arrived.
Well, look, somebody dipped out of the podcast this week, and I said, and Zach goes, "We have to have something." I said, "Well, call Allison."
What? Seriously?
What?
That's what y'all think of me?
No, you're not after.
We got it.
Allison, you're the backup. We're sorry.
Well, yeah, we had this really great celebrity, and then we were like, just call Al because we don't have anybody else.
Oh, there is nobody. You are a almost famous celebrity.
I'm getting there. I really not A at all. But I think I'm pushing C to B. I'm going to tell you.
C to B?
I don't know if I'm B. Maybe I'm pushing D to C.
You're C plus. C, so it goes. If you're an A celebrity,
Give me a B minus at this point.
You have to do more than TikTok and QVC to be a little bit more than B minus.
I'm doing Cameo, honey. I've arrived.
Oh, that's right.
Cameo
That's right.
too, so you know,
She's doing
us up.
So can we talk about that a little bit before we dive into LWYA?
Yeah.
Like, tell us about the cameos, girl. You got to tell us because Zach knows nothing about all this.
You don't?
No.
Do you know about Cameo? Do you know what that is?
I know what Cameo is, but that's all I know.
But everybody watching might not know what Cameo is.
All right, explain what Cameo is. Like, let
Okay.
us know, Allison. Tell us.
So Cameo is an app, okay, that if you want to reach out to a celebrity, you can find that celebrity if they are enrolled on Cameo.
Is there a lot of celebrities enrolled in there? Have you looked?
Oh, all the Real Housewives. And you know how I feel about them.
Okay.
So, anyway, so That's just putting it legit. It's legit. Okay. So anyway.
So Cameo's legit because it has the Real Housewives on there?
Of course.
Got it.
Honey, their cameos, they making some coin on them things. Okay. So listen.
Wait, how much have you made on Cameo?
Don't tell my
We
business,
don't need
okay? Because that's just the girl out there just trying to make a living. Okay? Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Okay. So I thought this was going to be really like an inspirational experience, that I was going to have these little girls from pageants want to reach out and say to me, Allison, I need a good luck. Send me a little video, a good luck video for your next national pageant. And I've been doing some of those, and they've been so great. Until they just started getting weird, man. They started getting weird. And I don't know if that's normal. First couple were great. And then I got one that said, hey, Allison, my dog Samantha sits in front of the TV every day while I'm at work. And I'm not giving anybody else's names. So Samantha's the dog. And she watches you. She's in love with you. She's your biggest fan.
The dog?
The dog. Could you please sing her happy birthday, but bark like a dog?
Okay, Zach, you have to, can you find it? Can you go real quick? Just can we see this? Can we get it?
Can see him. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me
Let's
find
see if
it.
he can pull it up.
Give me a second. Just give me a minute.
Can you find it?
Yeah, give me a second.
Give you access.
I'll
give him access.
Keep talking while he's doing it.
Because there's a lot to this. So,
Hold on.
Listen, y'all, I was only charging like $15 back then. And I'm going to be honest with you.
But honestly,
I had to up my rate in 2 days. I had to up my rate because I was getting a lot. And
oh my God.
Yeah, I upped my rate and it didn't matter. People kept paying.
Sometimes when you up your rate though, Allison.
Just a little bit.
It shows people, okay.
I'm at 25.
Okay.
$25.
$10?
$25. So Cameo does get a portion of that.
Because you were what, 15 before you said?
Yeah, I was at 15 and then Cameo took their portion and then, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, there's a lot because I've got a streak of 12 right now.
Can you see her cameos?
I could see some of them. There's some on your, I just went to Cameo. I found you on Cameo.
Okay, see, it's so easy
There's a
to
bunch
do,
on
y'all.
here. Let me see if I can. Okay. Okay, here we go. I can get it. Get it. I think I can share it. Just give me 1 second.
So people can go on and see your cameos. So people, if they want to buy Cameo.
Sure, why not?
You are so crazy.
Nobody's asked for a feet pic yet, so we good.
Well, we got to get to LWIA because a feet pic.
What?
It's weird. I know. Don't.
Okay, here we go. Wait, okay. I think I can share it. I can share it. Here it is.
Okay.
Here it is.
Well, this is for Samantha from your beautiful owner, Jane. Okay, I don't think you can see me really good, so I'm going to turn on some light for you. I just want to say, happy birthday to you, Samantha. Happy birthday to you, Samantha. Happy birthday to That's the best bark I got. I hope you enjoy it. Love you all. Have a wonderful birthday and kiss that little pooch for me. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. I mean,
I just peed a little bit on myself. Was it good? Oh my God. Was it good? I thought it was good.
if I'm that dog, Allison, I would love that. I would watch that every day.
She said she loves me, so okay.
So
that was the first kind of like, things that make you go, you know.
Uh-huh.
You know what makes me go home?
What?
The fact that you actually did the thing. Like you actually
That's why I upped my fee though. Because like if you want me to bark like a dog, even for a little portion of happy birthday, you're going to have to pay next time because that's a lot to ask people.
Can you say no? If someone sends you a Cameo, if someone says like, I want a feet pic.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I can decline.
Have you declined any?
No, and I'm going to tell you why. We're going to talk about it. Hold on.
I have no words.
Hold on. Okay. That got me laughing and Weeza's hot up in here. Okay. My asthma sets in. My childhood asthma comes back.
I have no
Okay.
words. Absolutely no words.
Okay, so second request, I wake up one morning and we'll call them Tom and Tammy. Okay.
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 I had one from Tom from Tom to Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
And Tom says, I need you to do me a huge favor. This sounds awkward. So when I got to this sounds awkward,
Mm-hmm.
I started thinking, what am I about to read?
Okay.
But it was just Tom saying that he wanted me to break up with Tammy via Cameo.
Dang.
That's
I'm her
cold-blooded.
Oh, you told me about this
Yeah.
one.
I'm her favorite person. That she loves Kim Queens, and I was her favorite.
Does
So he
anybody ever
says-
mention me?
Not much.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Yes, they do. Everybody, well, where's Kim? I'm like, y'all, she's at home, sitting with her raggedy self behind the office chair, doing the same old thing she does every day. Gosh. This is true.
Ain't
Anyway.
nobody paying me nothing.
Listen.
Nobody paying me 25.
So, anyways, he wants me to break up with her because I'm her favorite person. He thinks that it coming from me would be a lot better than it coming from him because they fight all the time.
Okay.
I sent it. I said, you've got it.
You have it? What have what?
Oh, he should have all of them. Anyways,
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me. Okay, yeah, I think
How
I
does
think
he
I
have
see
all
it.
of them?
because Cameo, I had to send these through Cameo.
Okay, so is Cameo like does like you can see everything?
You can.
do you
They're
mean?
all public. They're all in her profile.
They're all public.
Oh my gosh! People are airing out their business on public like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Well, hold on.
she
Okay, yeah,
was-
let me find that one. Give me a
Okay.
second.
Okay,
Give me a
sure,
second.
sure.
You can keep talking. He's just gonna find it.
Okay, so then the next day I wake up and I got one from Tammy to Tom.
Okay. Okay.
And the first word was nope. Period. I'm sure Tammy wanted to use other words, but all Cameo would allow her to do is
do you
nope.
know where all these people? I mean, did they give their personal information?
No.
Okay.
I only am getting a snapshot.
Okay.
Okay. So it says nope. She goes, girl, these men are stupid.
Agreed.
She said that.
If
she
you're
goes-
breaking up with somebody on Cameo,
And I told her that on my Cameo back. You'll see. I said, girl, and if he's got to use Cameo.
Okay, let's-
break
we
up-
gotta
I
watch
have it. I
this.
have it.
You
I have
gotta
it. Let me. I
pull
think
it.
I found it.
Okay.
Okay. I
People
think
gonna
this.
love
If
this
this isn't
crap.
the right one,
your
I'll find
Cameo
it.
getting
But-
ready to skyrocket.
I hope so.
It will.
Yeah, now we're promoting it on this. So here we go.
Yes, now we're promoting you on Cameo here, which we're going to talk about LWIA, but okay.
Hey, Heather. It's Allison from Kim of Queens. Don't mind me. I'm actually sitting in the carpool just doing my momming today, and I hope this message finds you well. Now listen, I'm sending you this message, and it's from Jackson, okay? I've never quite done a cameo like this, but I have some advice for you after I tell you what he sent me a cameo to relay to you. He said that you guys fight all the time. He said it's just not working out, and he wants to break up. He said he just doesn't know what to say. So I'm here to deliver that message for him, but I've got a piece of advice for you, girl. Okay? Listen close. I don't know how old you are, but I want to tell you this. If a guy ever cannot see your worth,
Okay.
do not hang out with him. Don't hang around, sis. It's not worth it. You know how our mamas always say there's plenty of fish in the sea? Well, I don't know how old you are, but girl, there are plenty of fish in the sea. True story. Okay? So also, if he's got to send you a cameo to break up with you because he can't do it face to face because he just doesn't know the words or sounds awkward, then he's probably not your okay? So Heather, it is time to move it on up to the sky and find you a new man, girl. If you need any help or anything, if you need any relationship advice, anything, hit me back up on here, ask for a cameo, and I'll send you everything I know. All I do know is that if he got a cameo to tell you that he's breaking up, he ain't the one. Bye, girl. Let's go get out there and get you someone newer. Heck, don't get anybody. Just focus on yourself. Love you, sis. Bye.
You did a great job with that.
I thought it was fantastic. I would pay $15 for that. I had to send one back to him. What do you mean you had to send one back?
Because she said, heck, no, I'm not accepting it. You tell him until he can do it.
Oh, I got to see the rebuttal.
Okay.
I gotta see
Wait,
the
I think I
rebuttal.
found. While we were watching that, I think I found it.
This is the best podcast ever.
Okay. I think I found it. Hold on. Here we go.
Allison, you're getting ready to blow up.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Here's a rebuttal. Ugh.
Hey, Jackson. So Heather reached back out and wanted me to send you this Cameo. She said, no, sir. You're not going to break up with her on Cameo. She has the password, I think, to this account. And she said, you're paying for this Cameo. If you want to break up with her, she said, you're going to have to do it yourself. Period. So I'm sending you that message because she's not accepting it until you tell her yourself. Sorry, man, I tried. Have a great day, Jackson. Bye.
I peed on myself.
Sorry, man. I tried.
Okay, people. This show has gone off the rails.
I'm sorry, but I got one more that you're not going to believe.
What? My God, how many do you have?
We've got to do it. It's the final one, this final weird one that I've got.
Okay.
Saturday, I'm sitting at the baseball.
Oh, yeah. You text me about this one.
Okay, so I'm sitting at the baseball field, and I open up my Cameo, and there's a request for $50.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
So this must be something that people like.
$50?
Yeah, so that must be very important. Whatever they paid, it must be like an important something, I'm thinking. Because when I opened it, the thing was like this long, right, to read it. And I'm thinking to myself, good Lord. Well, it says, hey, Allison, we are the Wills family. Because it's going to tell it, obviously. We're the Wills family. We are having a baby, and we're naming her Allison. And we've decided to spell it just like you do. And I do have a very original name. Allisyn.
Yeah,
Mom, she screwed me. She did.
Yeah, but she's always touched. So extra.
You're never going to find that spelling. It's tough to find.
Ever.
If you ever wanted anything pre-printed, good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah. Okay, so I thought that was cool. I'm reading this message, and I'm like, that is so sweet. Like, people are naming their babies after me.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. But the next part, they said, we would like for you to send Allison, who's still in the womb, a message.
Oh, that's sweet.
You know, to the future Allison.
Right.
Giving her a pep talk. The only thing is,
Here it goes.
We are a part of a nudist colony.
Oh, God, help me, Jesus.
What?
And we want you to do this in the nude.
That ain't real.
No. Yeah.
Look, we don't want to see anything. We want you to be nude because we believe being nude is free.
Did you do this?
You'll see.
I don't see any of you being nude. I see this. Okay.
You will not see me being nude. You
I
can
think I
see
found
me in my
it.
whole baseball mom getup. That's my baseball mom getup. But you'll see how I handled it because they did pay a pretty
How
penny.
have we gotten off on this, Zach?
Go ahead and show this.
But can I just say this is good television, Kim? As a producer, I approve of this. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Here we go.
Hey, Willison family, it's Allison from Kim of Queens, and I love that y'all are going to name your daughter Allison with a Y. I don't know if y'all know, but that means noble and light. So our name, Allison, means noble and light, and that's so awesome. Listen, I could not do the nudist part. That's just not me. I hope y'all understand. But I ain't knocking you, and there's no judgments here. I think that's pretty cool. Do you, boo? That's the way I feel. Anyways, we just want to say that we love y'all. Allison is going to be absolutely beautiful. I wish y'all'd send me a cameo when she's born. I'm sending her light and love and all the good things. Hey, listen, I hope y'all have a wonderful day. Everybody be safe with that delivery. So excited about that. And stay well. Bye, guys.
Oh my God.
That's how you handle those requests.
That was nice, though.
I thought
That was
kept it
good.
Very uplifting. I just said, look, the nudist thing ain't me. That's you, boo. I ain't judging. Do
Well,
you?
she texted me. She texted me about that. Said, should I do it? I said, just ignore that part. Like, don't.
Yeah,
you know.
I didn't give it really any light, but I didn't want them to give me a bad review. So
Oh, you get reviewed on these things,
and then nobody will want to book you. So, I like to keep my 5-star reviews.
Do you have 5 stars?
I have 5 stars.
Zach, I have no words. Do you have any words for this?
I mean, I'm really glad you weren't naked in the line picking up your son.
Me too. You could have pulled your shirt down like this for people.
Kelly,
wouldn't
you know what Kelly, our esthetician said?
What?
She
What?
said, why don't you just put a towel? I said, Kelly, I don't
don't even want them imagining me naked. That's not.
Well, you can't get a towel around them things. You're going to be able to get a towel around all that.
You're such a witch.
I really am.
You are.
You really am. You know why?
Why? Tell me why.
Because
What?
we're Jackson.
Nuh-uh.
We're Jackson. We're Heather.
No, you're not.
We're Penelope. We're all of them people. Zach and I, you've been pranked for a solid month.
Olivia, hey girl, Allison here from Kim of Queens.
Happy birthday, boo boo butt honey butter biscuit.
This is for the marketing team at your flooring company.
That's the best bark I got.
I'm sending you this message, and it's from Jackson. He said it's just not working out, and he wants to break up.
Hey, Jackson.
So there goes all
So
my money.
Heather
I'm not
reached
gonna
back
get the
out.
money anymore.
She said, no, sir. You're not going to break up with her on Cameo.
Listen, I could not do the nudist part. That's just not me. I hope y'all understand. I love you, girl, and I hope you have a fabulous day.
This is going out everywhere. It's going on YouTube. We have been playing this for 30 days.
But the fact that I'm not going to get that money like that anymore. I was putting that into my budget now. My QuickBooks. I started plugging in about $250 a week.
You budgeted.
Everybody knew. Everybody knew. Kelly knew. The only person that didn't know was Mom because she would have told you. All of it. Zach made it all up. He got all the emails. We paid all of the things. We strategically fixed the stress. The stress.
How did you know I would get on it?
Because
we didn't. We found out you were on it. You mentioned you were on Cameo.
Yeah.
Like on a call or something like a month ago.
There goes all that income. I hate y'all.
I was telling Kim this was the most expensive episode we've ever made, Allison, and you made all the money.
And
Is that why Amy sent me a little extra bonus today?
She sent you an extra bonus.
No, it was for a show that she forgot to pay me the bonus for.
Oh
I made
my
the
God,
bonus.
Allison. I knew this would be the best prank I've ever done.
That is so
Can you
upsetting. I
tell
thought people really loved me.
too. You're getting ready
No,
to get a lot of
I came all the way over here for this.
Well, you might have had some that aren't us. I don't know how many you've had.
Yeah, I don't know how many you got.
Did y'all send Olivia's today? I got one this morning for Olivia the pageant girl.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
Did you
we
send
did Olivia the
Olivia's
pageant
too?
girl.
We just sent you one before you got here. Look it up and read it.
I hate y'all so
Kim texted me
Oh
freaking out the other day because you were.
Pep
Did you?
talk
You
for
almost
Stephanie
figured it.
Kramer, Miss Georgia Pecan of the South. I'm getting all this money before I get. Both of these are going back to y'all because I'm collecting that $50.
I want you to do them. We want them. We want them.
As I would expect them to.
Read the one we actually
From
did.
Bobby Kramer to Stephanie Kramer. Prom is coming up. Stephanie's going to prom with my best friend. I caught them making out in the car. And she better not let him try anything. She's 17 and Keith is a player, so don't be playing him watching. The brother? Oh, this is from his brother. This is not true, though. Y'all! I was like, oh my God, his brother. I hate y'all so much.
Allison,
Y'all just ruined my whole day,
This
man.
is the best prank.
I'm about to cry my things off.
Don't cry. People will be mad at me for the prank.
No, they will. They'll turn on you.
You
They'll
had no clue.
I remember, and the other day I was like, "Are you sure?" Was it you? I said something.
Yeah,
to
you did.
I said, "Are y'all sure you're not doing something to me?" And
No,
you were
he's like,
"Girl,
no."
You played it off so good.
I know. And I
Kim
didn't tell
texted-
Mom anything. I
Y'all
texted Zach.
have been scheming on
I
me
said,
for this
Zach,
long."
back down. Back it down.
What do you
I'm
mean?
gonna read
I
the
said, send her a
text.
normal one so she doesn't freak out and think
Okay,
anything
okay.
wrong.
Who did the whole nudist colony thing?
That's Zach.
Zach, you are. Yeah,
Psycho.
I'm ticked at you.
I mean,
And I know it's all for the love of the show.
As I was driving to my office today, Allison, I was like, I really hope, like, I feel like I'm one of the family. If I'm not, I'm going to be murdered today.
This is the best prank I've ever done.
When I go home and process tonight, I just want y'all to know, because I'm not processing right now. When I actually process out and no more cameos come through, maybe y'all boosted me up in the chain or something. I don't know,
But this
So
this
upset about
podcast, a lot of
this.
people watch this. Everyone on the QVC Plus audience,
thanks.
Allison
Yeah,
needs
thanks,
cameos. She's here for you.
I was so supportive of everyone. Didn't you see that?
Girl, can I just say something?
What?
Your marketing one to the marketing people, fantastic.
Did you love it?
The advice that you gave to the faux flooring company was
It was good
I was like
advice.
ding, 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 because we recorded a lot of it before you got here.
Yeah.
And set everybody up and tell everybody what's coming down the pike. So, like when you came in here, we had already been recording. So say hello to everybody. They're in on the joke.
They're in on the
They've been on the joke.
I don't. You know what? I wish y'all would send me a real one, just because.
I think
that hurts my.
I think you're but you might want to go back down to 15 just to make sure.
Y'all were just paying it away. I thought, this is so great. I was so excited that people were paying $50 to talk to me. I was so excited.
That one was so expensive.
What about my kind of famous hat? Wasn't that a good?
That was a good one.
That was funny.
And you did give me props for that.
That was funny.
Honey, I've been seeing them all.
So this is
Kim,
Kim.
that just so hurts me.
Hold on. I got to call Amy and tell her. Hold on. Amy's been waiting for this, and Kelly too.
Oh my God, speaker. Yeah, speaker.
Amanda know
I got a
too?
speaker. Hold on. Oh yeah, Amanda knows.
Oh my
I'm gonna call her right now. I'm gonna call everybody that knows right now.
Hello?
Allison?
Amy, I hate y'all.
Uh-huh. Guess what?
What?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Allison's sitting here taping the podcast.
Okay.
Amy, I don't appreciate it. I had already put into QuickBooks to receive a $250 income from Cameo per week. That was going to be a whole nother $1,000 of income I was getting.
Oh my God!
So, Amy, did you have any ideas for Zach on the Cameo? You were given a couple suggestions, right?
Oh, she did. Good ones.
Yeah.
Okay, what were
The dog one was mine.
the barking dog?
I should have known. Nobody puts their dog in front of the TV and they say
they do.
They say they love Allison.
No, they
I don't. Was the dog one mine? I know the one I told to say a funny name like
The funny
Boo Boo
name.
or whatever.
You were Boo Boo Buttercup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was right.
All right.
I didn't come up with that name, but that was my idea.
All right, we're making the rounds to see everybody that knew that was in on the prank. We're calling them now. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Wow.
This took a village.
Oh, this really did take a
Wow.
village.
It
Amy had
really
good
should make me
ideas.
feel
Amy was
good,
really good.
though. It really should make me feel good that y'all have invested this much in me.
We believe
Thus
in you,
far.
Allison.
Y'all believe in me 200.
And so, like I'm just going to say right now.
I know.
This is the text I got today.
Wait, I just want to take us into a moment. The moment that you almost found out, Allison, Kim sends me a text and she goes, so Allison is freaking out about the last ask. Do a normal one later today. She's getting suspicious.
I wasn't getting suspicious. That's the thing. I was just thinking, how am I going to do this to get
Hold on. And
$47
then
not
yesterday
be
at 4:26, Kelly said, Allison filled me in on all the cameos she's been doing. She's going to be so ticked when she finds out it's a joke. She said, girl, I'm making a killing. So let's call Kelly. Let's call Kelly.
I hate her. She said my whole facial yesterday was like, oh, really? Oh, wow.
Hold on. Let's see if she picks up. Kelly is our facialist for our company. She works
Esthetician. Don't call her facialist. She don't like that. She don't like facialist.
Hello.
Just want to let
Kelly,
you know.
I don't like you at all.
Why?
You know why. Don't even act like you don't know why.
I know nothing about nothing.
And I'm sitting there, you let me just brag on all the money I'm making on Cameo. You witch.
Kelly, you're on the podcast. We're taping you live. We're calling everybody that was in on the prank. Can you tell us how long have we been doing?
Oh my God. At least 3 weeks.
Yeah.
2, 3 weeks.
3.5 weeks, 4 weeks.
Y'all are so. How did y'all even know I'd come today?
Because we know you.
Gosh.
Listen, your stories yesterday were great. I thoroughly enjoyed them.
You know what, Kelly?
What was your favorite
Hang
one?
up on her.
No, what was your favorite one, Kelly?
Oh, probably the nudist, really. Oh my God.
And Kelly, you played it off. You were like,
Well, I would have just taken a towel and moved it down.
Hey, listen, if I didn't prove myself yesterday, then
Yeah.
I'll never will.
No, she never will. Ride or die right here. All right, Kels,
Ride or die.
we're calling everybody that's been on the prank. Love you.
Wow.
Okay.
And I should have known when we had a dream team message that said, "This is the year of pranks." I should have known.
I prank everybody, y'all.
Does Sean know?
Wait,
no,
who we
Sean
call-
doesn't know.
Oh, he's going to be so upset too. That's our ego.
Oh, no,
A little bit of our
Sean.
ego. Poor Sean.
Let me see if Travis answers.
Oh,
You're calling.
No. Hey, babe. I'm here taping the podcast with Allison, and we just revealed the Cameo situation.
Oh, is it funny?
Hilarious.
It's not funny, Travis. That was mean. Could been mean.
It was kind of mean. But it's
Because you know why, Travis? Because I've already started counting that income now. I put that in my QuickBooks.
I
Of a
knew
good-
the whole time that it was fake. I knew the whole time.
Yeah, he was in on the prank the whole time.
Barked like a dog.
Such a jerk,
like
man.
barked happy birthday. I was like, I can't.
Everybody knew. You were doing all this.
Everybody knew.
We didn't tell Mother because if we told Mom, she would tell you.
Oh, she wouldn't tell.
She loved my stories every day. I'd call her and I would say, "Mom,
Okay.
oh,
Now we're calling Mom.
do
I'll
it,
talk to you
do
later,
it,
baby.
Do it."
We're calling Mom.
You can say I'm here because she knows I'm here. Just say Allison just got another.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
The one time you need her.
Yeah.
she got out easy.
Are you upset?
I'm just like,
Did we get you though?
God, y'all got me good. I was thinking that you get this thing called a streak going, and I've had a 12th streak now, and it's
What is
all
it? What do you
y'all.
mean a streak?
It's good for your business. It's good for your Cameo business.
Oh my gosh. Well, the algorithm's gonna love it.
My streak's
I
gonna
mean,
be gone now. My streak's
I was
gonna be
tricking-
halted.
You know, I was using different usernames. I didn't know what they sent you. So like I was in it.
So we didn't
I had, like,
know
a
what we
spread-
were doing. Like
Allison, I have a spreadsheet with all the email addresses because I have to go in to each one individually and like
everybody is from a different email.
Oh my gosh.
This has been elaborate and expensive.
I mean,
I will tell you, everybody is going to laugh along with
I
you.
may really blow up on Cameo. I'm gonna keep hope alive in this. I'm keeping hope alive. I think you just never know what you really might get with Allison.
That's
now.
right.
So that you know what?
I'm going to tell you this before we end, Zach.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
And
Wow.
you know I'm a prankster, but you
That's-
never saw it coming.
I never saw.
Because let me tell you something. The way to do the best kind of prank is it's slow and low, meaning don't rush it. Patience is a virtue when it comes to
Is that
pranks.
what your whole podcast is about today?
Yeah. Yeah. We've been teasing this.
And Allison, I'm not even gonna lie, we're almost out of tape. Like I'm worried we're gonna roll out. We've been doing this. We've been recording this for like 2 hours.
So this is what we're gonna do right now. Allison, I love you.
I love y'all.
Okay. You can always tune in to have the best prank of all. And you made a little money doing it.
My heart.
Mm-hmm. We love y'all.
Bye.
Bye. You really didn't know?
Not a clue. I did not want to compute what you just had said. I was like, no.
For real, you did not know.
We had no clue. Girl.
You just came in here and slapped down and started talking about Cameo. We didn't even
plan
did not
that?
plan that
Well,
at
how
all.
are y'all going to get me to
I don't
talk
know.
about
You
it?
know me. I
Because
knew
I'm
you'd bring
proud
it.
of it.
This is gonna
The next one is my brother-in-law. We got to prank my brother-in-law.
be okay.
You know,
All
he's a
right.
woodworker. So I don't know.
So he's gonna get nailed.
If you like this episode, here's another one I think you're going to love. Zach, how long am I going to have to point at this? Is this enough? This episode is sponsored by your family group chat. What group chatter type are you? Are you the oversharer who tells all your loved ones way too much about your intimate life? Or the conspiracy theorist who shares the weird social media thing that you didn't bother to even fully read in the first place? Or the inadvertently passive-aggressive texter who still thinks that the eggplant emoji means food? Ugh. Or are you like my parents, you're the boomer who always is sharing scripture quotes in response to every single message? God is good, y'all. He's good. I'm sure one of you fits one of those things I talked about, and God knows I do love my family chat, y'all. I just hope it never gets leaked. Let's just get on with the show.
This is the Kim Gravell Show.
Welcome, my dear friend, Nancy French.
There are hillbillies and there are rednecks. I lived with Sarah Palin in Alaska. This chemo has shoved me into menopause. My body temperature is either Chernobyl or Arctic tundra. Oh, I would have been a great first lady. Come on.
I could have styled you from head to toe.
You came into my life right when I needed you. So the whole time that he was in Iraq, people died. I lied to Mitt Romney. The lie almost resulted in me killing him and him killing me.
Everybody don't write me that Kim's crazy or bipolar or anything. All of that's probably true. We could do hillbilly and redneck true crime with Zach. Dear friend, Nancy French is on the show this week. Y'all, she is a 5-time New York Times bestselling author and a ghostwriter. She's written books with celebrities, politicians, and with yours truly. My book, she did. Her new memoir is called Ghosted, an American Story. It was just released yesterday, and I'm telling you, do not wait. Go get this book. And she's also got another book coming out next week called The After Party. The woman is prolific with her writing. I'm telling you, so super talented. This woman is a powerhouse. What can I say? I mean, she's a dear friend. I consider one of my best friends, soul sisters. And she's doing all of this writing while in full treatment for cancer. Y'all, welcome my dear friend, Nancy French.
Nancy French. Yes, this is amazing. No one's ever made something like that for me.
You should have had it a long time ago, girl. I'm so glad you're here. I cannot wait to tell everybody about you.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. This is so fun. Do I have to write books to talk to you, though?
It seems like that's what's happening. So we need to get another book. We need to get another book going quickly. But I said you're too busy.
I know. I miss you so much, though. We had so much fun writing your book.
My gosh, Nancy. I think we traumatized Nancy a little bit with our family, though.
I believe that. Can I just say, I believe that 100%.
Yeah.
Your family's a lot.
It wasn't. I did cry. Do you remember that? I cried after I hung out with your family. We went to lunch and we got in the car and you were driving me back.
Tell people why. Don't say it's like, oh Lord, Kim, they beat her up or something.
There's something so beautiful about your family. The way that you guys interact, the bond that you have, the sort of impertinent way that you interact with each other. Like, it's just such a wealth of love that you can just say anything. And you guys being together for that lunch, I think we were together for like a couple of hours at that lunch, and I got in the car and I just cried. And I said, I just think it's beautiful. I thought it was beautiful. It wasn't negative. It was sweet.
The thing about it, Nancy, anybody that comes into our family, they immediately get like on Prozac or Lexapro or something, Xanax. Yeah. So I'm glad you cried. I'm just glad you cried and released and didn't have to be medicated. No, okay, but we're here to talk about you today because remember when we were talking about your memoir? I remember when we were writing Collecting Confidence, we would have these hour-long conversations, and I just thought you got me and you saw me. And after hearing a little bit of your story, I know why. I mean, girl, your memoir is a movie waiting to be made. People have no idea. Y'all go get this book. How long did it take you to write it? And how long has this been on your heart to write this Ghosted, an American Story?
Well, Kim, when we wrote your book, I think we did it relatively quickly.
We did. We had to. We were on a deadline.
Yeah. And so we were sort of talking all the time. So I thought that when I got my own book deal that I would just whip it out. And I wrote one book. I mean, I have like several of my celebrity clients have had New York Times bestsellers, and one of them I wrote in 24 days. It's like insane. So I thought I could write it really quickly, but it took me forever because there's so much drama and challenges, and it's hard to know what to share. It was really hard. I think I pulled it out, but it was hard.
When you say it's an American story, you've got to tell everybody, don't give the whole story away, but you've got to give us some nuggets because you have been through so much trauma in your life. And when I say you are so brave to write it fully, can you give us a little background, Nancy, of what an American story is?
Yeah, my family comes from Monteagle Mountain, which is in the foothills of the Appalachians. And so I sort of grew up in a hillbilly family, but with but not on the mountain. So I had the hillbilly sensitivities, but I was raised off the mountain, so I didn't really have that experience. And
What's the difference? What's the difference?
Well, there are hillbillies and there are rednecks.
Now, what is a hillbilly? What is a hillbilly? Now, listen, a lot of people want to know these definitions because we throw around hillbilly, redneck, all of that. Even white trash. I mean, we've thrown that around a little time. So tell us what give us the definition of a hillbilly.
Okay. Well, I've been accused of being all three, and there's probably truth in all of that. But
Me too.
I bet.
And don't forget country bumpkin.
Right. Well, yeah, it's like people underestimate you. But on the mountain, the hillbilly family that I have, they were strong. They had fortitude. They didn't really care what other people thought. So there wasn't any posturing. They just were what they were. And I differentiate that from like more of the redneck mentality where that's more in your face. It's like, this is what I am and you have to deal with it. Hillbillies just don't care. And so I sort of grew up in a small rural town, and I had that. So it was it's just an interesting upbringing. But in that small rural town, I was abused in the context of church. I got set off on a bad path, Kim, and it resulted in just a lot of bad romantic decisions. And so I sort of talk about all that.
Okay, wait a minute. Like, define romantic decisions.
Oh, man. I just dated the wrong guys.
Hey.
You know that.
Okay. Just pause, everybody, because everybody's right now listening going, oh, yeah, that Steve, I shouldn't have gone out with Brent. I mean, yeah, I think we've all got stories there.
I think I know your list by heart.
Let's just move on. We're moving on.
No, let's dig into that. Let's dig.
No, Zach. That is the behind the American story. That's really the next book for you. Okay. No, but seriously,
so you drive on that.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Making out in the back of a car. Okay. Anyway, so when you say abuse, break it down to me what you mean by abuse.
Yeah. So I went to Kim. This is this is why I love you. Okay. Because you came into my life right when I needed you to come into my life. Because because I was at a really low point as it relates to church. Because I was abused by my vacation Bible school teacher. And so, and I loved church so much. I loved going 3 times a week. I liked the little cookies that you would put on your pinky, in vacation Bible school.
The little butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little daisy looking butter cookie.
Yes. So good. I loved that. And I loved the red Kool-Aid and the balloons and all that and the songs. There's some crazy vacation Bible school songs by the way. Anyway, but
I could sing them verbatim right now for you right now.
I know there were some weird ones. But then when that happened, it sort of separated me from my church community and from God in a lot of ways, because it just sort of, I was 10 years younger. So I was like 12 and he was like in his 20s. And he was a preacher. And so it was just disorienting to me because I really believed the Bible and I thought I was going to HE double hockey sticks because of this activity. But then when I would go to church, he would be there. So I'd have to stand away. And I started becoming one of those people who smokes like clove cigarettes and paints her fingernails black and, sits on the edge of church, church's campus or whatever. And anyway, it just sort of messed me up. And it set me in a
Why would it not? How could it not?
Yeah, it was just sort of hard to get back to God in that way. And anyway, I'm still sort of climbing my way back. But that's when I met you. Because when I met you, Kim Gravel loves her some church.
I love church now. I don't say I love all church people.
I know, but it was nice. Like you weren't cynical like I was, or you weren't bitter like I was. And so it was so nice because we would talk for like hours and hours about stuff. And it was just so meaningful to me. You just lifted me when you didn't realize you were.
Oh, you did the same for me, Nancy. I mean, you are such a deep well. And I think it is because of your past experiences, because you have dealt with so many different, interesting, wonderful, complicated people. I mean, you've written books for politicians. Like, name some of the people that you have ghostwrited for in the book business.
Yeah, well, I started out with Ann Romney, and that one didn't get published. Yeah, because Mitt didn't win in 2008, and she went on to do a different one. And then I lived with Sarah Palin in Alaska.
That's fabulous.
Oh, it was so crazy and fun. It was like she would make me moose casseroles and, I don't know. She's
you had me at casserole. Okay, I know.
Yeah, no, she was so great. And so I lived with Sarah Palin. I think I did 3 Palin books, and I worked with Senator Ben Sass and a bunch of GOP politicians, just a bunch of those guys. But then I also worked with like, I've written some stuff for like Kim Kardashian and Sean Lowe, The Bachelor, and nothing compares to Kim Gravel. But I've had some experiences.
Well, move over, Kim. There's another Kim coming. I'm teasing. No, you have. And the thing about it is that, you have to manage people's life stories when you're doing this. What did writing your own, personally, I want to say this to everybody. Not everybody can work with Nancy, but I really recommend everyone write something about their life story. There was something. Do you remember I would fight you on this? People, I'm in front of the TV a lot, but I really am not a person that likes to be out front and on stage. It's the weirdest thing. Now, my sister, honey, she'd beat you with a yardstick or a baseball bat to get in front of a camera and be about her. There's something that I think is so important for everyone to write their story. Why? What did writing your story down do for you?
Well, I don't know if you remember this, but when we first started Collecting Confidence, I said to you this. I said, we are not writing your story. God is writing your story. No. And because he orders the path, the steps of a righteous woman and man. And I just feel like God is writing the story. And so you don't have to feel, so I have a lot of stuff that I'm embarrassed about. Like I didn't behave the way that I should have behaved. And I didn't treat people the way I should have treated them. And I made bad romantic decisions and my parents are still alive. So do I need to write this down? So I had to sort of grapple with that, like that's actually hard. And so I just really had to get the shame of it and just move it away because I know that I've done terrible stuff. I'm not writing this so I can go be some sort of moral leader or, whatever. It's just my story. And I'm just very thankful to be able to tell it. And so I just sort of moved from shame to gratitude. And I hope that people, when they read it, they won't judge me, as much as I judge myself my whole life. I'm almost 50, Kim. I'm like, just now, I swear to you, the message of I'm sorry, I keep talking about your book. The message of collecting.
We're here to talk about your book, by the way.
This tells you that I'm really a ghostwriter at heart. But the message of your freaking book, I don't think I got, Kim. I feel like I'm getting it now.
What?
Yeah, because I like, we talk about it. I sort of fake confidence. I've faked confidence my whole life. And then I met you and you're so effervescent with just, this confident love. It's just really impressive. And I always felt like I was like a few steps behind you on it. And I was trying to catch up the whole time.
Oh my gosh, Nancy.
Yeah. And then now I'm 49. I have cancer, very aggressive type of cancer. And now that I have it, it's like, I feel so thankful for myself.
You feel confident. You feel confident.
Yes. Like I'm bald as an eagle.
Well, that's a good hairpiece. That's a good wig. You looking good, and I love it dark. But we'll talk about you're looking good too, girl. We'll talk about the cancer in a minute.
Okay.
Why do you think? Listen to me. Point. I'm always trying to touch you. Why do you think you're confident now? Because I'm going to tell you something. Once a woman turns or gets close to that 50, that's when I lost all my weight. There's just something about it. Like the clock is ticking. Not that you're concerned about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially you with cancer. Like you said, you're bald as an eagle. What is it about this time in your life that gives you that confidence?
There's something really beautiful about aging and maturing because I feel like I've always tried to present myself until now. And now
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? That's good.
I feel like every time that I interacted with people in the past, or most of the time, that I sort of had a self that interacts with other people. And that self
like a presentation.
I was put together. I was trying to convince you that I'm smart. I dropped out of college 3 times. I never graduated. So I feel like maybe I was always like trying to make sure that I use polysyllabic words so you think I'm smart, or do my hair so you think I'm cute. I mean, I did try to do my makeup better because I was going to see you.
Your makeup is killer right now.
I don't have any eyelashes, by the way, or nose hairs. Or
I
any
can
hair.
send you some. I've got fake ones on right now, so I'll send you some.
I'm glad you picked up what I was throwing down. I need some. But, but I don't know. I just feel very thankful at 50. There's just something, because you're no longer, I've been married for 28 years. And so there's something very beautiful about aging, already being married, not having to impress people, not having to be sexy, not having to be as put together. I don't know. There's just something beautiful about aging.
I agree. This show and this community we're building is all about supporting each other. And you can support us and this show by supporting our sponsors. And I have the most amazing sponsor I just love. And I can't wait to tell you about him today because it has really improved my life, my mental health, my physical health. It's called Happy Mammoth. I absolutely love this company because they're dedicated to making women's lives easier and better. And that means using only science-based backed ingredients that has been proven to work for women. And they make no compromise when it comes to the quality. All you got to do is go visit happymammoth.com and use promo code KIM, that's K-I-M, for 15% off your first order. Hormone Harmony has been this product that women cannot stop talking about, and they recommend it to all their friends and to other women. It has over 17,000 reviews, and a bottle of Hormone Harmony is sold, listen, y'all, every 24 seconds. Hormone Harmony isn't just for menopause, y'all. It's for any women with symptoms of hormonal imbalances, and all of those women can take it. You can take it. So for this limited time, you can get 15% off of your entire first order. Just go to happymammoth.com with the code KIM and check out. That's happymammoth.com with the code KIM, Kim, to check out. Get Hormone Harmony today and start feeling like yourself again. I know I did. This episode is sponsored by ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly book your appointment with them online. Seriously, y'all, it's totally free and it only takes a few seconds to search for and book an appointment with a great doctor in your area who takes your insurance. And can I say, I just did it last week and it was the easiest thing. It's so hard to find good doctors, but it's your fingertips. You have a list of doctors in your network and in your area. So what are you waiting for? Go to ZocDoc.com/Kim or download their free app and check it out for yourself. I love telling people about ZocDoc because I use it. I love it. It's so easy and it is super fast, y'all. When you go to ZocDoc.com/Kim, you're also supporting our show at the same time that you're supporting your health for free. So it's a win-win, y'all. Find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc, ZocDoc.com/Kim, ZocDoc.com/Kim to find a doctor in your area, fast and free. Tell us one thing that's going to shock me about your story when I read your book, because I've got it on pre-order. I can't wait.
One thing that I'm no longer embarrassed about, but it does not reflect well on me, Kim, is that one time when after I was doing some ghosting and stuff, we already mentioned the Romneys. One time I lied to Mitt Romney.
Well, he's a politician, so I'm sure he's used to it.
And the lie almost resulted in me killing him and him killing me. The question he asked me was, do you know how to ski?
Oh, please, Jesus.
Kim, if you're from the South, that means it's something different than if you're talking to someone who lives in Utah, right? So I went with a Baptist youth group when I was in 7th grade to Paoli Peaks, Indiana. And so I had been skiing before. So I answered, yes, I love to ski. I'm really good at skiing. So he and Ann were like, oh, wonderful. Well, we're going to be in Utah tomorrow morning. Just we'll let you know where the house is. We'll tell you where the keys are. Fill the refrigerator. We'll see you in the morning and we'll ski all day. So I go to their house and I'm so happy, right? Because David was deployed at this time. I'm married to David French, who had joined the Army after 9/11 and was in Iraq at the time. Right. So I was sort of, I don't know, resentful of the fact that I never got to do anything. So I was like, I'm doing this. So I go to their house and I sit with them and I make this joke when Mitt says, so tell me about your skiing. And I said, I'm practically Jean-Claude Keely because that was the only skier I knew. And Mitt, who had run the 2002 Winter Olympics, said, oh, I know Jean-Claude. That's great. Okay. So the next day, Mitt.
When did you start panicking?
Well, I, for some reason, Kim, thought that everything would be okay.
That sounded confident to me, girl.
It's delusional. But I thought I would get to the top of the mountain and like I would look down and I would say, I think I can probably do this. And Bob Costas would like narrate something like she didn't know she could ski until she believed in herself. And so anyway, bad things happened, but the whole thing was absolutely insane. And I had no clothes and Mitt had run the 2002 Winter Olympics. So he opens his closet and he's like,
Lord.
I've got stuff for you. And you'll never feel more insecure, Kim, than when Mitt Romney is looking you up and down to determine your size.
Yeah.
So he was like, oh, so I think these 8s will work. And, I was probably
8 is good.
No,
okay. But that's a good job, Mitt. Good job.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
He was really great. But the downside of that, I was dressed in Olympic gear from head to toe with all the rings. And so my lack of skill made me look like a drunk Olympian.
You were drunker than Cooter Brown going down them hills, girl.
Yeah. Mistakes were made, Kim.
Okay. How bad? Like, was it like physically could have broke many limbs? Okay.
I shot past the Romneys so fast because I didn't know you're supposed to like zigzag. How are you supposed to know that if you're from Tennessee? And Mitt was down there. And the only way to stop myself was to take out Mitt Romney. And I took him out. We were in a ball of body parts. Like if he had actually won the GOP nomination, the Secret Service would have shot me or something.
Yeah, you'd have been a goner.
Yeah, but it was awful. And then afterwards, I was so embarrassed because obviously I couldn't ski and I'd lied the whole time. And so we were standing on the side and Mitt and Ann were standing there and I was crying and Ann was like, are you okay? And I was like, I'm so sorry. I lied to you because I wanted to hang out. And she said, because David was in Iraq, she said, it is quite possible that you are in more physical danger right now than David. And so I was like, okay. And so she was like, I think we should pray because it was dangerous. And she goes, I think we should pray. And so we stood on the side of the mountain praying that God would save me. And he did. So anyway, but Mitt, I've never spoken to him about this. And I sent him the book for an endorsement and he endorsed it. And in the endorsement, he said something like, Nancy French is a person of integrity. And I thought, okay. Thanks,
but
Mitt.
she cannot ski.
She cannot ski and she will lie to you about it.
She will lie to you to hang out with you because she can't ski. Okay, so Nancy, this is what how have you, I want to hear how the book ends. Like a lot of people like, how does the book begin? How do you start? How does this book end? Because you've had sexual abuse. You have dealt with betrayal. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
You have been around a lot of high profile people. You and David have dealt with like controversy in the media. And now you had a husband that went off to war, and now you've got this aggressive cancer. What kind of cancer do you have?
Okay, so I have triple negative breast cancer, which is super, super aggressive and is already spread to the lymph nodes. So I have like 6 months of chemo. Included in that chemo is called the Red Devil, which he who is in me is greater than he who is in the Red Devil, Kim.
Amen.
But it is brutal. It's the most brutal form of chemo. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I've been bald for a long time, but this is worse. The way that my current state is more precarious than it has been, and then I'll have surgery and radiation. So I've got a long haul. But I don't think the cancer diagnosis changes anything about the book because the way the book ends, and I think people, who have had problems, which is all of us.
Yeah.
can resonate with this because the way I just feel loved, and I feel like I end the note on love. And I feel very, very strongly that God directs our paths and that he's sort of in control of, the things that happen. And I don't love the cancer. I just trust God. I don't feel.
How, Nancy? There's so many people listening to you right now that, what can I say? Maybe doubt. How do you trust when you have the red devil on your back? Do you know what I'm saying? How do you trust that?
Well, God
how do you trust?
So it's okay to talk about God on the show.
Sure,
I feel
girl,
like
who you talking to? You know me. These people so used to me. Okay.
Okay. Well, I just feel like I keep bringing this up and a lot of people
it's
might
your
not,
story. It's hey, we don't judge everybody, but this is your story.
Well, God has shown up and shown himself to me many, many times in ways that are incontrovertible. Now, I might not be able to convince my postman about it, but I know because God has shown up. And Kim, because there are some stories and you haven't told all your stories.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yes, but you've had amazing stories about God showing up and you cannot explain it otherwise.
Can't deny it.
You can't. And I just feel very thankful for that. Like every time, like with my daughter, I had like a miraculous thing happen with her and with my son. And God has shown up in so many interesting ways and I write about it and I just decided to write about it, even though I don't understand it. Because God has also shown up in ways that are super mysterious and weird and baffling and confounding and quite frankly, angering in my life. And so I feel like I've sort of been wrangling with God my whole life.
Oh.
And it's like we're sort of like wrestling, and that's been happening, but he's shown me this warmth and this cozy sort of love and affection. And even though I've been so disgruntled with the church, I just have a vice grip on God and, I'm hanging on to Christianity by my fingernails, but I just trust God. And that's not that everything will be okay. I might kick the bucket with this, but I just trust him. And I'm thankful for everything that I've done.
All right. We gotta talk more about your adoption and these kind of miraculous stories where you have seen God show up. And more with Nancy when we come back. Y'all, come on back. Y'all, what are your springtime goals? I mean, mine is to stay healthy and to keep my weight off and to love my Factor meals because they are calorie smart meals and they have helped me so much with my portion control. And to support your own health. And just for our listeners, you get 50% off your first box of Factor meals and 20% off your next one by visiting factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 at checkout. Listen, Factor meals are fresh. They're never frozen. They're chef crafted, dietitian approved, and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. And the most important part, they taste so good that even my kids steal them from me. Before Factor, when I needed a fast meal, I would hit the drive-thru. Well, not anymore because they have popular options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, Vegan, and Veggie. I mean, they're tailored to you and your schedule. And Factor is celebrating Earth Day all month long. So look out for the Earth Month Eats badge on the menu for their lowest carbon footprint meals. Head on over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box, plus an extra 20 off of your next box. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off your first box, plus 20% off your next box while your subscription is active. Try Factor Meals, get healthy, and give full. They're good, y'all. All right, we're back with Nancy French. Y'all, she has written so many books. This is one of the most talented people. Nancy, when we were writing my book, I remember writing down the big words you would say because I'd have to go Google them and look them up. Okay, so like you made me sound intelligent because you are so intelligent. We were talking about before the break how God has just shown up in your life. You've got to tell your story about your adopted daughter who is absolute girlfriend, lock her up now. She is absolutely gorgeous. When did she become a woman?
She's so pretty. And her middle
She's
name is
gorgeous.
Punji. I know, which means beautiful. And her first name is Naomi, which means pleasant. So that's a very aspirational name, but she lives up to it. So David and I had 2 blonde hair, blue-eyed kids, and we decided for number 3 that we should adopt. And so we really, sort of agonized over that because, well, actually, this does not reflect well on me either, Kim, but when David
keep it real.
When David brought it up to me, I said, why would we adopt? Our kids are behaved, they are making good grades. Everything is good. We add this extra person, there's no telling what could happen. And, we have a great marriage. Everything is calm. And David looked at me and he said, well, what type of family should adopt? Families that don't, that have kids that are misbehaving in bad marriages? Yeah. Or do you think that
we did good. We could do good again. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we decided to adopt, and with trepidation, we went to Ethiopia. That was the fastest, most direct way to adopt at the time. And went there with our hearts full of sort of fear. I was sort of fearful because what would happen when you add a stranger to your family, a stranger who's never seen probably a white person before. And anyway, so we go to Ethiopia. And I told the kids before we went down there, I was like, this is going to be hard, but life is short, and this is what we've decided to do, and this is a wonderful thing to do, and we just need to brace for it. So we get Naomi, and she's wonderful. She's amazing. We've had a lot. We've had her for many years and ups and downs, but she's really, really, really a wonderful, flourishing person. But it was very hard at first, and you have to go through all of this paperwork when you get home. And when we got home, David and I were looking through the paperwork, and he noticed her birthday. And the sweetest thing about that was that was the night that David was flying into Iraq, which was also a very difficult decision that caused us much trepidation and fear. And on that night, he was in a helicopter behind a gunner looking out. There were fires burning, across the land. He was, and he prayed to God on that night that God would protect him and show him, that he has a future. And God never answered him. And so the whole time that he was in Iraq, people died. When he was in Iraq, his unit suffered more casualties than any other unit. This was at the height of the surge, and David saw genocide. It was awful. And so he never got that assurance from God. You know how sometimes God talks to you and sometimes he frustratingly does not. So God was not having that. So David was like, God, please help me survive this. And he never got any sort of assurance. Also, he saw but he saw a lot of his friends die who were good Christian people, better than, we are. And so it was sort of hard to figure out. So that night when we were sitting there looking at the adoption papers, and we saw that Naomi was born on that night, where he was asking God to assure him of his safety, that God was preparing a future for our family somewhere in Africa, and a continent we'd never been to. But he knew that he had plans for us, and he was preparing that for us, even though in his wisdom, he decided not to let us in on that. Sorry, I get emotional.
But it's so true. It's so true, because we don't know what we don't know, but he knows.
Right. And you just ask for stuff, and sometimes he does, and sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he heals, and sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he delivers, sometimes he doesn't. It's so baffling. But I just trust that he's good. Do you know?
Yeah, he's good. We don't see it all the time, but he's good. Now, after that, wasn't David vetted to be as a possible candidate for the presidency?
Yes.
Okay, you've got to not all of us have that opportunity. I mean, I just personally, Zach, don't you want to know, what is that like?
I'm
what
really
is a
curious.
vetting to be? I mean, do y'all have FBI files? I'm just saying, I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah. So during 2016, I think it was Bill Kristol tweeted out something about David possibly running for president, which was so terrifying.
Okay.
Terrifying. So we were in New York because I'd taken my kids there to see Hamilton, right? And we were going to stay a few weeks because I wanted them to see the city before college. And so all of a sudden, everyone is trying to figure out who David French is. Who's this guy? David French, he's wonderful, but he wouldn't have even been my first candidate choice, right? So, or
I
his.
thought you were going to say he wouldn't have been my first choice for my husband either, but here we are.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I picked
There's
well.
a story there too. There's a story there too. Anyway, go ahead.
So,
Get the book, people. Get the book.
And I didn't have clothes. Like I didn't dress to be on TV.
Vetted.
You know, like,
Yeah.
Right.
You
And so
didn't know me yet. You didn't know me yet.
You
Okay.
could have helped so much.
I could have styled you from head to toe.
Oh, I would have been a great first lady. Come on. There's still time.
Of course. And I'd had you banging, honey, with lashes and everything. Go ahead.
I need you now. So anyway, so it was just terrifying because everybody was, and I thought, Kim, and this, one of the things is I still hadn't told about my sexual abuse, these
Right.
boyfriends. And I thought
Yes.
that when his name was floated, that the reporters would find that and humiliate me. And they did. They looked through everything, but what they didn't find that, but they found something about our Christianity and our rules about marriage during deployment and stuff. And they made something up like David French did not allow Nancy French to use the internet while he was gone. Something like that. That I was subservient. It didn't make sense. It was just a Politico writer who tweeted that out. And
that is so not you either.
No, and also I didn't care about people calling me subservient. Like, oh, you got me, Politico reporter. You found it.
Ooh,
because I was nervous about my past, and so they were like, okay, now it's time to be vetted. Now, David French, who writes for the New York Times now, did not run for president, but
Right.
he thought about it for a few days, and during those days, we had to do very cool things, including but not limited to. Reporters found our sort of econo lodging that I got in Manhattan that I got from Airbnb that was super cheap and didn't have a doorman, was super hot. And so they found us there, and I couldn't go back because there were reporters outside the apartment. And so these people were like, okay, you have to go and find a place to live in New York. And I was like, okay, I definitely want to do that because I love looking at like rich people houses and how rich people live. And Manhattan is just full of that. And so I got to go to like 3 different places and see these like multi-million-dollar apartments. And I loved it so much. I was so happy. But that was just in case he ran, we needed a headquarters there. So I was all about that. But the thing that was actually terrifying was sitting down with someone to be vetted where they ask you everything. Do you have any problems romantically, sexually, financially? Have you ever fought with your neighbor? Stuff like that. And so anybody who could come out and embarrass you. So I had to sit down and take a real serious reflection on my life. And it was pretty terrifying. Of course, later I put it all in this book. So I don't know why I was so nervous about it.
And can I just say, from politically speaking, I think that what you might have done in your past, honey, a lot of people have done a lot worse and have gone on to have very successful political careers. So
yeah, well, my main thing is I was mean.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? I was just sort of bitter. I just was. I
could be mean too. I think we all have that. And I was not even menopause going through it and mean. So I mean, girl, you were in good company.
Right. But I feel like
menopause makes you mean. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm very familiar with that. This chemo has shoved me into menopause, I think, because it catalyzes that. So my body temperature is either Chernobyl or Arctic tundra. It is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you have a hot flash of 2 seconds.
Right. And it's like serious. Like, I'm sure everybody already knows this, but I don't know if it's chemo exactly or if it's menopause or if it's all mixed up, but my body is doing things I never thought it would do.
Are you you're clearly such a gifted writer and you're prolific in that, like, it just comes through you. I don't even think it's you, right? I think it just comes through you. And I say that in the book, like your purpose and your calling in life. And I've had mixed emotions. A lot of people said, I don't believe we have a calling. And people said, they're dead wrong. First of all, I mean, why would God give us such gifts and talents in certain areas if he did not want us to use it to benefit everybody else to the glory of who he is? And writing is that way for you. It just comes through you so easily. Have you been validated in that? Or is it, do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you believe that to your core, Nancy? Do you take it for granted?
No, I'm so thankful. I never learned how to do stuff. Like I'm an autodidact. I've taught myself because I never graduated from college. I have some learning issues, and I love telling stories, and the fact that I get to do it, I'm never ever going to take that for granted. And people frequently are like, "Oh, ghostwriting is so like low in the totem pole in terms of literary."
God. No, it is not.
It's so sacred to be able to hold someone's story, and also, Kim, honestly, I love you. We have spent so much time together. And I feel like it's such a sacred opportunity.
Friendship. Sisterhood.
To connect. Yeah. And to also, it's the story of what God has done. So like when you're writing a story, if you tell it honestly, it's what God has done. And that's what I tried to do in Ghosted. Instead of trying to like make myself look better, it's like, this is my level of, whatever. But God has been faithful. I've been unfaithful. God is faithful. I've messed up. God hasn't messed up. And it's just beautiful. I just love it. I'm so thankful to be able to write. I used to answer ads for Craigslist for $50. And that's how I started. And they never paid, Kim. I would write all this stuff.
They probably didn't even pay. No.
I didn't know. But anyway, so every time I get paid a dime, I think about that Craigslist thing. And I'm so thankful.
So, all right, Nancy, let me ask you this. What would you say to someone who's listening to this right now that is in your shoes, whether they're dealing with trauma or cancer, or they're approaching 50 or in their 50s, that have a dream and they know there's something inside of them? Maybe it's hidden. Maybe they've never said anything to anybody. Maybe they've never spoke it out. What would you say to that person that might think it's too late or they can't move forward in it? Someone who's doubting.
I think there's a part of them still that exists, that hopes and dreams. And frequently another part of them moves in to manage that. Like, oh, no. You can't think that. You can't dream that. You were disappointed before. You don't want to be disappointed again. So you sort of manage your fears, you manage your expectations, and you try to protect yourself from getting hurt. And there's something very beautiful about just sort of being willing to be hurt, being willing to be vulnerable, being willing to be sort of like less than what you think you are, and just pursuing it with a hopeful sort of confidence that even if, because I've done so many things that haven't worked out. I've written 3 novels. I couldn't give them away. I couldn't get any publisher to look at them. So it's not necessarily that you will succeed, but that you will definitely succeed in your efforts because it does something for you. And who knows what will happen, who knows if this book will sell or whatever, but I did it. And I'm so thankful with the cancer diagnosis to have it written down and to be able to record it with my own voice so that my kids can have it. So anyway, I just feel thankful for that. But I just want people to I want people to acknowledge the different voices that they hear. So some people will say, a part of me wants to do this thing and be artistic. If a part of me thinks that I'm too afraid to do that, and just differentiate between those two parts. And when you do that, it's like you're sort of separating them out, and you can sort of talk to yourself like David did in the Bible, where he says, bless the Lord, oh my soul. Who is he talking to? He's talking to himself.
To himself.
And you do that. You do a lot of healthy self-talk. And I think we could do that. And it's not to disparage the part of you that doesn't want to get hurt, because that part of you is important and beautiful too, and it's only trying to protect you. But you can acknowledge that part doesn't have to do that now. You can say, okay, I'm 50 or I'm 60 or I'm 70. I don't have to worry about being ostracized in the 6th grade, lunch cafeteria anymore. I can just do what I want.
And also, I love how you say you're speaking to I used to think I was like, I think I've told you this before, that am I schizophrenic? I've actually said, because I go I go back and forth and I'll talk to myself, and it's almost like, I'm going outside of myself, listening to myself, talk to another part of myself. It's now everybody don't write me that Kim's crazy or bipolar or anything. All of that's probably true. But I'm just saying, when you say we're talking, we have so many voices that come at us, especially if we've experienced trauma, especially who hasn't, right? In different ways.
Right.
And pain is pain. I don't care what that has been for you. So how have you taken your pain and used it to help other people? I think this book is going to be that. So everybody needs to get the book because I think it's going to bless you and really help you, with the things that you've dealt with in your life. But because if I know Nancy, it will do that. But what do you hope that people get from this, Nancy?
I think because I was the victim of sexual abuse, I never wanted to talk about it, hear about it, or think about it. But when I was doing your book, I started working on an investigation to help other people who had been abused. And that was the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. I felt it almost killed me, to be completely honest. I know I bawled on the phone with you more than once.
Well, because the outcome was not what it should have been.
Yeah, I proved everything and nobody really cared. The church had a collective yawn, Kim. That's why I get so upset.
I know.
Yeah. So anyway, but I want people to and this sort of ties back to the if you're trying to dream what to do with your life, I want people to realize that it doesn't matter what the outcome is, because you are responsible for your actions and God is responsible for what happens with that, the consequences. And so that's very liberating. That means that you don't have to worry about checking off the boxes like, okay, I did this investigation and the camp was shut down, or the church did this, or whatever. You don't have to do any of that. I know that I do not exact justice on earth. I don't have that sort of power. And so I'm just sort of standing here with a sign on the side of the road and saying, hey guys, justice is important. Hey guys, we should protect children. Hey guys, love is important. Hey guys. And I'm pointing to a future day when all things will be made right and the tears will be dried. And so I just consider myself a road sign. Like, okay, one day this is coming. It may not be today in spite of my best efforts, but this is coming. And so a lot of these people who are listening, you guys, you're dreaming, you're thinking, what can I do? I think it's just very wonderful to serve people and to pour everything into that, because that is not going to come back to you without that's just a beautiful thing that's transformational. So for the past maybe 3 years, I've been doing investigative journalism, which has been so frustrating and terrifying and difficult, but it's the most important thing I've ever done.
I think that's why, because I am me, I love the crime stories. I love that. I love a good ghost story, like a murder, like a haunting thing. And I also love the crime stories. And that's so big for women our age. I mean, women our age and I think it's because we do want to see justice. We do want to see right be right, and I do believe, and I'm gonna do a big swing around here. I do believe that when people don't operate in their purpose, in their calling in life, it opens up messes to happen. I know that seems like a big stretch. Like, me doing my calling is the reason people, are not doing the right thing, but kind of so, right? Because if people would just operate and really be almost selfish in their pursuit of what they're called to do on this earth, we'd stay out of everybody else's business, if nothing else.
Right. I know. That's exactly right. And it gives you so much, and there's so much good things to be done. It really keeps you busy too. I've been doing almost nothing else for 3 years, but, and I'm thankful, even though, and I think that's something very important, where you just do stuff without fearing failure.
Correct. You know what? I think I've just had an idea. I think you and I, our next book and then a series should be about a true crime podcast. We would kill that.
Oh,
no pun intended. No pun intended.
100% pun intended.
Zach, are you available for?
I'm in. Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay. Listen, we do something every time we have a podcast. We do rapid fire questions. Now look.
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm gonna give you my little speech, because I've had celebrities on here that can talk the hair off a monkey's butt. I've got people that can talk, and every time I do this, oh, and I'm like, no, it's called rapid fire.
Fast.
Don't let me down, Nancy.
I'll do it.
Do not let me down.
Okay, but don't judge me.
You're a wordsmith. No judgment, but I'm counting on you. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the fill in the blank. So I'm gonna be my name is, and then you fill in the blank. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. You ready?
Rapid fire questions.
My first impression of Kim Gravel was
redneck hillbilly, just like me.
Yay! Oh my God, that's the biggest compliment. I told you, Zach, Nancy wasn't going to let us down. The strangest request I've ever received from a client was
to be interviewed nude.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I wasn't nude. The client was. I won't tell you which one.
Don't tell me. Don't tell
Zach,
me.
Is it Kim Gravel? Was it Kim?
Was it
Gravel?
Kim? I think it was Kim. It sounds like Kim. Although, Kim, you have said in the past, and I quote, "We're a naked family."
Yeah, my family's a naked family. We are. Like, everybody's naked. I mean, all the time. Like, there's no modesty at all.
All right.
And let me just tell y'all, it's not weird either, so please don't write me, because I'm going to delete them anyway.
That's really
okay.
funny.
Well, when you look good, you
telling
got to
you.
show it.
Well, we don't look good. I mean, Lord, y'all, this is a true story. I got to tell you might want to cut this out, Zach. But Travis said to me the other day, like, he's watching Naked and Afraid on TV.
The best. Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So he said to me, he said, Kim, should I go on Naked and Afraid? I said, dude, you'd win. You would win Naked and Afraid.
It's a fantastic show. I wish they had money attached to it.
But I'm just going to tell you right now, he's not good. You know, there's good naked and bad naked. And I'm just going to be honest with you, Travis, you wouldn't tune in for the body, but for the brain. Here we go. The one word my high school teachers would have used to describe me is
disobedient and disrespectful.
Oh, that's 2 words.
That's 2 words.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I got kicked out of my English class because they said that I was.
For what?
They said that my teacher, I think, maybe struggled a little bit. I think she later, but she removed me from her class.
Struggled with what? Struggled with what, Nancy?
She was sort of mean, and she, for some reason, she picked on me. Like, she picked me to be a target of her angst. And she told the principal, I cannot teach this person. She's such a terrible writer. She even told me that she could tell that I was an idiot because my handwriting was loopy. And she told me that scientists have shown that people with handwriting like mine were ignorant. I swear to you, I probably am a writer today because of Linda at Henry County High School.
Linda, honey, we love you, honey, but you missed the mark on that one. Listen, can I tell you something? This is a tidbit and a trick. I'm starting to do this little series of like tips and tricks. Everybody wants to know tips and tricks, but this is one of them. I'm so glad you said this because whatever you were put down, made fun of, or told you can't do, 9 times out of 10 is the thing you should do.
Right.
It's the weirdest thing. I think that is like, people say, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Well, what'd you get made fun of when you were young? That's probably the thing you need to be doing.
I know. It's almost like Satan was trying to undermine you and you have to just have fortitude. Yeah.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you know that, like, I've taught my kids that. I'm like, oh, well, if they making fun of you, that's the one thing that's the good thing about you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
All right, Linda. Her name was Linda. Listen, Linda. And here we go. The movie I always stop to watch when it's on TV is
Notting Hill.
Oh, God, the Blue Door. The flipping Blue Door. He's hot.
Oh, it's such an amazing movie. It's so good.
It's Hugh Grant, right? That's it. That's who's in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's hot.
Yeah. And he had those little goggles, those swim goggles when he was watching the movie. And Julia Roberts was so pretty and so romantic.
I know. And he has great hair.
Oh.
I mean, they had good like side characters too.
Yeah.
And anything British to me sounds like more intelligent for some reason.
Definitely. It's definitely funnier and smarter. Yeah.
Right now, I'm obsessed with blank.
Robert Olin Butler's book called Hell, which is crazy. I just read it. He won a Pulitzer for a different book. I just finished it. It was so good, Kim. It was the story of a reporter who goes to hell, and everybody's in hell. Like everybody, from Bill Clinton to JFK to Mother Teresa to Christopher Hitchens.
And so, my gosh!
And so he has to go and interview people for one segment repeatedly for eternity, which was, now, why do you think you're here? It was just this beautiful book. I thought it was sort of like, I was sort of irritated because like some of my, politicians that I like ended up in hell in this book. But it was a beautiful reflection on mortality and the depravity of man and love, and it's just really beautiful. I loved it.
And what an interesting, is it got a lot of big words? Am I going to be able to get through it?
It may be a few big words, but you might like it.
I'll get my thesaurus or dictionary or whatever out right now because I don't even think that thesaurus is what we need to be using. Anyway, listen, I come from hillbilly redneck. Here we go. The skill I wish I had is
piano playing.
Right. Did you take lessons?
Yes. And, you know, you don't care about them when you have the lessons.
You hate them.
And Kim, I actually am doing this mathematical calculation because I'm almost 50. How long would it take me to get good at piano playing? And am I too old to try? Is exactly what you were saying. Like, you know, because I'm doing so much stuff. So I'm writing and I'm also doing art, like
Your
visual
art is
art.
gorgeous. I want you to
Thank
draw me
you.
something. We have to talk about that offline.
Okay. But do you know what I mean? So I feel like I might have missed out on my piano playing opportunities.
You're not too old to try. I think you might be too old to be proficient.
Yeah, and pianos are so expensive, and I'm just like, I don't know if I want to sink into this. I think
You
I'm just
get your
gonna
little
kinda
keyboard. A little
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun,
I
dun,
think
dun.
proficient. You could be proficient. Come on.
I don't think
That's-
so. No.
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 I just want.
You could be
I want
halfway
to play.
decent.
Mm-mm.
I want to play Zach and have Kim Gravel
Yeah.
sing.
You need to
But-
play your piano
Well-
so it does it for you and you just sit there
That's
and
right.
you like pretend.
Now that
That's
I'm
what you
all
need.
for faking it. I'm all for
Yeah.
faking it.
I do need that. Those are sort of expensive, and I do need that. Maybe if the book sells.
Yeah, I think it's going to sell. I think you're going to have, but I think a piano might be the last on your list of things you're going to get. Here we go. If I started my own church, it would be called the Church of the Blank.
The Church of the Overlooked.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a good one.
Yeah, because I just feel like the people, and in fact, the Robert Owen Butler book about hell had all of our presidents, all of the religious leaders, because they had power, right? And so, with my investigation into the camp in Missouri that had sexual abuse, I've noticed that anyone who has power, when it's mixed with churches, it just has terrible results. And I feel so overlooked and betrayed by my church community. And I love all you
Sure.
guys and I love, God and everything, but it's just very hard. So it'd be nice to have a church where the overlooked people could sort of just gather without being bitter and just sort of, encounter God.
I know, but girl, Nancy, so many people feel the way you feel. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, that's going to resonate. I mean, I will tell. Well, that's a whole nother podcast, but that one thing that you just said right there, the overlooked, that is the church. Don't make me have to get up and preach now. Somebody call me. Okay, here we go. The hardest thing I've ever had to say to someone was,
So saying that you've done bad things and that you're sorry. I've had been, ever since I've gotten older, I've just tried to because when you're a victim of sexual abuse, you are forced into lies immediately because not necessarily.
No, I
There's
get
some
it.
people, but you've got this preacher saying, "Oh, you can't tell anybody about this," and so you start covering up stuff, and you start covering up stuff. So you become deceptive, and I was deceptive, and so my whole thing was I was trying to present myself in a way that I wasn't, and so I think the hardest thing I've ever had to do was sort of come clean about my past, which I've now done in this.
It's
freaking book.
freeing.
Yes,
It's
but
freeing.
I had to go to my parents' house before this book came out because they didn't even know I was writing it, Kim, and get
Lord.
permission from them. Not permission, their blessing, because I'd already written it, but I was so terrified to talk to them because I love them so much, and I had to go
Sure.
into their apartment, their house, and say, "I've written this book. There's some hard things in it. It tells the truth." And I want your actual blessing. And I said, and the following things are included: the abuse, this. And Kim, I felt so gratified. I had dreaded this conversation for a year. I had never talked to my parents about my abuse other than when they found out about it a long time ago. And I'd always felt sort of sketchy about the fact that they didn't act.
Yeah.
And so when I talked to my parents about it in that wonderful conversation, my dad shared with me just all these, his heart. He was like, he apologized. He told me stuff that changed the way I felt about how he approached it because I understood his trauma more.
Wow.
And on top of that, he's 83. When I left his house, he said that he heard a sermon about being a better father a year ago. And every night he's been praying about how to be a better father to me. He's in his 80s. He's praying.
It's never too late.
And it's never too late. God works. And that moment that I had with them was like parting of the Red Sea, miraculous. because I felt like I laid down a burden that was like 10,000 pounds because I connected with my parents. They gave me the blessing for this freaking book. I never would have asked them if I hadn't written it.
He gave you permission to lay down the burden. Y'all, what burden are you needing to lay down? That's a word. I have an irrational fear of blank.
Nougat. I hate nougat. Even saying
Like,
it makes.
Oh my God.
No, it's.
Wait a minute. That is the best rapid fire question answer I have ever heard in my entire life. Okay, define nougat for those who are like going, what? I mean, I get it. I get it.
Snickers has nougat, and it's I don't
okay.
know, it's
The
like
nougat is not. It's not the caramel. Nougat's not okay.
No.
It's like that
Yeah,
tan
what is
stuff.
nougat? Let me see.
It looks like flesh. Oh, I hate it so
Oh God!
much.
Now you're making me want to gag. Okay,
And I hate the
I love
word.
nougat. I hate the word moist. I hate the word moist, and so you hate the word.
Okay, nougat is made with sugar or honey that's cooked and whipped with eggs to like make it airy. That's what nougat is.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Nougat is like Three Musketeers, the fluffy stuff inside of Three Musketeers. Oh, she can't do nougat.
No,
That's so irrational. Why?
I love it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It can make my butt big, Zach. That's legitimate.
That's a good excuse. I like it.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to keep this going because this is great. My favorite junk food is
Chocolate and peanut butter, any combination.
like
Little
Reese's.
but I have a great New York Times recipe for those cups. They're so good with chocolate with the peanut butter. I put a little, anyway, it's so good. They're so easy to make.
Oh, give me that recipe.
I will.
Okay. Okay. My celebrity crush is.
Ooh.
Make it good too. Don't give me somebody really smart. I want somebody hot. Oh, not that you can't be smart and hot at the same time.
Wow.
That can,
oh my gosh.
Don't judge me for that.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I don't think you're going to think he's hot, but I
don't care.
I love my favorite actor in the world is Bryan Cranston, and I got to see him in a play in New York, and he is so amazing. I would watch.
Let me look him up. I don't even
He's
know
hot.
who that. Do I know who that?
Breaking Bad. Did
He's
you not
dad
watch
hot.
Breaking? What, Kim? He was on Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh yeah.
You know Bryan Cranston. Yeah.
You think he's hot? I mean, I would say he's like interesting.
Well, he's interesting.
like, you
I don't know. I don't know if he's hot, but that's
Like Jason Momoa is hot, right? Like Brad Pitt
right.
is hot. But
Oh,
that's
it's Jason Momoa and Aquaman.
Yeah, good
Okay,
Lord,
my
honey.
husband
Under the
loved-
sea, honey. Take me. I want to be Little Mermaid. Okay. My next book will be about blank.
I don't know if I'll write about cancer or not. But I feel I don't know. I don't even have like this burning desire to write anything. I like investigating. I sort of love this true crime stuff. So I'm doing projects
I love it
on
too.
that. Yeah.
Don't you love that?
Yeah. Well, we
Should-
got to get ready for our podcast.
I think true crime with what we name it? Hillbilly and redneck true crime. People watch
Wait,
that.
Which one are you? You're the redneck.
I'm the redneck. You can be the
Okay,
hillbilly.
that's it. I like
Hey,
it.
we could do hillbilly and redneck true crime with Zach.
Zach, you have to be the white
I feel like
trash.
that makes me sound like I am the redneck.
He's a New Yorker,
hillbilly.
honey. He's a New Yorker.
Yeah, I'm a northerner. I don't get called redneck. I get called a lot of
No,
other
they
stuff.
don't.
Yeah,
They don't.
Yeah, I get
No,
called
you
a lot
don't
of
get
other
called anything. Jack is like one of the good ones out there. I'm telling you, he's one of the good
Oh,
ones.
that's
I'm just
wonderful.
hey you, get out of the way. That's it.
I love
That's
it.
What, yeah.
But no, I say this all the time. New Yorkers and Southerners are very similar. We just had to bless your heart. We're direct too, but we just had to bless your heart. Y'all just say, hey, what do you want?
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's right.
All right, everybody, y'all got to go pick up Nancy's book, Ghosted, An American Story. When I tell you, Nancy, I think it's going to be a New York Times bestseller, my friend. I really do.
I hope it is. I'm thankful. I'm thankful to have written it, and I just hope it resonates with other people who feel politically, spiritually, culturally homeless in these weird times. I think there's more of us than we think.
Oh, I think it's the majority of us, and it's available everywhere books and audiobooks are sold. You can find Nancy on her website, nancyfrench.com, and you can follow her on Twitter, or we call it now X, at Nancy A. French, or on Instagram and Threads at Nancy Jane French. I love you, sis. Thank you for being here. You have to
I
come back
love
when the
you.
next book is out.
All right, we're going to do a podcast and a million more books. We just have to keep hanging out.
We have to keep hanging out. And I do have an idea for a book that I want to talk to you about.
All right.
So tell me when you're free. Tell me when you're free.
Dad, look forward to it.
And your book is coming out next, so we can't do a podcast that soon because we already just done this one. But we're about 5 weeks. You got to be back, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Right.
When you have another
All right.
book. Yeah, because you're
Okay.
writing books.
When you have another
like-
book.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
All right,
Thank you
bye,
for having
Nancy.
me.
I love you. Mwah.
I love you, Kim.
I love
Bye,
you
Nancy.
more.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, y'all. I have another listener rapid fire question this week. I mean, here it is. And this is a good one. I love this. What is the petty fight you have over and over with your spouse? Oh, I've got a good one for this, Zach. And are you right? Okay. Put your answer in the comments or send me your answer by connecting with me on my website, KimGravellShow.com. This is going to be a fun one. I can't wait to hear all your
answer?
responses.
What's your answer, Kim? Yeah, before.
Should I give
what's
it
your
now?
answer?
I guess I'll give it now. So our petty fight is, do or do you not flush the toilet after you go number one? Travis does not want to flush the toilet to conserve water. I'm like, flush it regardless.
You got to
And we have
conserve
that
water.
fight over and over.
Gotta conserve water.
Oh my God. Okay, y'all, I want to hear yours.
Kim, haven't
Okay?
you heard if it's yellow, let it
No.
mellow?
Yes, I've heard it. And if it mellows throughout the whole entire house. So you walk in and it smells like pee.
You know what? No, no, too much asparagus in the Gravel house. I think that's it.
Oh my God.
That's it's getting gross. Okay.
Jesus, take the wheel. Okay, all right. Now, before we go, I have another listener voicemail this week from a woman who realized she needs to shift her own perception. Yes. But that segment is only for the newsletter subscribers. So you're not going to hear it right now. You got to go and subscribe to the newsletter. My newsletter is free and it's the best way to get exclusive show content. So if you want to hear these wonderful extras that go on behind the scenes at the Kim Gravel Show, go to KimGravellShow.com and sign up. Her new memoir is called Something Happened, Zach.
Sorry, that was me.
Yeah. Let me start
All right.
over.
You want
Let's
to start over? I'm sorry, Nancy.
Yeah.
That was I hit the wrong button.
All right, ready? Give me my music, boo-boo.
I got you, boo.
Can I show you what I look like with this?
I do. I want to
you
see it because you're absolutely gorgeous. Okay. And I've got a good wig I want to send you to. Nancy knows a lot more about all these politicians than we know, which you really shouldn't talk about all that because you might come up missing one of these days with all these people. If you like this episode, here's another one I think you're going to love. Zach, how long am I going to have to point at this? Is this enough?
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
What was it like being a supermodel?
I didn't know how to pluck my eyebrows, how to walk, how to put makeup on. I mean, I get to the point where it's like, I don't care. I just am who I am.
Are there foods that can really combat aging?
I would run marathons for chocolate chip cookies.
Just give us one little nugget.
Oh, no, we're not talking about that.
Spill the tea a little bit.
So a guy that had his secretary call me to ask me out, but I wouldn't because he wouldn't call was...
Zach, that's the best thing we've ever heard on the show. All right, Zach, I've got this thing that I'm dealing with. You know, I'm 52, right?
Yep.
And I consider myself pretty like, I don't know, modern, hip, you know, a little edgy. You know, I think young, you know, and I'm out there in the world, you know, squirrel trying to get a nut. I'm still working. I mean, honestly, my huge part of my career did not take off until I was in my late 40s. So like 46, 47. So, you know, I've entered this age of technology and, you know, and y'all listening, hands up right where you are. I want you to say hallelujah, amen, or raise your hand if technology is just the bane of your existence. It is mine. And so, you know, I have a team of people. I probably have like, you know, outside of like 20 or 30 employees, right, Zach, from all in every kind of vein that we're doing, you know, the apparel, the beauty, the pod. I mean, all of that. We have probably about, what wouldn't you say, like a 20-person team, 25 person team.
Huge. I mean, then there's always more. I'm like learning about new people all the time. Like it's pretty funny, actually.
Okay, so my mandate is that we got to get social media. I mean, in 2024, social media is our focus.
Okay.
I hate it. Okay. I hate it so bad. And I can say the word hate because it's the truth. I mean, it is the bane of my existence. But
why, Kim? But why? Wait. Because of the technology part?
Are you serious right now asking
I'm
me
serious.
why?
Do you not like looking at social media?
The pressure to do social media, do videos, can you do this real quick, is like, I have anxiety about it. And I'm not the only one. I swear to you, I'm not the only one. But it's a business, right? It's a big business and it's a big part of our business. So I decided to just hire someone to manage not the social media, meaning not just the posting and all that, right? Just the actual like click, post, hashtag, come on, girl, get your social media done. I mean, I'm not doing that. I hired a person to manage me doing social media.
Genius idea.
Is it? Because listen to these 2 videos from my little Rosa who I hired. Listen to this.
Okay,
this is what I get today. 2 of them today.
Okay, if you have any time at all, I know you're ready today, so even if it's like right before you go to bed, like just 5 minutes, 10 minutes, anything, just set up your camera like this and take a little video with your earrings on and literally just go in like this. Show one side, look front, show the other side, maybe you have your ring, and then back to the middle for about 10 seconds. If you could get that for let's just do the star necklace and let's do the hoop earrings, any of the jewelry you can send, any of it. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so I get that this morning. Okay, so she sends me this list of the social media things I've got to do. Okay, I want to read it. I'm going to read it to you. I'm so stressed out. And she CC's Amy, so Amy will follow up with me. I work for Rosa now.
Yep.
Okay, I work for Rosa and social media.
You work for Rosa. Yep.
So she
100%.
says, "Hey, Queen." Okay, no, I get this early this morning. Wait a minute. So I get this yesterday at 9:42 a.m. Selfie video shot list. Need for LWA videos of you in the jewelry. 10 seconds for each piece. Video asking questions to the audience. And I got this recipes. I'm like, what in the crap? Video of Kim dancing in upcoming Belle apparel. 10 seconds. Kim. I mean, it's a list. It's a full list. So I never did it. I said, I'll see what I can do. So this morning I wake up, I get this video saying, okay, if you can just do this one video. She got nothing
Did you do
from
it?
me.
Kim, did you do it?
Wait a minute. I did it. Finally, did it. Getting ready for the pod today.
Good.
And then I said, girl, I'm going to try to get all this to you today. I'm so stressed out. Hey, all right. That was at like 11 o'clock. Yesterday, 11 o'clock p.m. I said, girl, I'll try to get this out to you tomorrow. And today at 10, hey, were you able to get these? Then 11:25. That was it. That was 10. 11:25. Hey, Queen. You being sappy sweet, Rosa, ain't working out either. Anything I can do to make your life easier, just let me know.
She could clone you and make
if you have any time after 1 p.m. today, I can swing by and get some videos if you need me to.
You know what's really funny?
I said to her, fine. Where do I email this video?
You know what's really funny about this, Kim? There's another part to this actually that I want to hold on. Let me pull up.
Wait a minute. No, I want to say this too. And so I sent her the video, right? It's sitting here getting ready for the podcast. And then she sent me another thing to do. Play it. Play the video.
Okay, I'm playing it. Hold on.
How many stupid videos do you need?
Hi. Okay, so here's a really quick, easy video you can do right before you start doing your makeup. Do a little before video like this for about 10 seconds, just enough for me to get enough content if I need to cut it. And then you're gonna get your hand and you're gonna cover the camera. And then you're gonna stop the video. That's gonna be the beginning. And then when you're done getting ready,
Here's the thing.
you're gonna hit record.
She's 100%
and then you're
right.
gonna cover the camera.
I know.
And then take the hand off.
But dang.
And then I'm gonna have a little transition video and little things like that. So if you could just get that one video, that would be great. And then I'm setting a list of the other things
I can't right now. Hey, Queen. Hey, girl. I'm telling you right now.
Kim.
It's killing me.
Kim.
And then she texted me. Can I give you a quick call? I said, I'm taping the podcast. I'll call you later.
Okay. I have so much context for this.
I work for Rosa social media. That's my life. Can you do a quick video and go, that's my career, people. That's where we're at.
Okay. This is so funny because
me
and Rosa are also talking, right? Obviously.
Oh my God.
I sent her an email.
Oh, so this is your fault.
No. This is not my fault.
Are all of y'all talking behind my back?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah. All of us. Yeah. And then I just want to say, so like we can develop more of a shot list
the devil.
as we move forward. Devil. Just keep this first one low key, and we will help in making this repeatable and sustainable long term for Kim.
Why are you saying keep it low key? Do tell everybody listening why you said to keep it.
Because this is the point, Kim.
Stop. Tell the absolute. Don't tell the Zachary. I'm going to keep it appropriate.
Because if it's hard, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it if it's hard. This is exactly the problem.
What is hard? What is hard?
No hard.
What is hard for me? What is hard for me? Tell the people.
Hard for you is like honestly.
I'm 52.
You're 52, but that's not even it.
And I'm going. Hey, I can't.
There's like a mental load of like. Just having to set up the camera and shoot the video, and it kind of stinks. And but here's the thing: if Rosa was just there because she's local, then she could just hang out and she.
If Rosa was here and all of y'all heard my day-to-day conversations,
it would
be very entertaining.
Media gold, yeah,
because I am nuttier than a squirrel turd. I'm telling you right now, y'all would lose your minds.
Kim.
Can you just do a quick? I mean, every time when somebody says, Kim, it's going to be nothing. This is Zach. It's easy. It's going to be nothing. I mean, if I hear, Kim, it's just going to be a quick. No.
She needs to go there and stalk you. That is literally the plan. No, she needs to go in front of you and stick the camera. I'm going to tear Amy a new one. I'm tearing Amy a new one. Here we go. Amy, this is what you're going to hear. This is going to be amazing.
Okay. Do you know the videos in the request that Zach and Rosa are sending me? Like I am this a freaking AI or something. I can't do all these videos, Amy.
I know, girl. I'm laughing.
No, you're not laughing because I'm telling you right now, it's giving me panic attacks. and then she does a text. Hey, Queen. I mean, the nicer she does it, the worse it's going to be for me. She might as well just say, listen, girl.
I know. I really don't know what we're going to do about all this.
I don't know. I can't do all this social media, Amy. You're on the pod right now with Zach. And Zach and I were talking about it. And it's,
oh my God.
I can't deal. I'm 52. I'm 50 freaking 2 years old. I've got a slight Bell palsy and I've got a push-up bra and I want to have a Big Mac for lunch. I mean, there's issues here, okay? And then Rosa says, Kim, can I just come tape you behind the scenes? What would people say? You're on the pod right now. What would people see if they tape or hear if they tape behind the scenes with me? Tell the people, Amy.
Oh, it would be pretty boring, yes.
No, it wouldn't be boring. You're boring. I'm not boring. Oh my God. Bye. I'm hanging up. You are no help. Bye.
That was amazing. Amy, that was so good.
Zach, when I see you in person, I'm going to hug your neck and slap your face. Okay. I'm telling you, I'm sick of talking about
you're welcome. You're welcome, Kim. So no, I'm trying to make it easy for you, but also get what the brand needs because
how in the world
for
y'all
video
sending
of you,
me? I'm very mysterious. There is like, how many steps? It is like 50 steps. Can you do this? Can you do this? I cannot. I bet
that. But here's the thing. Every time you go and do a video, it's really good.
It stresses me out. Do you understand the stress?
No, I get that you're stressed. I mean, I don't record social videos of myself for the same reason. I'm a video guy, Kim.
Kim Alexis ain't doing social media. What she got coming up on the show today, she ain't doing all that. I'm telling you right now, it's hard. It's a full-time job.
Well, that's why... It really is. You're right. I mean, and it's so I think that
I'm just saying to everybody listening, hush. You a millennial, hush it up. These Gen Zers, hush it up. For all our Gen Xers, and you know who you are, you feel my pain on the social media and all this technology stuff. I love you. I'm with you. And we're going to start our own support group, socialmediasucks.com. All right, sign up at the Kim Gravel Show. I love you. Can I say sucks?
I'm sure that's already a website. What is that website? Where did you just send people?
Just, oh my God, socialmediasucks. .org. .org.
Oh, all right. It just says we are permanently closed. I don't know what that means.
That means they're permanently closed. Yeah.
There you go.
We're going. I'm telling y'all, I love you.
Oh,
Zach.
Kim, I have the perfect sound effect to bring this entire segment to a close so we can actually just start the show. We're talking to a supermodel today, Kim. I have Kim, the beauty queen, and Kim, the supermodel on the show, and I'm excited to do that. Can we do that?
Yeah. Go to commercial. Let's go.
All right. Well, here, check it out. This is This is how we're going to end this.
Okay.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Double homicide?
This episode is sponsored by ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly book your appointment with them online. Seriously, y'all, it's totally free and it only takes a few seconds to search for and book an appointment with a great doctor in your area who takes your insurance. And can I say, I just did it last week and it was the easiest thing. It's so hard to find good doctors, but it's your fingertips. You have a list of doctors in your network and in your area. So what are you waiting for? Go to ZocDoc.com/Kim or download their free app and check it out for yourself. You can't compromise on your health. And that's why ZocDoc only has verified reviews from real patients. So you can find the doctor who you can trust. Do not settle, y'all, when it comes to your health. Find the right doctor or specialist for you who is close by and who takes your insurance. It vets that already for you. I've tried ZocDoc and you should try it too. So go to ZocDoc.com/Kim and download the ZocDoc app for free. ZocDoc.com/Kim to find a doctor in your area fast and free. This show and this community we're building is all about supporting each other. And you can support us and this show by supporting our sponsors. And I have the most amazing sponsor I just love. And I can't wait to tell you about him today because it has really improved my life, my mental health, my physical health. It's called Happy Mammoth. I absolutely love this company because they're dedicated to making women's lives easier and better. And that means using only science-based backed ingredients that has been proven to work for women. And they make no compromise when it comes to the quality. All you got to do is go visit happymammoth.com and use promo code KIM, that's K-I-M, for 15% off your first order. Here's just a list of symptoms that Hormone Harmony is designed to help with. And this is a good list, y'all. Hot flashes and night sweats, racing thoughts and low moods, poor sleep and feeling tired all the time, occasional bloating and gas, no comment needed there, no desire to be in bed next to someone, if you know what I mean, that sexual desire. And the biggest benefit is just like feeling like yourself again. And that's what women say over and over about Hormone Harmony. So for this limited time, you can get 15% off of your entire first order. Just go to happymammoth.com with the code KIM and check out. That's happymammoth.com with the code KIM, Kim, to check out. Get Hormone Harmony today and start feeling like yourself again. I know I did. All right, everybody, I am so excited because we have the original, the OG supermodel on the show today, Kim Alexis. I know you've heard her name a million times. I know I have in the 80s. I was just obsessed. I was a big fan. And she's been featured on over 500 magazine covers, including Vogue, Cosmopolitan, Glamour, and 6 Sports Illustrated magazine covers. The issues, Kim. Anyway, she writes a column for Men's Journal, and she's the author of 11 books, including Cheat Eat. Hello. Keep comfort food on the menu. Let's welcome Kim Alexis. Okay, Kim. Right? Let me just go ahead and just say, let's get all the fun stuff out. What was it like being a supermodel? Because you were a supermodel in the 80s and 90s, weren't you?
I started in 78 before the term was originated and just worked super hard. And maybe, I don't know exactly which year the term came up. It was probably like 83, 84. At that point, I had a Revlon contract with Ultima 2. And I probably started hearing that term. I'm like, what is a supermodel? And they're like, you are, darling. And I thought, okay.
It's give me the experience, Kim, because everybody knows you. I mean, you were a household name. I have been a big fan of yours forever. I always thought you were just perfect. Not only were you the girl next door, you looked real. You were a natural, real, God-given beauty. And I loved how you leveraged that into this massive career. What was it like, back in the day, being that supermodel as it was emerging on the scene?
Well, first of all, in order to get there, we worked all the time. So I would get 14 job offers a day and get to pick and choose. And there were only so many hours in the day. I remember sometimes doing 3 different magazine covers in one day. So we didn't have feedback. And I was so busy working that it was kind of me isolated, not realizing that I was affecting the rest of the world. So for me, it was just, I didn't know. I was just busy. I was just working.
You were just working. How did you get into modeling, Kim? Like, was that always something you aspired to do? Or how did that come about?
No, I wanted to be a pharmacist. I was enrolled at University of Rhode Island in their 5-year pharmacy program. I was on their swim team. And this was early in my senior year in high school. So I figured, all right, I've already figured that out. So why don't I try and make extra money? And someone said, you're pretty, you should try and model. I was like, oh, really? Because I was a tomboy. I was swimming 5.5 hours a day. So after swim practice, I would drive to Buffalo in the winter.
Oh my gosh.
And I would go to these modeling classes because I had to attend classes before I could become a model in Buffalo. Well, I never modeled in Buffalo. I got discovered in one of the classes. I got hauled out and I literally thought they were kicking me out of the class instead of asking me to go because I was a fish out of water. I didn't belong there. I didn't know how to pluck my eyebrows, how to walk, how to put makeup on. I was a tomboy.
So what was like one of the most important things you learned in modeling class? Because nowadays, to be a model.
This was back in the days where they'd put the stack of books on
the back of your head.
I mean, how to sit down properly and how to open and close a door. I mean, there was makeup tips and different things and how to bring lingerie to a shoot. And when I got to New York, people said, just forget all that, because if it's too much in your mind, then you can't be you and you get frozen and you're not going to be good. So that spontaneous inner personality needs to come out. And you can do that only by not thinking and worrying about what you should be doing.
Oh, Lord, that's your next book. I mean, how to be authentic.
I think of all the critique of all the people on social media. They're like, oh, that makeup makes you look harsh. And maybe you should wear more. And why are you doing this? And you put your blush in the wrong spot. And that's not a good lipstick for you. And it can be crazy. So I just said, I don't care. I mean, I get to the point where it's like, I don't care. I just am who I am. I just pick an outfit and go.
I think that's the key to success, but I think it's also a key to life is that authenticity.
I think you're your most authentic when you trust and believe that you've got it and just it's okay to be you.
Okay. And so you talk about aging naturally. Y'all got to go check out Kim's website. It's so good. And she talks about aging naturally because I'm 52. I'm getting ready to turn 53 in July.
I'm going to be 64.
What? Okay, yeah, we're getting to the aging naturally. Here we go. So let's get into it. How do you define aging naturally?
I think it's number one, you, again, being confident in yourself, that you don't have to keep up with anybody. If you want to tweak or do something, you should feel confident. It's okay. I'm not here to condemn anyone else. They can do whatever they want. But for me, I didn't want to do all that messing around. Sure. I didn't want to tweak my face. I didn't want to inject it. I didn't want Botox. Makeup artists used to say to me, I know you didn't do Botox because I can tell the texture of your skin, how the makeup fits on your skin. And nobody talks about that. So for me, I thought, well, why am I going to mess with stuff? I just It is what it is. And I mean, I just recently got all the blonde out of my hair. This is my natural color. And this is the gray I've got. And people are squawking and girlfriend, I'm never going to stop blonding my hair. And I'm like, that's fine for you. But I'm trying to figure out me. And when I go and get the blonde highlights and my hair more blonde, I would get a massive headache for days. So I thought, I'm avoiding toxins. I'm avoiding things that are going to cause me to feel sick or feel bad or down the road 20, 30 years from now, not be able to move or break a bone or whatever it is, or not be able to remember you. And so I'm trying to stay as natural as God put me on this earth and stay away from things that are going to mess me up.
Well, and I think that you're giving us alternatives. When you talk about eating like comfort food, and how to do that in a more healthy way, you had me, because I just recently lost a good like 50 pounds over the last 9 months. And can I tell you, the one thing I love to do more than anything is eat. And I listen, don't you? I mean, I heard you say that on a show you were on. You're like, I love to eat. So I wanted to get, what are some of the best substitutions, girl? And I know they got to get the book. You really got to get the book, because it gives, chocolate chip cookies, Kim, really?
I would run marathons for chocolate chip cookies. Did it 26.2 miles. I did 8 marathons.
How many cookies did you get, girl?
A lot of cookies.
Yes. Yeah, I love it. But what are some of the secrets to, aging naturally in a healthy way and still looking good and feeling good? Because your take on food and health, like, do you eat to live? Or were you like me? Do you live to eat?
I do both. To me, cheating is baked goods. For other people, it might be chips. For others, it might be something bitter. For me, I like sweets. So I love myself a cookie. We're talking cookies. So in that, you have flours, you have sugars, and you have fats. There are many ways to substitute all three of those. So if you don't want sugars and you don't want to raise or spike your glucose, you can use monk fruit. But then there's healthy fats or different fats. So you could use coconut oil instead of butter, or use butter instead of vegetable oil, like canola oil, all these weird things that are out there, right? And then for flours, there's chickpea flour, and there's coconut flour. There's almond flour, and my favorite is einkorn, which is a non-hybridized wheat flour. It has not been messed with, and it is a complete heritage flour that is the way God made wheat, and we've messed that up. So I love myself my einkorn flour. I'm into sourdough right now, so I'm baking
sourdough. I love sourdough.
It takes my kitchen, so I'm constantly baking new things. But sourdough bread digests easier, and putting friendly, healthy bacteria in your body, of course, is good, as we're all learning and hearing all the time. So there are many things that you can do that are helpful.
So for people who don't understand all of this, like myself, like I know that processed foods are not the best for our health. I know that. I mean, like, that's just common sense. But for those of us who are not that educated, why is it better, Kim? Like, why is it better to go for these more natural options?
I'm a big believer that God designed our bodies, and he designed them, if you take care of them, to reset, re-heal, regenerate. And so if we put in food that he supplied us for our bodies, then you have the best recipe for being able to regenerate and regrow and repair and restore. And so that's why I like to have my body recognize God who made my body with God who made my food, and therefore things are going to work better.
Oh, that's a good way to think. That's a good way to to connect the two things, that is absolutely the truth. So let me just say this. We're talking about comfort food and alternatives to comfort food. What do you say? Because for me, the drive-through, and Zach will tell you, I was addicted to the drive-throughs, honey. I mean, I could eat me a Big Mac meal just as fast as I could get it. How do you combat the convenience? Everything is convenient now to get food, Kim. How do you,
Preparation.
All right. Knew you were going to say it. Okay.
So if you have some healthy alternative in your purse, in your car, wherever it is, you're not going to have as much of a desire when you're hungry to break down or whatever you would call it, kind of cheat. So for me, I've got healthy stuff all around the house. My pantry is stocked with things that are good, and I don't put in things that are bad. So even if I'm hungry and I walk in there, I'm going to find something that's a better alternative.
Are there foods that can really combat aging or help you age naturally and gracefully and beautifully? I mean, because that's in your book a little bit. Like you say stuff about green tea, I didn't even know. Can you can you give our girl a little bit of nuggets of what we should be eating? Some quick tips.
I'm a fresh fruit and vegetable person. I try to eat a salad a day. And then I love dressing. I love creamy dressing. So how do you make that that's healthy? And so you can make your own there and use avocado oil or coconut or whatever you like. Those things are big to me. I am a coffee drinker. I like that better than green tea in the morning. So there gets to be a point, even if you're listening to me, the audience, where you say, she's saying I can't have anything good and I just have to, for the rest of my life, sacrifice, or I'm going to miss out. No, I mean, if there's something you really have to have and it's not that healthy, but that's all you think about, then have it and just make the rest of your diet better, because sometimes you can beat yourself up, as you know, mentally.
Oh, yeah.
Thinking, I can't have anything. Life is miserable. It's what's the sense of being happy because I can't have anything, or I can't do anything, or I can't go to a party. And it's mindset. It's healthy mindset. So I never drink alcohol anymore. And I love going to parties. I don't care if I'm talking to someone who's had 3 cocktails. I have myself a blast. So it's my
it's almost funner, isn't it? It's funner. Yeah. You sometimes not having to drink and everybody else is way more fun.
I look like I've had the drink because I kind of suck other people's energy, and I can just get as crazy as they can. I just
get as loose. Okay, right. Do you used to swim like 5 hours a day? Okay, and I don't know. Every time I see the swimmers, their bodies are perfect. How much do you exercise now?
Well, I have to watch what I do. If I can't be one of those that does 2-3 hours a day because my adrenals. So I wrote a book on adrenals called Nap Zap, and my thyroid is off. And so for me, my mind wants to go, but 30 minutes of cardio, 45 minutes of cardio. And then I love going to the gym. I love lifting and going over where all the dumbbells are and lifting with all the young guys because I'm a mother of 3 boys. So I just love being over in that area with the guys. And I don't think they realize that I'm 63 and as old as their mothers and still slugging 22 pounds around. But
you know what they don't realize, Kim? They don't realize that their dads had posters and magazines of you in there, when they were growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you look back on those young days as a supermodel? And how does that apply to your life today?
Well, my biggest thing, I think, is watching all of the boxes of the work that I did. So I have an occupation where you can physically, visibly see what I would do. And so I've got probably 6 banker boxes full of the tear sheets and covers. And I worked all the time. And I want to tell young kids, these influencers, whatever you want to be, you have to work 15 minutes a day. And the stuff of things being dropped in your lap is a fairy tale, and it's not going to last. It's not going to work. Keep your head down. Don't go on vacation. Don't have any fun. Whatever it is, if you want to be successful, you got to put in the time.
You got to put it down. And see, and even after your modeling, you had such a huge career. You were the fashion editor at Good Morning America, I think for 3 years, a TV presenter, an author. I mean, what has been the key to because a lot of people think we're one-dimensional, right? Especially as women, sometimes we get pigeonholed. How did you continue on to have such a successful career outside of, your cover, your supermodel status?
Well, I was more or less retired from modeling at the age of 25. My Revlon contract ended. I had been exclusive with them. So now I have no other jobs coming in. And if I was going to go back to being the way I was before my contract, people are like, what are you doing here? You don't belong here.
Wow.
So you're a supermodel. So I'm like, okay. So I started looking around. I'm like, what else am I good at? What new craft, what new skills can I learn? So I learned how to interview. I went on Good Morning America. I learned what it took to be on live TV and to present, and just went off into speaking. I was on the speaking circuit and then now writing. And I like the idea of being credible. I like the idea of giving back. And I am a true believer that too much is given, much is required.
It's required.
So I was given a lot. It is my job to mentor and to teach and to help the younger generation. I'm setting up a jail ministry with a bunch of people here in Phoenix. So one is Dress for Success and the other is St. Vincent de Paul. And we're doing a new program for these women who have come out of the jail system and really want to get back into the workforce.
Now, would you ever go back to modeling, Kim? Like if Revlon called you tomorrow and said, "We need you, girl," would you do it?
Yes, I would. I would probably want to see what they were putting in, or if I could do products that were more in line with what I believed in, which is trying to avoid and stay away from bad chemicals. So in Europe, I wrote a book called Skin Within. In Europe, they have banned, like, the number changes depending on what website, but like 13,000 or 1,300 different chemicals that we still allow here in the United States. So for me, we have to be our own policemen, and we have to look ourselves and read all our labels, and it can make you crazy. So sometimes you just have to slowly throw things out or slowly change.
Where is a resource, Kim? Do you have this on your website where we can find out good, credible places and good, credible products, beauty products, skin products, even food? Do you have any suggestions, or can we go to your website?
EWG is Environmental Working Group. They are a very good app, a good website resource. They list laundry detergents and baby products and hair products and cosmetics. Another one is called, believe it or not, Think Dirty. It is an app that you can use. They've reviewed and researched 2.4 million products. So you can scan, you can use your phone.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And then Yucca is another one, YUKA. And they've got foods and different things.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so what is next for you, Kim? Like, what is on the horizon? Are you still setting goals? Are you still doing all of those things? Because I'm telling you, you're type A, right? Would you consider yourself a driven type A person? I think so.
Yes,
After reading all
I don't like sitting around and not doing anything.
Me neither.
People that are like, because I'm 63, right? And going to be 64. And people are like, oh, you can just sit around and relax and and I'm like, what? No, I don't want to do that. I want to be working till I'm like 90 or 100 somewhere.
Right.
So again, that's mindset. I think, where is your head at, and what do you think's important, and where's your values and where's your goals? So I'm driven to encourage, to inspire, and to help other people. And so I've got a meeting today. I've got tons of meetings. I've got a contract in the works to be wellness spokesperson, somebody who is speaking out for health and wellness in so many areas. So the Men's Journal helps. And I just continue building onto that of finding new and different ways to educate and inspire.
Well, I'm going to call you. So you were called a supermodel, first supermodel, the original supermodel. Now you're the natural supermodel, and that's what I'm calling you. I don't care. We're starting a new trend right here today. All right. When we come back, we have what we call, Kim, the rapid fire questions. And we're going to be asking you questions. And you just have to, what comes up, comes out, which is not going to be a problem for you after this. All right, welcome back. Y'all, this week I have got a listener voicemail from Mary Ann, but I'm saving it. I'm saving it as an exclusive for the Love Who You Are community. This is just to our newsletter subscribers only, and it's free to join my newsletter. You're just going to go to KimGravellShow.com and sign up. You'll be able to access so much bonus content like listener voicemails, behind the scenes, videos, all of that kind of good stuff. And then you'll be a part of this community. I mean, this community shores each other up, supports one another, and stands in the gap for one another like nothing I've ever seen. So go to KimGravellShow.com and sign up to get all the extra goodies, and know and always remember that I love you, and you have got to love who you are right where you're at. All right, check it out. Love you guys. All right, we're back with Kim Alexis, the original supermodel. Once a supermodel, always a supermodel. Kim, is that the motto?
I would like to think so. The term former drives me nuts.
Let's not say original. I like the word original.
There you go. I'm like, don't we get to keep the title?
I think you keep the title, hun. I mean, I could see you just killing a photo shoot right now. Because when you told me you were almost 64, Kim, I was like, there's no way that is possible. And then you said you had 3 grown sons and your youngest is 30.
My oldest is going to be 38 on April Fool's.
Kim. Hashtag Kim Alexis Goals. Okay. We do this in every show where we just ask random questions, and the first thing that comes up should come out. Okay.
Rapid fire questions.
What is one thing you would uninvent?
Oh my goodness.
I know. It's a good
I'm
one.
normally quick on my feet. Toxins.
See, I knew you were going to say that. Toxins.
Right.
That is a good one. That is truth. All right. What is your favorite photo shoot ever?
Probably my first Vogue cover with Avedon. I'd been working for a year and I had done a lot of other covers, but to have my first American Vogue cover with him was really special.
Was it huge? I mean, like, what is that like? Is it what we see in Devil Wears Prada? I mean, what is it like?
Well, the Devil Wears Prada was kind of behind the scenes, and that goes on.
It does?
The berating and So you just have to stay strong in yourself. But Avedon and I could do a cover. Once I had my hair, my makeup, and everything done, which would take sometimes 3 hours, I could do a cover in 4 shots with him.
Do you still have some of the things you wore on some of the covers?
Oh, no, they never give you anything. You have to give it back always. You never, ever keep the clothes, ever.
What's the perk then? Just the gig?
Yeah, the gig, the photos. Right. So you do editorial, which is your Vogue, Glamour, Mademoiselle, those. And that you don't get paid very much at all, like a couple $100. And that is just used to get you other jobs, which would be catalog work, which would be more money.
See, misconception. We think you're making millions doing covers. And no, that was not the case. Nope. So you just worked hard, the grind. Yes. All right. Yes. What is one thing you own that you would put in a time capsule for future generations to find?
I don't know. Maybe a picture of my family.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. And maybe slip a Swimsuits Illustrated just for fun. Do it just for fun. So 2 pictures. What's the strangest thing that ever happened to you on set?
Oh, no, we're not talking about that.
We can't. Not one thing. Just give us one little nugget. Spill the tea a little bit.
Well, I mean, I would be working, let's say, for a French company, and you're on set, and you've got all the people around behind you, behind the lights, watching, and they'd say, take off your top. I'm like, what? They're like, yes, it would be art. And I'm like, no, it wouldn't.
It's called I'm naked.
They'd get mad at me and I'd have to leave. I'd have to walk off set and leave the studio.
So that is the boundaries we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you call your agency, you would think your agency would have your back because they work for you. You're paying them commission. They work for you. But who lasts a couple years, and then what type of relationship do they have with magazines and cosmetic ads? And so I learned very quickly that I was on my own.
I know. But you know what? Can I just say, I think like there's such a huge nugget for young people, Kim, this whole boundary. What you said is so profound. We could do a whole entire series on that because the people with the social media, and there is so much pressure to compromise. Whew.
Yep. Even my contemporaries, they're posting pictures that they're very revealing. That's a word. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why. They're in their 60s like me. And even actresses. A lot of them are doing stuff, and I thought it's just not necessary. So that's not me.
I'm right there with you. I completely agree. What do you have zero tolerance for?
Manipulation.
Okay. When do you know, or when did you know you had made it?
Probably when someone said that term, "you're a supermodel." And I'm like, I had no idea. So when I had that label put on, as I said, I probably already had my Revlon contract. So you'd think having the Revlon contract would have done it. But again, I was busy working. So it wasn't until someone put a label on that I realized, lifted my head and said, oh, the rest of the world must know who I am.
I mean, it's kind of good though. It's kind of cool where you were just kind of unaffected. I think that's a huge part of success, right? It's just, like you said, head down doing the work. Would you say that? But in not being, it was work.
Well, you don't make decisions based on either, to me, on what others are asking for, what others are demanding. I'm in the middle of creating new things now. And they said, search all the other competitors and see what they're doing. I'm like, no, I know what I want to do. I know who I am. I know what I want it to say and to do and to be. And so I'm not going to conform to what other people are doing. I'm going to do my own thing.
Yeah, I think that's your next book. I'm serious. That would be, I think that would be a bestseller because everybody is wanting to be their authentic self. And you give us permission to do it. Okay. What is your best advice on posing for a picture?
I loved reading the photographer's body. And so I'm good at reading other people. And so sometimes the photographer would start to do this. And so I do that. And he's like, oh, beautiful, beautiful. And I'm like,
oh, that mirror, that mimic, that's perfect. Yeah, he would be doing what you were supposed to do. That's great. That's great advice, Kim, for life. Like if someone's talking to you and you're negotiating, that's a good way to, okay. We are learning all kinds of things from this original supermodel. Okay, what's one thing about being a supermodel you most love and you most hate it?
Most love is the platform to be able to speak and to encourage and to inspire. And the thing I don't like is that everybody feels that they can critique and criticize you. That, like when you were pregnant and everyone felt they could touch your belly.
Right.
That like access. Well, they do that with me on social media. So I post Instagram videos or whatever it is, and I get criticized for how I look or how I did my hair. So I used to have hair down to my butt, really, like at Christmas time, I cut it all off and I gave it away to children with hair loss. So they made wigs with it, right? And now I like the short hair, but everybody felt like they had an opinion on that. And then I decided to not color it anymore. And so everyone had an opinion on that. So for me, it mostly doesn't hurt, but I'd prefer that they wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, you're human, but at the same time,